Chapter 1. Esteemed cultivators, in 3 days the Yunmeng's secret realm shall be unveiled. Those who wish to partake may join me in the 4C's Immortal Alliance. In the meteorite market, the scattered cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. The 4C's Immortal Alliance is quite generous this time, even recruiting scattered cultivators to gather spiritual herbs. It sounds enticing, but isn't it merely because the Yunmeng's secret realm is fraught with peril? The 4C's Immortal Alliance requires cannon fodder to pave the way. Even amidst danger, one must take a chance. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yi clutched the invitation from the 4C's Immortal Alliance tightly in his hand, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that entering the Yunmeng's secret realm was a matter of life and death. Yet he had no other choice. He had been ensnared at the 3rd level of Qi refinement for a full 3 years. Returning to his humble wooden abode, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply. Fortunately, I managed to secure a spot. Since his transmigration to this world, he had remained trapped at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, unable to break through despite his relentless efforts. In his previous life, he was a corporate drone, toiling from dawn till dusk, with the simplest aspiration of enjoying a good night's sleep. Transmigrating to a world of cultivation meant he no longer had to endure the whims of a boss. No more overtime, he could live freely. What a splendid existence. Unlike other transmigrators, even if one were to become an emperor, they still lamented for their former lives, as though ancestral blessings could guarantee such a fate. What was the desire to return? To return as a beast of burden? Or perhaps as a mere mule? Mules are docile and dutiful, devoid of any mating rights. Such creatures are favored by employers. In Lin Yi's eyes, this was a malady that required remedy. Once I returned with the spiritual herbs, I could begin alchemy. Lin Yi harbored another identity, that of an alchemist. However, his alchemical pursuits were somewhat disreputable, preventing him from publicly acknowledging this facet of himself. He had clandestinely practiced alchemy in isolation. This was due to the fact that he had, in his previous life, committed the grave act of slaying his own master over a tome of secrets. As he reminisced about that incident, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Binding cultivation simulator. Completion rates: 11, 23, 49, 88, 99. Binding complete. Would you like to initiate the simulation? My golden finger, my cheat? Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, nearly propelling him from his seat. After 3 years of transmigration, the mere ability to cultivate was already a tremendous fortune, yet he had not anticipated the existence of a simulator. By heavens, the Lin family has birthed a dragon. Initiate simulation, he eagerly chanted within his mind. The cultivation simulator activated. This simulation shall be presented to you in textual form. It is now the 3rd year of your transmigration, and you remain at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, filled with anxiety as you join the exploration team of the Yunmeng secret realm under the 4C's Immortal Alliance. On the 3rd day, representatives from the 4C's Immortal Alliance arrived to escort you. Upon reaching the designated gathering spot, you discovered a multitude of cultivators had already assembled, most of whom were independent practitioners seeking rare herbs. The team leader, Stewardly Xingyun, a 9th layer Qi refinement practitioner, briefly outlined the precautions necessary for the secret realm. Subsequently, you and the other cultivators were transported to the Yunmeng secret realm. You found yourself amidst a swamp, thick with noxious miasma. Li Xingyun divided the group into 10 smaller teams, assigning each their respective exploration zones. You, along with 6 other 3rd layer Qi refinement practitioners, were allocated to the periphery of the realm, an area sparse in resources yet fraught with peril. On the 1st day of your expedition, you gathered 3 rather poor quality herbs, during which one of your 7-member team perished. Thanks to your quick thinking, you managed to evade danger. On the 2nd day, you stumbled upon a vast expanse of medicinal herbs. However, it was infested with venomous spiders, primarily those at the 3rd to 4th layers of Qi refinement. Tragically, 2 of your companions fell victim, and you yourself were poisoned. The 4C's Immortal Alliance personnel arrived, exterminating the venomous spiders and retrieving the oldest herbs, after which they permitted you to collect freely. Despite enduring pain, you managed to gather 7 inferior herbs. Your remaining 3 companions, unscathed, moved faster and collected more than you. Due to your poisoning, the 4C's Immortal Alliance deemed you a liability and expelled you from the Yunmeng secret realm. Though reluctant, you had no choice but to acquiesce. Before departing, you were required to pay a collection tax. As a 3rd layer Qi refinement practitioner, you were permitted to retain only 3 out of every 10 herbs you gathered, surrendering the remaining 7. Upon returning to the meteorite market, after recuperating from your injuries, you exchanged the 3 herbs for materials necessary to concoct the Huanglong pill. You began alchemy, Yet due to your inexperience, both batches resulted in failure. Fortunately, the third batch succeeded, yielding 10 Huanglong pills. After consuming the elixirs and practicing diligently, you finally broke through your bottleneck after 10 days, advancing to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. 3 months later, without any pills, your progress stagnated, leaving you troubled over how to acquire more medicinal herbs like tea. That moment, an unexpected figure materialized before you. He appeared ethereal, gliding through the air with an aura of celestial grace. It was none other than your master, the alchemy's sovereign. Astonishingly, he had survived in a residual soul state. Upon seeing you, the alchemy sovereign burst into laughter, his voice laced with hatred and resentment. "My dear disciple, did you not expect me to still be alive?" His ephemeral visage bore an expression of boundless fury, casting a chilling gaze upon you. Beside the alchemy sovereign stood a young man with an impassive demeanor. The alchemy sovereign commanded the young man to take your life. In a flash, the young man appeared before you. You barely had time to react before an overwhelming force ensnared you. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through you. You met your demise. This simulation has concluded. Did the esteemed Dan Zun survive, still existing in a residual soul state? Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly, his face etched with disbelief. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The vengeful gaze of Dan Zun in the simulator, along with his frigid words, echoed relentlessly in his mind. Fortunately, this is merely a simulation. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Yet, the gravity of the situation soon dawned upon him. 3 months. A mere 3 months. If no countermeasure is devised. In 3 months, he would truly face death. Am I left with just 3 months to live? Lin Yi's tone brimmed with resentment. His predecessor had witnessed Dan Zun succumb to a lethal poison firsthand. The body had even been cremated by his predecessor. Why then would he appear in a residual soul state? After a moment of panic, Lin Yi gradually regained his composure. This realm was one of cultivation, where all manners of the extraordinary could transpire. Cultivators possessed abilities and powers that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The survival of Dan Zun in a residual soul state seemed, perhaps, not entirely implausible. However, this mess was now his to resolve. All of this was the consequence of his predecessor's misdeeds. In a past adventure, his predecessor had saved the gravely injured Dan Zun. Grateful for the act of salvation, Dan Zun, upon discovering his spiritual roots, albeit of the inferior grade, took him as a disciple after he progressed to the first layer of Qi refinement. Thus, he meticulously taught his predecessor the art of alchemy, nurturing him into an alchemist. As time flowed, his predecessor learned of Dan Zun's possession of a cultivation manual, the Flame Spirit Sutra. Though merely of the yellow grade, this manual could be advanced through the absorption of spiritual fire. Cultivation techniques are categorized into celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow grades. Yellow grade techniques are predominantly held by loose cultivators, while profound techniques are often owned by aristocratic cultivation families or sects. Earthly techniques are the domain of sacred cultivation sites, and celestial techniques exist only in legends. The mastery of the Flame Spirit Sutra allowed one to ascend gradually by consuming spiritual fire. Ultimately, it was not impossible to attain profound, earthly, or even celestial levels. Such a potent method of cultivation ignited a seed of greed within his predecessor. Once the seed of avarice is sown, it will fervently flourish in the heart. His predecessor was no exception. Driven by desire, he ultimately turned against Dan Zun. He procured a colorless, odorless poison at a high price, crushed it, and mingled it into Dan Zun's daily elixirs. Unaware, Dan Zun consumed it daily, ultimately succumbing to the poison. As his master fell, his predecessor felt no remorse, only the exhilaration of success. He swiftly seized the coveted Flame Spirit Sutra. Then, a fire consumed the corpse of the Dan Zun, erasing all traces. Upon acquiring the Flame Spirit technique, the former self was ecstatic, eagerly commencing the arduous journey of cultivation. However, this ancient tome was profound and intricate, presenting formidable challenges for mastery. In a fervent rush for achievement, the former self became overly zealous during the training, ultimately leading to a dangerous descent into madness, leaving them on the brink of death. At that moment, Lin Yi, hailing from another realm, traversed into this body. What the predicament? Lin Yi sighed with a bitter smile, his heart heavy with resignation. He never anticipated that upon arriving in the world of immortal cultivation, he would inherit such a chaotic legacy. Fortunately, I learned about this 3 months in advance. With careful planning, I can evade the pursuer. I might even simulate an understanding of them and counterattack, that a glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, igniting a spark of hope within him. As he began to evaluate the current simulation, he noted that his strength had ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. He could choose one of the following rewards. 1. Advancement to the 4th level of Qi refinement. 2. Experience from this simulation. Remaining simulation attempts. 2. I shall claim the advancement to the 4th level of Qi refinement. As soon as he spoke, he felt a surge of formidable energy manifest within him. His power smoothly transcended from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 4th, gazing at the nearby hourglass. He realized that although several months had elapsed during the simulation, little time had passed in the real world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi spoke slowly. Continue the simulation. The Immortal cultivation simulator activated. And this simulation would be presented in textual form. You have been in the Immortal cultivation world for 3 years, and your cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. You are filled with anxiety for the future, as the Danzun pursuit may arrive at any moment. In pursuit of strength and opportunity, you join the exploration team of the Yunmeng secret realm under the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. 3 days later, the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance sent someone to escort you to the Yunmeng secret realm. The team leader, a steward named Li Xingyun, has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. The Yunmeng secret realm is rife with swamps and lakes, characterized by its complex terrain. Li Xingyun divided the group into 10 smaller teams, assigning each their own exploration area. Due to your cultivation being at the 4th level of Qi refinement, you are allocated to a relatively barren region, appointed as the captain of a small team, leading 6 other Qi refinement practitioners at the 3rd level. On the first day of exploration, you navigated the treacherous swamps with caution, successfully avoiding numerous perilous beasts and traps. Thanks to your prudent nature and foresight regarding danger, you issued several timely warnings, sparing the team from casualties. Ultimately, you collected 10 inferior-grade spiritual herbs. On the second day, you stumbled upon a vast expanse of flourishing spiritual herbs. However, lurking within this herbal field were numerous venomous spiders. You immediately halted your team from approaching and dispatched someone to inform Steward Li Xingyun. The 4 Seas Immortal Alliance personnel arrived, exterminating the venomous spiders and retrieving the oldest and most valuable spiritual herbs. The remaining spiritual herbs were made available for your free collection, and you gathered 10 particularly fine specimens, while the rest were to be distributed among your 6 companions. On the 3rd day of exploration, a sudden surge of dark energy erupted within the secret realm. A black gas dragon appeared, rampaging through the domain and wreaking havoc. The masters of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance swiftly took action, encircling the dragon to launch an assault. Due to your comparatively weaker abilities, you and other lower-tier cultivators were driven out of the secret realm by the members of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance to avoid being caught in the fray. Before departing the realm, you were required to pay a collection tax as a cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You were permitted to retain only 4 of the 10 herbs you had collected, while the remaining 6 had to be surrendered. Reluctantly, you relinquished most of your gains and left the Yunmeng secret realm. Upon returning to the market, you exchanged the harvested spiritual herbs for numerous materials for the Yellow Dragon Pill. You attempted to refine 11 batches, but to your dismay, 7 of them resulted in failures. Ultimately, you managed to produce 40 Yellow Dragon Pills. After consuming the pills and cultivating, a surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through your body, prompting a loosening of the barriers to your realm. After 40 days of diligent practice, you finally broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. However, you realized that this modest supply of pills was far from sufficient, and your stock of spiritual herbs did not suffice to support your advancement to the next realm. Fearing that your master, the Pill Sage, would seek you out, you resolved to evade him. You stealthily slipped out of the meteorite market and made your way to Wutan Town, a secluded locale where you planned to hide for a while. Yet, shortly after your arrival in Wutan Town, an unexpected figure emerged. A spectral presence glided towards you, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal air. It was none other than your master, the Pill Sage. Astonishingly, he had survived in a remnant soul state. Upon seeing you, the Pill Sage erupted into a thunderous laughter, filled with hatred and resentment. My dear disciple, who would have thought I would encounter you here? He fixed his gaze upon you, his expression rife with fury and animosity, as if he were intent on tearing you apart with his eyes. Beside the Pill Sage stood a young man, his demeanor as cold as ice. The Pill Sage commanded the young man to kill you. In an instant, The young man appeared before you. You attempted to resist, but against the overwhelming force he wielded, you found yourself utterly powerless. A wave of excruciating pain surged through you, then darkness enveloped you. The simulation concluded, and you had successfully elevated your power to the 5th layer of Qi refinement within this experience. You are entitled to receive one of the following rewards. 1. Attainment of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. 2. Experience from this simulation. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. What the hell? How could this happen? Lin Yi's eyes widened, brimming with disbelief. He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, as though trapped in an absurd nightmare. Wutan Town, a place he had deemed entirely safe, had led him to a fateful reunion with the Pill Sage. Was this merely a cruel twist of fate, or did the other possess some arcane method of tracking him? He could not help but begin to doubt. If the other party truly possessed the ability to track him, then no matter how far he fled, he would ultimately be unable to escape his demise. Yet, what if this were merely a coincidence? Yutan Town, why does this name sound so familiar? Yutan Town, Yutan City. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could it be mere coincidence? Could this world also harbor figures like Xiao Huahua and Old Grandpa? Had he inadvertently traversed into a realm of combat and energy? However, he immediately dismissed the notion. He had indeed crossed over into a legitimate world of cultivation. He strained to recall the memories of his former self, seeking to unearth answers from the faintest traces of recollection. His predecessor had slain his master and seized the treasure technique, the flame spirit formula, from the revered alchemist. This ancient tome possesses astonishing power, capable of continuous evolution through the absorption of ethereal flames. Should the revered alchemist survive in a fragmented soul form and take on a new disciple, imparting the secrets of the flame spirit technique, would not this disciple become akin to his junior brother? Might this junior brother, much like Xiao Huahua, also evolve the tome by absorbing ethereal flames, ultimately seeking revenge against him? The more Lin Yi pondered, the more he felt a chilling dread. The trajectory of this narrative appeared to follow the well-trodden path of a villain destined for failure. Was he, Lin Yi, fated to serve merely as a stepping stone for the protagonist? Damn, how could he possibly endure such a fate? In a moment of despair, Lin Yi exclaimed. That young man could very well be his junior brother, exuding a terrifying level of power. He had scarcely perceived how the other had struck. How formidable was that opponent's strength? He was utterly oblivious and had already met his demise. Simulation, after all, conveys experiences through the written word. Had he witnessed the clash with his own eyes, he might have grasped the true extent of the other's might. I must discover a path to survival. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, igniting an indomitable spirit within him. He refused to believe that, no matter how formidable, one could surpass a cheat. He activated the powers of the 5th level of Qi refinement. As his words resonated, he transcended the 4th level of Qi refinement, achieving the 5th. Exhilarating. Let the simulation continue. The simulation commenced. It is now the 3rd year since your transmigration. As a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement, you joined the Yuming Secret Realm exploration team of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. On the 3rd day, representatives from the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance arrived to escort you. Upon reaching the gathering point, you discovered a multitude of cultivators, mostly rogue practitioners, all in search of spiritual herbs. The leading steward, Li Xingyan, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, briefly outlined the precautions within the secret realm, advising everyone to proceed with caution and to avoid reckless ambition. Subsequently, you and the other cultivators were transported to the Yunming secret realm. You find yourself immersed in a marshy expanse, shrouded in a thick miasma. Li Xingyun divides the group into 10 small teams, assigning each its designated exploration zone. As you possess the cultivation level of Qi refinement 5th layer, you have been allocated to explore and gather resources within the inner region. This area boasts a greater abundance of resources compared to the outer zones. Yet it also harbors certain dangers. On the first day of your gathering expedition, you successfully harvested 15 spirit herbs, but not without enduring a fierce battle. You found yourself besieged by a horde of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, not only numerous but also possessing a potent venom. After an arduous struggle, you managed to fend them off, albeit sustaining some minor injuries. On the second day of your exploration, you gathered 11 precious herbs, among which was a particularly remarkable specimen, a 900-year-old purple heartgrass. On this day, you were relentlessly pursued by a colossal, venomous toad at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Its formidable size and deadly toxicity rendered direct confrontation unwise, forcing you to flee with all your might. Ultimately, through your agile movements and familiarity with the terrain, you successfully eluded the toad's pursuit. On the third day of your quest, a sudden surge of darkness enveloped the secret realm. A dragon, exuding an ominous black aura, emerged, rampaging through the domain and wreaking havoc. Experts from the Four Seas Immortal Alliance swiftly took action, launching a coordinated assault on the dragon. Due to your cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, your strength is relatively feeble. Thus you have been summoned by the Four Seas Immortal Alliance to form a formation, aiding in the battle against the dragon. You summoned your humble artifact, the Flying Sword, to join the fray against the Serpentine Dragon. However, your sword proved utterly ineffective against the creature's formidable defenses, resulting in several grievous dents that left you distressed. Ultimately, several adept cultivators from the Four Seas Immortal Alliance joined forces, employing a powerful artifact to ensnare the dragon. The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar in its futile struggle, yet it was ultimately subdued and brought under control. As a combatant, you were subjected to only half of the collection tax imposed by the Celestial Alliance of the Four Seas. Though reluctant, you ultimately acquiesced. For surviving was already a remarkable feat. Upon returning to the marketplace, you exchanged the remaining spirit herbs for a substantial quantity of Huanglongdan materials. You then entered a secluded state, wholly devoted to alchemy, sacrificing sleep and sustenance, in hopes of refining a sufficient number of Huanglongdan to enhance your cultivation. You have refined a total of 33 furnaces of Huanglongdan, yet the outcome is disheartening. Astonishingly, 18 furnaces yielded nothing but waste elixirs, causing you to stamp your feet in frustration. Ultimately, you have obtained merely 150 pieces of Huanglongdan. You commenced the consumption of elixirs for your cultivation, and a stream of pure spiritual energy coursed through your body, nourishing your meridians and dantian. After 60 days, you finally ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Ecstatic, you felt your strength significantly enhanced. Though you still possess 90 Huanglong pills, a lingering concern about the insufficient time for another breakthrough weighs heavily on your mind, leading you to fear that the Master Danzun will come to seek you out. Thus, you resolve to evade in advance. You stealthily slipped out of Meteorite Market. This time, instead of venturing to Wutan Town, you opted for another marketplace known as Bayan Market. You intended to seek refuge here, continuing your cultivation to enhance your prowess. During your first year in Bayan Square City, you diligently practiced and ultimately broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. You sensed a significant qualitative leap in your abilities. 2 months into your first year in Bayan Square City, while you were meandering through the market, an all too familiar figure suddenly caught your eye. A wave of dread washed over you, a chilling sensation surging from your feet to the crown of your head. It was your master, the esteemed Danzun. To your astonishment, he had also arrived in Bayan Square City. Upon spotting you, his expression darkened ominously. Without uttering a word, he sought to strike you down. In your final moments, you desperately cried out, "Wait. Since I am destined to perish, at the very least, allow me to understand how you discovered my whereabouts." The Danzun revealed that you bore his alchemy furnace, enabling him to track you wherever you might be. You, filled with discontent, inquire about the identity of the person beside your master. Observing your imminent demise, he reveals that the individual is his newly accepted disciple, Xiao, who possesses far superior talents compared to your own inadequacies. Xiao, standing nearby, urges impatiently, "Why squander time with such a worthless individual? Dispatch him swiftly. Seize the alchemical furnace, and then proceed to the Spirit Serpent Valley to acquire the ethereal flame." Your master nodded slightly, and in that instant, Xiao stepped forward. Leaving you no opportunity to resist, you met your demise. The simulation has concluded, and the results are now being calculated. Throughout this simulation, you have elevated your prowess to the 7th level of Qi refinement. You may obtain one of the following rewards. Firstly, a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Secondly, this simulation experience. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. I've met my end. Is it Xiao? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, repeatedly caressing the alchemical furnace in his hand. This exquisite artifact, acquired from the alchemist, felt cold to the touch, yet possessed a subtly warm sensation with faint glimmers of light flickering about it. In that moment, it transformed from a treasure into a scalding hot potato, searing his palm. He sighed and stored the furnace in his spatial pouch. The furnace was of too high a grade for him to wield, given his current cultivation level. Reflecting on his own situation, he realized that he had only ever used inferior grade artifacts such as flying swords and alchemical furnaces. To be labeled as a villain seemed rather pitiful. The alchemist had an extraordinary background, and this superior grade furnace was undeniably of great worth. Yet, it had now become a death knell for him. Sell it? The small market of Meteor Star Square would certainly not be able to accommodate such an item. Only a colossal entity like the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would possess the capability. Perhaps in the next simulation, he would attempt to sell it. Lin Yi pondered the various possibilities that could arise from parting with the furnace. As for selling it now, that was utterly out of the question. Amongst the throngs of people, a Qi refinement period rogue brandishing an artifact would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den, inevitably attracting unforeseen calamities. When Lin Yi had rescued the alchemist, the latter was already a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage, yet still bore severe injuries. This alone was sufficient proof. The one who harmed him is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, possessing unfathomable strength. Because of this, even after acquiring the legacy of the Pill Master, Lin Yi has consistently maintained a low profile over the years, treading carefully as if on thin ice. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. A single misstep could lead to utter devastation, even resulting in the complete obliteration of one's soul. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Yi resolutely chose the 7th layer of Qi refinement as his reward. In an instant, an immense surge of energy inundated his body, coursing through him like a raging river. He could feel the frenetic growth of spiritual energy within his dantian, his meridians continuously expanding and strengthening. From the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the wild energy gradually subsided, akin to receding tides, settling deep within his dantian and transforming into pure spiritual power, solidifying his newfound realm. Sensing the burgeoning strength within him, Lin Yi prepared to commence the next simulation. Fortunately, this simulation was not without its gains. He had gleaned that the Pill Master and Xiao Han seemed to be heading to the Spirit Snake Valley to seek the Spirit Fire. Since acquiring the Flame Spirit technique, Lin Yi had been diligently researching Spirit Fire. There exist 36 types of heavenly fires and 72 types of earthly fires in the world, all born from the essence of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare. Over the years, he had perused countless ancient texts, attempting to trace the origins and whereabouts of these spirit fires, yet had found nothing. Unexpectedly, this simulation provided him with news about the Spirit Fire. Undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. Spirit Snake Valley, Lin Yi murmured softly, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. Commence the next simulation. Ding. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Note. According to the law of energy conservation, energy cannot be created from nothing. The simulator initially grants 3 free simulation opportunities. Subsequent simulations require the exchange of spirit stones for additional attempts. During the Qi refinement stage, 3 low-grade spirit stones are needed for each simulation attempt. 3 spirit stones? Lin Yi sighed. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Cautiously, he opened his storage bag and retrieved 13 low-grade spirit stones, which constituted his entire fortune. As a transmigrator who has been in this world for 3 years, he appeared quite unsuccessful. However, there was little he could do. Spirit stones and mines are predominantly controlled by the major sects and aristocratic families. For ordinary loose cultivators, acquiring spirit stones is fraught with challenges. It is akin to a worker relying on tasks assigned by others to earn a living. Take, for instance, the task issued by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Although he had collected a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, the collection tax was substantial. Lin Yi contemplated briefly before deciding to invest all his spirit stones in one go. 13 spirit stones remained, leaving him with just 1. Ding. Remaining simulation attempts. 4. Begin simulation. The simulation commences. It is now the 3rd year of your journey through the realm, and as a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, you have joined the exploration team of the Yunming secret realm under the auspices of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. 3 days hence, a delegation from the Four Seas Immortal Alliance arrives to escort you. Upon arriving at the designated assembly point, you discover a congregation of numerous cultivators, predominantly solitary practitioners, all drawn here in pursuit of rare spiritual herbs. The team leader, a steward named Li Xingyun, who has attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, succinctly outlines the precautions to be observed within the secret realm. Subsequently, you and your fellow cultivators are transported to the Yunming secret realm. You find yourself immersed in a swamp shrouded in a thick miasma. Li Xingyun has divided the group into 10 small teams, each assigned to a specific area for exploration. As you are at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Li Xingyun has designated you to safeguard the safety of the loose cultivators within the secret realm. Your task is to assist the wandering cultivators in repelling the malevolent beasts and venomous insects guarding the spiritual herbs. In return, you shall have the privilege of gathering the spiritual herbs first. On the first day of exploration, you receive a distress signal. A group of wandering cultivators has encountered a 5th-tier Qi refinement venomous lizard, suffering significant losses. You swiftly arrived and vanquished the venomous lizard, acquiring the most ancient elixir of the year, for which the wandering cultivators expressed their profound gratitude. On the 2nd day of exploration, you once again received a distress signal. Another group of wandering cultivators was besieged by a horde of venomous spiders at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refinement. On the 3rd day of your expedition, an ominous black light suddenly surged within the secret realm. A dragon, emanating dark energy, emerged and rampaged through the domain, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The masters of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance promptly took action, commencing their assault on the dragon. As a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, you have been summoned by the members of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance to collectively confront the formidable Xiao, who stands at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, mere steps away from the foundation establishment stage. Fearing that your flying sword might sustain damage, you have consistently infused it with magical energy into the exquisite artifact of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. Ultimately, the artifact ensnared the dragon, which was subsequently claimed by the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. As a primary combatant, you were exempted from the collection tax by the members of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. Upon returning to the market, you exchanged the spiritual herbs you gathered for materials to craft the Jinyuan Dan. Due to the high cost of these materials, you were only able to obtain 9 portions from your recent collection of spiritual herbs. You embarked on the alchemical journey of refining the Jinyuan pill. However, in your initial attempts, 4 consecutive batches resulted in failures. Yet, you remained composed and persevered in your craft. Ultimately, your diligence bore fruit as you successfully produced 2 batches, yielding 20 exquisite Jinyuan pills. You commenced your journey of cultivation by consuming elixirs, allowing pure spiritual energy to circulate within your body. After 70 days, you achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, yet you have exhausted all your elixirs in the process. Fearing that the esteemed Master Danzun might come seeking you, you resolved to sell the alchemical furnace obtained from him, thus rendering it impossible for him to trace your whereabouts. You have located Xiao Daba, the head of the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce in Meteorite Square, seeking to leverage his connections to sell your alchemical furnace. Upon witnessing the furnace, Xiao Daba's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and he inquired about the source from which you acquired such an extraordinary item. You sensed something amiss, yet you still responded that it was a family heirloom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dabao's expression turned frigid, and he promptly crushed a communication talisman. Witnessing this scene, you realized that the other party might be familiar with the alchemical furnace, or perhaps they were merely coveting it. Regardless of the motive, it posed no advantage to you, prompting you to swiftly exit the market. Xiao Dabao's attempted to block your path, but being of equal cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he was unable to impede your escape. And you fled the meteorite market. You dared not venture to the Baiyun market either, for the 4 Seas Commerce also held a branch there. You journeyed northward, escaping to the remote and desolate Luoxiao Mountains. 3 days later, you discovered a concealed cave, where you established a rudimentary formation and commenced your seclusion for cultivation. Having exhausted your resources and secluded yourself for 2 months, you have made no progress in your abilities. In a state of anxiety, you disguise yourself and venture to Baiyunfang City to gather information. There, you discover that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has not pursued your whereabouts, and the burden on your heart is finally lifted. You settled in Baiyunfang City, continuing to accept tasks in exchange for rewards, leading a life of simplicity. After 3 months, you had fully acclimated to this tranquil existence. By the 6th month, while executing a mission in the Luoxiao Mountain, you encountered a female cultivator named Xiao, whose cultivation level was akin to yours. Together, you completed the task and returned to Baiyunfang City. In the 7th month, you began collaborating more closely, jointly undertaking missions and setting up stalls to sell materials, supporting each other and progressing together. After a year and 2 months, the revered Danzun and his disciples had yet to appear in Baiyunfang City, allowing you to relax, believing they had abandoned their pursuit of you. A year and 5 months later, you and Xia Shichan became partners on the path of cultivation, mutually supporting each other through trials and triumphs. In the first year and 6 months, dark cultivators breached Baiyunfang City, but you and Xia Xiaochan escaped disaster as you were engaged in a mission outside the city. You sought refuge in the meteorite market, only to discover it had already fallen under the dominion of the demonic path. Upon inquiry, you learned that the forces of darkness were rapidly expanding their influence, with numerous immortal markets and sects having succumbed to their malevolent rule. You have lost your sense of belonging, adrift, and uncertain of your next destination. Xiao proposed a journey to a secluded haven, and you followed her through a serene expanse of lakes, ultimately entering a cave that led you to a hidden paradise. Here, hundreds of households thrive in a bucolic existence, with men tilling the fields and women weaving. You have joined this quaint village, embarking on a pastoral existence dictated by the rhythms of sunrise and sunset. You relinquished your flying sword to cultivate the land, while Xiao devoted herself to sericulture and weaving, gradually immersing herself in this tranquil existence. What on earth are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be cultivating? How astonishing it is that the moment one feels a semblance of safety in life, they immediately indulge. And to find a partner on this path, what a travesty. Upon witnessing the invasion of the demonic realm, thoughts of seeking refuge arose. Stop. Enough. Lin Yi was seething with rage. How could this celestial being abandon cultivation for such a mundane life? This woman must be dealt with, for she jeopardizes my resolve. Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, he could not alter the course of the simulation. Simulator, can I terminate this simulation? Lin Yi could no longer bear to watch. He yearned to halt the current simulation process, as it was entirely contrary to his aspirations. His intention was to at least explore the location of the spiritual fire. If nothing else, he could refine his skills and elevate his levels. But what was happening now? What kind of absurdity was this? Note, each route in the simulator represents a potential fate. Intervention is impossible unless one meets their demise. Could it be that he might indeed tread this path in the future? Gazing at the text on the simulation panel, Lin Yi found it difficult to accept. No, this cannot be. Without the simulator, he would be killed by his teacher, the Danzun, and Xiao in 3 months. In the 3rd year, their first son, Lin Fan, was born without spiritual roots. In the 5th year, their daughter, Lin Long, was born with roots of 3 elements. In the 7th year, their 3rd child, Lin Tian, was born, possessing heavenly roots and extraordinary potential. Lin Tian entered the Qi refinement stage at the age of 3 and reached the 10th level by 12, ever yearning for the outside world. In the 20th year, their eldest son, Lin Fan, was 17, and a marriage was arranged for him. That same year, Lin Tian secretly departed from the idyllic realm. A sense of unease enveloped Lin Yi, as he remained oblivious to the current balance of power between the celestial and demonic realms. Realizing he had long strayed from his initial dreams, you intend to embark on a journey of recultivation, yet the 2 decades of neglect have rendered your efforts futile. In the 25th year, Lin Tian returns with the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, revealing the ongoing war between the celestial beings and demons outside. The celestial path has produced 2 prodigies. One is named Xiao, whose reputation in the art of spiritual fire is illustrious, overshadowing the new generation of the demon path. The other is Lin Hao, a master of both law and physical cultivation, possessing an utterly terrifying power. The name Lin Hao seems somewhat familiar to you. Yet in this moment, it eludes your memory. You yearn to glean further insights into the world beyond. However, Lin Tian possesses limited knowledge. Only aware that the war between the celestial beings and demons has persisted for decades, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats in a protracted stalemate. In the 26th year, a foundational stage demon uncovered the entrance to a realm of paradise. Sensing the anomalous fluctuations of spiritual energy, the vigilant Lin Tian promptly issued a warning. You and Xiao grasped the long-forgotten flying swords, preparing to confront the enemy. However, 2 decades of pastoral life have left your cultivation stagnant, and your strength has significantly diminished. The demon lets out a chilling laugh and unleashes the banner of 10,000 souls, from which countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts surge forth in overwhelming numbers. Lin Tian struggles valiantly to resist, yet is vastly outnumbered. You exerted every effort to safeguard your wife and children, yet were ultimately consumed by the malevolent aura of the wandering soul's banner. Succumbing at last in a pool of blood, in your final moments, you beheld your son, Lin Tian, with eyes of flame, embracing the demon in a cataclysmic explosion. A fleeting moment of enlightenment passes through your heart, yet you find yourself utterly devoid of the strength to articulate it. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Commencing the settlement of this simulation, during this experience, you have elevated your prowess to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. You may choose one of the following rewards. Firstly, an attainment of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Secondly, an experience from this simulation, with 3 attempts remaining. With a soft exhale, Lin Yi found himself engulfed by the vivid imagery within the simulator. The pastoral life, children playing at his feet, Scenes that should have been idyllic now weighed heavily upon him. His original aspiration to explore the essence of spiritual fire and enhance his cultivation had been utterly disrupted. It was akin to his intention to sell the alchemy furnace only to unexpectedly encounter Xiao de Bao. Life is perpetually unpredictable and seldom aligns with one's desires. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation. Oddly enough, he had inadvertently acquired a wife and had children, living an entire life in a haze. Were it not for the simulation, he might have genuinely crossed paths with Xia Xiaochan and given birth to Lin Fan, Lin Long, and the prodigious Lin Tian, who possessed a heavenly spirit root. If Lin Tian were to survive without any mishaps, he would undoubtedly cultivate to the Golden Core stage, becoming a Golden Core ancestor capable of establishing a formidable faction. In such a scenario, the Lin family could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a prestigious cultivation clan. Yet, this was not his true desire. He yearned to command his own fate rather than be swept along by destiny. Shall I claim the 8th layer of chi refinement? He pondered. What experiences would it entail? He opted for the 8th layer of chi refinement. A warm current surged through his being, saturating his dantian with abundant spiritual energy. Solidifying his cultivation at the 8th layer of chi refinement, he clenched his fist, relishing the surging power within. Should he select the experience, it would grant him memories that did not belong to his reality, filling his mind with thoughts of a wife and children. To be burdened with such extraneous memories would be tantamount to madness. In the next simulation, he would undoubtedly pursue the spiritual fire. Nothing held greater importance than that. He shook his head, reminding himself that the immediate priority was to enhance his strength and survive, thereby gaining control over his fate. He had to remain focused on his objective, seeking the spiritual fire to ultimately escape the clutches of a fatal destiny. Currently, he could not refine the alchemy furnace in his possession, making its disposal inevitable. Additionally, he was not surprised by Xiaohan's rise as a prodigy. He had already witnessed the other's formidable prowess. However, another prodigy named Lin Hao stirred a vague sense of familiarity within him, yet he could not pinpoint the source. Perhaps he had merely heard the name before. After all, many individuals share the same name. Continue the simulation. The simulation commenced. This marked the 3rd year of your transmigration. As an 8th layer chi refiner, you joined the exploration team of the Yunmeng secret realm under the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. 3 days later, representatives from the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance arrived to escort you. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, you discover that numerous cultivators have already gathered, most of whom are solitary practitioners, all drawn here in pursuit of elusive spiritual herbs. The team leader, Deacon Li Xingyun, a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement, briefly outlines the precautions to be taken within the secret realm. Subsequently, you and the other cultivators are transported to the Cloud Dream secret realm. You find yourself immersed in a murky swamp, thick with noxious vapors. Li Xingyun has divided the group into 10 smaller teams, assigning each its own area of exploration. As you are at the 8th level of chi refinement, Li Xingyun has entrusted you with the task of safeguarding the wandering cultivators within the secret realm. Your duty is to assist in driving away the malevolent beasts and venomous insects that guard the spiritual herbs, and in return, you are granted priority access to gather these precious herbs. On the first day of exploration, you receive a distress signal indicating that a group of wandering cultivators has encountered a 6th level chi refinement venomous toad, suffering significant losses. You swiftly arrived, vanquishing the venomous toad and acquiring the oldest elixir of the year, earning the profound gratitude of the wandering cultivators. On the following day of exploration, a distress signal reached you once more. Another group of wanderers was besieged by a pack of spirit wolves, each at the 5th and 6th levels of chi refinement. Without hesitation, you intervened, annihilating the wolf pack and securing the most precious elixir, further deepening the gratitude of the wandering cultivators. On the 3rd day of exploration, an ominous black light surged within the secret realm. A black mist-emitting dragon emerged, rampaging through the domain and wreaking havoc. Experts from the 4 Seas Celestial Alliance sprang into action, launching a coordinated assault against the dragon. Due to your attainment of the 8th level of chi refinement, you have been summoned by the members of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance to collectively confront the formidable Xiao dragon, who stands at the pinnacle of the 10th level of chi refinement, mere steps away from entering the Foundation establishment stage. You employed magical power to infuse the exquisite artifact of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. Ultimately, the artifact ensnared the dragon, which was subsequently taken away by the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. As a principal combatant, The members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance exempted you from the collection tax and even rewarded you with several spirit herbs. Upon returning to the market, you exchanged the gathered spirit herbs for materials sufficient to create 15 true essence pills. You commenced the alchemical process, producing 9 batches of inferior elixirs. Ultimately, you succeeded with 6 batches, yielding 60 genuine essence pills. You commenced your practice with the elixir, allowing pure spiritual energy to circulate within your being. 70 days later, you found yourself still unable to ascend to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Although the elixir remained, time was not on your side. Fearing that Master Danzun might come seeking you, you resolved to conceal the alchemical furnace of Danzun to prevent it from being traced back to you. You concealed the alchemical furnace in a clandestine location. Subsequently, you acquired a map leading to the Serpent Valley and quietly departed from Meteorite Square City. The map indicated that the Serpent Valley was over 5,000 kilometers away from Meteorite Square City. Without delay, you set forth towards the Serpent Valley. Within the valley, venomous snakes were abundant, yet you were well prepared. Realgar and pest repellent powder effectively dispersed the serpentine hordes. After 3 months of meticulous searching in the Serpent Valley, you found no trace of the ethereal flame. Aside from the common venomous snakes and a few low-tier spiritual serpents, there were no other valuable discoveries. The overwhelming presence of poisonous snakes inspired you with an idea to collect their venom and concoct a highly toxic elixir known as the 10,000 Poisons Pill. You commenced the endeavor of capturing venomous serpents and extracting their poison. By the 5th month, your quest for spiritual fire and the collection of serpent venom persisted. In the 6th month, during your pursuit of spiritual fire and the gathering of serpent poison, your cultivation remarkably ascended to the 9th layer of chi refinement. In the 7th month, you finally amassed a sufficient quantity of venom, allowing you to begin the alchemical creation of the 10,000 Poisons elixir. As the name suggests, this elixir is derived from the venom of myriad venomous snakes and insects. Upon successful concoction, it possesses formidable power, capable of inflicting harm even upon foundational cultivators. Perhaps it is a gift of extraordinary talent or a twist of fate, but you exhibited an astonishing aptitude for the crafting of poison elixirs. Incredibly, you succeeded in producing the 10,000 Poisons elixir on your very first attempt. Gazing at the elixir before you, emanating a faint green glow, you carefully secured it. In the 8th month, you observed a dwindling number of ordinary venomous snakes, replaced instead by higher-tier spirit serpents. Some of these serpents had reached the 6th or 7th layer of chi refinement, while others even attained the 8th or 9th layers. Although their numbers diminished, the potency of their venom intensified. The consequences of a bite would be dire. However, the spirit serpents are treasures in their own right. Their skins can be utilized to forge defensive armor, their fangs can be fashioned into magical implements, and their gallbladders and venom are invaluable materials for alchemical concoctions. By the 9th month, as you delved deeper into the Spirit Serpent Valley, you encountered serpents of increasingly higher levels. With the 8th layer of chi refinement being commonplace and even the appearance of 9th layer spirit serpents, you have narrowly escaped death at the jaws of the ethereal serpent on several occasions. Had it not been for your swift reflexes in severing the bitten arm to halt the spread of venom, you would surely have met your demise. By the 10th month, there was still no sign of the spiritual flame. The number of advanced ethereal serpents within the valley continued to rise, compelling you to make the difficult decision to withdraw. You returned to Meteorite Square and sold the harvested materials, such as snake venom, snake skin, and snake gall, to the Four Seas Trading Association. You have returned to your former dwelling, only to discover that it has been reduced to rubble, and the alchemical furnace you once concealed has vanished without a trace. You have procured a considerable quantity of antidotes, offensive talismans, and defensive charms, embarking once more on your journey to the Valley of Serpents. Time is of the essence. You must locate the spirit fire before your master and junior disciple arrive. 1 year and 2 months, this is your final deadline. Upon re-entering the Valley of Serpents, you exercise heightened caution. Armed with a sufficient supply of antidotes and talismans, your safety is significantly enhanced. Even if bitten by a venomous serpent, you can swiftly avert disaster. In the 11th month, you have meticulously explored nearly the entire perimeter of the valley, yet the elusive spirit fire remains unfound. In the 12th month, you gamble everything, stepping into the heart of the valley. Shortly after entering this central region, you encounter a serpent with a human head. It silently emerges from behind you, launching a lethal assault. You have perished. The simulation has concluded, and the assessment of this session begins. Throughout the simulation, You have elevated your prowess to the 9th level of Qi refinement. You may obtain one of the following rewards. First, mastery of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Second, this simulated experience. Third, a want poison pill. Remaining simulation attempts. 3. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The alchemical furnace he had concealed had been taken, indicating that his master, the alchemy sage, had indeed been here. However, it seemed that the other party had only traced the furnace's aura and had failed to discover his presence. Subsequently, they had destroyed his dwelling and seized the furnace. The expedition to the Spirit Serpent Valley left him deeply troubled. What sort of realm did that serpent-headed being inhabit? He had been struck down without any chance to react or flee. He lamented the brevity of the time allotted to him. Had he not acquired the spiritual flame during the simulation, a year and 2 months ago, the alchemy sage and Xiao would have undoubtedly claimed it first. He was unwilling to relinquish the spiritual flame. The reason he had yet to cultivate the flame spirit technique was precisely due to the absence of this flame. His predecessor had perished during their cultivation, consumed by madness. He had no desire to tread the same path. Currently, the technique he practiced was a common method available to any loose cultivator, capable of reaching only the 9th level of Qi refinement, known as the spirit absorption technique. As its name implies, it was a method for absorbing spiritual energy. A single spirit stone could procure it. Now, should he claim the mastery of the 9th level of Qi refinement or the wand poison pill? Lin Yi pondered, his heart rife with conflict. The potency of the wand poison pill was immense, sufficient to threaten foundational cultivators, yet whether it could truly poison Xiao remained uncertain. Conversely, the 9th level of Qi refinement represented a tangible enhancement, bolstering his confidence in the face of peril. Ultimately, Lin Yi resolved to claim the mastery of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Rather than gamble on an elusive possibility, he chose to fortify his own strength. For that was the essence of survival. Moreover, given the circumstances, it was likely that the other party was utilizing a protagonist template. Even if the poison proved effective, it might not guarantee death. Such occurrences could very well exist. The opponent might, under the effects of the wand poison pill, awaken some innate constitution, emerging not only unscathed, but even more powerful. That would be a source of great embarrassment. In an instant, a surge of formidable power coursed through Lin Yi's body. The spiritual energy within his dantian expanding rapidly as he transcended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. In just one day, he had ascended from the 3rd level to the 9th, a feat unimaginable in the past. He believed that even the most gifted individuals would pale in comparison. Glancing at the darkened sky outside, Lin Yi retrieved a fasting pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into pure energy that nourished his body, leaving no trace of impurities behind. This inexpensive yet practical elixir was an essential item for every cultivator. Continue the simulation. This marks the 3rd year since your transcendence. Your prowess has escalated rapidly, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. A wave of joy washes over you. Yet you understand that this is merely a trivial beginning in the realm of cultivation. 2.5 days later, the members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance arrive at the Meteorite Square, claiming to escort wandering cultivators to the Cloud Dream secret realm. With great anticipation, you approached, showcasing your mastery of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, believing that you would seamlessly integrate into their ranks. However, their response was entirely unexpected. Not only did they reject your inclusion, but their words were laden with suspicion and hostility, even hinting at a latent intent to harm. You were perplexed, unable to comprehend what transgressions you may have committed against them. Being denied entry into the Four Seas Immortal Alliance signifies the forfeiture of your opportunity to venture into the Cloud Dream secret realm. Though your heart may be filled with reluctance, what truly matters at present is evading the pursuit of the esteemed Dan Zun and Xiao. You discovered a concealed corner, a foul-smelling cesspit, and cast the elixir furnace into its depths. You intend to discuss the Dan Master and Xiao with this, thereby severing their trail of pursuit. After dealing with the alchemical furnace, you proceed to the Spirit Snake Valley in search of the ethereal flame. You have spent over a year exploring the peripheral areas, yet have uncovered no clues. You grit your teeth and resolve to venture into the inner sanctum. Shortly after entering, you encounter several formidable spirit serpents, each measuring dozens of feet in length, with cultivation levels reaching the 9th tier of Qi refinement. After a fierce battle with them, you ultimately proved unable to overcome them and had no choice but to retreat from the inner perimeter, returning to the marketplace. 1.5 years later, the great war between immortals and demons erupted. The demonic cultivators launched brazen attacks, devastating mini-marketplaces and small to medium-sized sects and factions. The Falling Star marketplace where you resided was also destroyed, leaving you without shelter. To defend against the demonic cultivators, you joined the ranks of the 3 Immortal Cities cultivator forces. The 3 Immortal Cities were jointly governed by 3 Golden Core Stage City Lords, their strength formidable and unshakable. You and your fellow members have been assigned to a demon-slaying team, led by a practitioner who has attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. Your team bears a resounding name, the Vanguard of Demon Extermination. On your inaugural mission, upon hearing whispers of the presence of demonic practitioners, you hastened to the location. After a fierce confrontation, the adversaries suffered 4 injuries, 3 fatalities, and 3 managed to flee. Your own group also paid a heavy price, with 2 lives lost and 5 members wounded. To your astonishment, it appeared that the demonic faction operated in squads of 10. Soon after, your team was replenished and returned to full strength. On your second mission, once again alerted to the movements of demonic practitioners, your team prepared for battle. In this encounter, another comrade fell, while the demons also lost one. However, reinforcements for the demonic side soon arrived, compelling your retreat. During your third mission, you faced even more formidable foes, resulting in grievous losses for your team, with 2 members perishing and you sustaining severe injuries. After a period of recuperation, you rejoined the fray. In the days that followed, the war between immortals and demons raged incessantly, and you endured numerous battles, honing your skills until you finally achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Once again, you ventured into the Serpent Valley, where you vanquished several spirit snakes at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It was there that you encountered a guardian serpent of the realm. This serpent measured 100 feet in length, possessing the head of a human and the body of a snake, its cultivation astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. You engaged in a fierce battle with it. Although you ultimately did not suffer defeat, you were also unable to conquer it. After a year of fierce combat with the serpent, it became utterly exasperated by your relentless pursuit and divulged to you the precise location of the ethereal flame within a lava cave deep beneath the heart of Serpent Valley. Filled with ecstatic joy, you immediately rushed to the lava cave, only to discover that the spirit fire has already been claimed by someone else, leaving behind merely a trace of lingering elemental essence. Your heart is filled with regret and resentment, yet faced with the current reality, you must accept what has transpired. After departing from the Valley of the Serpent, you resolutely joined the vanguard of demon extermination, continuing to partake in the celestial and demonic conflict. Amidst the turmoil of war, you hastened to the mortal town, only to find that the latrine had been reduced to rubble. The evidence at the scene suggested that the alchemical furnace belonging to the revered Dan Master had been taken away. 3 years later, you uncovered a piece of news concerning the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. It turned out that the dragon captured from the Cloud Dream secret realm by the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance was not a genuine beast, but rather a demonic artifact known as the Yellow Spring Diagram. Even more shocking was the revelation that the 4 Seas Merchant Immortal Alliance had claimed this demonic artifact for themselves, indicating a potential collusion with dark forces behind the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. By the 4th year, you had endured countless battles, bearing numerous scars, with a prominent gash across your face, rendering you particularly fearsome. After the death of your captain, you, a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refining, ascended to the role of the new captain, resolutely leading your comrades into the fray. In the 4th year and a half, a black dragon emerged from the void, crashing through the protective barrier of the 3 Immortals city, allowing the demonic cultivators to surge into the city like a relentless tide. You and your comrades fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, yet ultimately fell victim to the relentless siege of the dark forces. In your final moments, you beheld a familiar figure traversing the void, each step blossoming like a lotus, surrounded by flames that danced as if in reverence to a sovereign. That figure was none other than your junior disciple, Xiao. In his presence, you felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, and could not help but bitterly smile to yourself, who bestowed upon you the audacity to assume the role of his adversary. As this simulation concludes, your prowess has ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement. You may acquire one of the following rewards. Firstly, a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Secondly, the opportunity for this simulation experience, with 2 attempts remaining. The simulation concluded, yet Lin Yi remained unresponsive for a considerable time. This simulation had indeed exceeded his expectations. After a prolonged sigh, he finally exhaled, reflecting on the revelation of Xiao Han's current prowess, which enabled him to traverse the void without any assistance from magical artifacts. This formidable strength undoubtedly placed him at the Golden Core stage. For years hence, Lin Yi found himself still grappling with the challenges of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. While Xiao had already ascended to the Golden Core realm, the vast disparity in their abilities left him feeling profoundly powerless. However, this experience was not entirely devoid of merit, as he had gleaned valuable information regarding the whereabouts of the spirit fire. Should he manage to obtain and refine this fire, he might well possess strength akin to that of Xiao, with flames dancing around him like blooming lotuses. The revelation that the 4C's Immortal Alliance harbored shadows of demonic influence genuinely astonished him. Although the 4C's Immortal Alliance was a faction of loose cultivators, its scale was immense, with nearly every market bearing their tasks and trade associations. Upon this realization, he finally comprehended why he had been denied participation in the exploration and collection tasks of the Yunmeng secret realm after reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement. While they still held sway over those at the 8th layer, the 9th layer was a different matter entirely. The potential leak of information regarding the Yellow Spring map, a demonic artifact, could jeopardize the Alliance's schemes. It seemed imperative that he conceal his capabilities in the next simulation. The Yunmeng secret realm presented an excellent opportunity for him to seize. Missing this chance had rendered his advancement to the 10th layer of Qi refinement fraught with difficulties. In the next simulation, he was determined to find a way to partake. He sought to claim the strength of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. As for the simulation experience, he was not inclined to claim it at present. Although this experience was undeniably significant, particularly the hundreds of battles, large and small, from which he had derived practical knowledge, the absence of such experience would render him utterly incapable of confronting the snake of Spirit Snake Valley, which possessed peak strength at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, only a step away from establishing a foundation. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with his opponent during the simulation, all thanks to his battle experience. After mentally organizing the course of his actions, he prepared to commence the simulation once more. The simulation begins. It marks the 3rd year of your traversal. As a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, you intend to join the exploration team of the 4C's Immortal Alliance in the Yunmeng secret realm. Fearing the rejection of the 4C's Immortal Alliance, you concealed your true cultivation, masking it at the 7th level of Qi refinement to avoid drawing attention. On the 3rd day, the 4C's Immortal Alliance dispatched individuals to escort you. Upon arriving at the gathering point, you discovered a multitude of cultivators had already assembled, predominantly scattered practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. The leader of the group, Steward Li Xingyun, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, briefly outlined the precautions to be taken within the secret realm and cautioned everyone against acting independently. Subsequently, you and the other cultivators were transported to the Cloud Dream secret realm. You find yourself amidst a marshy expanse, shrouded in a thick miasma that renders visibility nearly non-existent. Li Xingyun has divided the group into 10 small teams, each assigned their respective areas for exploration. As you are at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Li Xingyun has designated you to accompany a team, ensuring the safety of the scattered cultivators within the secret realm. Your task is to drive away the malevolent beasts and venomous insects that lurk around the spiritual herbs, thereby granting you the privilege of early harvesting. On the 1st day of your exploration, you receive word that a group of scattered cultivators has encountered a colossal venomous lizard, approximately at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The casualties among the cultivators have been severe, leaving only 2 or 3 survivors. You swiftly dispatch the venomous lizard, procuring the ancient spiritual herb, the 800-year-old bloodlingshi. The scattered cultivators expressed no grievances. Instead, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. The following day, you received another distress signal, this time from a group of scattered cultivators besieged by a horde of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. You arrived just in time to rescue the remaining cultivators and were rewarded with a 700-year-old purple heart orchid. On the 3rd day of exploration, an ominous darkness engulfed the secret realm as a black gas dragon materialized out of thin air, rampaging and wreaking havoc within the confines of the realm. The skilled members of the 4C's Immortal Alliance rallied to confront the dragon. Given that you concealed your cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, you too were summoned by the 4C's Immortal Alliance to join forces against the dragon, which boasted a peak cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refinement. You observed that the body of the dragon was not composed of flesh and blood. When the flying sword struck its form, it produced a resonant sound akin to metal clashing against metal. In that instant, you realized that this dragon was an unclaimed magical artifact, acting purely on instinct. The allure of the artifact's value stirred a fervent desire within you to seize it. As you survey your surroundings, you notice that the Four Seas Immortal Alliance has dispatched 3 formidable experts, 2 practitioners at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, along with the stewardly Xingyun, who is at the 9th layer, in addition to dozens of cultivators at the 6th, 7th, and 8th layers. Assessing your current capabilities, you realize that a direct confrontation would be futile. Yet, the allure of the treasured artifact before you is almost unbearable. Even if it were a cursed item, its worth would be immeasurable. After a fierce battle ensues, the members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance manage to subdue the dragon treasure with a supreme magical artifact. Just as they prepare to reclaim it, you make your move. You summoned the Danzun's alchemical furnace and infused it with your own spiritual energy. In an instant, the furnace erupted with a dazzling golden light, harmonizing with the dark radiance emitted by the black dragon, illuminating the entire Yumeng's secret realm as if it were daylight. The members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They had never anticipated such an occurrence. Their original scheme revolved around the Huangquan demon map, and to their astonishment, another magical artifact had seemingly appeared as a bonus. In that fleeting moment, aside from the Qi refinement 10th layer expert who controlled the Huangquan demon map, everyone else directed their efforts toward the alchemical furnace. Simultaneously, you two took action. Your sights set on the Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator who wielded control over the demon map. The adversary, wholly focused on manipulating the artifact to ensnare the demon map, was entirely unprepared for a sneak attack. With your mastery at the 10th level of Qi refinement, you effortlessly vanquished him in an instant, seizing control of the treasure that ensnared the diagram of the Yellow Springs. Witnessing this scene, everyone else was left utterly astounded. Seizing this opportunity, you swiftly fled towards the Cloud Dream secret realm. The members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance, witnessing your movements, found themselves at a loss, as they were fully occupied with the pursuit of the alchemical furnace. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators, having witnessed your instantaneous annihilation of a 10th layer Qi refining master, dared not to impede your escape. You have successfully escaped from the Cloud Dream secret realm. Rather than heading to the Meteorite Square, you wisely opted against it, aware that it is currently fraught with danger. Instead, you made your way directly to the luminous Sunset Mountain, a secluded haven, ideal for concealment. Upon discovering a cave, you set up protective barriers before retreating within. You gazed upon the enchanted artifact ensnared within the magical instrument. It was a painting, now depleted of its spiritual energy and ceasing its struggle. Indeed, it was the infernal map of the Yellow Springs. You took out the Yellow Springs magic diagram and, to your astonishment, found yourself unable to refine it. Reluctantly, you had no choice but to stow it away. Your gaze shifted towards another trophy, the enchanted net that ensnares the demon. This is a remarkable magical artifact, radiating a subtle ethereal glow. You endeavored to refine it, and to your astonishment, the myriad restrictions within the magical net were almost instantaneously unraveled by your efforts. Elated by this success, you immediately commenced a period of seclusion and cultivation, dedicating yourself to the intricate process of refining this hard-won artifact. After 3 months of intense focus, you finally mastered this exquisite magical instrument, gaining complete control over it. With the acquisition of such a formidable artifact, your confidence surged, and your prowess ascended to new heights. You have resolved to embark on a journey to the Serpent Valley in search of the ethereal flame. You ventured into the Valley of the Spirit Serpents and vanquished several spirit snakes at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. You subsequently encountered the guardian of this realm, a serpent of 100 feet in length, possessing the head of a human and the body of a snake, whose cultivation prowess astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi. Upon your initial confrontation, you were swiftly overwhelmed, and the inferior flying sword in your grasp was incinerated by the adversary's venomous flames. In a state of alarm, you promptly summoned your exquisite artifact, which you aptly named the Celestial Net. With its emergence, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Confronted by the expansive and impenetrable net, the guardian serpent, possessing a human head and serpentine body, retreated in increasing trepidation, wary of being ensnared. After a fierce clash, although it ultimately did not succumb, you had effectively compelled it to retreat step by step. The serpent, having been reduced to mere defensive maneuvers, subsequently divulged the precise location of the mystical fire, nestled within the depths of the lava cavern in the Serpent Spirit Valley. Following the guidance of the mystical serpent, you arrive at a concealed lava cave deep within the Serpent Valley. A wave of heat envelopes you, and from within the cavern, a distant rumble echoes. reminiscent of a colossal beast in slumber. You cautiously stepped into the cavern, where darkness enveloped the space, illuminated only by the faint crimson glow emitted by the flowing lava, barely revealing the path ahead. You venture deeper along the rugged path, where the air grows increasingly scorching and breathing becomes a challenge. After approximately half an hour, you arrive at a vast subterranean expanse. Here, molten lava converges into a colossal lake, its surface roiling with crimson magma, intermittently erupting with searing columns of fire. The deafening roar resonates from this lake of lava. The flames are not merely the ordinary hues of blue or orange. Instead, they manifest an extraordinary shade of crimson, exuding a disquieting intensity. This is the ethereal flame you seek. It dances like a nimble serpent, winding gracefully, casting a fervent glow that illuminates the shadowy lava cavern. In this world, there exist 108 varieties of ethereal flames, 36 from the heavens and 72 from the earth. The flame before you, entirely crimson, exhales a subtle sound reminiscent of a dragon's chant as it flickers. Among the notable flames are those akin to the true fire of the sun, the southern bright fire, the fire of nirvana, the six-ding divine fire, the true fire of the moon, the true fire of the three flavors, the heavenly fire of Zy, the mysterious fire of the nine heavens, and the karmic fire of the red lotus, among others. The ethereal flame before you is the true fire of lava, classified as an earth fire, typically concealed beneath the rocks. Its flames are dark red, and although its temperature may not rival that of heavenly flames, it should not be underestimated. To your astonishment, this true fire of lava possesses a consciousness. It emanates a formidable pressure characteristic of the foundational stage, and in an instant, you comprehend that you are no match for its power. Though the true fire of lava does not initiate an assault, you can already feel the searing pain as your body nears incineration. You decisively withdrew from the lava cavern. Upon leaving the Valley of Serpents, you realize the necessity of enhancing your defensive capabilities to withstand the searing heat of the molten flames. You have heard whispers of body cultivators who can bathe in thunder and fire without succumbing, impervious to the blades of swords. This ignites a fervent desire within you to pursue the art of physical cultivation. As your likeness is plastered throughout the meteorite bazaar, you don a disguise and make your way to the city of the three immortals. Upon your arrival at the Lord's residence in Sansient City, you sought an audience with the Lord, asserting that you had pressing matters to report. The second Lord, Li Binglan, received you, while the first and third lords were in seclusion. Li Binglan, straightforward and direct, inquired about the urgent matters you wished to convey. You half-truthfully informed her that the Four Seas Immortal Alliance might be colluding with the demonic sect and recounted the circumstances surrounding the Cloud Dream secret realm. Li Binglan was taken aback, yet she did not fully trust your words, expressing her intent to conduct an investigation. As she prepared to depart, an inexplicable impulse compelled you to stop her, presenting the Yellow Spring Demon Map and proposing a transaction. Upon seeing the Yellow Spring Demon Map, Li Binglan hesitated momentarily before ultimately consenting to your proposition. You have acquired a tome entitled The Bull's Strength Body Refining Technique, an exquisite flying sword of exceptional craftsmanship, 20,000 spirit stones, and various potions. You are exceedingly pleased with this transaction, although you are aware of the immense value of the magical artifacts. They are currently beyond your capacity to utilize. Exchanging what is presently superfluous for that which is advantageous proves to be a most prudent decision. The Bull's Strength Body Refining Technique far surpasses the common practices available. Merely possessing this singular technique would incite many wandering cultivators to vie for it with fervent eagerness. You have settled in the Sansin City, embarking on a daily regimen of cultivation. In the first month, you successfully entered the first layer of body refinement, experiencing a notable enhancement in your physical prowess, while your chi cultivation gradually progressed. With the ample support of numerous elixirs, by the third month, you ascended to the second layer of body refinement. By the fifth month, you reached the third layer, and by the eighth month, you attained the fourth layer. By the end of the first year, you had achieved the fifth layer of body refinement. Sensing that the time is ripe, you set forth towards the Valley of Serpents, your mind clouded with apprehension that if you delay, the esteemed Dan Zun and Xiao Han may seize the lava true fire before you. Upon returning to the Valley of Serpents, you find your passage unimpeded. The guardian spirit serpent of the sacred flame appears to regard your formidable prowess with trepidation, daring only to observe from a distance. You enter the subterranean lava cavern, where the molten fire still quietly hovers at the center of the lava lake, exuding a suffocating heat. Unlike before, with your cultivation now at the fifth level of body refinement, you possess a modicum of resistance to this searing sensation. As you draw nearer to the molten flame, attempting to approach it, the fiery essence appears to sense your intentions. With your proximity, the intensity of its heat escalates correspondingly. You feel your body on the verge of melting, swiftly activating the savage bull body tempering technique to resist this scorching wave. While attempting to cultivate in such an extreme environment, you were pleasantly surprised to discover that the intense heat of the molten lava significantly enhanced your physical cultivation, surpassing even the effects of medicinal pills. After a year and a month, you achieved the 6th layer of physical cultivation. 3 months later, you ascended to the 7th layer. 5 months after that, you sensed an imminent breakthrough to the 8th layer. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly emerged in the lava cave. The newcomers were astonished to see you. Turning your gaze, you were taken aback to see your long-deceased master, the Danzun, who had somehow survived in the form of a remnant soul. Upon seeing you, the Danzun was equally astonished. And then he looked up to the heavens and burst into a hearty laugh, a sound filled with bitterness and resentment. Ha! Before he could finish speaking, you interjected. My dear disciple, did you not anticipate that your master is still alive? Upon hearing these words, the esteemed Danzun was taken aback. Unable to comprehend why you would usurp his lines, a surge of rage welled within him. He then commanded Xiao to end your life. As you observe Xiao taking a step forward, you realize your time is limited, and you shout defiantly, if you do not allow me to live peacefully, I shall not grant you the same courtesy. Today, I will consume this lava true fire. Upon hearing your proclamation, Xiao appears to find it utterly absurd, scoffing at your audacity. Meanwhile, the Danzun, unfazed, informs you calmly, the lava true fire before you possesses the strength of a first-layer foundation establishment. Should you attempt to swallow it, you will be incinerated in an instant. It is a lamentable fate for me to encounter such a foolish disciple. He concedes that your impending demise does not deter him from imparting a bit of wisdom. The Danzun elucidates that in this world, spiritual flames can only be refined if their sentience is eradicated and their realm is diminished. Otherwise, it is akin to courting death. He further expounds that only by refining spiritual flames can one cultivate the flame spirit technique. Yet this refinement can only occur when the flames are devoid of consciousness. Having acquired a new piece of knowledge, you felt a stir of curiosity and inquired about the realm of Xiao. However, Xiao, indifferent to your question, regarded you with a disdainful glance, as if observing mere ants, which greatly displeased you. Nonetheless, the Danzun beside you chuckled heartily and revealed that Xiao has now reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, merely a step away from forming his Dan. By refining the true fire of the molten lava before him, he would be able to transcend into the realm of Dan formation, and what more, he would achieve the coveted golden Dan. You may be unfamiliar with the term golden elixir, only aware that it follows the foundation establishment phase. Yet, you have indelibly etched in your mind the words of the elixir master. The elixir master proudly proclaimed, you are leagues behind Xiao. Not only is Xiao on the verge of forming the golden elixir, but he has also achieved perfect foundation establishment. He then inquired if you understood what constitutes perfect foundation establishment. You shook your head in bewilderment. The esteemed Dan master seemed quite amused by your expression of utter confusion, and thus reiterated the information beside you. Upon reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement, without consuming any foundation establishment pills, and after attaining the same 10th level in body refinement, one must continue to cultivate the Qi refinement techniques. Upon achieving the 12th level of Qi refinement, one will naturally and flawlessly establish their foundation. These are the ancient methods practiced by formidable beings, enabling an individual to traverse their cultivation path with greater longevity and depth. You silently took note of this matter, while beside you, Xiao had grown increasingly impatient. He urged the Danzun to refrain from engaging in excessive conversation with a lifeless entity. Having said that, he directed his attack towards you. You cast a cold glance at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Without hesitation, you stepped into the realm of the molten fire. The molten flames erupted in fury, igniting your body in an inferno. With all your might, you launched an assault against the raging fire, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Yet, in the end, you were consumed by the flames, instantaneously vaporized. The simulation has concluded. Commencing the reward assessment for this simulation, you have maintained your Qi refining prowess at the 10th level and made slight advancements, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level in body refinement. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. A slight advancement in Qi refining 10th layer cultivation and peak body refining 7th layer cultivation. 2. The experience gained from this simulation. 3. 20. 000 low-grade spirit stones. 4. A supreme-grade magical artifact, Heaven's Net. 5. A wisp of fire spiritual energy. 6. A supreme-grade flying sword. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. The simulation concluded, and Lin Yi furrowed his brows in contemplation, carefully reflecting on the gains from this session. This simulation proved to be the most bountiful yet. Not only did he acquire a wealth of information, but it also illuminated the path for his future cultivation. First, Xiaohan's strength had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. To the Lin Yi of the past, this would have been an insurmountable chasm. However, with the aid of the simulator, Lin Yi now believed that one day he would catch up to, if not surpass, Xiaohan. Yet the greatest revelation was not the news that Molten True Flame possessed foundation establishment level power, but rather the secret of perfect foundation establishment. Originally, Lin Yi had planned to reach the peak of qi refining and then seek a foundation establishment pill to break through the bottleneck. However, this simulation unexpectedly unveiled the existence of perfect foundation establishment, filling him with elation. It seemed that his inadvertent venture into body refining had been a fortunate misstep. Without it, his qi refining realm might have stagnated at the 10th layer, leaving him no choice but to desperately seek a foundation establishment pill. Yet such a rare treasure was tightly controlled by major sects, making it nearly impossible for rogue cultivators to obtain. As for the golden core formation pill mentioned by Xiaohan, Lin Yi remained entirely ignorant for now that would have to wait for future exploration. Surveying the 6 rewards before him, Lin Yi found himself torn. First, he immediately dismissed the 4th option, the supreme-grade magical artifact, Heaven's Net. The 6th option, another supreme-grade artifact, was likewise discarded. Though such artifacts were invaluable, compared to 20,000 spirit stones, the latter held far greater appeal. The simulation experience was also dismissed outright, utterly useless. A wisp of fire spiritual energy might prove marginally useful in his next attempt to harvest spiritual flames, but its impact would ultimately be limited. His true goal was to obtain the spiritual flame itself. In the end, after brief hesitation between peak body refining 7th layer cultivation and 20,000 spirit stones, Lin Yi chose the latter. He was currently impoverished, with only one simulation attempt remaining. Without spirit stones, he would be utterly immobilized. As for his body refining strength, he planned to head directly to the Molten Cavern next time, relying on the Molten True Flame to cultivate. His aim was to reach peak body refining before Xiaohan arrived. Continue the simulation. The cultivation simulation activated. This simulation will be presented to you in textual form. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Simulation begins. This is the 3rd year since your transmigration. You have reached qi refining 10th layer. In order to remain inconspicuous, you have suppressed your cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Preparing to join the exploration team of the Yunming secret realm under the auspices of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. On the following day, you arrive at the designated gathering point, where you discover a multitude of cultivators, most of whom are at the qi refinement stage. The leader of the group, a steward named Li Xingyan, who is at the 9th layer of qi refinement, briefly outlines the precautions to be taken within the secret realm and cautions everyone against acting independently. Subsequently, you and the others are transported to the Yunming secret realm. You find yourself ensnared in a miasmic swamp. Li Xingyun divides the group into 10 small teams, each assigned their respective exploration zones. Due to your FAA of possessing the cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, you are designated to accompany one team, tasked with safeguarding the wandering cultivators and assisting in repelling the malevolent beasts and venomous insects guarding the spiritual herbs, thereby securing the privilege of early collection. On the first day, you receive word that a group of wandering cultivators has encountered a colossal venomous lizard of the 5th layer of qi refinement, resulting in significant casualties. However, you choose to disregard it. The following day, yet another distress signal reaches you, this time from a cadre of wandering cultivators besieged by bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Yet you remain indifferent, opting to stand by idly. On the 3rd day of exploration, an unforeseen anomaly occurs within the secret realm. A terrifying and fearsome dragon emerges, enshrouded in dark mist, rampaging through the depths of the domain. The adept practitioners of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance spring into action. Concealing your true cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement, you present only the 7th layer. Thus, you two are summoned by the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance to serve as cannon fodder. The dragon, Possessing the terrifying prowess of the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement proves formidable, prompting the adept practitioners of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance to hastily deploy a top-tier magical artifact in a desperate attempt to subdue the dragon. Just as they are on the verge of capturing it, you make your move. You summoned the alchemical furnace of the Dan Master and poured your spiritual energy into it without reservation. Instantly, the furnace radiated a resplendent light, its golden brilliance intertwining with the dark glow emitted by the Black Flood Dragon, illuminating the entire Yunmeng secret realm as if it were broad daylight. This unexpected turn of events astounded everyone present. Their initial objective had merely been the Yellow Springs demon map, yet they found themselves confronted with a second magical artifact. In that fleeting moment, apart from the Qi Refinement Level 10 Master controlling the Yellow Springs demon map, all others were irresistibly drawn to the alchemical furnace, greedily rushing toward it. Simultaneously, you made your move, your target being the Qi Refinement Level 10 cultivator who wielded the Yellow Springs demon map. The opponent, fully engrossed in manipulating the artifact, was utterly unprepared for an ambush at that moment. Your cultivation at the 10th level of Qi Refinement erupted without reservation. With a heart both deliberate and unintentional, a single strike proved fatal, instantly vanquishing the foe and seizing the magical artifact that governed the diagram of the Yellow Springs. Disregarding the astonished onlookers around you, you seized the Yellow Spring magic map and swiftly turned to dash towards the exit of the Cloud Dream secret realm. The members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance could only watch helplessly as you made your daring escape with the treasure. You sprint forward, unfazed by the deafening roars and curses that echo behind you. You have successfully escaped from the Cloud Dream secret realm, seizing the opportunity before the situation escalated. You made your way to the Lord's mansion of Sanxian City, seeking an audience with the city lord under the pretense of an urgent matter to discuss. You were informed that the other two lords were in seclusion, and thus, you were received by the second lord, Li Binglan. Without preamble, she inquired what pressing business you had to convey. You artfully organized your words, conveying to her a half-truth that the Four Seas Immortal Alliance might be colluding with the demonic path, intending to subvert the righteous way. Upon hearing your account, Li Binglan was taken aback, though she did not fully embrace your claims. She stated that she would dispatch someone to investigate the matter and requested that you provide your name and address for future correspondence. Upon witnessing her impending departure, you swiftly stepped forward and retrieved the map of the underworld from your storage pouch. The map exuded a faint aura of darkness, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. You expressed your desire to engage in a transaction. Li Binglan's expression shifted upon seeing the map of the underworld. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately consented to conduct a private exchange with you. You expressed a desire for an advanced body refinement technique and some elixirs to enhance your cultivation. Li Binglan acquiesced to your request. She ordered the retrieval of a tome titled The Bullish Body Refinement Manual, a profound technique of the mystical tier, along with several elixirs. As a recompense for the Huangquan demon map, you were immensely pleased with this transaction. After expressing your gratitude to Li Binglan, you departed from the Lord's mansion. Lin Yi observed the simulation results, a faint smile gracing his lips. This simulation had progressed far more smoothly than previous ones. The acquisition of the Hell's Magic Map was secured, along with the coveted Xian-level body training technique, the Mang Niu body refining method, and a substantial quantity of medicinal elixirs. His strength was bound to soar dramatically. Much like the previous simulation, which yielded an abundance of rare materials, he found himself in a quandary. Regardless of the choice made, it felt as though there would be a loss. It became evident that meticulous planning was essential prior to each simulation. Lin Yi pondered silently. As with this instance, having a clear objective would help avert unnecessary troubles and dilemmas. Though one may not entirely alter the course of fate, adjustments can certainly be made in the finer details. These subtle changes, when accumulated, might indeed shift the overarching tide. You have resolved to embark on a journey to the Valley of Serpents, a sanctuary that harbors the primal flames of underground lava, making it an exceptional locale for body refinement. En route to the lava caverns, you encounter several spirit serpents of the 9th level of Qi refinement. You effortlessly subdued them, instilling fear in the guardian serpent, and proceeded unimpeded to stand before the molten true fire. The molten true fire emanated a terrifying heat, and the moment you drew near, you felt a searing sensation, as if your very body were on the verge of melting away. You immediately activate the Wild Bull body refinement technique, resisting the surge of heat and endeavoring to cultivate in such an extreme environment. To your astonishment, you discover that this molten true fire is a sanctum meticulously crafted for your physical cultivation. Under the tempering influence of the molten true fire, your bodily strength steadily intensifies, and your cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. After 3 days, you advance to the first level of body refinement, feeling a remarkable surge in power, accompanied by a gradual enhancement of your chi cultivation. 15 days later, nourished by both spiritual herbs and the molten true fire, you break through to the second level of body refinement. A month passes, and you attain the third level. After 50 days, you reach the fourth level. 80 days later, you achieve the fifth level. 4 months on, you ascend to the sixth level. 5 months later, you attain the seventh level. 6 months pass, and you reach the eighth level. In the 8th month, you conquer the 9th level. By the 10th month, you finally reach the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refinement. At this moment, you sense that your previously stagnant chi cultivation begins to stir, and the bottleneck seems to reveal a crack. Seizing the opportunity, you harness the chi gathering technique to absorb the celestial energy of your surroundings. Propelled by the breakthrough in your physical cultivation, your previous stagnation at the 10th level of chi refining is transcended, allowing you to ascend to the 11th level of chi refining. You are filled with exuberance, akin to a parched land rejoicing in the arrival of a much-needed rain. You voraciously consume elixirs and persist in your cultivation, all the while diligently practicing your physical refinement techniques. After a span of 12 months, your cultivation and chi refinement ascends to the 12th level, and your physical cultivation reaches an impressive 11th level. At this moment, the molten lava and blazing flames before you no longer pose a threat. You tentatively reached out to touch the flames, however. The molten fire suddenly launched an assault against you. Confronted with an attack equivalent to that of a foundational-level cultivator, you realized it was not insurmountable. Though your garments were instantly reduced to ashes, your hair and eyebrows were scorched away, and your skin was seared to a deep crimson. Akin to traversing through the depths of hell, you remained undaunted. Instead, under the immense pressure of the flames, the body-refining technique within you resumed its operation, unleashing formidable strength. In the first year and 1 month, you engaged in a relentless struggle against the spiritual fire, enduring under the searing heat, as if you were a fragile boat amidst a tempest. By the first year and 2 months, you gradually began to withstand the onslaught of the spiritual flames. Yet at this juncture, your visage had been so thoroughly charred that even your mother would find it hard to recognize you. In the first year and 3 months, during this life and death struggle with the spiritual fire, your body-refining cultivation experienced another breakthrough, reaching the 12th level. At this moment, both your physical and spiritual forms had achieved perfection, rendering you impervious to the harm of the molten fire. Though you have yet to master it, it is equally powerless against you. After 1 year and 5 months, the esteemed Dan and Xiao Han arrived at the lava cave. Upon seeing you, Dan bellowed furiously, "Audacious creature! How dare you lay your hands upon the treasures of heaven and earth?" Beside him, Xiao Han glared at you with rage, yet, wary of your unknown abilities, he refrained from advancing recklessly. Upon witnessing the reactions of the two individuals, a sense of perplexity enveloped your mind, leaving you bewildered as to which aspect had gone awry. It was astonishing that the esteemed Dan Master did not recognize you. While it could be somewhat understandable for Xiao Han, the fact that your own master, who had shared time with you, failed to acknowledge your presence was truly baffling. You raised your voice in a challenging inquiry, questioning whether the other had become senile. The esteemed Dan Zun paused momentarily, then promptly asked, "What manner of being are you, to have attained sentience?" As you lower your gaze and behold the disfigured reflection of yourself, a sudden realization dawns upon you. In your relentless battle against the ethereal flames, you have long forsaken the passage of time, neglected your own condition, and forgotten the visage of your body, ravaged by the consuming fire. You gazed intently at Xiao Han and, quite unexpectedly, inquired, "I never anticipated encountering a genius with a flawless foundation here. Have you come to seek the spirit fire to condense your golden elixir?" Upon your utterance, both the esteemed Dan Zun and Xiao Han were taken aback, astonished that such an unsightly creature possessed such profound insights. The venerable Dan Zun, intrigued by your unexpected wisdom, inquired how a mere chi refining practitioner could discern the intricacies of perfect foundation establishment and the condensation of the golden Dan. You informed them that you had encountered this information in ancient texts, then retorted with a rhetorical question, implying that they could not possibly be unaware of it. Xiao Han disdainfully remarked that they were indeed aware, but questioned why they should divulge such knowledge to you. You have realized that no useful information can be extracted. The esteemed Dan Master is quite reticent, perhaps apart from his disciples. He holds knowledge in exceptionally high regard and refuses to divulge it regardless of your inquiries. Sensing your attempts to deceive him, the Dan Master instructs Xiao to launch an attack against you. Witnessing the impending confrontation, you unhesitatingly consume the lava true fire. Your entire body ignited in an instant. Xiao mocked you as a madman. Beside you, the Dan Zun spoke leisurely, saying, "The molten lava before us possesses the strength of a foundation establishment stage. Should you attempt to swallow it, you would be incinerated instantly, even in your demise. We shall still acquire the true fire. Your body has been reduced to ashes by the flames of beauty, and you have perished. In that fleeting moment before your demise, it seemed as though you were transported to another realm, one not of foundational establishment, but rather the 13th layer of chi refinement. The rewards are now being tallied. Within this simulation, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the 12th layer of chi refinement. You may receive one of the following rewards. First, the pinnacle of chi refinement at the 12th level, having just begun to touch the threshold of the 13th level. Second, this simulated experience. Third, a number of elixirs. Magma true fire false. Remaining simulation attempts, 0, the 13th level of chi refinement. Lin Yi was taken aback. Until now, he had only heard of the 12th level from the alchemy masters. Yet now, there was talk of a 13th level. The 12th level signifies a perfect foundation. What could the 13th level possibly entail? He buried this matter deep within his heart. Claimed the cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi disregarded the numerous elixirs, for they held little value to him. Having reached the pinnacle of the 12th level, ordinary elixirs could no longer enhance his strength. As for the magma true fire, it was indeed something he desired. However, the label of false cast a shadow upon it. If it is false, what purpose does it serve? As Lin Yi's voice faded, a powerful surge of spiritual energy inundated his body like a tidal wave. His physical cultivation ascended through the 1st, 3rd, and 5th layers, climbing steadily until reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer. Simultaneously, his chi refinement soared, reaching the 11th and 12th layers. The torrential spiritual energy surged and roared within him, continuously cleansing his meridians. Ultimately, both his physical and chi refinement reached the grand perfection of the 12th layer. Lin Yi felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation, an unprecedented surge of formidable power coursing through his being. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from them. His pinnacle cultivation at the 12th level heightened his sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing him to faintly sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. He understood that he was but a step away from establishing his foundation. However, Lin Yi was not hastening towards this breakthrough, as his mind was persistently occupied with the 13th layer of chi refinement that had appeared in the simulation. The 13th layer was a realm he had never even heard of. If he were to cultivate methodically, it seemed unlikely he would ever reach such a state. In truth, even the 12th layer felt as distant as the stars, considering he possessed only a low-grade spiritual root. His continuous breakthroughs within the simulator were solely reliant on the consumption of medicinal pills. Had he indulged in such reckless usage of pills in reality, he would have long succumbed to pill toxicity, lamenting his fate in the northwest. Only within the lava cave, bathed in the power of that spiritual fire, was he able to achieve his current level and glimpse the mysteries of the 13th layer of chi refinement. Observing the remaining simulation attempts at 0, Lin Yi pondered briefly before directly recharging with 300 spirit stones to obtain 100 simulation opportunities. 100 attempts would suffice for an extensive period of simulation. Furthermore, excessive recharges offered little advantage. Although he was aware that the spirit stones required for simulations at the foundation establishment stage would certainly increase, retaining nearly 20,000 spirit stones on hand allowed him to continuously refresh his resources. After all, entering a simulation with 20,000 spirit stones was a concept vastly superior to finding oneself penniless after multiple attempts. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether the current recharge attempts would remain valid post-foundation establishment. All these conclusions were drawn from Lin Yi's careful calculations. Commence simulation. The simulation began. Remaining simulation attempts, 99. In the 3rd year after your transference, you have reached the pinnacle of the 12th layer of chi refinement. To explore the Cloud Dream secret realm, you decide to join the exploration team of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. However, you are acutely aware that your cultivation far exceeds that of ordinary chi refinement practitioners. Therefore, you choose to suppress your cultivation to the 7th layer to avoid unnecessary attention. 3 days later, the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance dispatched personnel to welcome you. Upon arriving at the gathering point, you discover numerous practitioners already assembled, most of whom are at the Qi refinement stage. The team leader, an official named Li Xingyun, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, succinctly explains the precautions within the secret realm and sternly instructs everyone not to act independently. Subsequently, Li Xingyun activates the teleportation array leading to the Cloud Dream secret realm. Just as the teleportation array is activated, a rift in time and space suddenly erupts. The other practitioners, caught off guard, are instantly swept into the chaotic currents of time and space, leaving no trace behind. Only you, relying on your profound cultivation, barely withstand the impact of the temporal turmoil. Yet your entire being has been grievously marred by the rifts of time and space. It turns out that the Cloud Dream secret realm is merely a diminutive sanctuary designed for Qi refinement stage cultivators. Your spiritual energy fluctuations have long surpassed the Qi refinement stage. Thus, the sanctuary could not withstand such immense power, resulting in a misalignment of the teleportation array and triggering chaotic temporal currents. All cultivators involved in this exploration, including Li Xingyun from the 4C's Immortal Alliance, have perished within the tumult of time and space. You find yourself grievously injured, yet miraculously alive. How could this happen? Before the simulator, Lin Yi stared blankly at the text displayed on the screen. As a solitary cultivator with no prior experience in exploring secret realms, he was utterly oblivious to such occurrences. Although his parents were cultivators themselves, they were merely low-level practitioners of the Qi refining stage, possessing limited knowledge. Furthermore, they had vanished shortly after he embarked on his own journey into the Qi refining stage. The esteemed Dan Master had only instructed him in alchemy, neglecting to impart any wisdom regarding these matters. Despite having traversed several years in this new realm, he remained an illiterate in the art of cultivation. The teleportation array had exploded. Why had the members of the 4C's Immortal Alliance not forewarned him of such a calamity? In truth, Lin Yi had no inkling that the members of the 4C's Immortal Alliance would not anticipate a Qi refining 12th layer cultivator entering a minor secret realm. Although the spiritual energy of a 12th layer Qi refining cultivator had not undergone a qualitative transformation, its fluctuations rivaled those of the Foundation establishment stage. Who would have imagined that a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage would venture into a minor secret realm? Fortunately, this was merely a simulation. Had it been his true self stumbling in with such ignorance, the consequences would have been dire. Glancing at the prompts on the simulator panel, he discovered that he had not perished. With a sigh of relief, he continued to read. In the first month, your meridians lay shattered, having fallen in the luminous clouds mountain range, where you fell into a state of unconsciousness. A wandering cultivator named Xiao happened upon you and rescued you. She brought you to Baiyun Feng City, using her limited supply of healing elixirs to prolong your life. In a state of bewilderment, you sense someone tending to your body, administering medication to you, yet you find yourself unable to open your eyes. After 2 months, you finally emerge from the depths of your coma. But your body remains exceedingly frail, rendering you immobile. You observe a delicate young woman administering medicine to you. You wish to speak, yet find your throat parched, rendering you voiceless. By the 3rd month, under the attentive care of Xiao, your health steadily improves, allowing you to struggle to rise from your bed and move about. You have learned that Xiao, in her quest to save you, nearly exhausted all her spiritual stones and elixirs. Your heart is filled with gratitude. Yet you also experience a profound sense of guilt. You comprehend the hardships of solitary cultivation and, in a gesture of goodwill, presented 1,000 spirit stones to Xiao, aspiring to transform her life. However, she devoted all those spirit stones to acquiring healing elixirs to restore your health. You are profoundly moved, and the heart that yearns for the path of enlightenment experiences a moment of wavering. Destruction ensues. There is no salvation. Before the simulator, Lin Yi witnesses this scene and realizes that yet another unforeseen incident has transpired. Upon discovering that it was Xiao who rescued him, he instinctively knows that no good fortune lies ahead. He contemplates terminating this simulation, yet for reasons unknown, a flicker of hope lingers within him. Perhaps, he muses, there may yet be a turning point. With such thoughts, he once again calms his mind and resumes his observation. A year later, under Xiao's meticulous care and the nourishment of numerous medicinal elixirs, you finally attain full recovery. You are deeply concerned about the molten true fire of the Spirit Serpent Valley. You inform Xiao of your impending departure for a while, leaving her a sum of spirit stones, and earnestly admonish her to devote herself to her cultivation. You forewarn her that a significant upheaval will occur in Baiyun Square 6 months hence, urging her to take precautions and avoid it. On the following day after your departure from Baiyun Square, while Xia Xiaozhan is tidying your belongings, she discovers an alchemical furnace. Wishing to return it to you, she finds herself at a loss as to your whereabouts, and thus carefully keeps it safe. Meanwhile, you have already descended upon Spirit Serpent Valley, wielding the formidable power of the 12th level of Qi refinement. You effortlessly vanquished several spirit snakes of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, causing the guardian spirit snakes of the sacred fire to observe from a distance, too intimidated to approach. After instilling fear in the guardian spirit snakes, you made your way unimpeded to face the true fire of the lava. The true fire of the lava emanated a suffocating heat, and the moment you drew near, it erupted into a furious blaze. You immediately activate your cultivation technique, rendering the searing heat of the lava true fire ineffective against you. Even though it possesses the strength of the foundation establishment stage, it cannot shake your spiritual defense. Under the refining influence of the lava true fire, you sit cross-legged and commence your training. After 2 months, you sense that your previously stagnant Qi refining cultivation is beginning to stir. As if the bottleneck has started to crack, once again, you have encountered the threshold of the 13th level of Qi refinement. Seizing the moment, you grasp that fleeting inspiration. As time flowed by, you gently pierced through that membrane, feeling an exhilarating lightness as you ascended to the 13th level of Qi refinement, a realm you had neither heard of nor contemplated before. You gaze upon the raging lava spirit fire. Despite its wild eruption of ferocity, it can no longer inflict harm upon you. You have taken action, employing your formidable spiritual energy, which surpasses that of countless peak Qi refinement practitioners, to extinguish the sentience of the ethereal flame before you. Subsequently, you consumed it, allowing you to finally cultivate the flame spirit art. As the spiritual fire scorched, your body underwent astonishing transformations. The flame spirit art commenced its swift operation. As you rapidly converted the entirety of your spiritual energy from the spirit absorption technique into that of the flame spirit art, infused with a hint of fire attribute energy, you suddenly perceived the secret of the flame spirit technique. Originally, you possessed a trifecta of 3 attributes with a low-grade 9-tier spiritual root. Yet now, astonishingly, it has transformed into a spiritual root predominantly governed by the fire attribute. You have transformed into a singular spiritual root, ascending from the lower tier of the 9th grade to the 7th grade. In this moment, you perceive a swift enhancement in your ability to absorb spiritual energy. It is then that you realize why the esteemed alchemist never imparted this extraordinary technique to you. He never regarded you as a true disciple. With the prowess of the flame spirit formula, even if you possessed a lower-grade spiritual root, it could still enable you to alter your innate qualities and achieve remarkable feats. Yet, he only taught you the art of alchemy, harboring an inner reluctance to share the flame spirit formula, allowing you to navigate your own path to survival. He regards you as nothing more than a named disciple. Having reached the 13th level of Qi refinement, you have once again touched the threshold of foundation establishment. You sense that the chains binding you to the universe have lessened somewhat. In the depths of the unknown, it seems as though a grand portal has swung open before you. As you channel the flame spirit technique, the fiery essence of the heavens and earth surges wildly into your being, coalescing into a magnificent fire tornado that soars towards the sky. This celestial phenomenon stirs countless reclusive masters who endeavor to decipher the heavenly mysteries, yet they are met with only a veil of chaos, unable to glimpse the secrets within. Within your dantian, the molten true fire transforms into a blazing furnace, absorbing a vast abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy. The furnace grows increasingly solid, emanating a terrifying aura of dominance. You have successfully established a foundation in the way of heaven. You have become the first in a million years to invoke the foundational principles of the celestial path with a cultivation level of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, you truly comprehend that the 10th layer of Qi refinement signifies an ordinary foundation. The 12th layer represents a perfect foundation, while the 13th layer embodies the foundation of the way of heaven. Having departed from the Valley of Serpents, you are now poised to return to Baiyunfang City to reunite with Xia Xiaochan. Upon hastening back to Baiyunfang City and returning to Xia Xiaochan's residence, you find it reduced to ruins, the house leveled to the ground, and there is no trace of Xia Xiaochan to be found. You endeavor to calm yourself, estimating the time remaining until the invasion of the demonic realm. You inquired around the marketplace and finally learned that it was the members of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance who had taken Xia Xiaochan, accusing her of stealing their treasured artifact. Upon hearing this news, a jolt of realization surged through you as a previously overlooked detail suddenly became clear. The alchemist's furnace. The very furnace you had always believed to be in your possession had, in fact, been left behind at Xiao abode. You have come to the realization that you have committed a grave error. Without a moment's hesitation, you rush towards the residence of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance in Baiyanfang City. The guards at the Alliance's stronghold regard you with disdain. However, at this moment, your heart is consumed by boundless remorse and fury, rendering you impervious to their attempts to impede your progress. You intrude upon the residence and behold Awakens suspended from a tall pole, her vital energy devastated, her breath faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Witnessing this scene, the fury within you erupts like a volcano, no longer containable. A terrifying flame bursts forth from within, enveloping your entire being. Your eyes, crimson as the depths of hell, ignited a merciless slaughter. Every disciple of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance who dared to approach you, regardless of their cultivation level, was reduced to ashes in an instant. Even those at the 10th level of chi refinement appeared as fragile as mere paper before your might. A steward at the base establishment, a practitioner of the second layer of foundation building, witnessed your brutality and attempted to intervene, only to be pierced through the chest by your hand, meeting a swift demise. The molten flames in your grasp erupted within his chest with a thunderous explosion, resembling a blossoming flower of death. At the second level of foundation establishment, it proved utterly inadequate against your current first level of celestial foundation. In merely half an hour, the Baiyan Square, the stronghold of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance, was transformed into an inferno, strewn with lifeless bodies, leaving no survivors. You gently lowered the frail Xiao. Suspended from a high pole, her breath faint and her core vitality shattered, resembling a pear blossom on the verge of wilting. Weakly she lay in your embrace, her gaze vacant, summoning the last vestige of strength. You have finally arrived. I feared I would never see you again. You stifle the sorrow and rage within, your voice trembling as you inquire, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Xiao struggles to speak, revealing with great difficulty, 2 months after your departure, a young man accompanied by an ethereal soul came, seizing the elixir furnace and rendering her cultivation powerless, ultimately delivering her to the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. A young man? An ethereal soul? The elixir furnace? You discern that this pairing unmistakably refers to the alchemist and his disciple, Xiao. Yet, you are perplexed by why the alchemist would conspire with the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. However, in this moment, you comprehend that the immediate priority lies in rescuing Xiao. Without hesitation, he took her and fled unwaveringly from this infernal place, galloping toward the direction of Three Immortal City. Before the simulator, Lin Yi furrowed his brows. In the previous simulation, according to the scenario, the Four Seas Immortal Alliance had shadows of the demonic path lurking behind them. Perhaps the two sides were colluding. Especially that one time when the Netherworld demon diagram transformed into a flood dragon and shattered Three Immortal City in a single strike. This indirectly proved their alliance was no fabrication. But why did Alchemist Venerable and Xiao have ties with the Four Seas Immortal Alliance? Could it be that Alchemist Venerable was also entangled with the demonic path? If Alchemist Venerable had no connection with the Four Seas Immortal Alliance, why would its members assist in tormenting Xiao? He could only hope to unravel this mystery within the simulator, so that he might foresee his enemy's schemes. Upon your arrival at the Lord's Manor of Sansan City, you seek an audience with the City Lord, asserting that a matter of great importance requires your attention. The second Lord, Li Binglan, received you with a keen gaze, swiftly assessing both you and the ailing Xiao whom you have brought. Without preamble, she inquires, "What urgent matter do you wish to convey?" Taking a deep breath, you laid bare the conjecture regarding the potential collusion between the Four Seas Immortal Alliance and the demonic path, earnestly beseeching the Three Immortal City to extend their assistance in healing Xiao. In exchange, you expressed your willingness to join the Three Immortal City and serve its interests. Li Binglan's delicate brows furrowed, her expression grave. She did not immediately render her verdict, but promised to initiate an investigation into the matter and arrange for a physician to treat Xiao. Considering your status as a foundational period cultivator, she acquiesced to your joining the Three Immortal City, bestowing upon you the corresponding privileges and respect. You were assigned to a tranquil courtyard to tend to Xiao's needs. A year and a half swiftly passed, and as you had anticipated, the invasion of the demonic path commenced, encroaching upon the nearby markets and minor sections. The three immortal city finally recognized the impending crisis, and Li Binglan came to trust your forewarnings. However, it was too late. The flames of war had already spread to the very doorstep of the three immortal city. Confronted with the relentless advance of the demonic army, Li Binglan heeded your counsel. Rather than remaining on the defensive, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and disrupt the enemy's plans. You have been entrusted with a significant responsibility, leading a vanguard of 100 Qi refinement cultivators to confront the invasion of demonic forces. You cleverly organized 100 monks into 9 small teams, each consisting of 11 members. This arrangement proved to be a formidable challenge for the conventional 10-member tactics favored by the demonic path, as the slight numerical advantage led to unexpectedly remarkable outcomes. After 2 more months, the conflict intensified, and your team fell victim to an ambush by a formidable foundation-building expert from the demonic faction. Upon receiving the news, you hastened to the battlefield. Confronted by an adversary of vastly superior strength, you remained undaunted, striking with the fury of a thunderstorm and instantly vanquishing the foundation-level demonic cultivator, thereby stabilizing the situation. Your decisive action astounded your subordinates, as they never anticipated your ability to swiftly vanquish an opponent of equal standing. Your subordinates are invigorated, each individual courageously confronting the enemy, effectively turning the tide from what was once a disadvantage. As the adage goes, a bear of a soldier is often matched by a bear of a commander. Under your leadership, each squad becomes an unstoppable force, and subsequently, you achieve remarkable victories against overwhelming odds, triumphing with fewer troops against greater numbers and weaker forces against the strong. In the following year, due to the heavy losses inflicted upon the disciples of the demonic path, those at the second level of foundation establishment prove no match for you, while even those at the third level find themselves engaged in a formidable contest against you. Your reputation gradually became known to the world, earning you the illustrious title of Vanguard against demons. The practitioners of the demonic path harbored a deep-seated hatred towards you, repeatedly devising ambushes that you deftly unraveled. On one occasion, you led your team deep behind enemy lines, obliterating a significant resource stronghold of the demonic faction. During your retreat, you encountered 3 formidable adversaries in the foundation establishment stage. Faced with such formidable foes, you remained composed, orchestrating your team to establish a defensive formation. You valiantly withstood the assaults of the 3 opponents, each at the second level of foundation establishment, thereby securing precious time for your team to withdraw. Although gravely injured, your heroic deeds profoundly inspired the citizens of Sanxian City. Following this battle, your renowned sword, and even the Lord of Sanxian City regarded you with newfound respect. Li Binglan personally attended to your injuries and bestowed upon you a rare elixir capable of restoring your dantian. You bestowed the elixir upon Xiao, restoring her dantian, allowing her to once again embark on her cultivation journey. In the 3rd year, the cries of a newborn echoed throughout the courtyard, and with great joy, you named him Lin Fan, wishing for him a life devoid of the tumult of immortality, a life of simplicity. The 5th year brought the birth of your beloved daughter, Lin Long, endowed with a trifecta of inferior spiritual roots, her potential modest yet promising. Your heart swelled with quiet delight, anticipating her future accomplishments. In the 7th year, your youngest son, Lin Tian, entered the world, a rare prodigy blessed with a heavenly spiritual root, filling you with exuberance and hope for the family's revival. That same year, after years of diligent cultivation, you achieved a momentous breakthrough to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, while Xiao, nurtured by the elixir, reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, fate is unpredictable. That year, the Grand Lord of Sanxian City fell in battle, and the once impregnable city crumbled, engulfed by demonic flames. With formidable enemies encroaching and your family by your side, an overwhelming sense of concern surged within you, dampening the once fiery resolve of self-sacrifice with the tender affection of a parent. Reluctantly, you took your family and embarked on a path of escape. Fleeing from the ravages of war, Xiao proposed seeking refuge in a secluded utopia away from the chaos. Yet you shook your head in refusal, an unsettling premonition nagging at your heart, sensing that this seemingly tranquil paradise was not a true sanctuary. In the 9th year, after numerous trials, you found yourself within the sphere of influence of Ziyun's sect, a formidable faction under the protection of a nascent soul ancestor, where safety was assured. A sudden shock grips your heart, and after extensive inquiries, you discover that Xiao Han is, in fact, your long-lost junior disciple. What perplexes you even further is the question of why Xiao Han, under the tutelage of the formidable Dan Zun, a venerable figure of the nascent soul stage, would choose to align himself with the Xian sect. With Xiao Han's affiliation to the Xian sect, you can't help but feel that the market at the foot of the sect's mountain may no longer be a sanctuary. You dread the possibility of encountering the other party, which fills you with an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing the moment of confrontation, while you conspire to seek opportunities elsewhere. You discreetly investigate Xiao Han's actions. In the 10th year, the Xian sect was suddenly engulfed in flames, a furious roar resonating through the heavens and the earth. Xiao Han, I have treated you well in the Xian sect, yet you dare to betray us. Immediately thereafter, the sound of Xiao Han's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha, old man of Xian. Blame only your sect for harboring such ethereal treasures as spiritual fire and rare materials, for those with true ability shall seize them. You hear a voice from within the Xian sect, scolding, little brat. You possess merely the cultivation of the golden core. What audacity do you have to steal the treasures of my Xian sect? You are but an infant in the realm of the nascent soul. Master, lend me your strength. As soon as Xiao Han's words fell, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. He appeared aged and mature, with an enigmatic and unpredictable fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from within him. A chill runs through your heart as you realize that this is the manifestation of the revered Dan Zun. Little did you know that they possess such a remarkable technique. A duet in perfect harmony, utterly unprecedented. Only now do you realize that even upon reaching the Dan formation stage, recklessly seeking trouble with them could very well lead to your downfall and demise. You marvel at the enigmatic nature of the destined ones, who indeed possess depths unfathomable. Their hidden cards are revealed one after another, leaving you perpetually in the dark. Subsequently, a plea for mercy reverberates within the Xian sect, fellow cultivator. You may take the spiritual fire, but please spare the foundation of our Xian sect. Yet, the response is a thunderous roar, followed by the sudden bloom of a colossal fire lotus above the Xian sect, which instantaneously devours everything in its path. Xian Mountain is reduced to mere rubble. At the foot of the mountain, you, along with your family and the marketplace, are not spared, entombed within the vast sea of flames. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Commencing the calculation of rewards for this session. During this simulation, you elevated your chi cultivation to the foundation establishment's second layer and your physical cultivation to the foundation establishment's first layer. You may obtain one of the following rewards. 1. Enhancement of your foundational cultivation to the second level. 2. Enhancement of your physical cultivation to the first level. 3. This simulation experience. Remaining simulation attempts, calculating. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the Xian sect possesses spiritual fire. His heart trembled in disbelief as he murmured softly. This marks the second time he has heard news of spiritual fire. The mere mention of it ignited a spark of hope within him. By now, Lin Yi has increasingly recognized the significance of spiritual fire for his own advancement. It is no wonder that Xiao Han infiltrated the Xian sect, ultimately turning against them for the sake of spiritual fire. What astonished him further was the revelation that the Dan Master could inhabit Xiao Han's body, forcibly elevating Xiao Han from the core formation stage to the nascent soul realm. Such a formidable technique is indeed terrifying. Were it not for the simulator, he would never have discerned the opponent's hidden cards. Even so, Lin Yi remained anxious. Who could say what other concealed lethal moves Xiao Han and the Dan Master might possess? Nonetheless, the greatest gain from this simulation was the elevation of his own magical cultivation to the second level of foundation establishment, while his physical cultivation reached the first level. Regrettably, the simulator allows for the selection of only one reward, leaving him in a quandary. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Grant me the enhancement of my magical cultivation to the second level." After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi resolved to prioritize the higher realm, deferring his physical cultivation for another time. In the modest room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, surrounded by a dense aura of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. This energy was not a natural accumulation, but rather a pure infusion from the simulator, far exceeding the concentration found in the external world. A torrential flow of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yi's body, roaring through his meridians as if it sought to burst him apart. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, guiding this tempestuous energy to circulate through his body according to the prescribed method. The spiritual energy was wildly chaotic, careening through his meridians. Humph! Lin Yi let out a low groan, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the tempestuous spiritual energy gradually became docile, flowing in an orderly manner within him. As he continuously refined and absorbed this energy, Lin Yi's cultivation began to rise steadily. He reached the 13th level of qi refinement. At last, with a subtle pop, the bottleneck in his dantian was shattered. A powerful aura radiated from him as he officially entered the foundation establishment stage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The simulator incessantly infused spiritual energy. Lin Yi continued to operate his cultivation technique, absorbing and refining, his level persistently climbing. Foundation establishment, first layer, second layer. Ultimately, when the influx of spiritual energy ceased, Lin Yi's cultivation solidified at the second layer of foundation establishment. He slowly opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. Simultaneously, a quaint, three-legged ancient cauldron began to take shape within his dantian. This cauldron was not a physical entity, but rather coalesced from pure spiritual energy, quietly hovering in his dantian. At this moment, he felt his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, perceiving every detail around him with crystal clarity. His primordial spirit could distinctly sense the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy and the conditions in his environment. At last, he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging magical power within him, still enveloped in an ethereal sense of unreality. Instinctively, he raised his hand. A flickering cluster of tiny crimson flames dancing at his fingertips. Outside the window, the midday sun poured into the modest room, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. It dawned on Lin Yi that an entire day had elapsed. From the third layer of qi refinement yesterday afternoon to the present second layer of foundation establishment. This extraordinary leap in progress left him momentarily disoriented. One day, just a single day. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the number of simulations remaining. Ding. Simulation attempts refreshed. Remaining attempts, 9. Note, it has been detected that the host is now at the foundation establishment stage. Each simulation requires 30 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, there were 99 attempts available, and after recalculation, 9 remain. 9? Lin Yi softly repeated this number, silently grateful that he had not prematurely invested all his spirit stones. Fortunately, his prudence had spared him a significant loss. Indeed, there were no loopholes to exploit. The spirit stones required for simulations in the foundation establishment stage differ from those in the qi refinement stage. Moreover, previously invested attempts would be recalculated. Had he invested all previously, he would have entered the simulator devoid of spirit stones, making the initial journey exceedingly arduous. It was akin to this instance. Without spirit stones on his person after his injury, Xiao found himself devoid of resources, unable to save himself. He might even be unable to access the spiritual fire within the Spirit Snake Valley, leaving him stagnated and unable to elevate his realm. Reflecting on Xiao, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. This simulator seemed resolute in binding the two of them together. It appeared that he must avoid her at all costs in the future, especially in the luminous Red Mountain, which was undoubtedly a forbidden area. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the futility of pursuing cultivation amidst romantic entanglements. Lin Yi speculated that this simulation had seen the three immortal city firmly defend itself for 7 or 8 years. Xiao had not made an appearance, perhaps due to his own destruction of the teleportation array. The Yellow Springs demon map was also nowhere to be found. It seemed evident that his actions would indeed influence the trajectory of the plot. The spiritual fire of the Ziyun sect was an absolute necessity for him. With a mere thought, a cluster of crimson lava true fire ignited in his palm, dancing with vitality. This spiritual fire had become one with him after his foundational establishment in the simulation, and now it manifested in reality. As for the spiritual fire of the Spirit Snake Valley, even if it still existed, it would hold little value for him, after all. The same type of spiritual fire would not yield compounded effects. Thus, there was no need to revisit the Spirit Snake Valley in the next simulation. Commence simulation. The simulation began. Remaining simulation attempts, 8. On the first day, you departed from the Meteor Star Bazaar, your footsteps traversing mountains and rivers, akin to a carefree cloud or wild crane. 10 days later, you arrived at Immortal City, immersing yourself in the rich atmosphere of human activity. You sought out a place known as Drunken Spring Breeze, cleverly concealing the alchemical furnace of the Dan Master within one of its secret chambers. You are acutely aware that, given your current capabilities, engaging in a direct confrontation with the esteemed Dan Zun would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, the alchemical furnace, resembling a tracking device, must be relinquished. After accomplishing this task, you hastily set forth towards the domain of the Ziyun sect. A month later, you finally arrive within the sphere of influence of the Ziyun sect. After lingering in the market of the Ziyun sect for several days, you resolve to first seek a place to rest. You have rented a secluded cave dwelling, devoting yourself to cultivation while gathering intelligence about the Violet Cloud sect. Having reached the second level of foundation establishment, you realize further advancement won't come swiftly. Through meticulous inquiries, you discover the Violet Cloud sect maintains exceptionally stringent admission criteria, requiring candidates to pass numerous rigorous trials. More crucially, their sect rules strictly prohibit recruiting practitioners who already possess cultivation. With your current foundation establishment cultivation, attempting to join the Violet Cloud sect appears utterly futile. Before the simulator, Lin Yi froze, his thick brows furrowing as a glimmer of confusion flashed through his eyes. The Violet Cloud sect doesn't accept cultivators? This contradicted his previous assumptions. How then did Xiao manage to join? Could it be because Xiao had reached core formation stage? Yet this explanation seemed equally implausible. If the sect exercised such caution as to reject even low-level cultivators, accepting a core formation practitioner would be even more improbable. There must be undisclosed circumstances at play here. Puzzled yet patient, Lin Yi continued observing the unfolding scenario. By the second month, you find yourself lingering at the foot of Violet Cloud Mountain, still without leads. The bustling marketplace crowds offer no passage into the sect. Come the third month, a figure catches your attention, a cultivator adorned in Violet Cloud's sect robes, engaged in bargaining with a stall owner. Your gaze locks onto the jade token at his waist, unmistakably marking him as a high-ranking sect member. As a thought crossed your mind, you gracefully approached and performed a respectful gesture. The individual before you, a cultivator from the Ziyun sect named Mu Changfeng, recognized your exceptional demeanor and, sharing the same foundational cultivation level, engaged you in conversation. Through your dialogue, you discerned that he is an outer elder of the Ziyun sect, descending the mountain on a quest to procure medicinal elixirs. You astutely seized upon the crucial information regarding the procurement of elixirs. Upon further discourse, you were astonished to discover that there were, in fact, no alchemists within the esteemed Ziyun sect. High-tier elixirs must be acquired from the Dan Valley and Dan Tower, while the outer disciples, in need of lower-tier elixirs, must procure them independently, much like Mu Changfeng does in the external marketplace. A bold hypothesis emerged in your mind. Xiao must have joined the Ziyun sect by virtue of his identity as an alchemist, suppressing your inner excitement. You earnestly conveyed to Mu Changfeng that you, too, were an alchemist capable of concocting low-tier elixirs, expressing your desire to join the Ziyun sect and serve the sect diligently. However, your words elicited a noticeable change in Mu Changfeng's demeanor. He set down the tea he had poised at his lips and hastily took his leave, leaving you bewildered and alone, adrift in the wind. His unexpected reaction left you in a state of confusion. What could have prompted such a response? Was there perhaps a specific regulation regarding external alchemists within the Ziyun sect? Or did he simply doubt the veracity of your claims? A myriad of questions swirled in your mind, deepening your perplexity. Outside the simulation, Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. The unfolding events within the simulation defied all his prior assumptions about the Ziyun sect's stance. Logically, it appeared that the sect indeed required alchemists, and although he considered himself an amateur, he was nonetheless a legitimate alchemist. Yet, why had the moment he revealed his identity prompted such defensiveness from the sect's members? Mu Changfeng's swift departure felt like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the fervent hope that had ignited within you. Perhaps it was your foundational cultivation stage that led him to harbor doubts regarding your alchemical abilities? You pondered the reasons behind it repeatedly, your heart filled with resentment. The following day, you invested 2,000 spirit stones to acquire a high-grade alchemy furnace, along with procuring various herbs necessary for the refinement of the Huanglong pill and the Jinyuan pill. These two elixirs are commonly utilized by cultivators in the qi refinement stage, and their demand is exceedingly high. You gradually infuse your spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace. As the flame's spirit technique unfolds, your previously somewhat unrefined alchemical skills transform into a seamless and fluid practice. In your hands, batches of elixirs come to life. Astonishingly, out of 10 batches of Huanglong pills, 7 are successfully refined. Such a remarkable success rate is a feat even seasoned alchemists would find challenging. According to customary standards, a success rate of 50% qualifies one as a competent alchemist, and you, without a doubt, stand out as an exceptional talent among them. You are aware that this is due to your cultivation of the flame spirit technique. A flicker of hope ignited within your heart. Perhaps, with your exceptional alchemical skills, you might have the chance to join the esteemed Xian sect. Consequently, you settled in the bustling market at the foot of the Ziyun Mountains, where you diligently refined elixirs and offered them for sale. After a month, you astonishingly amassed over 1,000 spirit stones, and this substantial profit further solidified your resolve. In the 5th month, you continued your endeavors in the marketplace, and during this time, Mu Changfeng graced your stall once more, purchasing several of your potions. You find yourself secretly delighted, believing this to be a promising omen. In the 6th month, Mu Changfeng returns to procure goods, and you warmly welcome him, subtly inquiring about the circumstances of Ziyun's sect. In the 7th month, Mu Changfeng visits your stall once more. Unable to contain your yearning, you express your desire to join Ziyun's sect again. However, this time, Mu Changfeng's reaction astonishes you. Not only does he dismiss your request, but he also refrains from purchasing any elixirs, turning away and leaving you bewildered in the wind. His actions baffle you, and a multitude of questions swirl in your mind, deepening your confusion. In the 8th month, Mu Changfeng no longer appears before your stall. A year passes, seasons change, and the marketplace is bustling with visitors. Yet Mu Changfeng consistently avoids your stall, as if you were invisible, deliberately overlooked by him. You begin to question whether the price of your elixirs has deterred this potential customer. Consequently, you grit your teeth and make a bold decision to significantly reduce the price of the elixirs. Your actions resembled the casting of a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of tumult. The scattered practitioners within the market rejoiced, rushing to spread the news and flocking to your stall to procure the affordable elixirs. However, your benevolence incited vehement discontent among other alchemists and shopkeepers, who condemned your actions, asserting that you disrupted the market order and jeopardized their interests. In the 1st year and 1 month, a formidable enforcement team appeared before your stall, their expressions grave as they accused you of disturbing the market order and threatened to expel you. Ultimately, you were compelled to pay a substantial fine and pin a guarantee promising to cease any further disruptions, allowing the enforcement team to depart in disgruntlement. Following this incident, your reputation plummeted, and the customers dwindled significantly. Your once bustling stall became desolate, leaving you feeling isolated, as though shunned by the entire market. Just as despair began to envelop you, a portly practitioner, akin to a radiant star, materialized before you. He introduced himself as Pang Da, claiming to possess connections that could facilitate your covert entry into the Ziyun sect. This revelation illuminated your path like a ray of dawn, reigniting your hope. Could this be the turning point you had long awaited? Yet, Pang Da's assistance was not without cost. He demanded a hefty sum of spirit stones as remuneration. After a moment of contemplation, you ponder the purpose of your journey, to ascertain the location and types of spiritual flames within the esteemed Ziyun sect. Weighing the pros and cons, you acquiesce to Fat Da's request. On a moonless night, shrouded in secrecy, you follow Fat Da along a concealed path, infiltrating the rear mountains of the Ziyun sect. As soon as you enter the sect, Fat Da feigns an urgent need and asks you to wait for a brief moment. You surveyed your surroundings and confirmed that you were within the confines of the Ziyun sect, then patiently awaited your next course of action. You meticulously scrutinize your surroundings, endeavoring to uncover any subtle clues. However, the momentary tranquility is swiftly shattered. Ear-splitting shouts suddenly erupt from all directions. Simultaneously, a colossal barrier materializes out of thin air, ensnaring you firmly within its confines. You suddenly realize that you have fallen into Pang Da's trap, becoming a fish in a barrel. You claim to harbor no malice, merely a long-standing admiration for the Ziyun sect, wishing only to pay a visit. You raise your voice in explanation, striving to absolve yourself of suspicion. Just then, a figure approaches slowly. You instantly recognize him as Mu Changfeng. Upon seeing you, Mu Changfeng angrily exclaims that you, with your shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, are of no good character. This is all a misunderstanding. You bear no ill intent towards the Ziyun sect. You hastily clarify. Mu Changfeng, with a cold smirk, informs you that the Ziyun sect has traditionally followed the principle of masters seeking disciples. It is absurd for a disciple to seek a master. Your meticulous scheming and calculated maneuvers to infiltrate the Ziyun sect unmistakably mark you as a spy sent by the demonic faction. You retort with exasperation, questioning the basis on which they label you a traitor of the demonic path. Mu Changfeng, with a gaze as frigid as ice, informs you, initially, you shamelessly sought to be accepted into the Ziyun sect, but upon being rebuffed, you learned of their deficiency in alchemists and cunningly attempted to infiltrate the sect under the pretense of offering your skills in potion crafting. Your ambition knows no bounds, and you tread carefully in your pursuit, nearly deceiving him as well. Had it not been for his extravagant expenditure to learn from Pangda that you intended to infiltrate the Zune sect tonight, you might have succeeded in your nefarious scheme. Before the echoes of his words faded, Mu Changfeng formed a seal with his hands, and the radiance of the confinement array surged dramatically. For bolts of heavenly thunder, imbued with cataclysmic power, descended from the heavens, crashing towards you at the heart of the array. Trapped within, evasion was futile. Even a myriad of techniques could find no avenue for expression. As the lightning flashed, your form was instantaneously rent asunder by the ferocious energy, reduced to mere ashes. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. The rewards are now being calculated. Your prowess remains at the second stage of foundation establishment. 1. Second stage foundation establishment prowess. 2. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3. Experiences from this simulation. Remaining simulation attempts. 8. Damn it! Lin Yi exclaimed in utter frustration. Since the inception of this simulation, this was undoubtedly the most humiliating demise he had encountered. He never anticipated that the entrance requirements of the Zune sect would be so stringent. This simulation also illuminated his own shortcomings. His excessive eagerness for quick success had aroused the sect's wariness. Reflecting upon the Zune sect's lineage, which had been perpetuated through the mentorship of masters seeking disciples, it was evident that his sudden request for admission would inevitably invoke rigorous scrutiny. In his pursuit of objectives, his attempts to ingratiate himself had only bred suspicion. His original intentions for approaching the Zune sect were far from noble. He sought to pilfer the spirit fire. A moment of contemplation revealed the folly of his actions. As a foundation-level alchemist, he naturally possessed a degree of pride. After being rebuffed once, his persistence in seeking admission, even to the point of intensifying his efforts, was akin to a bald man sporting lice, blatantly obvious. To the sect, he was undoubtedly perceived as a petty thief. A person of sound judgment would have likely departed in disillusionment. Xiao Han's successful integration into the Zune sect likely stemmed from the guidance of a revered alchemist. Xiao Han must have gradually demonstrated his worth, earning acceptance into the fold, unlike Lin Yi's hasty approach. Lin Yi, in a fit of vexation, tugged at his hair. Recognizing that his greatest flaw was his impatience for immediate results, he resembled a famished wolf, eager to devour prey, yet neglecting the significance of stealth and disguise. In the next simulation, he must temper his brilliance, advancing cautiously step by step to avoid repeating past mistakes. However, more infuriating than the Zune sect's vigilance was the rogue named Fatda. This fellow was nothing short of a duplicitous scoundrel. While he feigned guidance, collecting Lin Yi's spirit stones, he simultaneously sold his whereabouts at a premium to Mu Changfeng, profiting handsomely from both sides. Lin Yi vowed silently that should the opportunity arise, he would ensure this traitorous individual faced consequences. It was utterly appalling that such a person existed in the realm of cultivation, devoid of moral integrity and boundaries. Nevertheless, this simulation was not devoid of merit. Within a mere year, through his alchemical pursuits, he had managed to accumulate 10,000 low-grade spirit stones despite some expenditures. This bolstered his confidence in the lucrative prospects of the alchemist profession. Claim my 10,000 spirit stones. As his words fell, an additional 10,000 spirit stones materialized before him. Coupled with his previous holdings, his net worth had approximately reached 30,000. Since one could not acquire strength, he resolved to claim the spirit stones, for with these stones, he could purchase elixirs and engage fervently in alchemical pursuits. Continue the simulation. The simulation commenced. Remaining simulation attempts. 7. On the first day, you departed from the bustling meteorite market, soaring on your sword towards the mist-shrouded direction of the Zune sect. 10 days later, the majestic gates of the Zune sect came into faint view, and the spiritual energy around him intensified. You have discovered a secluded courtyard at the foot of the Zune sect, where you momentarily take refuge. You did not hasten to the Zune sect. Instead, you resolved to first ascertain the situation and proceed with caution. The following day, you invested 2,000 spirit stones to acquire a superior quality alchemical furnace and commenced the procurement of the spiritual herbs necessary for concocting the Huanglong pill and the Jinyuan pill in the market. Both of these elixirs are commonly utilized by cultivators in the qi refinement stage, leading to a substantial demand and relatively stable prices. As you employed the Yinling method, the alchemical flames surged, and the once slightly awkward techniques of pill refinement now flowed with an effortless grace. Batches of elixirs were birthed under your skilled hands, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. Out of 10 furnaces of Huanglong pills, an impressive 8 were successfully refined, each of superior quality. Even for the more challenging Jinyuan pills, 6 out of 10 furnaces yielded successful results. Such an exceptional rate of success and the quality of the elixirs are indeed difficult to match, even for seasoned alchemists. According to customary standards, a success rate of 50% qualifies one as a competent alchemist, and you, undoubtedly, are among the elite. Over the course of a month, your exquisite alchemical skills enabled you to amass over 1,200 spirit stones. This bountiful profit brought you considerable joy, however. You were acutely aware that this was not your ultimate objective. You immersed yourself in the art of alchemy, not only to amass spiritual stones, but also to shroud your true intentions, discreetly monitoring the activities of the Zune sect in search of opportunities. In the second month, you continue your endeavors in the market, crafting and selling elixirs, when a figure catches your eye. It is a cultivator adorned in the garb of the Ziyun sect. A jade token at his waist indicating his high rank within the sect, meticulously surveying the bustling crowds and shops along the street. You observed that he appeared particularly attentive to the alchemical shop. The man, known as Mu Chanfeng, a cultivator from the Ziyun sect, eventually paused before your stall, carefully inspecting a pill. Noticing your composed demeanor and the exquisite quality of your concoctions, he initiated a conversation with you. During your exchange, you discovered that he held the position of an outer elder within the Ziyun sect, and he had descended the mountain to procure elixirs. He revealed that the sect lacked a resident alchemist, thus high-grade pills must be purchased at exorbitant prices from the Dan Valley and Dan Tower, while lower-grade elixirs required procurement from the marketplace, much like his current endeavor. You maintained an air of composure, engaging in conversation with him for an extended period without a hint of your desire to join the Ziyun sect, as if you held no interest in it whatsoever. Upon his departure, Mu Changfeng procured some medicinal pills, and you secretly breathed a sigh of relief, deeming it a promising beginning. In the 6th month, Mu Changfeng returned to purchase more pills. You continued to meet him with the same dignified demeanor, and the two of you conversed for quite some time. The discussion evolving from medicinal pills to insights on cultivation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the 7th month, Mu Changfeng visited your stall once more. He praised the superior quality of your pills, noting that their efficacy surpassed that of the concoctions crafted by ordinary alchemists, and inquired about your lineage. With a serene smile, you declare that you belong to no particular sect, and that your alchemical techniques were derived from ancient texts you stumbled upon and studied independently. On the 6th day of the 7th month, a corpulent cultivator, who introduced himself as Fat Da, stealthily approached your stall. After casting furtive glances around, he lowered his voice to inquire whether you possessed any elixirs capable of concealing one's aura. Although you have never concocted such a potion, a spark of inspiration strikes you. You lead him to the tranquil chamber at the rear of the shop, where you mysteriously unveil an ancient alchemical furnace. This is the very locator you obtained from the esteemed Dan Zun. Upon catching sight of the furnace, Pang De's eyes gleam with excitement. He eagerly produces a tattered, dusty cloth, claiming it to be the burial shroud of the founder of the Ziyun sect, offering it in exchange for the furnace. You stifled a laugh and discreetly declined. Undeterred, Fatta began to boast that this tattered cloth was a rare defensive artifact, extolling its uniqueness and preciousness. You remained steadfast, allowing him to speak at length, merely regarding him with a calm demeanor. Eventually, Fatta, with a pained heart, produced 10,000 spirit stones to purchase the alchemical furnace. In the 8th month, Mu Changfeng once again visited your stall. You maintained your composed and dignified attitude while attending to this outer sect elder of the Ziyun sect. This time, Mu Changfeng was direct, inquiring if you would be interested in joining the Ziyun sect. He expressed his willingness to petition the Elder Council to grant you the position of outer sect steward, wherein you would only need to refine elixirs for the sect's disciples. With all materials provided by the sect, alongside an annual salary of 10,000 spirit stones. Within your heart, there is a surging joy, for joining the Ziyun sect is but a cog in the grand design you have envisioned. Yet, outwardly, you maintain an air of indifference, feigning contemplation as you graciously decline Mu Changfeng's invitation, asserting your inherently carefree nature and disdain for constraints, longing only for a life of leisure. Upon hearing your response, Mu Changfeng's countenance falls, revealing his disappointment. After procuring another batch of elixirs, he returns to the Ziyun sect. In the 9th month, Elder Mu Changfeng once again graces your establishment with his presence. This time, he eschews ambiguity. candidly expressing the immense demand the Ziyun sect has for your elixirs and earnestly beseeching you to join their ranks. He solemnly assures you that should you acquiesce, he will ardently recommend you as an outer elder of the Ziyun sect. Your obligations would only entail the refinement of elixirs as needed each year, while the remainder of your time would be yours to command freely. The sect would provide all necessary materials for alchemy and bestow upon you a generous annual stipend of 20,000 spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, you feigned deliberation and ultimately reluctantly acquiesced to his invitation. Deep within, however, you could not suppress your elation. Joining the Ziyun sect was a crucial aspect of your meticulously crafted plan, and now it had finally come to fruition. At the end of the 9th month, under the auspices of Elder Mu Chongfeng's recommendation, you officially became an outer elder of the Ziyun sect. The initiation ceremony was both solemn and grave, and as you donned the brand new elder's robe of the Ziyun sect, a multitude of emotions surged within you. In the first month, you immersed yourself in the novel life of the sect. Beyond the methodical crafting of elixirs, you devoted all your time to cultivation. The Ziyun sect boasted abundant resources for training, a tranquil environment, and ample spiritual energy, devoid of the disturbances and dangers of the outside world. Your rate of advancement was astonishing. By the end of the month, you received your first stipend of 2,000 spirit stones. The weight of the stones in your hand imparted a profound sense of security. The safety and stability of the sect left you feeling somewhat disoriented. In your previous life as a roaming cultivator, you were perpetually vigilant, always setting up layers of defenses during your training to guard against the ever-present dangers. Now, under the protection of the Ziyun sect, you no longer had to worry about any threats and could wholeheartedly devote yourself to cultivation. This transformation allowed you to experience an unprecedented sense of tranquility and reassurance. You now comprehend why so many solitary cultivators fervently aspire to join a sect. The security and stability of a nurturing cultivation environment, abundant resources, and invaluable connections are advantages that solitary practitioners find difficult to attain. And you, at long last, have become one of them. As the second year unfolds, the changing seasons of the Ziyun sect seem to pass in the blink of an eye. Over the course of more than a year, you have seamlessly integrated into this environment, becoming a revered alchemical elder among the outer disciples. You are the sole alchemist of the outer sect of the Ziyun sect, a distinction that has afforded you remarkable renown among the disciples of the outer sect. Within the Ziyun sect, the relationships among disciples are harmonious, characterized by a clear hierarchy and mutual support among senior and junior brothers. A stark contrast to the treachery you once witnessed in the realm of rogue cultivators. However, your responsibilities are confined to the outer sect, leaving you unaware of the circumstances within the inner sect. Yet again, the tranquility of your days has been disrupted. The malevolent ghost spirit sect has launched a sudden invasion, resulting in catastrophic destruction for many celestial markets and smaller factions. Although the Ziyun sect, protected by its revered ancestors in the nascent soul stage, remains temporarily secure, the sect has dispatched numerous disciples to battle against the ghost spirit sect, with many outer sect elders volunteering to rush to the front lines. You, however, have refrained from participating in the conflict, preoccupied with the spirit fire within the Ziyun sect. One day, while visiting the market at the foot of the Ziyun sect's mountain, you unexpectedly encounter Fatta, who upon seeing you, erupts in a furious tirade. Feigning ignorance, you inquired about the unfolding events. In a fit of exasperation, Pang De vehemently accused you, claiming that the alchemical furnace you sold him had brought him misfortune, attracting unwanted attention and resulting in its theft. He demanded compensation for his losses with an intimidating demeanor, threatening dire consequences should you fail to comply. You paid little heed to his threats. Yet a sense of astonishment gripped your heart. It was unexpected that the Rotunda could escape with his life under the watchful eyes of Xiao and the alchemist. In the 5th month of the second year, news reached you of a renowned alchemist descending the mountain, who had established a flourishing medicinal shop in the marketplace. Driven by curiosity, you disguised yourself and stealthily ventured down the mountain to investigate. The flames of the alchemical furnace illuminated a familiar visage, Xiao. A chill coursed through you, for you had assumed that the alchemist and Xiao would adhere to the trajectory laid out in your simulations. It now appeared that the unfolding events had strayed far from your expectations. Suddenly, the memory of Da's threat resurfaced. Could there be a connection between these two occurrences? A terrifying thought emerged. Xiao appearance might very well be orchestrated by Da. It was entirely possible that he had disclosed your affiliation with the Ziyun sect to Xiao. In the third year, you still had not unearthed any leads on the whereabouts of the spiritual fire. Meanwhile, a plethora of medicinal concoctions reminiscent of your own crafting methods began to proliferate within the Ziyun sect, some even surpassing your finest creations in quality. Most critically, these elixirs had infiltrated the inner sect market, including those consumed by foundation-building cultivators. You have located Mu Changfeng and informed him that the newcomer, Xiao Han, harbors ill intentions, urging him to exercise caution. Mu Changfeng reassures you that individuals within the inner sect are already undergoing assessments, urging you not to worry. By the 5th year, your cultivation has finally reached a bottleneck, and the opportunity for a breakthrough lies within reach. Xiao Han has yet to join the Ziyun sect. Perhaps your warning has had a significant impact. Do not overthink. Simply retreat and prepare to embrace the arrival of your breakthrough. In your 6th year, you have finally transcended your current realm, achieving the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. The joy of your breakthrough has yet to dissipate when, 3 days later, the skies above the purple cloud sect suddenly darken, and the spiritual energy surges violently. A sense of urgency grips your heart as you hastily exit your meditation chamber. Before you, the heavens above the purple cloud sect blaze with fire, and a deafening roar echoes. Xiao Han, we, the purple cloud sect, have treated you well. Yet you dare to betray us. A weight settled in your heart. What was inevitable had finally arrived, albeit a few years earlier than anticipated. In that moment, the raucous laughter of Xiao Han echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Old man Ziyun, you have only yourself to blame for harboring such a celestial treasure as the spirit fire within your Ziyun sect. Divine materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the capable. A furious voice resonated from within the Ziyun sect. Impudent wretch, you possess merely the cultivation of the core formation stage. What audacity grants you the temerity to covet the sacred treasures of my Ziyun sect? Just a mere nascent soul stage, and yet, with the support of my master, as Xiao Han's words fell, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, aging and maturing in an instant. While an enigmatic and unpredictable surge of spiritual power emanated from within him, a chill coursed through your heart as you realized that the revered Dan Master had ensnared Xiao Han. Suddenly, you beheld Xiao Han, under the Dan Master's control, whose gaze was like lightning, piercing through numerous barriers to meet yours from the outer sect. In a voice that was not his own, Xiao Han spoke, "My dear disciple, I never anticipated you would hide here." No sooner had he finished speaking than a colossal fire lotus materialized, exuding an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, hurtling swiftly towards you. In that fleeting moment, you witnessed the most exquisite flower in existence blooming before your eyes, instantly engulfing everything in its path. The outer sect of Ziyun Mountain was reduced to rubble. You are engulfed in an endless sea of flames. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. It is time to assess the rewards of this endeavor. You have ascended to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Firstly, your cultivation is now at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Secondly, you possess 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lastly, you have experienced this simulation. Alas, it is that old scoundrel again. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. In the previous simulation, both the Pill Master and Xiao Han joined the Ziyun sect in the 8th year. Even with prior schemes at the market below, it would take at least 6 years. Yet this time, they arrived much earlier. He had yet to glean any news of the spiritual fire when they came knocking at his door. Ultimately, it was the pill furnace that caused this turmoil. Initially intending to exact revenge on that scheming Fatda, he found himself entangled with Xiao Han, who was drawn to the Ziyun sect, completely derailing his plans. It seems that in the next simulation, addressing the issue of the pill furnace must take precedence. This is a magical grade pill furnace that he, with his current foundation establishment cultivation, cannot refine. Should the pill master fall, although refining would still be challenging, with time, success would eventually be attainable. However, as long as the pill master lives and his consciousness resides within the furnace, Lin Yi is utterly incapable of refining it. Unless he could enlist the aid of a nascent soul elder to disperse the consciousness within the furnace? Yet, how feasible is that? What vexes Lin Yi is that even if he were to forewarn the internal members of the Ziyun sect regarding Xiao Han's ulterior motives, it would have little effect. Ultimately, Xiao Han still joined the sect. It is likely that shortly after his arrival, being of low status, his words went unheeded by the Ziyun sect. Moreover, he uncovered another piece of information. Fatda indeed possesses the capability to infiltrate the Ziyun sect. Astonishingly, he even pilfered the burial shroud of the sect's ancestor, which is a direct affront to the Ziyun sect. Should this be discovered, that scoundrel would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, perhaps he could leverage this individual to gather intelligence, as there is a possibility that Fatta could lead him to news of the spiritual fire. Having consolidated his plans, Lin Yi turned his attention to the reward options. To his astonishment, he had accrued a total of 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, he chose to prioritize his cultivation level. The urgent need was to enhance his strength. Spirit stones were secondary. If given the choice between advancing his realm or acquiring spirit stones, he would opt for the former. As for magical artifacts or other items, he could decide upon those later. Enhance my cultivation to the third layer of foundation establishment. As soon as his words fell, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, solidifying his cultivation at the third layer of foundation establishment. Yet it still felt insufficiently swift. Lin Yi rubbed his temples in agitation, his brows furrowed tightly. Despite having spent several years within the simulator, the real world felt but a fleeting moment. Yet, he still perceived his progress as sluggish. This sluggishness could be attributed to his 7th grade fire spiritual root, which, while among the finest of the mid-grade roots, paled in comparison to Xiao Han's cultivation speed, which was astronomically superior. The 7th to 9th grade roots are classified as mid-grade, whereas 4th to 6th are deemed upper grade. The 1st to 3rd are considered top-grade roots. Above all grades lies the celestial spiritual root. Although he had made significant advancements compared to his past, he remained painfully slow when juxtaposed with Xiao Han. If he could acquire the spiritual fire within the Purple Cloud sect, his spiritual root's quality would undoubtedly see considerable improvement. However, obtaining spiritual fire was a futile hope unless he joined the outer sect, where he had no access to any information regarding it. Accessing spiritual fire necessitated entry into the inner sect. The conditions for joining the inner sect required the successful concoction of a spirit-gathering pill suitable for foundation-building practitioners. It appeared he would need to diligently hone his alchemical skills. Continue simulation. The simulation commenced. Remaining simulation attempts, 6. On the first day, you departed from the bustling meteorite market, soaring on your sword towards the mist-shrouded direction of the Purple Cloud sect. Along the way, you exercised utmost caution, skillfully evading the confines of falling Sunset Mountain. After 10 days, the majestic gates of the Purple Cloud sect came into faint view, and the spiritual energy around you intensified, filling you with a profound sense of tranquility. You sought a secluded courtyard at the foot of the Ziyun sect's mountain, where you momentarily settled down. You did not hastily proceed to the Ziyun sect. Instead, you resolved to first ascertain the situation, advancing with careful deliberation. Understanding both yourself and your adversary is the key to ensuring success in any endeavor. On the 15th day, you expended 10,000 spirit stones to procure a low-grade spirit tool, a Dan furnace, and commenced acquiring the necessary herbs for concocting both the True Essence pill and the Spirit Gathering pill in the marketplace. The True Essence pill is a commonly utilized elixir among late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, characterized by substantial demand and relatively stable pricing. In contrast, the Spirit Gathering pill is favored by foundation establishment practitioners, a concoction you had never attempted before. However, to gain admission into the inner sect of the Ziyun sect, mastering this craft became imperative. As you channeled the Yin Ling formula, the alchemical flames surged. You meticulously controlled both the temperature and the proportions of the herbs, exercising utmost caution without a hint of negligence. Batch after batch of elixirs emerged from your hands, filling the air with their aromatic fragrance. Remarkably, out of 10 batches of the True Essence pill, 6 were successfully refined with excellent quality, deepening your appreciation of your alchemical talent. Yet, as you endeavored to create the Spirit Gathering pill, you encountered formidable challenges. The process of refining the Spirit Gathering pill proved significantly more intricate than that of the True Essence pill, leading to a string of failures, 10 in succession, resulting in the unfortunate waste of precious herbs, a loss that weighed heavily upon your heart. You remained undeterred, continually reflecting upon your experiences and persevering through repeated attempts. The heavens do not forsake those who toil diligently. At last, through your unwavering efforts, you succeeded in concocting a furnace of Spirit Gathering pills. This particular furnace yielded only 6 pills, a stark contrast to the usual 10. Yet you did not succumb to discouragement. After all, this was your inaugural attempt at refining Spirit Gathering pills, and achieving success was already quite commendable. As you diligently pursued the crafting of these pills, after 10 days, you found yourself devoid of spirit stones. Nevertheless, You had managed to stabilize the success rate of your elixirs at 30%. Out of every 10 furnaces, 3 yielded success, and each of those produced 6 or 7 pills, which brought you considerable satisfaction, marking a significant advancement in your endeavors. However, after a month of relentless alchemy, despite your daily efforts, your expenditures exceeded your income, leading to a rather strained existence. The spirit stones you earned from the true essence pill were entirely devoted to the refinement of the spirit-gathering pill. After a month of endeavor, you found yourself neither profiting nor losing. This, however, did not deter your resolve. You meticulously reviewed the alchemical formula bestowed upon you by the pill master, conducting countless experiments. At long last, you succeeded in enhancing the success rate of your concoctions. Out of 10 batches, 6 would falter, while 4 would triumph. This process consumed a considerable amount of spiritual herbs as you immersed yourself in the art of alchemy. Your motives were twofold: to amass spirit stones and, concurrently, to remain inconspicuous while discreetly monitoring the movements of the Xiao sect in search of opportunities. In the second month, you continued your practice of alchemy and sales in the market when a figure suddenly caught your eye. You noticed that he seemed particularly attentive to the elixir shop. The man, named Mu Chanfeng, a cultivator from the Xiao sect, ultimately paused before your stall, picking up a pill to examine it closely. Observing your composed demeanor and the distinguished quality of your concoctions, he initiated a conversation with you. Through your dialogue, you discovered that he is an outer sect elder of the Xiao sect, who has descended the mountain to procure elixirs. He revealed that there are no resident alchemists within the Xiao sect. High-grade elixirs must be purchased at exorbitant prices from the Dan Valley and Dan Tower, while the lower-grade elixirs required by outer disciples must be sourced from the market by individuals like him. You maintained an air of composure, engaging him in conversation for an extended period without a hint of your desire to join the Xiao sect, as if the sect held no intrigue for you. Upon your departure, Mu Changfeng purchased several medicinal pills, and you quietly exhaled, considering this a promising beginning. In the ensuing months, you continued to refine and sell elixirs in the market, frequently encountering Mu Changfeng, who came to procure your potions. Each meeting was marked by warm exchanges, during which you delved into discussions on alchemical insights, gradually fostering a cordial relationship between the two of you. You have never expressed your desire to join the Xiao sect, instead choosing to quietly hone your alchemical skills. In the 6th month, when Mu Changfeng returned to procure elixirs, he was accompanied by an elder from the inner sect of Xiao. This elder, named Lin Yi, extolled the virtues of your concocted potions. He extended an invitation to you, hoping that you would join the inner sect of Xiao and serve as an official in the alchemy pavilion. You harbor a secret delight in your heart, yet outwardly feign indecision. You express your fondness for a life unencumbered by constraints, unwilling to submit to the restrictions of a sect. Observing your reluctance, Li Yuanqing does not press the matter further. Instead, he remarks on the abundant resources within the inner sanctum of the Xiao sect, which would greatly facilitate your advancement in the art of alchemy. He assures you of generous compensation and a liberating environment for your alchemical endeavors. After a moment of feigned contemplation, you reluctantly acquiesced to Li Yuanqing's invitation. You understand that only by joining the inner sect of the Xiao sect can one better gather intelligence and seek opportunities. In the 7th month, you officially became a member of the inner sect, assuming the position of steward in the alchemy pavilion. You conducted yourself with humility and devoted yourself to the art of alchemy, swiftly earning the recognition of both the inner disciples and the elders. Seizing this opportunity, you became acquainted with numerous inner disciples and elders. In the 9th month, you withdrew from the world, immersing yourself in the profound study of alchemy. Occasionally, you would undertake certain sect missions, crafting high-tier elixirs to exchange for contribution points and spirit stones, all while discreetly seeking information regarding spiritual flames. Within the scripture pavilion of the Xiao sect, you have uncovered some records pertaining to the ethereal flame, although the accounts are rather vague. They merely allude to the possibility of a formidable spiritual fire residing within the forbidden grounds of the sect. In the 10th month, after much contemplation, you managed to glean the whereabouts of this flame through subtle inquiries with a friendly inner sect elder. It is enshrined within the small world of the Xiao sect, personally guarded by the venerable ancestor of Xiao. This revelation sent a shiver down your spine, for the cultivation of the Xiao ancestor is unfathomably profound. Attempting to seize the ethereal flame from his grasp would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. In the 11th month, after extensive deliberation, you resolved to abandon the notion of pilfering the spiritual fire. You have accumulated sect contribution points and spirit stones over several months to obtain an opportunity to meet with the esteemed ancestor Ziyun. When you encountered the venerable Ziyun, he was seated cross-legged within the confines of a small world cave, a violet flame exuding a terrifying aura floating beside him. It was the spiritual fire you had tirelessly sought. You are aware that, given your current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for you to subdue this ethereal flame. Thus, you respectfully present the alchemical furnace of the esteemed Dan Master, humbly requesting the venerable ancestor Ziyun to assist in removing the residual consciousness of the Dan Master from the furnace. Observing your sincere demeanor and the considerable price you have paid, Ancestor Ziyun graciously intervenes, erasing the consciousness from the furnace. By the 12th month, you realize that remaining within the Ziyun sect holds no further significance, and thus, you quietly depart from the sect, freed from the constraints of the Dan Master's consciousness. The furnace wholly becomes your possession. You delve into the alchemical formulas and commence the refinement of the furnace. In the 3rd month of the 1st year, you wander to a place known as the Wind Spirit Sect, where by chance, you overhear some news regarding Xiao, stirring your interest. It turns out that the saintess of the Wind Spirit Sect, Lin Yi, had called off her engagement to a certain Xiao, deemed a waste by the Xiao family. Several years prior, they had agreed to a confrontation 30 years hence, a revelation that fills you with astonishment. For you are aware that Xiao is destined to become an unparalleled genius, commanding great influence in the future. In the 5th month of the 1st year, the demonic ghost spirit sect unexpectedly launches a large-scale assault on the various celestial factions, causing numerous marketplaces and smaller powers to be affected. The Wind Spirit Sect also falls under attack and organizes defensive forces to resist the onslaught. You have joined the ranks of the Wind Spirit Sect as a solitary cultivator, participating in the battle against the Ghost Spirit Sect. As you diligently hone your skills while vanquishing malevolent forces, you have endured countless battles, amassing an abundance of combat experience over the years. After 5 years of relentless training and practical engagement, you have finally ascended to the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, having refined your martial prowess through rigorous trials. At this juncture, the youthful naivety of your earlier years has long since faded, replaced by an aura of maturity and composure that envelopes your every movement. In your 6th year, owing to your remarkable achievements and exceptional leadership abilities, you have been formally inducted into the Fengling sect as an elder of the Outer Sect's War Hall, entrusted with overseeing the sect's external military affairs. You gradually come to understand that the leader of the Wind Spirit sect is known as Lin Yi, a formidable practitioner of the Golden Core stage, whose abilities are unfathomable. Additionally, the sect is home to a mysterious ancestor, whose strength remains uncertain. However, based on your observations and deductions, it is reasonable to assume that their power is at least at the nascent soul level. You are utterly astonished to discover that the sect's saintess, Lin Yi, possesses only mediocre talents and has recently established her foundation. Such qualifications pale in comparison to the extraordinary genius Xiao, who is destined to dominate the world, illustrating a vast chasm between their potential. One cannot help but marvel at how Lin Yi could muster the courage to call off the wedding. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has slipped away. You have heard whispers of a cataclysmic battle that transpired within the Purple Clouds sect, where the venerable ancestor of the sect was severely injured, and the sacred flame he guarded was cunningly stolen by Xiao in collaboration with a mysterious figure. It is said that this conflict even unveiled a hidden elder of the sect, whose power is unfathomable. This revelation leaves you utterly astounded. It seems the venerable ancestor is not even the pinnacle of strength within the Purple Clouds sect, which possesses a depth of heritage that surpasses your imagination. In the 11th year, you diligently devoted yourself to your cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. Concurrently, you have fully refined the alchemical furnace of the Danzun, elevating your success rate in concocting spirit-gathering pills to 60%, while the success rate for Yellow Dragon pills has astonishingly reached 100%. You have gradually established a firm foothold in the Wind Spirit sect, becoming an indispensable pillar of the sect. In the 18th year, the sect leader, Lin Yi, was ensnared by the Ghost Spirit sect while on a mission at Suaping Mountain. You were entrusted with a grave mission, leading the disciples of the Wind Spirit sect to their rescue. However, you fell into the enemy's ambush, resulting in the demise of all 80 disciples who had come to save. In the face of life and death, an inferno of rage ignited within you, and flames engulfed your entire being. The terrifying blaze swiftly consumed the entirety of Emerald Screen Mountain, reducing everything in its vicinity to ashes. Your sudden outburst caught the unsuspecting demonic cultivator off guard, and in his final moments, he scattered an unknown powder upon the unconscious Lin Yi. Only you and the sect leader, Lin Yi, remained on the verdant peaks of Ping Mountain. Upon her awakening, her gaze was clouded, her demeanor peculiar. And she suddenly entwined herself around you. Under the influence of the potion and some mysterious force, an unexpected event transpired between you. To your astonishment, you later discovered that you had broken through to the 6th level of foundation establishment, your inner essence now more refined and potent than ever. Lin Yi, with a complex expression, cautioned you to keep this matter confidential and elevated you to the position of inner sect elder, entrusting you with the core affairs of the sect. 2 decades later, you heard whispers of a prodigy named Lin Yi emerging with great prominence, a name that stirred a sense of familiarity within you. After extensive inquiries, you were thrilled to learn that Lin Yi was indeed a member of the Lin family from Longdi, sharing your lineage and being your cousin. At this juncture, Lin Yi was basking in unparalleled glory, heralded as the new leader of the demon-slaying generation, reportedly backed by his own formidable faction. Unable to contain the tumult of your emotions, after much contemplation, you resolved to seek refuge with Lin Yi. Firstly, your blood ties with your cousin necessitate mutual support. Secondly, the Foling sect is not an unequivocally secure haven. With the impending 30-year deadline between Xiao and Lin Yi, a fierce conflict is likely to ensue, potentially jeopardizing your safety. Weighing the pros and cons, you decided to search for a more secure sanctuary in advance. In the 21st year, you meticulously arranged the affairs of the sect and quietly departed from the Fengling sect. Before leaving, you sought out Lin Yi and solemnly informed her that Xiao has now reached the golden core stage of cultivation, supported by a master of unfathomable strength. With the 30-year deadline approaching, the Fengling sect may face peril, and you urged her to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing your words, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Yi's eyes, but it was overshadowed by a greater sense of resentment towards your departure. A sense of reluctance lingered within you. Yet you understood that only by swiftly enhancing your abilities could you ensure your own safety. Ultimately, you resolutely departed. After 22 years, you returned to the long-forgotten land of Longdi, where familiar dialects and landscapes evoked deep feelings of nostalgia. After much wandering, you finally encountered your illustrious cousin, Lin Yi. In that moment, he stood tall and imposing, exuding the formidable aura of a cultivator in the core formation stage. He had become the first core formation ancestor of the Lin family in nearly 10 millennia, and a swell of pride surged within your heart. You eagerly proclaimed your identity and intentions, yearning to fight alongside this cousin with whom you share blood, to forge a path of glory together. However, your fervor was swiftly extinguished by a chilling reality. Upon hearing your name, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glinting with a frigid malice. Before you could comprehend the situation, he materialized before you like a specter, his iron grip constricting your throat, leaving you on the brink of asphyxiation. You, filled with trepidation, inquired of him why he would resort to such fratricidal actions. Lin Yi, gritting his teeth, articulated with deliberate precision that your mother, in her quest to endow you with a spiritual root, had audaciously extracted his celestial root through arcane methods. Such enmity is irreconcilable. He revealed to you that after the extraction of his spiritual root, he, with remarkable fortitude, managed to awaken his celestial root once more. You feel as though struck by lightning, your mind rendered blank, grappling with the incredibility of this sudden accusation. Yet, the hatred that burns in Lin Yi's gaze is so palpable that you are compelled to accept this harsh reality. A tempest of anger and resentment surges within you, and with every ounce of your strength, you unleash your true essence, igniting a conflagration that engulfs the entire Lin family in Longdi in a sea of flames. You engaged in a fierce struggle against Lin Yi. However, his formidable cultivation level rendered you incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon him. Ultimately, you succumbed amidst the roaring flames, burdened by boundless regret and dissatisfaction, thus concluding a life fraught with tribulations. This simulation has come to an end. Now, the rewards for this session will be calculated, and you have elevated your strength to the 6th layer of foundation establishment during this simulation. You may obtain one of the following rewards. First, the foundation building of the 6th layer. Second, the refined alchemical furnace of the alchemy sovereign. Third, the simulated experience. Remaining simulation attempts, 6. After the simulation concluded, Lin Yi collapsed onto the meditation mat. This wretched simulation grew increasingly despairing with each iteration. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in frustration, his mind replaying the events of the simulation. He never anticipated that his original mother's desperate attempt to bestow a spiritual root upon him involved the extraction of Lin Hao's heavenly spiritual root. Why is my spiritual root quality so abysmal? Could it be a failed transplant? Or perhaps merely a partial grafting of the spiritual root? Lin Yi murmured to himself, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had believed that he and Lin Hao shared a common origin, destined to advance together, yet the truth was excruciatingly harsh. Was he merely a transmigrant inheriting enmity? A self-deprecating smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips, a sense of absurdity washing over him. This reminded him of a melodramatic web novel from his past, whose plot bore a striking resemblance to his own misfortune. The original mother had extracted her younger brother's supreme bone, only for him to awaken it later, leading to a bitter rivalry and mutual slaughter. It now appeared that he was akin to the unfortunate elder brother in that narrative. Compounding his troubles, he bore the stigma of having killed his master. The ever-looming alchemy sovereign and the so-called good junior brother, Xiao, could descend upon him at any moment to exact revenge. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he found himself utterly bereft of escape. Lin Yi irritably raked his fingers through his hair, his thoughts in disarray. Amidst the chaos, he began to ponder other issues encountered during the simulation. The spiritual fire of the Xian sect was pivotal to enhancing his spiritual root. Yet acquiring it seemed an insurmountable challenge. The sect was guarded by an elder protector of the spiritual fire. As a mere foundation-building cultivator, attempting to seize it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He needed to seek alternative methods or perhaps discover other opportunities in the next simulation. Perhaps he could consider approaching that rotund individual who had desecrated the Xian sect's ancestral grave. As for Lin Yi of the Wind Spirit sect, Lin Yi deemed her utterly foolish. Challenging Xiao, who would emerge 30 years hence, was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, an invitation to disaster. Once the 30-year mark arrived, Xiao would undoubtedly come with the alchemy sovereign in tow. The Wind Spirit sect would likely be reduced to ashes, and perhaps he might even salvage something in the aftermath. Never mind, he resolved. It was imperative to focus on enhancing his strength first. Shaking his head, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. He gazed at the reward options before him, feeling an unusual sense of difficulty, particularly regarding the alchemy sovereign's furnace. Currently, he possessed a legitimate alchemical furnace of an alchemy sovereign, yet the simulator presented another. Could it be possible to have two? Lin Yi was utterly astonished. Note, there is only one alchemical furnace of the alchemy sovereign. If you claim the already refined furnace, the one in your possession will automatically refine and will not duplicate. Indeed, it would be splendid to possess two. Lin Yi stroked his chin, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. When the esteemed alchemist arrives for the furnace, he could present both before him. Oh, the befuddled alchemist, would you prefer this furnace, which I have already refined, or this one, untouched by my hands? I can only imagine the bewilderment that would ensue. Having contemplated this matter, he ultimately opted for a single reward, the strength of a sixth-tier foundation establishment. A surge of formidable power coursed through his body, rapidly enhancing the true essence within his dantian, while his meridians grew more resilient and expansive. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the tumultuous energy within, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Power is the very essence of survival, and the alchemist's furnace could indeed resolve his immediate predicaments. When Xiao and the alchemist come knocking 3 months hence, who shall live and who shall perish remains uncertain, given his current level of advancement. Predicting his capabilities in 3 months is an enigma. Lin Yi pondered, yet at present, the spirit fire remains paramount. The esteemed elder of the Purple Cloud sect possesses unfathomable strength. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. What if, in the next simulation, he chose to remain within the Purple Cloud sect? By gaining the trust of all, he could unveil Xiao and the alchemist's schemes. Perhaps he could harness the power of the Purple Cloud sect to confront formidable foes. If all else fails, he could ascend gradually from the lower echelons of the sect. After all, time within the simulator is ample for slow exploration. Should he rise to the higher echelons, or even the position of sect leader, would the spirit fire not then be within his grasp? Of course, pursuing both avenues simultaneously would be the most prudent strategy. He could not forsake the line involving Fatda. Perhaps he could leverage Fatda's insights into the Purple Cloud sect, coordinating efforts to procure the spirit fire. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. This time, he intended to make a grand play. Continue the simulation. The simulation commenced. Remaining simulation attempts, 5. On the first day, you departed from the bustling meteorite market, soaring towards the direction of the purple clouds sect on your sword. 10 days later, you sought refuge in a tranquil courtyard within the market at the foot of the purple cloud sect's mountain, temporarily settling down. You expended 10,000 spirit stones to acquire a low-grade alchemical furnace, embarking on a venture to procure the ingredients for crafting true essence pills and spirit-gathering pills in the marketplace. In the first month, you devoted yourself to the art of alchemy, both to amass spirit stones and to glean information regarding the elusive Fatda. By the second month, you continued to engage in alchemy in the sale of your pills, which became increasingly sought after, drawing the attention of a growing number of cultivators. As the third month unfolded, your reputation burgeoned, even catching the notice of Elder Mu Changfeng from the esteemed Xian sect. Elder Mu praised the quality of your concoctions and paid you a personal visit. He appreciated your composure and the distinguished nature of your pills, leading to a conversation between you. Upon his departure, Elder Mu procured several of your elixirs. As the third month progressed, your rapport with Elder Mu deepened. Each time he visited to purchase pills, he engaged in further discourse with you. By the fourth month, your elixirs had gained considerable acclaim in the marketplace, attracting an ever-increasing clientele and flourishing business. You continue to maintain a humble demeanor, dedicating yourself to the art of alchemy and enhancing your own prowess. In the fifth month, you embark on the endeavor of concocting various other elixirs. By the sixth month, Mu Changfeng once again visits your establishment, this time accompanied by Li Yuanqing, an esteemed elder from the inner sect of the Ziyun sect. Li Yuanqing extols the virtues of the elixirs you have crafted, extending an invitation for you to join the inner sect of Ziyun, to serve as a steward in the alchemical chamber. You secretly harbor delight, yet outwardly feign hesitation, claiming to be accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom, reluctant to be bound by the constraints of the sect. Observing this, Li Yuanqing does not press the issue, merely indicating that the resources within the inner sect of the Ziyun sect are abundant, providing a more conducive environment for the enhancement of your alchemical skills, and promises to grant you generous rewards along with the liberty to practice alchemy. After feigning contemplation for a moment, you reluctantly accepted Li Yuanqing's invitation. 7 months later, you officially joined the inner sect of the Violet Cloud sect, becoming an alchemy pavilion steward within the inner circle. You conducted yourself with modesty, diligently perfecting your alchemical skills, and soon garnered the recognition of both the inner disciples and the elders. You have discovered that the resources for alchemy within the Purple Cloud sect are indeed abundant, with a myriad of rare medicinal herbs available, significantly enhancing your efficiency in refining elixirs. Concurrently, you have begun to delve into more profound alchemical techniques and formulas, witnessing a remarkable advancement in your skills. In the 9th month, you have remained reclusive, dedicating yourself to the study of alchemy, while occasionally undertaking sect missions to concoct high-tier elixirs, thereby earning contribution points and spirit stones. By the 11th month, you utilized the sect contributions and spirit stones accumulated over the preceding months to secure an audience with the esteemed ancestor of the Purple Cloud. Upon encountering the venerable ancestor Ziyun, he sat cross-legged within a cavernous abode, surrounded by a violet flame that exuded an aura of terror, indeed, the sacred spirit fire, the treasured relic of the Ziyun sect. You respectfully presented the alchemy furnace obtained from the esteemed Dan Zun, humbly requesting Elder Ziyun's assistance in eliminating the residual divine consciousness of the Dan Zun from the furnace. You elucidated that this alchemical furnace possesses an extraordinary origin, expressing your desire to refine it for the greater benefit of your sect. Upon witnessing your sincere demeanor and the considerable sacrifice you made, Ancestor Ziyun took action to erase the consciousness imprinted on the furnace. By the 12th month, liberated from the constraints of the Dan Master's awareness, the furnace became wholly yours. You commenced your studies on alchemical formulas and began the process of refining the furnace. After 1 year and 3 months, you finally gleaned information regarding Fatda. Upon locating him, you seized him and accused him of having excavated the tomb of the founding ancestor of Ziyun's sect. Fatda, pale with fear, vehemently denied the accusation. You claimed to sense the essence of the ancestral shroud emanating from the opponent. Upon realizing that his cover was blown, Pang De rose in defiance, summoning his flying sword, while several defensive talismans materialized around him. Although Pang De is merely at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, his multitude of magical artifacts exudes considerable pressure. However, Your molten true fire instills in him a profound sense of trepidation. As the fierce battle raged on, several elders from the Ziyun sect arrived. Upon witnessing your confrontation with an outsider, they promptly joined the fray, encircling the corpulent Da. Outnumbered, Da ultimately succumbed to your prowess. Before your fellow disciples of the Ziyun sect, you refrained from exposing Da's grave-robbing transgressions, instead attributing the conflict to personal grievances. Under the influence of your extensive memory restoration techniques, they eventually confessed to possessing a forbidden pearl, capable of dismantling various restrictions and formations. With this artifact, he could infiltrate several sects to pilfer spiritual herbs and excavate ancestral graves. He divulged that he had ventured into the sacred grounds of numerous sects, including the Pill Pavilion and even the Ghost Spirit sect. Little did he anticipate that, after merely attempting to unearth a grave within the Ziyun sect, he would be apprehended by you. You inquired whether Pangda might allow you a glimpse of the precious broken forbidden pearl. The response you received was that the pearl, a remarkable entity of the universe, had entwined its fate with his own. Thus, even if he were to be slain, the pearl would inevitably perish with him. Before the simulator, Lin Yi was utterly astonished, realizing that one must not underestimate the capabilities of individuals across the realms. Take Pangda, for instance. Though his strength was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he maneuvered effortlessly among the major sects, even daring to confront the Ghost Spirit sect. It is worth noting that this sect had the audacity to launch an incursion against the celestial path single-handedly. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze back to the simulator once more. While you confine Pangda, you simultaneously search within the sutra repository. Before long, you discover a tome entitled Soul Control Technique, which possesses the power to dominate others. Once ensnared by this control, the individual is rendered incapable of resistance, destined to obey your every command with unwavering loyalty. You employed this method on Pandey, and he complied with your every word. You dispatched Pangda to undertake a task of spreading rumors. Shortly thereafter, a significant incident emerged within the Ziyun sect, claiming that an individual named Xiao, in collusion with someone referred to as the Danzun, had conspired to excavate the ancestral grave of the sect. This matter has escalated to the foremost priority for the Ziyun sect, reportedly even alarming the sect's venerable ancestor. Consequently, the sect has issued a mission, accompanied by a generous reward, to ascertain the whereabouts of the two individuals. You boldly offered yourself for recommendation, asserting that this matter pertains to the life and death of the Ziyun sect, and requested an audience with the venerable ancestor of Ziyun. The matter was escalated through various channels until it finally reached the ears of the venerable ancestor, who summoned you once more and inquired about your assertion regarding the life and death of the Ziyun sect. You feigned profundity, claiming that you have previously encountered Xiao and the esteemed Danzun, who are connected to the Ghost Spirit sect and have been relentlessly in pursuit of the heavenly spiritual flames, aspiring to resurrect the ancient ancestor of the Ghost Spirit sect and upend the established order of the cultivation world. Furthermore, according to your conjecture, within a month or two at most, the Ghost Spirit sect is poised to invade the Immortal Dao market and small to medium-sized sects, at which point untold suffering will ensue, and even the Purple Cloud sect will find it difficult to remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of the Purple Cloud sect was taken aback, urgently inquiring whether you were speaking without basis. With resolute conviction, you declared that time would reveal the truth. The Purple Cloud ancestor wore a solemn expression before leading you to a concealed sanctuary at the heart of the Purple Cloud sect's miniature realm. There stood an ancient tomb, before which the ancestor bowed with profound reverence. Moments later, the earthen mound split open and a coffin emerged. From within, an elderly man on the verge of decay stepped forth with deliberate slowness. The Purple Cloud ancestor addressed him respectfully as Martial Uncle. And you immediately understood. This elder was likely the hidden foundation of the sect. Swiftly, you offered a courteous salute. The elder declared that unless the sect faced life or death peril, none should disturb his secluded cultivation. The ancestor wasted no time, recounting your revelations in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, the elder, too, was struck with astonishment. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness pierced his clouded eyes before he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the sect's miniature realm, his destination unknown. You stand there, trembling with trepidation, your heart in turmoil as you contemplate how to extricate yourself from this predicament. The invasion of the Ghost Spirit sect is indeed a reality. Yet the remainder is merely a figment of your imagination. Observing your distress, Ancestor Ziyun offers you words of reassurance, urging you not to panic. For the one who has flown out is the heavenly sword divine monarch, the sole ancestor of Ziyun's sect to have attained the divine transformation stage. However, this revelation only deepens your anxiety, as you had not anticipated that such a simple scheme would entangle you with a figure of such immense stature. After a brief interval, the heavenly sword divine monarch returns, his countenance darkened and his silence palpable. You thought he was about to strike, your heart trembling with fear as you turned to flee. Yet deep down you knew escape would be futile before a nascent soul cultivator and a divine transformation master. The heavenly sword divine monarch commanded the purple cloud ancestor, order the sect to heighten its defenses, for the ghost spirit sect shall arrive soon. Instruct all disciples to prepare immediately to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Then he turned to you and inquired, under whose tutelage did you cultivate? You profess to be a solitary practitioner, sheltered by the purple cloud sect, thus afforded the opportunity to cultivate your skills. The divine sword sovereign nods slightly, acknowledging your timely warning as invaluable. Noting your commendable aptitude, he inquires whether you would be willing to take him as your master. The venerable ancestor of the purple cloud, taken aback by this revelation, hastily interjects, urging you to seize the chance to become his disciple, as the divine sword sovereign has never before accepted a student. In an overwhelming surge of joy, it was only natural to seek the guidance of a formidable master at the divine transformation stage, thus you promptly became his disciple. Following your initiation, the sword deity presented you with a magnificent spiritual artifact, a flying sword known as Xiao, and imparted upon you the unique and unparalleled skill of the celestial sword technique, urging you to diligently cultivate your abilities and never to become complacent. You have become the sole disciple of the celestial sword god. Your status has risen tremendously, placing you on par with the venerable ancestor Ziyun, and bestowing upon you a position of great esteem within the entire Ziyun sect. As you traverse the pathways, you are met not only by your own disciples, but also by the disciples of your disciples, leaving you somewhat disconcerted. You have secluded yourself in deep contemplation, diligently honing the skills of the celestial sword technique, practicing your swordplay daily on the back mountain of Ziyun Peak, where the light of your blade shines like a rainbow, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Ziyun sect has been in a state of urgent preparedness, augmenting personnel in numerous markets under its purview and fortifying its defensive formations. After a span of 1 year and 5 months, the malevolent ghost spirit sect has suddenly launched an invasion, resulting in catastrophic devastation for many celestial markets and smaller factions. Thanks to their prior precautions, several markets of the Ziyun sect have managed to remain unscathed for the time being. However, in the face of the ghost spirit sect's aggression, the sect has dispatched numerous disciples to the battlefield, with many outer sect elders volunteering to rush to the front lines. Fully aware of the arduous challenges ahead, you took the initiative to volunteer for the confrontation against the ghost spirit sect. Initially, both the venerable purple cloud ancestor and the celestial sword deity expressed their disapproval, concerned for your safety. However, with unwavering determination, you ultimately persuaded them to relent. You bid farewell to the divine sword sovereign and joined the celestial army in the fight against the ghost spirit sect. On the battlefield, wielding the purple sky sword, you unleashed the sword technique of the heavens, with sword energy surging forth, unstoppable in your advance. You exhibited unparalleled bravery, vanquishing countless practitioners of the ghost spirit sect, swiftly earning remarkable accolades and emerging as a rising star within the Celestial Alliance. In the first year and 8 months, both the celestial and demonic realms were engulfed in immense fury. For the past 6 months, a rogue cultivator named Xiao had been desecrating ancestral graves, causing great distress among numerous sections. It was rumored that even the ghost spirit sect had placed a substantial bounty on his head, determined to capture this individual. Ultimately, it was revealed that Xiao hailed from Wutan town, belonging to a minor clan bearing the surname Xiao. Consequently, this clan was obliterated by the wrathful forces of both realms. There were even claims from individuals who had encountered Xiao, asserting that he, despite being in the core formation stage, had not engaged in combat against them. Others suggested that this Xiao had the support of a formidable ally and possessed remarkable skills in evasion. This led many to believe that Xiao was indeed the grave robber, for such a feat could not be accomplished without considerable prowess. In the second year, having been a member of the Ziyun sect for over a year, you diligently devoted yourself to exterminating evil and safeguarding the righteous, while also refining elixirs to support your sect, garnering the gratitude of all within. By the third year, you began to discreetly gather information regarding Xiao and, during battles against the ghost spirit sect, subtly guided public opinion to depict Xiao Han as an irredeemable villain, deserving of universal condemnation. You clandestinely disseminated rumors insinuating that Xiao Han colluded with the ghost spirit sect, suggesting that the pilfered treasures had all flowed into their possession, thus inciting the ire of various factions within the realm of immortality. Under your machinations, Xiao Han and the Danzun have become pariahs, reviled by both the celestial and demonic paths. In the 4th year, you further propagated the narrative, alleging that the ghost spirit sect had formed an alliance with the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance, even hinting that the rise of the ghost spirit sect was intricately linked to the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. Subsequent investigations by the celestial factions revealed that the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance had been transporting resources to the ghost spirit sect for many years, establishing an undeniable connection to its sudden ascendance. By the 5th year, you achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of Foundation establishment. And during battles against the ghost spirit sect, the potency of the heavenly sword technique became even more formidable, rendering you an indispensable pillar of the Ziyun sect. In the 6th year, due to your years of dedication and contribution, you were promoted to an elder of the Ziyun sect, further elevating your status. By the 7th year, you had fully entrenched yourself within the core of the Ziyun sect, able to traverse the small worlds at will, and even practice beside the Ziyun sacred fire. You began experimenting with refining pills using the Ziyun sacred fire, discovering a marked enhancement in the quality of the elixirs produced. In the 8th year, Xiao Han spread word that he had apprehended the true grave robber, a morally deficient rotund individual, attempting to exonerate himself, yet neither side, celestial nor demonic, believed his claims. You attentively sensed the situation. Indeed, Pangda had been captured, yet you chose to remain uninvolved. In the 9th year, through diligent cultivation beside the Ziyun divine fire, your progress accelerated, leading to a breakthrough in your physical cultivation, reaching the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, while your magical cultivation attained the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. You began to concoct higher-tier elixirs. By the 10th year, you had thoroughly refined the alchemical furnace of the elixir master, significantly enhancing your alchemical efficiency. In addition to producing Huanglong Dan, Jinyuan Dan, and Juling Dan, you also commenced the creation of Xingyuan Dan. Although the success rate of Xingyuan Dan was low, it remained a vital elixir for those in the core formation stage, establishing you as an indispensable member of the Ziyun sect. At this juncture, even if you were to take away the Ziyun divine fire, no one would utter a word of dissent. In the 11th year, you continued your cultivation beside the Ziyun divine fire, beginning to focus on your physical cultivation. By the 12th year, a clandestine figure was discovered in the marketplace beneath the Ziyun sect, and upon thorough investigation, it was revealed that this individual was none other than Xiao Han, the infamous grave robber of the Ziyun sect's founder. Despite the efforts of the Ziyun sect's esteemed ancestor, the attempt to capture him proved futile. It was said that a fierce battle ensued, ultimately resulting in Xiao Han's escape. In the 13th and 14th years, you immersed yourself in cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs, solely devoted to transcending your current limits. By the 15th year, your physical cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. However, your magical cultivation remained stagnant at the 8th layer, presenting you with a formidable bottleneck. You begin to feel a sense of anxiety, accompanied by an urgent heart. In the 16th year, you find yourself still stagnant, your inner turmoil growing ever more intense. You have endeavored through numerous methods, yet to no avail. In the 17th year, you still find yourself at an impasse, and self-doubt begins to creep in. You begin to ponder what other paths may lie ahead. In the 18th year, unable to contain your restless spirit, you depart from Ziyun sect and ascend Tipping Mountain to await the opportune moment. 6 months later, the master of Fengling sect, Lin Yi, falls victim to an ambush by demonic forces and is imprisoned upon the mountain. You believe the time has come to unleash the celestial sword technique, channeling the power of dual cultivation. With this formidable force, you vanquish the disciples of the demonic path, successfully rescuing Lang Yu. However, contrary to your expectations, Lang Yu does not embrace you with open arms. Instead, she is incensed by your proposition of dual cultivation and delivers a stinging slap across your face. It is only now that you recall the crucial step, the elusive powder you had forgotten. Frustrated, you return to the Ziyun sect, immersing yourself once more in the art of alchemy. In the 19th year, day after day, you toil at the cauldron, the flickering flames illuminating the confusion etched upon your visage. By the 20th year, you persist in your alchemical endeavors, achieving a breakthrough to the 6th layer of foundational cultivation. In the same year, you learn of the emergence of a prodigious talent named Lin Yi, and you realize that he is none other than your cousin. This revelation stirs no tempest within your heart. Instead, it evokes a feeling of profound helplessness. As the 21st year unfolds, you remain dedicated to your craft, striving to concoct higher-tier elixirs in search of a breakthrough in the realm of alchemy. You began to concoct some elixirs to aid in your breakthrough, hoping to transcend your current limitations. In the 22nd year, your cultivation remained stagnant at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, the bottleneck resembling an insurmountable chasm. That year, you had refined an ample supply of elixirs and publicly declared your seclusion. You arrive at the small world of Ziyun's sect, gazing upon the blazing Ziyun divine fire, and resolutely consume it. The two types of spiritual flames collide within your body, erupting and fervently igniting your meridians, bones, and flesh. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Once again, I find myself in this predicament. Lin Yi sighed, reflecting on his 20 years of existence. As a foundation-building practitioner, he should have been capable of living for over 2 centuries. Yet, in his quest for breakthrough, he recklessly resorted to the consumption of the purple cloud divine fire to surmount his bottleneck, only to see his efforts come to naught. It appears that haste is never a virtue. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi began to analyze the simulation of life. He discovered that employing fat to spread rumors, tarnishing the reputations of Xiao Han and the Dan Master in collusion, was an astute maneuver. With Xiao Han and the Dan Master being pursued by both celestial and demonic forces, they were rendered as desperate as cornered dogs, leaving them no opportunity to infiltrate the Purple Cloud sect to steal the divine fire. This presented him with an exceptional chance to thrive within the sect, even granting him free access to the Purple Cloud divine fire. Alas, the opportunity was bestowed upon him, yet he failed to seize it. Lin Yi chuckled at his own folly. After orchestrating the downfall of Xiao Han and his disciple, he grew complacent, hastening his cultivation. Consequently, his cultivation level stagnated at the 8th layer of foundation building for several years, showing no signs of progress. In a fit of desperation, he even contemplated using the core formation practitioner, Lin Yi, as a furnace partner to elevate his realm, only to receive a sharp slap in return. That he was not struck down by Lin Yi's hand can be considered a stroke of fortune. Lin Yi massaged his temples, contemplating the initial success of his endeavor, yet frowning as he meticulously pondered each detail. Had he not rushed to devour the spiritual fire, he could have cultivated gradually, even if his progress was impeded. He could have continued refining his physique. Nonetheless, this simulation yielded a crucial conclusion. The 4C's Immortal Alliance indeed possesses ties to the Ghost Spirit sect. Now, as the rewards for this simulation are being tallied, it is noted that your spiritual cultivation level has ascended to the 8th layer of foundation building, while your physical cultivation level has reached the 6th layer of foundation building. You may obtain one of the following rewards. 1. The strength of a 6th-layer foundation establishment in physical cultivation. 2. The strength of an 8th-layer foundation establishment in magical cultivation. 3. A refined alchemist's furnace. 4. The simulated experience. 5. The heavenly sword technique. 6. The purple cloud flying sword. Remaining simulation attempts. 5. Lin Yi meticulously analyzed the 6 reward options presented by the simulator. The first option, the strength of a 6th-layer foundation establishment in physical cultivation, would enhance his corporeal power, granting him a significant advantage in close combat. The second option, the heavenly sword technique, being a terrestrial-level skill, posed a considerable dilemma for him. The third option, the refined alchemist's furnace, was not under immediate consideration. Although it could improve his alchemical success rate and liberate him from the constraints of being an alchemist, he felt he had ample time to utilize, thus deciding to defer this choice for the future. The simulated experience also presented no compelling alternatives. Naturally, he opted for it, as it would yield substantial alchemical and practical experience. The sixth option, the purple cloud flying sword, was dismissed outright. If he could forego the alchemist's furnace, this was even less appealing. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yi ultimately chose the second option, the strength of an 8th-layer foundation establishment. Having acquired the strength of an 8th-layer foundation establishment, Lin Yi resolved to engage in the simulation once more. This time, he learned from previous lessons and opted for a more measured approach, eschewing haste. Having clarified his intentions, he commenced the simulation. The simulation began. Remaining simulation attempts. 4. On the first day, you departed from the bustling meteorite market, soaring on your sword towards the direction of the Purple Cloud sect. deliberately circumventing the vicinity of the falling sunset mountain to avoid unnecessary troubles. 10 days later, you sought a secluded courtyard in the marketplace at the foot of the Purple Cloud sect, settling temporarily and procuring a new alchemist furnace along with alchemical materials. You commenced discreetly acquiring elixirs in the bustling marketplace, skillfully concocting sought-after pills for sale while subtly gathering intelligence. In the first month, you devoted yourself to alchemy, and with your exceptional skills, you swiftly garnered a reputation within the market. Concurrently, you remained attentive to news regarding the Rotunda. By the third month, your elixirs became a coveted commodity, elevating your fame. By chance, Mu Changfeng of the Ziyun sect came into possession of one of your creations, expressing profound admiration and personally seeking an audience with you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, you feigned an air of mystery as you informed Mu Changfeng that you had a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of the Ziyun sect to discuss. Alarmed, Mu Changfeng was taken aback and, not daring to delay, hurried back to the sect with great urgency. Several days later, Mu Changfeng returned accompanied by an esteemed elder of the Ziyun sect, Li Yuanqing. Li Yuanqing proceeded to inquire about the matter in detail. However, you remained tight-lipped, insisting that the issue was of such significance that it could only be disclosed in the presence of the venerable ancestor of the Ziyun sect. With no other recourse, Li Yuanqing reluctantly reported the matter to the Ziyun ancestor. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to come and meet with you personally. You feigned profundity, eloquently articulating a carefully prepared discourse, claiming to have uncovered the ghost spirit sect's sinister plot to resurrect their ancestral figure and disrupt the order of the cultivation realm. According to your conjecture, within a year at most, the ghost spirit sect will launch an invasion against the Immortal Dao marketplace and smaller sects, leading to widespread devastation, from which even the Purple Cloud sect may not remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of the Purple Cloud sect expressed skepticism, stating that an investigation would be conducted and urged you to await favorable news. After a few days, the Purple Cloud ancestor returned, extending an invitation for you to join the Purple Cloud sect, to which you gladly acquiesced. You casually retrieved the alchemical furnace bestowed upon you by the esteemed Danzun and humbly requested the venerable ancestor Ziyun to assist in eliminating the lingering spiritual essence of Danzun from the furnace. Observing your earnest demeanor, Ancestor Ziyun graciously complied and eradicated the residual consciousness from the furnace. Freed from the constraints of Danzun's spirit, the furnace became entirely yours. You embarked on an exploration of alchemical formulas and commenced the refinement of the furnace itself. In the 7th month, you officially joined the inner sect of the Ziyun school, assuming the role of an esteemed steward in the alchemy pavilion. By the 9th month, you had become reclusive, dedicating yourself to the profound study of alchemical arts, occasionally undertaking sect missions to concoct advanced elixirs, thereby earning contribution points and spirit stones. In the 10th month, you discovered a tome within the scripture repository entitled Soul Control Technique, which grants the power to dominate others. The subject becomes utterly unable to resist, destined to obey your every command with unwavering loyalty. Having studied this tome for future reference, after a year and 3 months, you have finally unearthed information regarding the elusive Pangda. Under the cover of night, you stealthily infiltrate the hideout of Pangda, seizing him by the collar and accusing him of having desecrated the tomb of the founder of the Ziyun sect. Pangda, struck with terror, turns pale and fervently denies the accusation. You claim to sense the aura of the ancestral shroud upon the individual. Pangda, realizing that his secret had been exposed, rose in defiance, summoning his flying sword, while numerous defensive talismans manifested around him. Your cultivation is on par with his, both at the 8th layer of the foundation establishment stage. However, the heavenly Tao of your foundation establishment instantaneously overpowers him. Despite his seemingly endless array of treasures, he remains no match for you. Ultimately, you subdue Pangda and retrieve the soul-controlling technique you discovered in the scripture vault. You employ this method upon Pangda, who now obeys your every command. You dispatched Pangda to covertly disseminate information. Soon after, the tomb of the ancestral master of the Ziyun sect was unearthed. It was rumored that Xiao Han and the Danzun were responsible for this act, inciting immense fury throughout the entire sect. It is said that even the venerable ancestor of Ziyun was alarmed, prompting the sect to issue a substantial bounty for the whereabouts of Xiao Han and the Danzun. After a year and 5 months, the demonic ghost spirit sect suddenly launched a large-scale invasion against the Immortal Dao marketplace and smaller factions, leaving many regions in utter devastation. Thanks to your prior warning, the Ziyun sect had prepared in advance, and its marketplace was temporarily safeguarded. In response to the ghost spirit sect, the Ziyun sect dispatched a multitude of disciples to the front lines, with numerous external elders volunteering to join the ranks against the forces of darkness. You voluntarily sought to join the ranks opposing the spirit phantom sect. On the battlefield, wielding ethereal flames, you unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating all obstacles in your path. You, fearless and valiant, have vanquished countless malevolent cultivators of the ghost spirit sect, swiftly establishing a formidable reputation akin to a rising star within the Celestial Alliance. In the span of 1 year and 8 months, both the celestial and demonic realms were incensed. This fury stemmed from the actions of a rogue cultivator named Xiao, who had been unearthing ancestral graves across the land, causing numerous sects to suffer. The ghost spirit sect, in particular, issued a substantial bounty, determined to capture this individual. Eventually, it was revealed that Xiao hailed from Wutan town, belonging to a small family with the surname Xiao. In a fit of rage, this family was subsequently obliterated by the united forces of the celestial and demonic realms. Reports surfaced of encounters with Xiao, wherein he, despite being at the core formation stage, did not engage in combat, instead employing the stolen 9 Nether Inferno. Whispers spread that this Xiao was backed by a powerful ally, renowned for his exceptional evasion skills and mastery of various escape techniques and formations. This led many to believe that Xiao was indeed a grave robber, for only a person of considerable prowess could accomplish such feats. By the 2nd year, you had been a dedicated member of the Ziyun sect for over a year, diligently purging evil and safeguarding the righteous, while refining alchemical elixirs to support the sect. Owing to your distinguished feats on the battlefield and your remarkable contributions to alchemy, the Ziyun sect conferred upon you an extraordinary promotion to the esteemed rank of inter-sect elder, granting you a personal abode in 100 acres of spiritual fields. You have garnered immense esteem within the sect, emerging as a rising star of the Ziyun sect, with your reputation soaring to its zenith within the clan. You clandestinely continue to manipulate Pang De, urging him to disseminate detrimental rumors about Xiao and fabricate certain evidence. In the 3rd year, during the conflict with the ghost spirit sect, you intentionally and unintentionally steer public opinion, portraying Xiao as a heinous villain, deserving of universal condemnation and eradication. You clandestinely disseminated rumors, insinuating that Xiao colluded with the ghost spirit sect, with the stolen treasures finding their way to the latter, thereby inciting the ire of various factions within the Immortal path. Under your machinations, Xiao and the Danzun have become the proverbial rats in the street, universally reviled. In the 4th year, you further propagated the notion that the ghost spirit sect was in league with the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance, alleging that the latter covertly supported the former's development. Subsequent investigations by the Immortal Path revealed that the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance had been sending supplies to the ghost spirit sect for many years, establishing an inseparable bond that accounted for the latter's sudden rise. By the 5th year, your physical cultivation had reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. You have gradually become the backbone of the Ziyun sect, gaining substantial influence within the sect. In the 6th year, due to your dedication and contributions over the years, your status within the Ziyun sect ascended, and you were appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall, responsible for overseeing all alchemical affairs within the sect. In the 8th year, Xiao disseminated news claiming he had captured the true Tomb Raider, a morally corrupt rotund individual, and revealed numerous treasures stolen by this plump rogue, attempting to exonerate himself. However, neither the celestial nor demonic factions believed him. You covertly exerted control over Pang De, compelling him to confess that he was instigated by Xiao to deliberately steal treasures and frame others, thereby exacerbating Xiao culpability. In the 9th year, your physical cultivation ascended to the 8th layer of the foundation establishment stage. By the 10th year, you had completely refined the alchemical furnace of the Danzun, significantly enhancing your alchemical efficiency. In addition to concocting the Huanglong Dan, Zhenyuan Dan, and Zhuling Dan, you commenced the creation of the Zhenyuan Dan. Although the success rate of the Zhenyuan Dan was modest, it was nonetheless a vital elixir for those in the core formation stage, rendering you an indispensable member of the Ziyun sect. In the 13th and 14th years, you dedicated yourself to alchemical pursuits while simultaneously combating the forces of darkness. During this time, you discreetly supported a new puppet, perpetuating detrimental rumors about Xiao. By the 16th year, your alchemical skills had reached new heights, significantly increasing the success rate of the Zhenyuan Dan. In the 18th year, you experienced a breakthrough in your physical cultivation, astonishingly advancing to the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage, while your magical cultivation remained at the 8th layer. However, you remained unperturbed. That year, the leader of the Fengling sect, Lin Yi, fell victim to a sinister plot orchestrated by the forces of darkness, resulting in severe losses for Fengling. It was rumored that Lin Yi was ultimately rescued by a mysterious figure, said to possess formidable fire techniques and exceptional swordsmanship, suspected to be a disciple of the Ziyun sect. In the 19th year, you began preparations for the core formation process, secretly gathering various heavenly materials and earthly treasures conducive to this endeavor. By the 20th year, news emerged of a prodigious talent named Lin Yi, whom you recognized as your cousin. This revelation stirred no tumultuous emotions within you, nor did you harbor intentions to acknowledge familial ties. From the 21st to the 26th year, you fortified your cultivation, continued alchemical practices, and amassed resources in preparation for core formation. In the 27th year, the Fengling sect was annihilated by an individual named Xiao, causing a stir in the celestial realm, with a fervent pursuit for this man. However, it was also reported that both parties had issued a challenge 3 decades prior, with Xiao proclaiming the inevitability of retribution in 30 years. In the 28th year, you ceased all activities, entering solitary seclusion. By the 30th year, your body refinement techniques had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage, bringing you to the precipice of core formation. You have made the decision to cultivate your physical body and relinquish the pursuit of the magical realm. In that moment, Lin Yi found himself momentarily stunned by the options presented in the simulator, bewildered by the unexpected divergence. His initial desire was to complete the process of body refinement and ascend to the status of a revered elder. Yet, he was suddenly reminded of the words once spoken by the esteemed Dan Zun, who had mentioned that when Xiao achieved his elixir, it was the golden elixir. Uncertain of how his current decision might influence his future prowess, Lin Yi recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to proceed with caution. Thus, he selected the option to decline. The notion of exchanging for another simulation opportunity sparked a realization within him. Could it be that he could select both options? How splendid! Lin Yi marveled at the unforeseen benefits that his single choice in the simulator had bestowed upon him. With renewed determination, he turned his gaze back towards the simulator. You refused to become a physical cultivation golden core elder. While in seclusion, an inexplicable premonition suddenly alerted you during the process of condensing your physical cultivation core, prompting you to halt your cultivation. Upon your arrival in the realm of the miniature world, you beseeched the venerable ancestor Ziyun to introduce you to the divine sword deity. Grateful for your contributions to the sect over the years, Ancestor Ziyun graciously leads you to meet the divine sword deity. You respectfully bowed to the divine sword sovereign and inquired about a matter that had long perplexed you. What is the distinction between the golden core and the golden Dan? Upon hearing your question, the divine sword sovereign gazed at you intently and remarked that your inquiry indicated you possessed the potential for greatness. He then asked if you would be willing to take him as your mentor. At this moment, the venerable ancestor Ziyun was taken aback and hastily exclaimed that the divine sword sovereign had never accepted a disciple, urging you to seize the opportunity to become his apprentice. After a moment's contemplation, you immediately took the esteemed heavenly sword deity as your master. Following your apprenticeship, the heavenly sword deity bestowed upon you a remarkable spiritual sword named Purple Sky and imparted the unique and unparalleled technique of the heavenly sword art. The heavenly sword deity then inquired if you were aware of the reason behind his decision to accept you as his disciple. You shake your head, and even the venerable Ziyun beside you appears perplexed. The heavenly sword deity informs you that upon first laying eyes on you, he discerned that you had not consumed a foundational elixir during your cultivation. Those who forego such elixirs achieve a flawless foundation, and individuals of this caliber typically possess a promising future. Furthermore, your inquiry regarding what constitutes a gold core serves to illustrate your distinctiveness from others. Only now do you comprehend the reason behind the celestial sword deity accepting you as his disciple. The celestial sword deity expounded that after the foundation is laid, one must refine their essence into a Dan, of which there are 3 types: true Dan, Yuan Dan, and gold Dan. The majority of those who reach the Dan stage attain the realm of true Dan, with few harboring the hope of achieving the Yuan. However, there exist exceptions. Those in the Yuan Dan realm often have the potential to attain Yuan, as exemplified by his own status as a Yuan Dan practitioner. As for the gold Dan, it is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It necessitates the harmonious convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, coupled with fortuitous destiny to be realized. Initially, he had failed in his attempt to condense the gold Dan, ultimately resorting to achieving the yuan Dan. Subsequently, the celestial sword deity bestowed upon you a copy of the Purple Cloud Sect's Dan Pattern Heart Sutra. This scripture possesses unparalleled profundity, capable of further refining the Dan during its condensation, allowing for the inscription of patterns upon the essence. 3 patterns signify true Dan, 6 denote yuan Dan, and 9 represent gold Dan. This Heart Sutra is a closely guarded secret of the Purple Cloud Sect. You departed from the cave of the sword deity with the venerable Xiao. You have become the sole disciple of the divine sword sovereign, elevating your status significantly, placing you on par with the venerable master Xiao and granting you a prestigious rank within the entire Xiao sect. As you traverse the paths, you find yourself frequently encountering not only your own disciples, but also the disciples of your disciples, a situation that leaves you somewhat disconcerted. In the 31st year, you departed from the Xiao sect to embark on a journey of enlightenment, seeking to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. You wander among the homes of ordinary people, seeking sustenance from a multitude of families, observing the ephemeral joys and sorrows of the world, and experiencing the myriad emotions of life and death. You immerse yourself in it, as if you were an ordinary mortal, toiling at dawn and resting at dusk. You gradually comprehend that the pursuit of immortality is not solely an endeavor for power, but rather an understanding of the way of heaven, an appreciation of nature, and a cultivation of the heart and character. In the 33rd year, spring fades into autumn, and the cycle of cold and heat persists. Unbeknownst to you, you have already ascended to the 9th level of foundational cultivation. Seated in a meditative posture, you feel the abundant spiritual energy within. Suddenly, a layer of profound understanding unfolds in your heart. The principle of the Tao is rooted in nature, a return to simplicity and authenticity. Your previous pursuits were driven by a hasty desire for immediate results, which ultimately hindered your progress. However, now that you have relinquished all attachments and embraced the natural flow, success comes effortlessly. You have come to realize that the path of cultivation is not a straightforward journey, but rather a winding and intricate mountain trail, requiring constant adjustments and direction to ultimately reach the pinnacle. In the 35th year, you heard of the return of the alchemy master from the Pill Tower, who also brought back a disciple named Xiao. The Pill Tower is renowned throughout the world for its alchemical prowess, and it is said to house a spirit fire, the cornerstone treasure of the Pill Tower, which is crucial for the crafting of advanced elixirs. A stirring in your heart suggests that the esteemed Dan Zun has returned, perhaps in pursuit of the celestial spirit fire. This thought lingers in your mind, prompting you to discreetly observe the movements of the Dan Tower. In the 40th year, the invasion of the demonic sect. The ghost spirit sect grows increasingly rampant, and the realm of cultivation is engulfed in turmoil, with various revered sects dispatching their inner door elders to fend off the encroaching darkness. In a serendipitous encounter, you found yourself face to face with an inner disciple of the ghost spirit sect. This individual was surrounded by a fearsome spiritual entity, exhibiting both offensive and defensive capabilities. Enigmatic and unpredictable, reminiscent of the formidable combination of the Dan Master and Xiao. After a fierce battle, you ultimately emerged victorious, thanks to the heavenly sword technique imparted by the heavenly sword sovereign and the combat experience amassed over years of wanderings. This confrontation provided you with a deeper understanding of the secret arts of the ghost spirit sect. Having dealt with the disciple, you did not hasten to return to your sect. Instead, you continued on your journey of self-cultivation, seeking to comprehend the profound principles of heaven and earth. You understand that only by continually enhancing one's own strength can one remain invincible amidst chaotic times. In the 45th year, you arrived at a picturesque mountain range. You had intended to seek tranquility in this place for a period of time, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of disciples from the malevolent Poison Fire sect. They had captured a female cultivator of the celestial path, subjecting her to unspeakable torment with utmost cruelty. The battered woman, clad in tattered garments and covered in wounds, was on the brink of collapse, yet she resolutely refused to submit. Fueled by an inferno of rage, you swiftly unsheathed your sword, dashing into the midst of the demonic disciples like a bolt of lightning. The fierce energy of your blade intertwines and dances through the air, and in an instant, this group of nefarious disciples meets their demise at your hands. You gently assist the frail female cultivator, tending to her wounds. She weakly opens her eyes, gazing at you with gratitude, introducing herself as Xiao, who has endured torment at the hands of the Poison Fire sect for an extended period. What is this? Again? Before the simulator, Lin Yi abruptly rises from his meditation mat. Each time this woman appears, it invariably heralds his unfortunate fate. Twice already, she has disrupted his path to enlightenment. After finally reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment, on the cusp of forming his core, she re-emerges once more. He cannot help but dread what trouble she may bring this time. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yi silently pleads, "Please, dear lady, do not cause any disturbances this time." The thought of further chaos fills him with anxiety. Should she instigate trouble again, he might have no choice but to confront her directly, ensuring her complete disappearance from his life to avoid a repeat encounter in the next simulation. Resolving to consider this, he carefully scrutinizes the simulator once more. After you rescued Xiao, she weakly expressed her gratitude, declaring that she had been imprisoned and tormented by the Poison Fire sect for an extended period, being fed poison day and night. Upon hearing this, one cannot help but feel it is absurd. The Poison Fire sect is renowned for concocting extraordinary poisons. A single dose can lead to death, let alone with continuous consumption day and night. Even a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, such as the esteemed Dan Zun, would find it difficult to escape demise if afflicted by your peculiar poison. You inquired how she could endure for a decade. Xiao replied, expressing her own uncertainty. After consuming the poison during this period, she found herself becoming impervious to all toxins. Driven by curiosity, you retrieved a poison pill and urged her to consume it. Without hesitation, Xiao swallowed the pill, and to your astonishment, she exhibited no reaction moments later. You were greatly astonished. As you administered various poisons to her one after another, observing her reactions. Gradually, Xiao's complexion and physical condition improved remarkably, and her cultivation level even surged. You were profoundly astonished, realizing that she might possess some extraordinary constitution, and thus you brought her back to the Ziyun sect, intending to continue your observation and research. In the 50th year, Xiao consumed your poison daily and, miraculously, reached the 12th level of qi refinement, achieving a flawless foundation establishment. The esteemed ancestor of Ziyun was exceedingly pleased with her, wishing to accept her as a direct disciple, yet Xiao gracefully declined. She remained aloof towards everyone, except for you, to whom she continued to display warmth. Her every gesture exuded an air of nobility, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. That year, your cultivation also attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment, and you announced your intent to enter seclusion. You arrived beside the purple cloud divine fire, consuming it within your being. The two sacred flames chased and intertwined within you, igniting and merging. In the 55th year, the two fires finally united as one, elevating your fire spiritual root to the 4th grade, allowing you to seamlessly form a true elixir and step into the realm of elixir formation. Yet, you were not content. You began to cultivate the Elixir Pattern Heart Sutra, condensing elixir patterns. In the 56th year, you condensed your first elixir pattern. By the 58th year, you had condensed your third. In the 60th year, you achieved the 6th elixir pattern, and by the 70th year, you successfully condensed the 8th. However, in the 71st year, an enormous hand overshadowed the Purple Cloud sect, and you found yourself powerless to resist, perishing in an instant. Simulation concluded. Commencing assessment of rewards. During this simulation, you elevated your cultivation realm to the primordial elixir stage, achieving 8 elixir patterns, while your physical cultivation realm ascended to the elixir formation stage. You may obtain one of the following rewards. 1. The foundational stage of body cultivation at the initial level of the golden core. 2. The 8th pattern level of the golden core in the method of spiritual cultivation. 3. The already refined alchemical furnace of the alchemist. 4. The simulated experience. 5. The celestial sword technique. 6. The purple cloud flying sword. 7. The purple cloud sect's alchemical pattern heart sutra. Remaining simulation attempts. Calculating. Lin Yi exhaled deeply. This simulation was methodical and marked the longest duration yet. He had finally reached the golden core stage, but was merely one step away from condensing the golden core. The final prompt from the simulation, depicting the colossal hand overshadowing the purple cloud sect, remained vividly etched in his mind. What kind of powerful existence was that? It was rather frustrating to perish without even knowing the identity of the adversary. Moreover, the purple cloud sect possessed the formidable celestial sword deity, a being at the transformation stage, yet they exhibited no capacity for resistance. Who could that opponent possibly be? Could it be the alchemist? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. If it were indeed the alchemist seeking vengeance, perhaps they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. But did the adversary truly possess such strength? to stealthily extend a colossal hand and engulf an entire sect, all while a powerful entity from the transformation stage was stationed there, seemed excessively tyrannical. If it were not the alchemist, who could it be? Suddenly, Lin Yi contemplated a possibility. Could it be the Ghost Spirit Sect? The Ghost Spirit Sect. A demonic sect with a lineage spanning 3 millennia. Once a beacon of glory, it was hailed as the pinnacle of the demonic path, commanding countless demonic cultivators. However, as time passed, the Ghost Spirit Sect gradually declined. Now, it merely exists as an ordinary sect, lingering in a corner, struggling to survive. At least, that is how it appears on the surface. In each simulation, Lin Yi invariably encountered disturbances from the Ghost Spirit Sect. Initially, their attacks were minor skirmishes, harassing remote markets. Yet, as time elapsed, their assaults grew increasingly frequent and larger in scale, even daring to target some mid-sized celestial sections. What troubled Lin Yi even more was the astonishing speed at which the Ghost Spirit Sect's strength escalated. In several simulations, their initial forces consisted of nothing more than a ragtag group, easily vanquished. However, as time progressed, the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect emerged, capable of contending with some powerful celestial sects, even displaying a subtle advantage. This anomalous phenomenon compelled Lin Yi to speculate whether there was some hidden secret behind the Ghost Spirit Sect. If that were indeed the case, what could their objectives be? Was it merely to overthrow the celestial dominion? Or was there a more profound conspiracy at play? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Yet he could not arrive at a solution. He felt an inexplicable pressure weighing upon him. It was imperative that he unravel the secrets of the Ghost Spirit Sect swiftly, for his own preservation in the face of impending crises depended on it. It seemed that in his forthcoming simulations, he must not only enhance his strength, but also earnestly regard this sect. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. For when he rises, confrontation with this sect is inevitable. Although he bears the mantle of a villain, his cultivation does not align with demonic practices. The realms of immortals and demons cannot coexist. Even if he refrained from striking first, they would undoubtedly seek his demise. Much like this simulation, where he was peacefully meditating, only to be summarily crushed by a colossal hand. Humph, Ghost Spirit Sect. If you dare to provoke me, prepare for your demise. I care not for your intentions or who stands behind you. However, Lin Yi was taken aback by the peculiar behavior of Xiao during this simulation. She astonishingly ingested poison without succumbing, a veritable body impervious to toxins. Moreover, she could enhance her strength through elixirs. What manner of extraordinary constitution is this? Fortunately, this time, neither Lin Fan nor Lin Tian appeared, which was a welcome relief for him. Let them do as they please, as long as they do not disturb his resolve. With that thought, Lin Yi exhaled, then turned his gaze towards the simulator. In this 6th simulation, aside from that flying sword, all other rewards were desirable to him. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the second choice, the Law Cultivation Origin Pill with 8 Dan patterns. He selected this because he noted that his physical cultivation had progressed rapidly from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core stage. Perhaps the benefits reaped from the previous consumption of spiritual fire played a role. Hence, he was fully capable of recultivating his physical realm in the next simulation. As his choice was confirmed, a surge of formidable power coursed through Lin Yi's entire being. He transcended through the 9 layers of Foundation Establishment, initial, middle, late, and peak stages, thundering into the Golden Core stage. The Dan solidified into 1 pattern, 2 patterns, 3 patterns of true Dan. For patterns, 5 patterns, 6 patterns of origin Dan, 7 patterns, 8 patterns. The torrent of power gradually subsided. Lin Yi released a long sigh, a potent aura emanating from him, which he cautiously reined in. Sensing the surging magical energy within, he nodded in satisfaction. Although he had once again failed to escape the clutches of death in the simulation, he had at least garnered tangible enhancement. With the 8-pattern origin Dan in the realm of law cultivation, he might endure longer in the next simulation. Uncovering more secrets of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Ding. You may spend 10,000 spirit stones to select an additional outcome. Ah, how could I have forgotten this detail? During his earlier cultivation, he faced a divergence and, upon refusal, was presented with a choice opportunity, albeit one that required spirit stones to select. Assist me in choosing my simulation experience. Lin Yi suddenly recalled that he had long been at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, and it was only after decades of wandering that he gradually elevated his state of mind. Ultimately, he broke through to the core formation stage. In stark contrast, His current self was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. He had not truly experienced anything. Over the past 3 years, he had spent his time either in the market or undertaking tasks, devoid of any genuine cultivation experience. Now, possessing the strength of the core formation stage, he found himself lacking a corresponding state of mind. Thus, during the next simulation, he would undoubtedly remain stagnant, requiring decades of further trials before achieving another breakthrough. Therefore, he had to make the most of this experience. Upon this realization, he promptly made his choice. The selection required a payment of 10,000 spirit stones. He was instructed to proceed with the payment. What on earth? Lin Yi reacted as if he had stepped on a tail. 10,000 spirit stones. Why not just rob a bank? Upon glancing at the prompt above, he confirmed that indeed, 10,000 spirit stones were requisite. He chided himself for being so preoccupied with the idea of a breakthrough that he had overlooked this detail. Reluctantly, he retrieved 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and initiated the transaction. In an instant, the stones vanished from view. Simultaneously, a torrent of experiences flooded his mind like a rapid procession. Ding! You have spent 10,000 spirit stones to select a simulated experience. Countless fragments of memories surged forth. Within these memories, he had traversed numerous majestic mountains and rivers, encountered various rare and extraordinary beasts, and engaged in battles with countless cultivators, enduring life and death trials. He had diligently practiced sword techniques on perilous peaks, fought ferocious demonic beasts, and forged friendships in bustling cities, experiencing the myriad facets of human existence. He had ventured into treacherous lands in search of heavenly materials and treasures, and had narrowly escaped death while being pursued by enemies. These experiences flashed through his mind like scenes from a film, evoking profound empathy. As if he had truly lived through it all, he grasped the intricacies of swordsmanship, felt the brutality of combat, and comprehended the warmth and coldness of human emotions, as well as the harsh realities of life. These memories transcended mere recollections. They were insights and lessons, a form of tempering. They penetrated the depths of Lin Yi's soul, granting him a more profound understanding of the path of cultivation and a clearer perception of life itself. Unbeknownst to him, his state of mind had evolved, becoming more mature and composed. His previously vacant gaze grew deeper and more resolute. He understood that these experiences would become invaluable assets on his future journey of cultivation, guiding him toward higher realms. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He felt as though he had undergone a lengthy period of cultivation, cleansing both body and spirit and elevating his state of mind. After absorbing the essence within the simulator, Lin Yi felt a profound enhancement in his state of mind, leading to a deeper understanding of the core formation stage. However, he was dismayed to discover that his reserve of 19,000 spirit stones had diminished by half in an instant. Should another divergence arise in the next simulation, he would find himself devoid of spirit stones to make a choice. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Lin Yi paused momentarily. As he was a person of modest demeanor, well aware of the perils within the cultivation world, and thus he had few acquaintances, it was indeed unusual for anyone to knock on his door. Curiosity piqued, he rose to open it. Standing at the threshold were 2 disciples clad in the uniform of the 4C's Immortal Alliance. They scrutinized Lin Yi with an appraising gaze, and one of them spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "You must be Lin Yi, am I correct?" Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing?" "The gathering for the Yunmeng Secret Realms collection task begins in just 4 hours, and everyone else has already assembled. We only learned of your whereabouts after much effort, so hurry up and join them," one of the disciples urged impatiently. Upon hearing the words Yunmeng Secret Realm, Lin Yi suddenly realized that 3 days had passed since he acquired the simulator. 3 days, he chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Who would have imagined that within such a brief span, he would leap from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the core formation stage? Such speed was unprecedented. Others typically required hundreds of years to achieve this, and even the most gifted cultivators needed at least several decades, if not a century, to reach such heights. Observing the arrogant demeanor of the 4C's Immortal Alliance disciples, Lin Yi felt a cold amusement within. Previously, he had been filled with anticipation for entering the Yunmeng Secret Realm, but now he questioned the necessity of going at all. Casually, he tossed the invitation letter to them and stated in an indifferent tone, "Apologies, I have a pressing matter to attend to and will not be going." "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" The disciple, taking the letter, momentarily appeared taken aback before glaring at Lin Yi in anger. However, he seemed to recognize the unfathomable depth of Lin Yi's cultivation and ultimately muttered a few complaints before turning to leave. Once the two disciples had departed, Lin Yi sat cross-legged upon his mat, his thoughts focused as he activated the simulation once more. Ding! Simulation count refreshed. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Wait a moment. Lin Yi frowned. He was certain that he still had 4 attempts left. Even if the last simulation had concluded, there should have been 3 remaining. What had transpired? Had he squandered them all? He glanced at the notes. Note: it has been detected that the host is now at the core formation stage. The cost for each simulation is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The total spirit stones for the previous 4 attempts amounted to 120, which, after calculation and rounding, leaves 0 attempts remaining. Great! What a drain on spirit stones. He had thought that he possessed a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, yet upon reaching the Dan formation stage, he discovered that each simulation required a staggering 1,000. Therefore, 10 simulations would amount to a total of 10,000. With a reluctant expression, he once again retrieved the remaining spirit stones to commence the recharge. This time, he replenished only 1,000, reserving the remainder as initial capital for the simulations. The simulation commenced. You declined the invitation to join the Celestial Gathering task in the Cloud Dream secret realm of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance. On the first day, you witnessed them using a flying vessel to escort the scattered cultivators from the meteorite square who had joined the collection mission. You quietly trailed behind them, arriving at the location of the teleportation array, where you concealed yourself and patiently awaited your moment. 3 days later, the members of the 4 Seas Celestial Alliance emerged from the secret realm. With audacity, you launched a sudden assault upon them. Caught off guard, the members of the 4 Seas Celestial Alliance fell victim to your devastating strike. You have seized the infernal map, ignited the teleportation array in flames, and obliterated all traces. Having departed from that place, you soared towards the direction of the Purple Cloud sect. A few days later, you discovered a secluded courtyard at the foot of Purple Cloud Mountain, where you temporarily settled. You procured a new alchemical furnace and the necessary materials for pill concoction. In the first month, you commenced the refinement of elixirs within the marketplace. As a practitioner in the core formation stage, endowed with substantial alchemical experience, your efficiency in pill production was remarkably high. In addition to refining the Huanglong pill, Jinyuan pill, Zhuling pill, and Xingyuan pill, you are also capable of concocting the Zhiyuan pill, suitable for those at the Yuanying realm. By the second month, the demand for your elixirs has surged, attracting an ever-growing number of cultivators, and your reputation gradually spreads throughout the marketplace. In the third month, Li Yuanqing, an elder of the inner sect of the Ziyun sect, greatly admires your refined pills and pays you a personal visit. He is impressed by your demeanor, which is neither servile nor arrogant, and the elegance of your concocted elixirs prompts him to engage you in conversation. By the fourth month, Li Yuanqing returns to your shop, this time accompanied by a high-ranking figure, the revered ancestor of the Ziyun sect. The ancestor observes your alchemical process and extends an invitation for you to join the inner sect of the Ziyun sect as an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. You readily accepted the invitation of the esteemed ancestor Ziyun. In the seventh month, you officially joined the inner sect of the Ziyun clan. Assuming the esteemed position of elder in the Alchemy Pavilion, you conducted yourself with humility and dedicated yourself to the art of alchemy, swiftly earning the recognition of both the inner disciples and the elders. You discovered that the Ziyun sect is abundant in alchemical resources, possessing a plethora of rare medicinal herbs, which filled you with immense joy. In the ninth month, you retrieved the alchemical furnace from the esteemed Dan Zun and sought the assistance of the venerable Ziyun ancestor to eliminate the residual consciousness of the Dan Zun from the furnace. Without hesitation, the Ziyun ancestor took action and expunged the lingering presence. In the 10th month, you stumbled upon a tome in the scripture repository entitled Soul Control Technique, which grants the ability to manipulate others. After 1 year and 3 months, you finally uncovered information regarding Fatda. Upon locating him, you seized him and accused him of having excavated the tomb of the Ziyun sect's founder. Fatda, terrified, turned pale and vehemently denied the allegations. You claimed to sense the aura of the master's shroud enveloping the individual before you. Knowing that his secret had been unveiled, Pangda rose in defiance, brandishing his flying sword, while protective talismans shimmered around him. Though possessing a multitude of magical artifacts, Pangda was but an 8th-tier foundation establishment cultivator, rendering him no match for your prowess. Within mere moments, he was subdued by your might. Rendered powerless, Pang De could do nothing but submit to your will. You retrieved the secret technique of soul control from the Sutra repository and employed this method on Pang De. Pang De complied with your every command. You dispatched him on a covert mission to disseminate rumors. Shortly thereafter, a significant event emerged within the Ziyun sect, alleging that an individual named Xiao, in collusion with a person referred to as the Dan Venerable, had exhumed the ancestral grave of the Ziyun sect. This incident has escalated to become the foremost concern of the sect, reportedly even alarming the ancestral founder of Ziyun. The sect has issued a task and announced a substantial reward for information regarding the whereabouts of the two individuals. You volunteered yourself, asserting that this matter pertains to the life and death of the Ziyun sect, and sought out the venerable ancestor of Ziyun. He inquired as to why you claimed that this issue was of such grave significance to the very existence of the Ziyun sect. You feigned profundity, claiming to have once encountered Xiao Han and the esteemed Dan Zun, asserting their ties to the ghost spirit sect, as they relentlessly pursue the legendary spiritual flames with the intent of resurrecting the sect's ancient ancestor and subverting the very order of the cultivation realm. Furthermore, according to your conjecture, within a month or two at most, the ghost spirit sect will launch an incursion against the immortal Dao markets and the smaller sects, leading to a cataclysm of suffering, from which even the Ziyun sect shall find it difficult to remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of Ziyun was struck with horror and urgently inquired if you were merely speaking without thought. Your tone is resolute, asserting that time will reveal all truths. The venerable ancestor of Ziyun, with a solemn expression, leads you to a clandestine location at the heart of the Ziyun sect's miniature realm. There lies an ancient tomb, before which the ancestor pays his respects with utmost reverence. In a short while, the mound swells and splits open, and a coffin emerges, from which a frail old man slowly steps forth. The ancestor addresses him with the honorific of Shirshu, and you quickly comprehend that this elderly figure is likely the very essence of the Ziyun sect, prompting you to bow in respect. The old man states that he must not be disturbed unless the matter pertains to the survival of the sect. The ancestor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly conveys the entirety of your concerns to the venerable elder. Upon hearing this, the elder is profoundly astonished. A flicker of brilliance momentarily illuminates his murky eyes. He then transforms into a streak of light, soaring beyond the confines of the Ziyun sect's miniature realm, his destination unknown. You remained remarkably composed, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. The esteemed ancestor of Ziyun informed you that this individual is the heavenly sword deity, the sole ancestor of the Ziyun sect to have reached the transformative stage. After half a day, the heavenly sword deity returned, his countenance dark and wordless. He instructed the ancestor of Ziyun to intensify the sect's defenses, for the ghost spirit sect would soon make its approach, commanding the disciples of the sect to prepare immediately for the eradication of evil and the safeguarding of the righteous path. Subsequently, he turned to you and inquired about your master and lineage. You claimed to be a solitary practitioner, currently engaged in alchemy at the Ziyun sect. The divine sword sovereign nodded slightly, noting the aura of Ziyun sect's heritage that envelopes you, and inquired about the source of this essence. You claim to have acquired the Purple Cloud sect's Danwen Heart Sutra from an ancient cave, though it is incomplete. You expressed a desire to restore it. Upon hearing this, the heavenly sword deity remarked on your profound connection with the Purple Cloud sect and consented to your request. You inquired whether the heavenly sword divine monarch would accept you as a disciple. The heavenly sword divine monarch replied that since you've already formed your golden core, you would have access to the Cloudveil sect's core secrets regardless of whether you formally become his disciple. Having departed from the small world of the Ziyun sect, Lin Yi observed that the Ziyun divine fire still persisted. His gaze fell upon the simulator, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Remarkably, the Ziyun divine fire remained. Memories of the true lava fire he had devoured and refined in the Spirit Snake Valley flickered in his mind, leading him to a faint conjecture. Perhaps the true lava fire also lingered within the Spirit Snake Valley. A thought swirled in his mind. He must return to the Spirit Snake Valley and claim that true lava fire for himself. Otherwise, should it fall into Xiao Han's hands, it would be a significant loss for him. As for the Heavenly Sword Divine Lord's decision not to take him as a disciple, Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he could understand it to some extent. It might be due to his attainment of the Golden Core, or perhaps the other party harbored some reservations. Regardless, acquiring the renowned Heavenly Sword technique of the Heavenly Sword Divine Lord seemed an elusive aspiration. With a sigh, Lin Yi temporarily cast this thought aside. 1 year and 5 months later, the demonic ghost spirit sect launched a sudden and large-scale invasion against the celestial path market and smaller factions, resulting in catastrophic devastation across many regions. Thanks to Lin Yi's prior warnings, the Ziyun sect had prepared in advance, safeguarding its markets. In response to the ghost spirit sect, the Ziyun sect dispatched a multitude of disciples to the front lines, while many outer elders volunteered to join the battle against the demonic forces. While you orchestrate the dissemination of unfavorable rumors about Xiao Han, you simultaneously gather intelligence on the Dan Tower. Over the course of 6 months, you have amassed a substantial amount of spiritual stones, sufficient to establish a modest faction. In secret, you entrusted these spirit stones to Pangda, allowing him to gradually establish his own intelligence network and influence. You specifically instructed him to keep a vigilant eye on Xiao Han's movements, as well as any news pertaining to the Dan Tower. Through Pangda's inquiries, you have gained a deeper understanding of the power dynamics within the Dan Tower. The internal structure is intricate, currently governed by both the Spirit Sovereign and the Fire Sovereign. These two, along with the Dan Sovereign, form the 3 revered figures of the Dan Tower, sharing a brotherly bond as the renowned alchemists of fire, spirit, and elixir. It is said that the Dan Sovereign has long since roamed the world, indifferent to worldly affairs, leaving the management of the Dan Tower's myriad matters to the Spirit Sovereign and the Fire Sovereign. However, you are aware of the Dan Sovereign's current whereabouts, rendering external rumors rather inaccurate. In the first year and 8th month, both the Immortal and Demon sects were exceedingly furious. Over the past 6 months, a rogue cultivator named Xiao Han has been unearthing ancestral graves, causing numerous sects to suffer greatly. The Ghost Spirit sect even issued a substantial bounty, determined to capture this individual. Upon receiving this news, a smirk crept upon your lips, for this rotund individual was indeed fulfilling his role with remarkable diligence. This revelation was fortuitous, allowing you to divert attention and silently cultivate your strength. The following year, you departed from the Ziyun sect, setting your course towards the Dan Tower. After a month, you arrived within the jurisdiction of the Dan Tower's influence. You have heard that in 3 months, the Dan Tower will be recruiting new disciples. Thus, you have settled in a quaint nearby town, patiently awaiting the day when the Dan Tower will commence its selection of disciples. 3 months later, you arrive in Dan Tower City, only to find it bustling with an influx of practitioners from all corners, each hoping to be accepted as a disciple under the esteemed Dan Tower. You navigate through the crowd, quietly observing your surroundings. Numerous solitary cultivators possess remarkable skills, and there are even a few masters at the core formation stage, which takes you by surprise. Does the Dan Tower not impose restrictions on the cultivation levels of its disciples? With a sense of curiosity, you approached several wandering cultivators for a conversation. It was then that you learned the essence of the Dan Tower lies in its emphasis on alchemical talent rather than cultivation level, regardless of one's cultivation prowess. As long as one possesses a natural aptitude for alchemy, they can become an outer disciple. Those who excel may even advance to the inner circle and receive guidance from the elders themselves. What astonished you further was the Dan Tower's inclusive approach to talent. Even disciples from other sects can join if they exhibit interest and aptitude for alchemy. Consequently, disciples of the Dan Tower are scattered throughout the world, with many holding esteemed positions as alchemical elders in major sects, imparting the techniques and recipes of the Dan Tower. In return, these disciples are required to contribute 30% of their annual gains to the Dan Tower. Upon grasping this information, you felt a surge of joy. You were initially worried that your cultivation level during the core formation stage might hinder your prospects, but it now appeared that demonstrating sufficient talent in alchemy could grant you entry into the Dan Tower. Before the simulator, Lin Yi finally comprehended the profound foundation of the Dan Tower. While its inherent strength may not be considered top tier, it maintains its standing among the elite sections. The secret lies in its extensive network of disciples. Each of these disciples is an alchemist, possessing their own circle of followers. Through their daily practice of alchemy to assist others, they have cultivated broad connections, which can summon a response in critical moments. Lin Yi felt this deeply. His own experience in the Ziyun sect served as a testament to this. In a short span of time, he thrived within the Ziyun sect, a feat closely tied to his identity as an alchemist. Had he not been an alchemist, whether he could join the Ziyun sect would have remained uncertain. He recalled his confrontation with Pangda within the Ziyun sect. At that time, his strength was inferior to Pangda's. Yet a group of Ziyun disciples came to his aid without question, capturing Pangda for him. This exemplified the connections and influence of an alchemist. Lin Yi was confident. Should a practitioner in the nascent soul stage wish to engage in combat with an alchemist of the core formation stage, the latter would undoubtedly summon 3 nascent soul practitioners as assistants. The true strength of the Pill Tower lies not solely in its cultivation of countless alchemists, but in its intricate weaving of these alchemists into an expansive network of relationships. This network spans the entirety of the cultivation world, connecting myriad factions and forming a vast and robust alliance. It is this network that constitutes the Pill Tower's genuine source of power. On the eve of the Pill Tower's recruitment of disciples, you arrive in Pill Tower City, where throngs of people abound. A rough estimate suggests that at least several 100,000 individuals have converged from all directions, each hoping to try their luck in gaining entry into the Pill Tower. Fortunately, the city is sufficiently vast, with numerous inns and taverns that can accommodate this surging tide of humanity. On the first day of recruitment, you find yourself swept along with the crowd to the Pill Tower Square. Several elders, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in appearance, stand suspended in the air. Their auras are restrained, yet they subtly exude the formidable prowess of the core formation stage. The square is teeming with people, a sea of black that seems to stretch endlessly. The elders do not waste words. They promptly announce the content of the first round of assessment, the identification of spiritual herbs. Hundreds of varieties of spiritual herbs are displayed at the center of the square, differing in age and characteristics. The evaluators must accurately identify their names, ages, and medicinal properties within the stipulated time. With unwavering confidence, you approach the elixir, effortlessly discerning its essence through your extensive experience and the knowledge amassed within the simulator. In the square, some individuals scratch their heads in confusion, others peruse the ancient texts. While a few exuded a sense of certainty, yet the majority wore expressions of bewilderment. Ultimately, out of the 100,000 participants, only around 10,000 succeeded in passing the assessment. The second round proved even more grueling, demanding participants to regulate the flames beneath the alchemical furnace. The Dan Tower provided specialized furnaces and elemental fire, requiring contestants to maintain a steady flame without allowing it to fluctuate in intensity. This challenge tested not only their mastery over spiritual energy, but also their understanding and innate talent for alchemy. Following this round, merely about 1,000 individuals managed to advance. Such a daunting elimination rate left you in awe. You initially anticipated that more challenging assessments awaited you, but to your surprise, the following day, Danta announced that all 1,000 remaining individuals would be accepted as outer disciples of Danta, alongside other newly initiated disciples. You have received a pristine set of attire befitting a disciple of the Dan Tower, officially marking your membership within this esteemed institution. Acknowledging your attainment of the Golden Core stage, the Dan Tower has shown you the respect you deserve, refraining from assigning you menial tasks such as tending to the herb garden or serving as a fire attendant for inner disciples, as is customary for other outer disciples. Now, 3 years have passed, and it has been half a year since you pledged your allegiance to the Dan Tower. Aside from occasionally feigning interest in the elders' discussions on alchemical techniques, you devoted the remainder of your time to cultivating 2 types of spirit flames for body refinement. The biannual alchemical competition for outer disciples commenced, and with your exquisite skills in alchemy and precise control over flames, you effortlessly secured first place. A few days later, the esteemed spirit master of the Alchemy Tower summoned you. He candidly inquired about the lineage from which you acquired your alchemical methods. You were already prepared, telling him half-truths, that you were a disciple of the Dan Zun. Upon hearing this, the Ling Zun was taken aback, inquiring about the recent circumstances of the Dan Zun. You sorrowfully informed him that the esteemed Dan had tragically met his demise at the hands of the Ghost Spirit sect. Upon hearing this devastating news, the Spirit Master was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down his aged face. He recounted the profound bond of brotherhood he shared with Dan over the course of a millennium, lamenting the unpredictable nature of existence. You subtly revealed a melancholic expression, joining him in commemorating the esteemed Dan Zun. The revered Ling Zun expressed his intention to regard you as a disciple, dedicating himself to imparting the art of alchemy to you. In the days that followed, Ling Zun generously shared his knowledge, frequently testing your proficiency in the craft of potion making. When you demonstrated the alchemical techniques inherited from the esteemed Dan Zun, he was filled with joy and held you in even higher regard. You outwardly exhibit great deference towards the revered one, yet internally, you remain ever vigilant. You have sensed that another esteemed figure from the Danta, the Fire Sovereign, seems to harbor animosity towards you. His gaze is often tinged with a subtle chill and scrutiny. Curiously, upon learning that you are a disciple of the Dan Sovereign, he has not exhibited any warmth. Rather, he remains perpetually vigilant around you. Furthermore, during your studies in alchemy alongside the spirit sovereign, you have discovered that your secluded abode is frequently tampered with in secret. Through your investigation, you have concluded that the culprit is none other than the fire sovereign. Before the simulator, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What is happening? Logically, the fire sovereign and the Dan sovereign are brothers in the craft. The spirit sovereign is so cordial, the fire sovereign should not exhibit such caution. What could be amiss? Suddenly, Lin Yi contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the fire sovereign harbors suspicions about him? After all, the Dan sovereign has been missing for many years. His unexpected reappearance, claiming to be the sovereign's disciple, could certainly raise doubts. Moreover, although the alchemical techniques he demonstrates ostensibly derive from the Dan sovereign's lineage, there may be subtle discrepancies that reveal flaws. With these thoughts in mind, he calmed himself and continued to observe the simulator. As the saying goes, what is a blessing may not be an affliction. What is an affliction cannot be evaded. Since he is already here, it is better to accept the situation and continue the simulation to see what unfolds next. In the third year, you have been at the Danta for more than a year. Throughout this year, in addition to your alchemical pursuits and physical training, you have also been diligently working on consolidating your Dan patterns. Your ability to condense Dan patterns is increasingly diminishing. You understand that the transition from 8 Dan patterns to 9 Dan patterns represents a significant qualitative leap, thus it cannot be rushed. As you diligently hone your skills, you quietly observe the every move of the Fire Sovereign. In the 4th year, the Fire Sovereign approaches you, feigning casual interest in matters concerning the Dan Sovereign. However, you keenly discern the skepticism that glimmers in his eyes. You responded with composure, meticulously addressing each point while artfully concealing the truth of your role in the demise of the esteemed Dan Zun. You merely stated that he was slain by the people of the Ghost Spirit sect. The revered Huazun remained skeptical, earnestly asserting that the Ghost Spirit sect had no compelling reason to eliminate Dan Zun, as there appeared to be no profound enmity between them. You feign a state of reminiscence and slowly recount what you once heard your master say, that the Ghost Spirit sect had seemingly uncovered a concealed treasure belonging to him, prompting their ruthless actions. Upon hearing the term treasure, the Fire Sovereign's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue, and he eagerly inquired if you had ever laid eyes upon this prized possession. You shook your head, indicating that you had not seen it before, and that the Dan Master had never mentioned it to you. The Fire Master, seemingly undeterred, pressed you further, inquiring whether the Dan Master had imparted any cultivation techniques to you. You shook your head once more, asserting firmly that you had never imparted such knowledge. You explained that you practiced a family heirloom, a secret technique passed down from father to son, exclusively transmitted to males and never to females. You gradually come to realize that perhaps the Fire Sovereign is aware of certain secrets regarding the Alchemy Sovereign, which is why he exhibits such vigilance towards you. In the days that follow, the Fire Sovereign's scrutiny of you intensifies, and on several occasions, he even coerces you to demonstrate your techniques, claiming to sense the essence of spiritual flames within you, strikingly reminiscent of the Alchemy Sovereign's methods. You naturally would not acquiesce, skillfully rebuffing his requests each time. However, your refusals only intensified the suspicions of the Fire Sovereign. In a fit of rage, he departed, confining you within the confines of your cave, prohibiting you from stepping outside even a single pace. In the 5th year, the intricate patterns of your elixir had yet to coalesce into the 9th strand. Nevertheless, your physical cultivation unexpectedly reached the stage of elixir formation, a pleasant surprise amidst your tribulations. During your days of confinement, your sole focus was on cultivation, allowing you to devote more energy to your physical training, perhaps a fortunate turn amidst the misfortune. In the 6th year, you remained imprisoned within the cave, the Fire Sovereign's suspicions undiminished. He would periodically visit to investigate, seeking to uncover any traces of evidence from you. You comprehend that he firmly believes you are implicated in the demise of the esteemed Dan, and no amount of explanation will alter that conviction. The torment of being confined engulfs you in profound anguish. You yearn for liberation, for the ability to reclaim your destiny. In the 7th year, your tolerance for the imprisonment by the Fire Sovereign reaches its limit, prompting you to take a daring leap, seeking the intervention of the Spirit Sovereign on your behalf. You firmly believe that the revered spiritual beings will undoubtedly assist you in extricating yourself from your predicament. Seizing an opportunity, you stealthily slipped out of your sanctuary and sought the presence of the esteemed spiritual master. You feigned a sorrowful demeanor and informed the revered spirit, recounting how your master, the esteemed Dan Zun, had once suffered grave injuries. You recounted your persistent inquiries to your master regarding the circumstances, yet he remained reticent, merely stating that it was a matter of fraternal betrayal, too disgraceful to disclose. Upon hearing your words, the expression on the revered spirit's face shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. He fell into silence for a moment before inquiring how much more you knew. A sense of unease gripped your heart as you realized that matters were perhaps not as straightforward as you had envisioned. You responded with utmost caution, fearful of omitting even the slightest detail. After listening to your account, the esteemed elder spoke with a frigid tone, declaring that you knew far too much. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down your spine, and he commanded you to descend and accompany your master. You have come to realize that you were mistaken, perhaps from the very beginning. Perhaps the true source of animosity towards you is not the fire sovereign, but rather the spirit sovereign, who has shown you immense care from the outset. Desperately, you inquire of him the reason behind it all, proclaiming that you are on the brink of death, yet even in demise, you wish to understand the truth. The esteemed spirit elder remains unhurried, taking his time to elucidate that their master, during an expedition in an ancient forbidden realm, stumbled upon a tome of profound secrets. The specifics contained within this tome remain shrouded in mystery, however. It is said to possess the power to alter one's innate talents and elevate the quality of their spiritual roots. Tragically, their master sustained grave injuries during that fateful exploration and ultimately succumbed to his wounds. Consequently, the fate of this tome was initially unknown. After extensive inquiries, he eventually discovered that it had been appropriated by the revered elixir master. He had previously approached the elixir master, entreating for a share, believing that what their master left behind rightfully belonged to all three. Yet, the elixir master chose to monopolize the tome, refusing to share its wisdom. The spirit elder suspects that during the expedition, the elixir master may have secretly manipulated events to seize the tome for himself. Surprisingly, after several years, you, the disciple of the elixir master, entered the elixir tower, rekindling a glimmer of hope within him. Initially, he had intended to gradually extract the whereabouts of the tome from you, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. However, he was repeatedly thwarted by the fire master, which incited his considerable ire. Upon witnessing the words of the spirit sovereign, his countenance transformed into a visage of terror, with his eyes glimmering with madness and avarice. Just as he was about to strike you down, the fire sovereign abruptly materialized, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. As they clashed, the fire sovereign found himself at a disadvantage. He urged you to hastily depart from the pill tower and never return. At this moment, you come to the realization that the fire sovereign may indeed align with the pill sovereign. Simultaneously, the fire sovereign has not entirely relinquished their suspicions towards you. Ultimately, unable to ascertain the truth of your words, they chose to confine you. Amidst the chaos of the battle between the two factions, you seized the opportunity to escape the pill tower and ventured into the triangular domain. Lin Yi, upon reflecting on this, let out a sigh, comprehending that this journey to the pill tower has come to an end. From the simulated circumstances, it appears that the fire sovereign and the pill sovereign share a relatively amicable relationship. The spirit sovereign seemingly maintains a cordial rapport with the pill sovereign. However, unbeknownst to many, they were once the individual who inflicted harm upon the pill sovereign in a bid to seize the flame spirit technique. When the spirit sovereign rescued the severely wounded pill sovereign, it was indeed the spirit sovereign who had caused their injuries. Upon entering the pill tower, the spirit sovereign initially resorted to emotional appeals, attempting to extract desired information from you, perhaps sensing the fire sovereign's scrutiny. The spirit sovereign soon found themselves ensnared by the fire sovereign's suspicions. While this confinement appears to be one of restraint, it also serves as a form of protection. Nevertheless, the fire sovereign has not abandoned their distrust towards you, rendering both individuals rather unfriendly in your eyes. The quarrel that ultimately erupted between the fire sovereign and the spirit sovereign stemmed from their own disputes, and Lin Yi mused that he bears little connection to their animosity. Neither of them are virtuous individuals, Lin Yi exclaimed in disdain. These three brothers, over a mere tome of secrets, have turned against one another in bitter enmity. In a relentless struggle for dominance, none are willing to yield. Just wait. Once I have given birth to my child, I shall seek retribution from each of you. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he resumed his observation of the simulated circumstances. By the 9th year, you have finally succeeded in condensing the golden core, with the 9th Dan pattern radiating brilliance atop it. You feel the surging power within your body, and your heart swells with joy and confidence. In the 10th year, news reaches you of a great battle at the Ziyun sect, where the sect master, The esteemed Ziyun ancestor has sustained injuries, and the protective spirit fire has been stolen, allegedly by Xiao. This incident has drawn forth the formidable heavenly sword divine monarch. A being of transformation, yet Xiao manages to escape once more. In the same year, you successfully refine the alchemical furnace of the dance sovereign, significantly enhancing your success rate in potion making. In the triangular domain, a chaotic place where dragons and snakes intermingle, the forces of demonic paths and monsters reside, exiling their most sinful disciples to this tumultuous region. However, it is precisely this chaos that renders the area devoid of potent alchemists. Your exquisite alchemical skills allow you to thrive here, as the potions you craft are in high demand and your reputation soars. By the 12th year, you gather intelligence regarding the spirit fire, rumored to be hidden within the depths of the southernmost sea. You are acutely aware that one person's strength is insufficient to accomplish great deeds. Thus, you summon Pangda and commence the formulation of a grander scheme. In the 14th year, with a resolute call, you establish the Tao Alliance within the triangular domain, openly opposing both demonic cultivators and monstrous practitioners. You actively recruit talented individuals, incorporating them into your alliance for your own purposes, thereby gradually expanding your influence. In the 15th year, Fatta presented you with a female cultivator named Xiao. You administer poison to her daily. In the 16th year, the power of your sect flourished, subtly emerging as a formidable force capable of contending with the other two dominant factions within the triangular domain. You commenced the consolidation of resources, amassing strength for the forthcoming endeavors. In the 17th year, you established the triangular domain's fearsome rankings to motivate the members of the alliance and entice more outlaws to join. Within the alliance, 13 foundational cultivators distinguished themselves, earning the title of 13 guardians, becoming the sharp blades at your disposal. In the 18th year, 3 golden core cultivators, drawn by your renown, joined the alliance, elevating its power to new heights. You secretly rejoice, having taken another step closer to your goal. Under your special care, Xiao's cultivation has surged dramatically, reaching the 12th level of qi refinement, her formidable attack power instilling fear even in some early foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, Pangda has secretly established an intelligence network, continuously supplying you with various tidings. In the same year, the leader of the Fengling sect, Lin Yi, fell to the hands of demonic cultivators. By the 20th year, you deemed the time ripe and led the Tao Alliance members in a grand expedition to the deep southern seas in search of the azure sea flame heart. The deep sea was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts, and the Tao Alliance suffered significant losses, with nearly half of its members perishing in the depths. Yet, you ultimately succeeded in obtaining the azure sea flame heart, and along with the previous 2 types of spiritual fire, you now possess 3 forms of spiritual flame, intertwining, burning, and chasing within you, providing an inexhaustible source of energy. In the 22nd year, you began your secluded meditation to refine the 3 types of spiritual fire. Outside, the world was in turmoil, and a prodigy named Lin Yi emerged, rising to fame. Meanwhile, Xiao finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage, blossoming into an even more stunning beauty. By the 25th year, you had completely refined the 3 types of spiritual fire, and the golden core within you began to merge with the body refinement elixir, ultimately forming a yin-yang qi pill, surrounded by 3 spiraling flames. Your qualifications have thus ascended to new heights, transitioning from a 4th-grade fire spiritual root to a 2nd-grade fire spiritual root, achieving the status of a superior spiritual root. In the 26th year, your alchemical prowess soared dramatically, garnering widespread acclaim and attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators seeking your allegiance. Presently, you command 10 cultivators in the core formation stage under your banner. Simultaneously, through the potions you have concocted, you successfully allied with 2 formidable infant transformation stage masters, the 5 Poisons Elder and the Black-Hearted Elder. These 2 have roamed the triangular domain for centuries, notorious for their ruthlessness, ranking among the top 10 on the list of merciless individuals, a truly callous pair. In the 27th year, the annihilation of the Fengling sect by Xiao sent shockwaves across the world, igniting fury and a collective resolve among the cultivators. By the 28th year, you recognize this as an opportune moment to consolidate power within the triangular domain and commence strategic planning. In the 30th year, through your diligent efforts, the disciples of the immortal path in the triangular domain finally united, all pledging their allegiance to you. Aside from a few reclusive infant transformation stage masters, You now wield authority over more than 20 core formation cultivators, hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, and tens of thousands of qi refining disciples. A force potent enough to shake the very foundations of the triangular domain. In the 31st year, you led the Tao Alliance's army to the gates of Dan Tower, demanding the surrender of the spirit fire. This action incited the wrath of Dan Tower, which denounced you as a villainous traitor and retaliated fiercely. The 32nd year marked the official outbreak of a full-scale war between you and Dan Tower. The Five Poisons Elder and the Black-Hearted Elder, true to their formidable reputations, vanquished the fire and spirit lords of Dan Tower with overwhelming force, inflicting severe losses that compelled Dan Tower to seek external assistance. In the 33rd year, when reinforcements from Dan Tower arrived, you were astonished to discover that among them were 10 infant transformation stage masters, numerous core formation cultivators, and the presence of Xiao. This battle resulted in heavy casualties for the Tao Alliance, and sensing the dire predicament, the Five Poisons Elder and the Black-Hearted Elder wisely chose to flee. The multitude of foundational practitioners under your command has suffered a complete annihilation, while the number of those in the Golden Core stage has dwindled to nearly half. Realizing the dire predicament you find yourself in, you attempt to seize the opportunity of chaos to flee, only to be obstructed by Xiao. An inevitable clash ensues. To your astonishment, you discover that Xiao possesses mastery over 3 distinct types of spiritual fire: the purple cloud divine fire, the magma true fire, and a chillingly frigid flame unlike any you have ever encountered. Both of you are at the same stage of Dan formation, both masters of the 3 types of spiritual flames, and you practice the very same cultivation technique. Remarkably, your methods of attack are astonishingly similar. This fierce battle has persisted for over 10 days, with neither side able to claim a decisive victory. Suddenly, you perceive a shift in Xiaohan's aura, and his voice transforms into that of a revered Dan master. He gazes at you and proclaims, "My dear disciple, you truly astonish me. I never anticipated that you could reach such a level through your own exploration." You responded coldly, "Had you truly regarded me as a disciple from the beginning, we would not have found ourselves on this path." The esteemed alchemist acknowledges your unparalleled talent, yet shows no intention of relenting. In the vastness of the universe, a magnificent flame lotus gradually blooms, exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. This time, you endured merely for 3 breaths before being consumed by the terrifying flame lotus, ultimately meeting your demise. You have perished. The simulation has concluded, commencing the assessment of rewards. Throughout this simulation, you have harmonized physical cultivation with magical refinement, embarking upon a distinct path, and your realm has ascended to the initial stage of the Golden Core. One may obtain one of the following rewards. First, the initial stage of Dan formation. Second, a refined alchemist's furnace. Third, this simulated experience. Fourth, the infernal map. Fifth, the Damwon Heart Sutra of the Ziyun sect. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. Lin Yi's lips curled into a rare smile. Not bad. This turn of events could be deemed a blessing in disguise. He had originally intended to pursue the path of the Dan Tower in hopes of acquiring its spiritual flame, only to discover that the chaos within the tower exceeded his expectations. Particularly, the entanglements among the alchemical masters embroiled him as well, ultimately forcing him to flee the Dan Tower. Initially, he believed that he would be devoid of any connection to the spiritual flame. Unexpectedly, however, he uncovered surprising news regarding the Bihai Yenshin in the triangular domain. Securing it was indeed beyond his anticipation. To possess 3 types of spiritual flames in one being not only enhanced his spiritual roots but also significantly elevated his strength. He had previously heard whispers of the triangular domain, a place of terrifying notoriety, devoid of any moral law, where plunder and carnage unfolded incessantly. Astonished by his ability to thrive in such a perilous environment, he pondered whether this signified the arrival of his villainous fortune. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Yet he found himself entangled with the nefarious denizens of the triangular domain. He even managed to enlist the assistance of 2 formidable beings, the Five Poisons Elder and the Black-Hearted Elder, as his enforcers. This ignited a spark of inspiration within Lin Yi. If he could indeed consolidate the power of the entire triangular domain, he would have no reason to fear the threats posed by the alchemical masters and their disciples. Rather, it would be they who would fear him. To dominate the triangular domain, commanding the multitude, and in turn hunt down his former master and Xiao. And then there was his cousin, Although he was unclear about his cousin's capabilities, the fact that the latter could swiftly reawaken his celestial roots was certainly remarkable. He chuckled to himself. Perhaps he was truly suited to play the role of a villain. Ironically, he had initially aspired merely to survive, yet had been inexorably pushed toward a path of desperation. In this present moment, the villain's hat had become an indispensable necessity. Contemplating this, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the 5 options provided by the simulator. This time, the absence of divergent simulations indicated a singular opportunity for choice. After much deliberation, he ultimately opted for the early stage of Dan formation. After all, formidable strength is the cornerstone of survival and the foundation of vengeance. An overwhelming surge of power instantaneously flooded into his dantian. The yin-yang-colored golden Dan took shape, slowly rotating while emanating an enigmatic radiance. 3 distinct hues of spirit fire danced around the golden Dan, akin to loyal guardians, safeguarding this immense power. The purple cloud divine fire, the molten true fire, and the flame from the heart of the azure sea intertwined, yet coexisted in harmonious synergy. This amalgamation rendered Lin Yi's true essence more robust and domineering. As he felt the tumultuous energy coursing within, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. The path ahead was long and fraught with peril. However, he was no longer the trifling cultivator of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He would trample down all obstacles. Steeling his resolve, Lin Yi intended to proceed with the simulation. Although the triangular domain had been relatively smooth for him, the individuals under his command harbored ulterior motives. The foundation establishment stage was manageable, but the Dan formation stage could not be controlled. It required inducement through benefits. As for the 2 ancient beings at the nascent soul stage, the Elder of 5 Poisons and the Black-Hearted Elder, these fellows were quick to seize any opportunity that arose. Yet they fled at the mere sight of the Dan Tower's approach. They were utterly unreliable. Trusting them was out of the question. Furthermore, he had to visit the Purple Cloud sect, for the Dan furnace in his possession, if left unattended, would serve as a locator. It was likely he would be killed by the Dan Master and his disciples before even establishing a foothold. Resolving this, he gritted his teeth and extracted 1,000 spirit stones, reluctantly placing them into the simulator to commence a new round of simulation. The simulation began. On the first day, he witnessed the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance utilizing flying vessels to transport scattered cultivators from the fallen star market to join the collection task. You stealthily trailed behind them, accompanying them to the location of the teleportation array, where you concealed yourself, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. 3 days later, the members of the 4 Seas Celestial Alliance emerged from the secret realm. With audacity, you launched an assault against them. Caught off guard, the members of the 4 Seas Celestial Alliance fell victim to your devastating strike. You seized the Hell's Demon map, obliterating all traces. You departed from that place, soaring towards the direction of the 3 Immortals' city. Upon your arrival at the city of the 3 Immortals, you made your way to the Lord's Manor, requesting an audience with the city lord, recognizing your esteemed status as a nascent soul elder. The inhabitants of the city treated you with utmost reverence and hurried to convey your presence. Not only did the 2 city lords emerge from their seclusion, but the 2nd city lord, Li Binglan, also joined them in receiving you. Before they could inquire further, you informed them that the Ghost Spirit sect would inevitably launch an assault in 1 year's time, stressing the necessity for them to prepare in advance. Upon hearing your words, the people of the city of the 3 Immortals were taken aback and inquired about the source of your intelligence. You informed them that by a fortunate twist of fate, you had overheard that the Celestial Alliance was incessantly supplying resources to the Ghost Spirit sect. Should one examine the matter closely, undeniable traces could surely be uncovered. Upon hearing this, the 3 lords of the 3 Immortal city exhibited an air of utmost seriousness, assuring you that they would investigate the matter thoroughly. You informed them that should war erupt, you would dispatch someone to reach out to them. Subsequently, you retrieved the map of the underworld from your storage bag, indicating your willingness to engage in trade. The inhabitants of the 3 Immortal city conducted a brief examination and readily consented to the transaction. You proposed to accept only spirit stones as compensation. The Lord of the 3 Immortal city readily paid 80,000 spirit stones, a transaction that left you exceedingly content. After bidding farewell to the Lord, you departed from the bustling city. Several days later, you discovered a secluded courtyard in the market at the foot of Xian Mountain, where you temporarily settled down. You have acquired a new alchemical furnace along with a collection of rare materials, preparing to embark on the art of alchemy. In the first month, you commenced the refinement of elixirs in the marketplace. With your cultivation at the stage of forming the Dan and your extensive experience in alchemy, your efficiency in concocting potions is remarkably high, yielding superior quality. You have not only mastered the art of concocting commonly sought elixirs, such as the Yellow Dragon Pill, True Essence Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill, and Essence Enhancement Pill, but you have also successfully refined the Supreme Essence Pill, which is coveted by those in the nascent soul realm, achieving a remarkably high success rate. The cultivators within the Purple Cloud market extol your alchemical creations, reverently designating you as a master alchemist. Upon the emergence of your potions, throngs of eager buyers line up to procure them, resulting in a fervent demand that exceeds supply. In the third month, an elder of the Purple Cloud sect, currently in the core formation stage, fortuitously acquired one of your potions and was immensely impressed, leading him to visit you personally. Upon witnessing your unique refining techniques and the exceptional success rate of your potions, he was left in awe and promptly reported this to the venerable ancestor of the Purple Cloud sect. Upon hearing the news, the ancestor developed a keen interest in you and decided to observe your alchemical process firsthand. After witnessing your remarkable skills, he expressed genuine admiration and extended an invitation for you to join the Purple Cloud sect as an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, promising you generous rewards and abundant resources. You graciously accepted the invitation of the esteemed Elder Ziyun, taking out the alchemical furnace belonging to the revered Dan Zun. You requested Elder Ziyun's assistance in erasing the spiritual imprint upon it. Without hesitation, Elder Ziyun complied, effortlessly dispelling the spiritual essence from the furnace. In the 6th month, you officially became a member of the Ziyun sect, assuming the esteemed position of elder within the Alchemy Pavilion. You conducted yourself with humility, dedicating yourself to the art of alchemy, and soon garnered the recognition of both the inner disciples and the elders. While you were diligently studying the art of soul control in the Sutra repository, you simultaneously sought the whereabouts of the elusive Pang De. After months of investigation, you finally uncovered a lead on Pang De's location. Upon finding him, you swiftly subdued him and then invoked the soul control technique, rendering Pang De completely obedient to your commands. You dispatched him secretly to undertake a task in order to forge a clandestine force for you, bestowing upon him a substantial sum of spiritual stones. Upon the completion of this endeavor, you commenced the art of alchemy. 1 year and 5 months later, the malevolent ghost spirit sect launched a large-scale invasion against the Immortal Dao marketplace and smaller sects, resulting in catastrophic devastation across numerous locales. The marketplace under the auspices of the Purple Cloud sect also suffered significant losses, inciting a wave of fury throughout the sect, as its members clamored for retribution against the ghost spirit sect. In response to this threat, the Purple Cloud sect dispatched a multitude of disciples to the front lines, with many outer elders and even inner disciples volunteering to join the ranks in the battle against the dark forces. While you instructed Pang De to gather intelligence, you simultaneously reached out to Sancian City. A few days later, Pang De conveyed the message that Sancian City was grateful for your prior warning. However, they failed to seize the opportunity and, in a state of half-belief, lost a considerable amount of resources to the ghost spirit sect. Nevertheless, Sancian City is willing to establish an alliance with you. After listening to Pang De's report, you instructed him to continue gathering information without immediately forming an alliance with the 3 Immortals City. You are well aware that what you require is not allies, but rather a force that can be wielded at your disposal. Although the 3 Immortals City is formidable, it pales in comparison to your ultimate ambition. You have concocted another batch of elixirs to leave at the Ziyun sect and subsequently set forth towards the Dan Tower. The following year, you arrived at the Dan Tower. Ding. The simulation mode has changed, now switching to a gradual progression of minor events. Just moments ago, Lin Yi suddenly noticed the operational buttons on the simulation panel and promptly clicked one. The simulation mode was abruptly altered. He was eager to discover what events he would encounter at the Dan Tower under this new, slower-paced simulation of minor happenings. Previously, the simulations focused on major events, often spanning years, causing him to overlook numerous significant narrative elements. Now, the narrative will unfold at a leisurely pace. This time, you do not participate in the selection as a solitary cultivator, but instead, you arrive directly in Dan Tower City, seeking an audience with the Fire Master. A day later, the Fire Master granted you an audience. You candidly declare yourself to be a disciple of the Dan Sovereign, stating that your visit serves 2 purposes: to trace your ancestry and to investigate the cause of your master's demise. Upon hearing the news of the Dan Sovereign's death, The Fire Sovereign is momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality of such a loss. He inquires how you intend to substantiate your claim as a disciple of the Dan Sovereign. You randomly retrieved the alchemical furnace of the esteemed Dan Zun and informed him that it had been personally bestowed by your master. Upon seeing the furnace, the Fire Sovereign was immediately overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless by his sorrow. You mentioned that during his lifetime, the master once spoke of having a single close friend in the Dan Tower, who was the Fire Sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Fire Sovereign slowly replied that in the Dan Tower, the Dan Sovereign has two senior brothers. He himself is the eldest brother, while the other is the second brother. The Spirit Sovereign. A flicker of concern crossed your face as you solemnly proclaimed, "My master once stated that his injury was inflicted by someone from the Dan Tower. Though the identity of this assailant remains a mystery to you, it is evident that anyone capable of wounding my master possesses extraordinary power." Upon hearing your account, the Fire Elder's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This matter is of great significance and involves far-reaching implications. We must deliberate carefully and conduct a thorough investigation. For the time being, remain in the Dan Tower and refrain from wandering about indiscriminately. You had long anticipated this." Responding with a tranquil demeanor, "I shall diligently adhere to your esteemed instructions." The Fire Elder promptly arranged for you a secluded cave dwelling, assigning disciples to guard it with utmost vigilance. Several days later, the Fire Elder sent someone to invite you to his cave for a conversation. You followed the disciples of the Fire Elder to his cavern, where you respectfully offered a bow. Subsequently, you stood by with a demeanor that balanced humility and confidence. The Fire Elder observed your composed behavior, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. He nodded and spoke. "This is Elder Lin Yi, hailing from the Pill Valley. He shares a deep friendship with your master and is a highly esteemed master alchemist. His visit is to jointly investigate the circumstances surrounding your master's demise and to ascertain your identity." Upon hearing the words, you promptly bowed in greeting to Elder Lin Yi. The elder, with a gentle countenance, slightly nodded and spoke in a warm tone. "There is no need for formality. I have come merely to ascertain the truth." Before the simulator, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It appeared that the slow-paced simulation would even display conversations. Nonetheless, this revelation allowed him to glean additional information. He was taken aback to discover that the Fire Elder had summoned individuals from the Dan Valley. The emergence of the Dan Valley was entirely unexpected for him. Although both the Dan Valley and the Dan Tower pertained to alchemy, their natures were fundamentally different. The Dan Tower represented a sectarian force, whereas the Dan Valley constituted a loose alliance of numerous alchemists characterized by greater freedom and vastness. From Lin Yi's understanding, the history of the Dan Valley far surpassed that of the Dan Tower, possibly tracing back to ancient times. The methodologies of alchemy and medicinal formulas predominantly originated from the Dan Valley. This entity abstained from engaging in any conflicts, focusing solely on alchemy and exchanges, devoid of sectarian bias, embracing a spirit of inclusivity. Consequently, despite its understated presence, the Dan Valley was a genuine behemoth within the realm of cultivation, wielding influence that even eclipsed many leading sections. Lin Yi contemplated the implications of the Dan Valley's involvement, realizing that the situation had grown increasingly intricate. He recognized the necessity of exercising greater caution to secure an advantage in the forthcoming contest. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but lament how he had underestimated the profound heritage of the world's premier sections. During the previous simulation, he had led his faction against the Dan Tower, yet he had failed to elicit its true strength, remaining oblivious to the types of spiritual flames and hidden masters within the tower. His intent in assaulting the Dan Tower was to investigate its realities. However, a mere summons from the tower had summoned 10 formidable nascent soul experts, effortlessly dismantling his offensive. He hoped for a more fruitful outcome this time. During the simulation, Lin Yi was unable to intervene or alter the course of events. He could only observe as the simulated characters made choices based on their prior experiences and surroundings. His role was limited to watching, waiting, and subsequently reflecting upon the simulation to devise new strategies. He anticipated making a breakthrough in the next simulation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi's gaze returned to the simulator, awaiting the unfolding of the narrative. Elder Lin Yi of the Dan Valley stroked his beard and slowly remarked, "I am exceedingly familiar with the alchemical techniques of the Dan Master. I have come today out of sorrow for the Dan Master's unfortunate news and also to meet the heir of the Dan Master. May I, perchance, Have the honor of witnessing the Dan Master's exceptional skills? You bowed respectfully, your demeanor one of deference. The junior shall certainly comply. Elder Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. You are the disciple of the esteemed Dan Zun, and thus possess a certain connection to the Dan Valley. Moreover, having reached the Dan formation stage, your status is indeed noble. There is no need for such formalities. You humbly remarked, in the presence of one's seniors. Etiquette must not be neglected. Otherwise, would it not lead others to perceive that the younger generation lacks refinement? This statement prompted Elder Xuani and the Fire Venerable to nod in silent agreement, further enhancing their admiration for you. No longer hesitating, you waved your sleeve, and the alchemical furnace gracefully settled before you. As the true essence flowed, a cluster of spiritual fire ignited slowly in the palm of your hand. The ethereal blue flames flickering and emanating a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Both the Fire Master and Elder Xian Yi were taken aback, rising abruptly, their gazes fixed intently on the spiritual fire in your grasp. This spiritual fire is the coveted treasure sought by alchemists. It not only significantly enhances the rate of pill formulation, but also refines the quality of the elixirs. However, wielding such spiritual fire demands formidable consciousness and true essence, typically only manageable by cultivators in the nascent soul stage. At that moment, Elder Xian Yi also conjured a sphere of flames in his hand. The bright orange glow dazzling and exuding a heart-stopping heat, as if it could incinerate all things in existence. You discreetly swallowed hard, suppressing the covetous desire to claim the spiritual fire for yourself. The power of the Dan Valley exceeds your imagination. Even an elder can effortlessly summon the spiritual fire, revealing an unfathomable depth. Elder Xian Yi's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the ethereal blue spiritual fire in your hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He turned to face the Fire Sovereign, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the Dan Tower is a cradle of exceptional talents, once again presenting a prodigy. With a sense of curiosity lingering in your heart, you could not help but inquire, "May I ask, esteemed elder, who was the last prodigy?" The Fire Sovereign, with a hint of pride, stroked his beard and replied, "The last one, of course, was your master, the Pill Sovereign." As soon as the Fire Sovereign finished speaking, he gestured for you to resume your alchemical endeavors. Taking a deep breath, you open the alchemical furnace, and the ethereal blue flame surges from your palm, igniting fervently at the bottom of the cauldron. You did not opt to concoct a common elixir. Rather, you boldly endeavored to forge the supreme Yuan pill, a remedy solely consumable by those of the nascent soul stage. This exquisite potion can only be crafted by alchemists of the same caliber. Perhaps it was due to the fortuitous alignment of fate, or perhaps it was the profound legacy imparted by the Pill Sovereign. Yet you astonishingly succeeded in a single cauldron, yielding 10 resplendent pills, each one brimming with vitality and exuding an enchanting aroma. Both the Fire Sovereign and Elder Xian Yi were rendered speechless by this remarkable feat. The ability to transcend levels and produce the supreme Yuan pill attests to your alchemical prowess, now rivaling their own. Their gazes upon you shifted instantaneously, infused with newfound respect and tempered scrutiny. Elder Xian Yi regarded you with a complex expression, slowly articulating from your alchemical techniques. "I seem to perceive the shadow of the Pill Sovereign. In his time, my dear friend also crafted the supreme Yuan pill during his core formation stage, rendering his contemporaries in the Pill Valley unable to hold their heads high. Who would have thought that after all these years, his disciple would shine so brilliantly?" The Fire Sovereign beheld your adept application of the Pill Sovereign's techniques, and tears shimmered in his eyes, his emotions overflowing beyond mere words. You respectfully inquired, "Elder Xian Yi, have I successfully passed this assessment?" Elder Xian Yi stroked his beard and chuckled. "There is no doubt that you are a disciple of the Dan Zun." However, as his smile gradually faded, a solemn expression replaced it on Elder Xian Yi's face. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you know about the demise of your master, the Dan Zun?" A chill ran through your heart, and you quietly acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Responding with a respectful demeanor, "I am but a novice and know little, merely hearing whispers of treachery from enemies." Elder Xian Yi sighed deeply and remarked, "The alchemist master shared a profound bond with the alchemist valley. His demise is not solely a loss for the alchemist tower, but also for the valley itself. Several esteemed elders within the valley have shown great concern over this matter and have long sought to uncover the truth." Lin Yi felt a jolt of shock. The alchemist master's death entangled such vast implications. The attention from the elders of the valley further underscored the seriousness of the situation. The term elders, as understood by practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, might refer to those in the foundation establishment stage. In turn, those in the foundation establishment stage might look up to the golden core stage practitioners. Yet, when an elder of the nascent soul stage, like Elder Lin Yi, spoke of such elders, it indicated beings of unfathomable power and celestial prowess. Moreover, according to Elder Lin Yi, the esteemed elders concerned with this matter were not singular but numerous. This strongly suggested that the alchemist master held a position of immense significance not only within the alchemist tower but also within the alchemist valley. The unfolding events clearly exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. His gaze instinctively drifted to the simulation panel, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The fire master fixed you with an intense gaze and spoke solemnly. "Nephew, what do you truly know regarding the fall of your master, the alchemist master? This matter bears great weight. I implore you to elaborate." Taking a deep breath, with eyes slightly reddened, you feign a choked voice. Before his passing, my master uttered but a single phrase, disciples turning against one another, and then departed from this world. Beyond that, the disciple truly knows not. Your voice trembles, as if you have witnessed the tragic demise of your master, evoking deep emotions. The fire elder and Elder Lin Yi exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Suddenly, Elder Lin Yi stepped forward, inquiring with concern, "Disciple, did your master leave behind any relics?" You hastily retrieved the alchemical furnace left by your master, presenting it with both hands, your voice trembling as you spoke. "Before his passing, my master entrusted this furnace to me, stating it would be used for alchemy in the future." Elder Lin Yi accepted the furnace, scrutinizing it meticulously before returning it to you. He stated solemnly, "This furnace is forged from celestial meteorite iron, indeed a personal artifact of the esteemed alchemist." The fire master gently patted your shoulder, his tone soothing. "From now on, you shall remain at the Pill Tower, devoted to your cultivation. With your master gone, the Pill Tower will be your home. Henceforth, you shall be the eldest senior brother of the Pill Tower." A month later, on a moonless night with a howling wind, you sat cross-legged in your chamber, engaged in meditation, when suddenly you sensed a chilling aura encroaching upon you. A shiver ran down your spine as you composed yourself and spoke calmly. "Since Master Uncle has arrived, why conceal yourself?" No sooner had the words left your lips than a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing none other than the revered spirit elder. He gazed at you with intrigue, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Although the esteemed pill master has fallen, he has trained such an extraordinary disciple. You remain vigilant in your heart while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Unbeknownst to you, your esteemed master has come to visit at this late hour for a matter of significance. It is evident that you are aware of the opposing stance between the visitor and the revered Dan Zun." The venerable Ling Zun, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Young one, do not attempt to play tricks on me. What is your true purpose for coming to the Dan Tower?" You gazed at him coldly and articulated each word with precision. Master Dan, once gravely injured, ultimately succumbed to his wounds. The one who inflicted harm upon him was none other than his own fellow disciples. You paused momentarily, your gaze piercing. "My purpose in coming to Danta is to investigate the cause of my master's death and to unmask the mastermind behind it." A glimmer of cold light flickered in the eyes of the revered one. "So, you are aware of who inflicted harm upon your master?" You met his gaze without a hint of fear. "Indeed, I am aware." The esteemed elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "And what of it? Even if you know? This is the Pill Tower. To take your life would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist." The corners of your mouth curved slightly upwards, revealing a trace of a cold smile. "What are you laughing at?" the spirit sovereign demanded angrily. "I mock your foolishness." You retorted without hesitation. "The Dan Valley is already investigating the cause of Master S' death, and several esteemed elders at the transformation stage are particularly concerned about this matter. Should you take action, the Dan Valley will undoubtedly conduct a thorough inquiry. Do you truly believe you can escape culpability then?" The spirit sovereign's expression changed abruptly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. You suddenly spoke calmly, saying, "Master Uncle, you and I are kindred spirits." The esteemed elder was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning. You spoke slowly. "My master, after suffering grave injuries, did not perish immediately but lingered for several years. Before his passing, he explicitly revealed to me that it was you, O Spirit Sovereign, who inflicted those wounds." The Spirit Sovereign trembled, fixing an intense gaze upon you, an overwhelming aura and pressure binding you firmly in place. In the face of the spirit sovereign's colossal might, you remain composed, even exuding a hint of mockery. Uncle Master. We are within the pill tower, and the fire sovereign is not far away. Are you certain you wish to act here? After a moment's pause, you exuded a confidence that stemmed from meticulous preparation. Furthermore, I have secretly cultivated a group of subordinates outside the Danta. Should any misfortune befall me, they will promptly rush to the Dan Valley and unveil our conversation to the world. At that point, even with your esteemed position as a Yuaniing elder, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to extricate yourself, would it not? The murderous intent in the eyes of the revered figure gradually diminished, and their tone grew somber. What exactly are you aiming to achieve? You replied with calm composure, cooperation. As long as you agree to collaborate with me, I can provide you with what you desire. The esteemed elder laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great jest, exclaiming, what a delusion! I am a distinguished cultivator of the nascent soul stage. What could you possibly possess that would sway me? You smiled mysteriously. For instance, the flame spirit technique? Upon hearing these words, the spiritual sovereign's aura erupted instantly, surging forth like a torrential flood, as if it sought to engulf you. Yet, he firmly restrained this power. His eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. You remain as serene as ever, quietly locking eyes with him. The voice of the spirit master is hoarse, laced with a hint of tremor. Is the flame spirit scripture truly in your possession? Before the simulator, Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was precisely a segment of his meticulously orchestrated scheme. The three brothers of the alchemy master have turned against one another for the sake of the flame spirit scripture, even to the extent of inflicting harm upon their own kin. The value of this tome is thus evident. The reason he disseminated the news of the flame spirit scripture was that it existed solely within the simulator. In reality, none of this has transpired, even in the simulation. Although he has entrusted the scripture to someone, that individual in the real world has yet to receive it. Consequently, what is regarded as a treasure by the alchemy master's disciples holds far less significance within the simulation. Moreover, he is not the sole practitioner of this scripture. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in the spirit master's eyes, and his breath quickened. He fixated upon you, as though endeavoring to see through your very being. Yet, you raised your hand to interrupt his impending utterance, speaking slowly. Master Uncle, please do not be hasty. I possess only half of the flame spirit technique. Only half. The spirit sovereign's eyes sparkled with intensity. What of the other half? This was the crux of my collaboration with my master uncle. Your tone was unassuming, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. I required my master uncle's assistance to acquire the remaining half of the flame spirit technique. The spirit sovereign let out a cold laugh. Are you threatening me? Should I take your life, this half of the flame spirit technique would still belong to me. Without a trace of fear, you met his gaze, a smirk of derision tugging at the corners of your mouth. Do you believe, Master Uncle, that I would dare to approach the Dan Tower unprepared? Since I have come, I am confident in my ability to depart unscathed, should you choose to strike. I fear you may not even graze the edge of this half-scroll of the flame spirit formula. The gaze of the spirit master flickered as the cold smile on his face gradually faded. He scrutinized you from head to toe, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You are indeed unlike the Dan Master, possessing far greater intelligence. You chuckled lightly. We are all in the same boat, aren't we? Even the Master Uncle possesses the wisdom to discern the right moment. The two of you exchanged a knowing smile, and everything was conveyed without words. Speak. What is it that you desire? The Spirit Master inquired in a deep tone. The flame spirit technique can be entrusted to my esteemed uncle. You paused, your tone growing serious, but now is not the time. I must first witness my uncle's sincerity. Sincerity? The Spirit Master raised an eyebrow. What sort of sincerity do you seek? The Spirit Fire. You articulated each word deliberately. I wish for the Spirit Fire of the Pill Tower. The Spirit Master shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You are mistaken. That ghostly ethereal fire is not within my possession, but rather in the hands of Elder Dan, the venerable elder of the Pill Tower. Upon first hearing of such a remarkable figure as Dan Laoxian, one cannot help but be taken aback. Who is this Dan Laoxian? Why has he never been mentioned before? The esteemed Ling Zun explained. Dan Laoxian has existed for countless ages. It is said he has lived for at least 100,000 years and has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. To obtain the nether fire from him is nearly an impossible endeavor. A heaviness settled in your heart as you pressed further, inquiring, what is the current cultivation level of the esteemed Elder Dan? The spiritual sovereign shook his head, replying, this remains a mystery to all. for he has not shown himself in the world for a considerable time. You fell into silence. For the presence of the venerable Dan undoubtedly introduced significant uncertainties to your plans. In the ensuing days, you immersed yourself in profound cultivation within the Dan Tower, striving to enhance your strength while secretly seeking methods to acquire the spiritual fire, yet all efforts proved fruitless. After several days, the Spirit Sovereign sought you out once more. His tone tinged with impatience. What of the Flame Spirit Sutra you promised me? When shall I receive it? You were well prepared. Retrieving a scroll of the half-completed manuscript from your storage bag, which you presented to the Spirit Elder, this is the first half of the Flame Spirit technique, which allows cultivation only up to the Golden Core stage. The Spirit Elder took the manuscript with great reverence, immediately engrossing himself in its study, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Days later, the Spirit Elder sought you out once more. This time, his demeanor was noticeably more affable, and his tone carried an added measure of trust. Indeed, the Flame Spirit technique is remarkably profound. However, to cultivate this art, one must have the assistance of spiritual fire. The spiritual fire of the Pill Tower is in the possession of the Venerable Pill Elder, and I have no means to access it. Although the Pill Valley possesses several types of spiritual fire, obtaining them is akin to scaling a mountain. You felt a stir in your heart and slowly spoke. Master Uncle, besides the Pill Tower and the Pill Valley, there exists another place that may possess spiritual flames. The spiritual elder immediately became intrigued and hastily inquired, "What place is that?" The corners of your mouth curl slightly as you utter a few words. Lin Yi gazes at the text displayed on the simulator, his brow furrowed in concentration. The dialogue with the Spirit Sovereign deviated from his expectations. He had initially planned to exploit the Spirit Sovereign's yearning for the Flame Spirit art, guiding him step by step to pilfer the Dan Tower's spiritual fire. However, he did not anticipate that the target would shift towards the Ziyun sect. What is happening? Lin Yi murmurs to himself, realizing once again that the simulator is spiraling beyond his control. He recognizes that the characters within the simulator do not strictly adhere to his designs, but rather adapt based on environmental changes and their inherent personalities. This revelation implies that he cannot fully dictate the course of the simulation and must remain vigilant against unforeseen occurrences. In light of this, he resolves to accelerate the simulation's progress. Ding! The simulation speed has been increased. In the 6th year, you lead the Spirit Sovereign to the marketplace at the foot of the Ziyun sect. You have not indicated that you are now the alchemy elder of the Ziyun sect. For the news from Fatda has arrived. Xiao Han has already commenced alchemical operations here, intending to join the Ziyun sect through this endeavor. You are well aware of Xiao Han's intentions. Thus you express to the Spirit Master that only by demonstrating extraordinary alchemical skills can one capture the attention of the Ziyun sect. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Master is filled with joy and promptly establishes an alchemy workshop on the eastern side of the market, resonating with Xiao Han's establishment on the western side. Both parties engage in a fierce contest of alchemical prowess, vying for admission into the Ziyun sect. Meanwhile, you stealthily return to the Ziyun sect to warn the esteemed ancestor of Ziyun to exercise caution, as two nefarious individuals have infiltrated the market with the intent to steal the sect's spiritual fire. The esteemed ancestor, not daring to be negligent, immediately relocates the spiritual fire to a small realm, personally guarded by the Divine Sword Sovereign. In a short span, the Ziyun market is flooded with alchemical elixirs, leading to a sharp decline in prices. In the 7th year, a great battle erupts at the foot of the Ziyun sect. According to the accounts of Ziyun sect disciples, it was the two alchemists from the market who clashed fiercely over territorial disputes. In your heart, you secretly rejoice. Everything unfolds according to your meticulous design. The conflict between the Dan Master and the Spirit Master is precisely the outcome you orchestrated. After a while, Xiao Han and the Spirit Master vanish without a trace in the marketplace at the foot of the Ziyun sect, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. You comprehend that as long as the esteemed Spirit Master and Xiao Han are locked in conflict, Xiao Han will be unable to attend to you. In the 8th year, the corpulent Da informed you that he has preliminarily established an intelligence network in the triangular domain utilizing the resources you provided, enabling him to gather information. Concurrently, he disclosed that he had uncovered news regarding the discovery of spiritual fire within the Tianxin Doubt Palace. You promptly made your way to the triangular domain. This area is a chaotic confluence of dragons and serpents, where the forces of demonic paths and monsters vie for dominance. Each faction exiles their most grievous disciples to this place, resulting in utter disorder. Yet, It is precisely this turmoil that has led to a scarcity of formidable alchemists. Previously, you had instructed Pangda to pave the way with elixirs, successfully rallying several hundred individuals. Consequently, you raised your arm and called out, establishing the Dao Alliance in the triangular domain. You actively seek out talented individuals, incorporating them into your alliance for your own purposes, thereby gradually expanding your influence. In the 10th year, you successfully refined the alchemical furnace of the esteemed alchemist, significantly increasing your rate of success in potion crafting. By the 11th year, you commenced the consolidation of resources within the triangular domain, amassing strength for your forthcoming endeavors. You have discovered that although the triangular domain appears chaotic, it harbors abundant minerals and spiritual herbs, yet it lacks effective development. In the 12th year, you established the fierce individuals list to motivate the cultivators of the triangular domain, encouraging them to challenge one another and deepen their rivalries. The introduction of this list indeed sparked tremendous excitement, as countless desperate souls fought to the death for fame and fortune, providing a swift opportunity for the expansion of your Dao Alliance. Within the alliance, 13 foundational stage cultivators distinguish themselves, earning the title of 13 guardians, becoming sharp blades in your hand. Each of these 13 possesses unique skills and unwavering loyalty, contributing significantly to your endeavors. In the 13th year, 3 golden core cultivators, drawn by your reputation, joined the Dao Alliance, further enhancing its strength. You secretly rejoice, as you have taken another step closer to your goal. The intelligence network established by FATDA continues to provide you with a steady stream of information. In the 14th year, the 3 lords of Sanxian City joined the Dao Alliance, accompanied by over 10,000 wandering cultivators. The inclusion of Sanxian City has propelled the Dao Alliance to its zenith, nearly dominating the entire triangular domain. In the 15th year, you commenced seclusion to diligently cultivate and delve into the art of alchemy. Through the amalgamation of numerous alchemical formulas acquired, along with your own insights, you have crafted a plethora of unique elixirs. These potions not only enhance one's cultivation, but also possess various extraordinary effects. In the 16th year, your alchemical prowess advanced by leaps and bounds, garnering widespread acclaim and attracting an increasing number of wandering cultivators seeking your allegiance. Presently, you command a following of 10 nascent soul cultivators. Furthermore, through the efficacy of your potions, you successfully allied with 2 formidable entities, the 5 Poisons Elder and the Blackheart Elder. These 2 have roamed the Triangle domain for centuries, notorious for their ruthlessness, ranking among the top 10 on the list of merciless individuals. It was also in this year that, utilizing the intelligence network of FATDA, you established contact with the Spirit Sovereign. Currently, the Spirit Sovereign finds himself hunted like a stray dog by the forces behind the Dan Sovereign and Xiao. Living in a state of utter disarray, he arrived in the Triangle domain with aspirations of dominion, only to be severely reprimanded by the 5 Poisons Elder and the Blackheart Elder, leading him to adopt a more compliant demeanor. By the 20th year, you recognized this as an opportune moment to consolidate power within the Triangle domain and began to strategize actively. You discreetly contacted various factions, offering substantial rewards and employing both coercion and seduction to continuously expand your influence. Amidst the ever-shifting currents of the external world, a prodigy named Lin Yi emerged, quickly rising to prominence. At a remarkably young age, he had already reached the nascent soul stage, showcasing an astonishing level of talent. In the 21st year, under your meticulous planning and assertive leadership, the celestial forces of the Triangle domain were finally unified, all pledging their allegiance to you. You have ascended to become the true sovereign of the triangular domain, commanding authority to which none dare defy. Aside from a few reclusive old cultivators at the nascent soul stage, you now wield control over more than 20 practitioners at the core formation stage, hundreds at the foundation establishment stage, and over 10,000 disciples at the chi refinement stage. Your formidable power is sufficient to shake the very foundations of the entire triangular domain. You commence the internal restructuring, establishing more stringent regulations to fortify your dominion. In the 22nd year, you led the Grand Army of the Dao Alliance, advancing resolutely towards the Tianxin Dao Palace, demanding the surrender of the sacred flame of rebirth. The Tianxin Dao Palace, incensed by your audacity, categorically refused and launched a counterattack. Thus began a fierce battle. The 3 venerable ancestors of the Tianxin Dao Palace, in their nascent soul stage, found themselves entangled by your formidable generals, the 5 Poisons Elder, the Black-Hearted Elder, and the Spirit Sovereign. The remaining disciples of the Tianxin Dao Palace, vastly outnumbered, either fled in disarray or were slain on the spot. Observing the scene within the simulator where he seized the sacred flame of rebirth and shattered the Tianxin Dao Palace, Lin Yi could not help but murmur to himself, "Remarkable. I truly achieved this. It seems my path as a villain is indeed progressing smoothly." He reflected on the arduous journey he had undertaken, his heart a tumult of emotions. The triangular domain, once regarded as a realm of wickedness, had become the cradle of his ascendants. Those desperate souls, under his leadership, had unleashed an astonishing power. He gazed once more at the ruins of the Tianxin Dao Palace displayed in the simulator, a strange sense of satisfaction welling within him. In the past, Lin Yi had been but a lowly spirit root, cast aside by the Tianxin Dao Palace. Yet now, he returned to that very place in such a manner. The sensation was indeed peculiar. Lin Yi shook his head, chuckling at himself. If I could not become a disciple, then breaking in was not out of the question. It appears that once I have truly consolidated the power of the triangular domain, I might march northward to besiege the Tianxin Dao Palace. At that time, I shall inquire of them what they feel about their formerly scorned disciple, who returns now with the might of thunder. He envisioned the scene of those exalted elders and disciples of the Tianxin Dao Palace trembling before him, their faces ashen with fear. Humph, when that day comes, I shall recruit them all as my subordinates, subjecting them to daily torment, serving tea and water, which would not be amiss. A glint of cold ambition flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he contemplated this. With that thought, he eagerly turned his gaze back to the simulator. He led the Dao Alliance to breach the Tianxin Dao Palace, forcefully seizing the Nirvana flame, an act that astonished the entire Immortal sect. Your name, Lin Yi, has risen to prominence due to this incident. However, it is a notoriety rather than a commendation. The alliance you lead has undeniably become a formidable force. Yet it is simultaneously branded as a malevolent sect. In the 33rd year, you commenced the refinement of the Nirvana flame, for flames whirled within you, dancing in pursuit, ultimately converging into a singular entity. You have ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, elevating your strength to new heights. Simultaneously, your spiritual root has further advanced, attaining the esteemed rank of a first-grade fire spiritual root, achieving the pinnacle of spiritual roots. In the 34th year, the prodigy Lin Hao emerged, boldly proclaiming your inevitable demise at his hands. He revealed to the world a shocking secret. You and he are, in fact, cousins. Your mother, with a heart as cold as a serpent's, resorted to secretive techniques to extract your innate spiritual root, hoping to endow you with a different one. Yet, after this grievous act, he, through sheer willpower, awakened his original spiritual root once more. This revelation sent shockwaves through the realm of cultivation. It became apparent that your remarkable standing alongside the illustrious Xiao and Lin Hao, as one of the three great prodigies, was merely a consequence of having another's spiritual root transplanted into you. The public erupted in condemnation of your mother's cruel actions and your own shamelessness. The Dao Alliance, shaken by this scandal, saw its morale plummet, with numerous members discreetly fleeing, including disciples from the three Immortal city who severed ties with the Alliance. Conversely, your cousin Lin Hao's influence burgeoned, his power growing exponentially. In the 35th year, the revered alchemist returned to the Alchemist Tower with his disciple Xiao, publicly exposing your heinous act of slaying your master. The cultivation community was thrown into an uproar, rife with speculation regarding the hidden truths behind this betrayal. The alchemist accused you of ingratitude and poisoning your mentor, reducing him to a mere wisp of his former self, lingering only as a soul. These accusations branded you as a master-slaying traitor, placing you among the ranks of the most nefarious figures alongside the sinister denizens of the Ghost Spirit sect. The Ziyun sect severed all connections with you, while the Alchemist Tower placed a bounty on your head, promising to concoct a pill of heaven's restoration for anyone who could bring you down. Countless cultivators, enticed by the reward, began to plot against you. By the 36th year, the tide of betrayal swelled further. The Elder of Five Poisons and the Elder of Black Hearts declared their departure from the Dao Alliance, asserting that their paths diverged from yours, unwilling to conspire with a villain who poisoned their master, and even fearing potential treachery at your hands. Numerous Golden Core disciples fled in droves, leading to the disintegration of the alliance you had painstakingly built. Ultimately, only the corpulenter, whom you had ensnared with your arcane methods, and a spirit rancor pursued by the Alchemist Tower remained by your side. In the 37th year, your once prominent cousin Lin Hao led the alliance of heaven's restoration in pursuit of your life. By the 38th year, with no avenues left to explore, you resolve to confront your cousin Lin Hao in a fateful battle for survival. You firmly believe that, with your current cultivation at the mid-stage of the core formation realm, combined with the 4 kinds of spirit flames fused within you, you possess the capability to triumph over Lin Hao and alter the course of destiny. In the 39th year, you engaged in a monumental battle with Lin Hao, only to be astounded to discover that he too had ascended to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. His physique was robust, resembling an indestructible body of adamantine. Even the 4 spirit flames, which you held in high regard, could not inflict a scratch upon him. The spirit sovereign attempted to launch a surprise attack on Lin Hao, but was instantly obliterated by a vine that descended from the heavens. A profound shock reverberated within you as you finally glimpsed the formidable foundation behind Lin Hao. Stripped of all fighting spirit, you opted for retreat. In the 41st year, amidst 2 years of fleeing, your spiritual energy was utterly depleted, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught of Lin Hao and his subordinates. Simulation concluded. Commencing the assessment of rewards. During this simulation, you have advanced your cultivation to the mid-stage of the golden elixir realm. You may obtain one of the following rewards. First, mid-stage golden core cultivation. Second, a refined alchemical furnace of the Danzun. Third, this simulated experience. Fourth, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. What precisely is that vine? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. The vine that had appeared out of nowhere during this simulation had become an unshakable shadow in his heart. With a mere flick, it had sent the soul master at the nascent soul stage into a state of utter disarray. Such strength is indeed alarming. It appears that I have been excessively conspicuous. Lin Yi murmured softly to himself. He had previously believed that Lin Hao's ability to reconstitute his spiritual roots after their extraction was solely due to his extraordinary talent. However, it now seems that Lin Hao is undoubtedly backed by an unfathomable force. In the last simulation, his failure to detect this power was not due to its absence, but rather because it deemed him unworthy of attention. After all, at that time, Lin Yi was merely at the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Hao had already reached the golden core stage. The disparity in their strengths meant that the other party had no reason to concern themselves with him. This time, however, the Soul Master sought to intervene in the confrontation between him and Lin Hao, thereby provoking the wrath of the formidable figure lurking behind Lin Hao. Discretion is imperative. I must remain inconspicuous, Lin Yi continuously reminded himself. An existence capable of dispatching a nascent soul practitioner with a single blow is certainly not one he can provoke lightly. Nevertheless, the unexpected acquisition of the Tianqian Dao Palace's spirit fire during this simulation caused a slight smile to creep upon his lips. Compared to the elaborate schemes of the past, the process of obtaining the Tianqian Dao Palace spirit fire this time was refreshingly straightforward and audacious. Simply charge in and seize it. Help me claim the mid-stage golden core cultivation. As Lin Yi's words fell, an overwhelming surge of energy flowed into his body like a roaring river. The previously solid golden core suddenly expanded, its surface shimmering with brilliant light. Simultaneously, a wisp of crimson flame materialized, swirling around the golden core like a lively sprite, emanating an intense heat. The original 3 flames had now transformed into 4. A first-grade fire spirit root has been attained. Lin Yi felt the profound deepening of his connection with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a smile of joy unconsciously gracing his lips. In comparison to the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, this mid-stage golden core cultivation and first-grade fire spirit root are undoubtedly far more precious. Although 100,000 spirit stones could afford him a period of indulgence, they would not fundamentally alter his circumstances. This time, the actions of the spirit sovereign in the simulation took Lin Yi by surprise. This former adversary unexpectedly fought alongside him until the very last moment. He understood that the spirit sovereign did not harbor any genuine bond of life and death with him. Rather, their fates were inextricably intertwined. The Dan Tower sought him, and naturally they would pursue the spirit sovereign as well, for the spirit sovereign was also an accomplice in the assassination of the Dan sovereign. Had the spirit sovereign not grievously injured the Dan sovereign beforehand, Lin Yi could never have easily poisoned him. More crucially, Lin Yi had bestowed upon the spirit sovereign half of the flame spirit scripture, a technique capable of transforming a cultivator's aptitude, undeniably a coveted treasure for the spirit sovereign. Indeed, the spirit sovereign's qualifications were remarkable, To have cultivated to the nascent soul stage was a testament to his exceptional talent. However, the goal from the nascent soul stage to the transformation stage was akin to an insurmountable chasm, where countless prodigies had perished before this barrier. The spirit sovereign surely comprehended this, which was why he would go to any lengths to seize the flame spirit scripture from the Dan sovereign, yearning to advance further. Yet, Lin Yi felt his demise came too swiftly, prompting him to reflect that perhaps it was the acquisition of the power of the triangular domain that led to his ostentation. In both simulations, the outcomes were strikingly similar. Power indeed alters a man's ambitions, when one commands a host of formidable experts, including even ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, who can suppress the desires that stir within. However, both times he ruled the triangular domain. He garnered a reputation far from favorable, even earning the label of a nefarious entity, compelling him to reevaluate his strategies. Sigh, Lin Yi lamented, realizing that the primary objective for the next simulation must be to survive longer. Only by living can one foresee the future and seek a glimmer of hope in the perilous world of cultivation. Should he fall prematurely as in the previous two attempts, he would remain oblivious to subsequent events, rendering discussions of evading calamity moot. Moreover, he could no longer pursue the acquisition of spirit fire as his goal. While spirit fire could enhance aptitude, the risks were equally formidable. Elevating his cultivation and experiencing more significant future events to glean invaluable lessons was the true long-term strategy. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon his humble cave abode, now a golden core elder. It seemed somewhat incongruous for him to linger in this lower-tier cultivator area of the fallen star market. Yet, upon feeling the emptiness of his coin purse, he shook his head in resignation. With only 7,000 spirit stones to his name, renting a new cave would entail considerable expense. It seemed prudent to proceed slowly. Commence simulation. On the first day, you sat in solitude within the cave, your brow furrowed with concern. The remnants of the alchemist spirit and your exceptionally gifted junior brother hovered above you like two swords, poised to strike at any moment. Additionally, the entanglements caused by your cousin Lin Hao, who harbored resentment after you had seized part of his spiritual roots, left you treading on thin ice. After much contemplation, joining the alchemist tower appeared to be the optimal choice, albeit fraught with peril. Moreover, your true aspiration lay in acquiring the coveted spiritual fire, a treasure coveted by countless alchemists, a feat not easily achieved. On the second day, you resolved to adopt the guise of a solitary practitioner, striving for a low-profile existence while honing your skills and evading any schemes to pilfer the spiritual fire from the alchemist tower. However, the alchemical furnace in your possession presented the most significant dilemma. This furnace, once belonging to the alchemist, bore remnants of his consciousness, acting as a colossal beacon that would inevitably attract calamity. After long and careful deliberation, you decided to take the furnace with you and set forth towards Wutan town. You pinned a letter and concealed it within the alchemical furnace. On the third day, as you leisurely strolled through the streets of Wutan town, you subtly manipulated your spiritual essence to completely mask the aura of the furnace. However, this technique demanded immense energy, rendering it unsustainable. The streets were bustling with people, engaged in lively discussions, with the most talked-about topic being the remarkable rise of the seemingly inept young master of the Xiao family. It was said that he not only unexpectedly regained his cultivation talent, but also demonstrated astonishing alchemical skills, assisting the Xiao family in securing victory against rival clans. Even more intriguing was the tale of how this young master had been jilted by the young lady of the Nalan family, only to soar to unprecedented heights. A truly astonishing turn of events. You are aware that this worthless member of the Xiao family is indeed your rather unworthy junior disciple. It appears that, with the covert assistance of your master, he has embarked upon his journey as the protagonist. You entrusted the alchemical furnace to a reputable auction house in the town, skillfully concealing your presence as you quietly departed from Wutan town. The furnace was intentionally placed there, for with the cultivation level of a Dan master, he would undoubtedly be able to swiftly sense its location from such a proximity. Within the furnace, you left behind a letter. A month later, you found yourself 100,000 miles away from Wutan town, hidden amidst the vast sea of humanity. You have resolved to conceal your identity, forsaking all past grievances and entanglements, with a singular focus on the pursuit of immortality. In the second month, a kindly old man with a white beard, a wandering sage, took note of you and invited you to embark on an adventure overseas. According to the elder, the islands across the seas are numerous and scattered, populated by many wandering cultivators, and there exist countless undeveloped islands rich with rare treasures of nature. Should fortune favor you, you might just uncover invaluable and extraordinary artifacts. After a moment's contemplation, you graciously accepted the elder's invitation. In the third month, you journeyed across the vast ocean with the elder, arriving at an island enveloped in an ethereal mist. The island boasted a plethora of extraordinary flora and fauna, competing in their vibrant splendor, while rare birds and exotic creatures flitted about, resembling a paradise untouched by time. As you are about to delve into this idyllic paradise, you suddenly notice dozens of wandering cultivators who have appeared at the island's edge, their eyes glinting with avarice, clearly harboring sinister intentions. Even the elder beside you has, unbeknownst to you, aligned himself with them. These rogue practitioners encircle you like ravenous wolves, unabashedly revealing their murderous intent. You have no desire to stir up trouble, so you offer them 1,000 spirit stones in exchange for your release. Yet, this band of rogue cultivators becomes increasingly brazen, clamoring to seize all your treasures and even threatening your very life. With your hands deftly forming intricate seals and incantations flowing from your lips, a resplendent four-colored fire lotus materializes from thin air, gracefully spinning and emanating an alarming heat that causes the surrounding space to subtly warp. The scattered practitioners, gripped by terror, plead for mercy. Yet, the fire lotus suddenly erupts, transforming into an inferno that engulfs the sky. Amidst the deafening roar of the explosion, the entire island is instantaneously reduced to rubble, its rocks melting into torrents of molten lava that release a suffocating wave of heat. As you behold this apocalyptic scene, a tremor of awe courses through your heart. The power of the four-colored fire lotus far exceeds your expectations. In the fourth month, you set foot on another island, embarking on a new adventure. However, tranquility is swiftly shattered as you inadvertently trespass into another's territory, and a violent confrontation becomes inevitable. This time, you wield the power of the fire lotus with precision, decisively eliminating the hostile island lord and acquiring abundant resources. Yet, before long, an irate infant stage cultivator materializes, accusing you of slaying his disciple. You decisively turned and fled. Enraged, your pursuer launched a relentless chase after you. You astutely selected the expansive islands as your escape route, deliberately provoking the formidable masters residing there, thus entangling your pursuers, the nascent soul cultivators, in a chaotic melee with them. Seizing the opportunity, you successfully executed a clever escape. By the 6th month, you had finally departed from the perilous overseas island and arrived at a bustling cultivation market, intending to recuperate and restore your vitality. In the 8th month, you heard whispers of a hidden realm overseas where a rare treasure was about to emerge, attracting countless cultivators eager to claim it for themselves. You have joined a band of wandering cultivators, embarking on a quest to uncover the fabled treasure. In the ensuing simulation, he repeatedly traverses vast oceans, setting foot on various enchanted islands and exploring uncharted territories. However, on these islands, peril lurks at every corner. He has faced betrayal from comrades, ensnared by meticulously laid traps involving magical artifacts and ethereal treasures, luring him into their clutches, only to await an ambush. Some rogue cultivators exploit the naivety of lesser practitioners in the chi refinement stage, disseminating enticing invitations for overseas treasure hunts, while covertly lying in wait with a cadre of formidable adversaries poised to strike. Time and again, he has been subjected to treachery and traps, leading him to gradually acquire wisdom and maturity. In this harsh simulation, he is not alone. Years of wandering abroad have forged bonds with like-minded companions, who stand by his side as they jointly navigate the perilous and enigmatic realms beyond. The relentless battles have honed his intellect and amassed a wealth of experience. Although his cultivation remains in the mid-stage of golden core, he has nonetheless made significant advancements. Throughout this simulated journey, Lin Yi has gained profound insights into why wanderers are often scorned. Deceit and treachery abound, with the strong preying upon the weak, resources plundered, and blame unjustly cast. The world of wandering cultivators is rife with schemes and shadows, where scarcity compels them to vie for survival, form alliances, and even resort to seizing from isolated individuals or disciples of sections. Some practitioners exhibit behavior indistinguishable from that of demonic cultivators. In the 8th year, you discover a sanctuary amidst the myriad islands, dedicating yourself to the art of alchemy and advancing your cultivation. By the 9th year, your alchemical skills have reached an extraordinary level, with the fragrance of your elixirs wafting through the air, drawing the covetous gaze of various factions. You are well aware of the adage, a tall tree catches the wind, and thus you silently depart from this maritime region, seeking refuge in more secluded realms. In the 10th year, you fortuitously encounter a few cultivators who have come to hone their skills, from whom you learn of the recent turmoil within the immortal realm. The treasured artifact of the Ziyun sect, the Ziyun divine fire, has been stolen by a cultivator named Xiao. The ghost spirit sect rampages across the land, annexing smaller sects, their brazen actions inciting the ire of the immortal community. By the 15th year, you have distanced yourself from conflict, dedicating your time to alchemy and self-cultivation, remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. In the 25th year, your cultivation has deepened significantly. However, prolonged seclusion has left you almost entirely cut off from the outside world, rendering you ignorant of the changes within the immortal realm. In the 30th year, the influence of the ghost spirit sect spreads like a plague to distant shores. Even in the remote waters, hundreds of thousands of miles away from their stronghold, disciples of the demonic path still wander. These malevolent cultivators not only engage in arson, murder, and plunder, committing heinous acts without remorse, but they also slay any immortal practitioners they encounter, employing ruthlessly cruel methods. You initially intended to retreat once more, only to learn that your once steadfast comrades had fallen victim to the nefarious machinations of the ghostly spirit sect. In a surge of sorrow and indignation, you resolutely decided to abandon your flight, confronting these disciples of darkness in a desperate struggle. In the 55th year, after decades of blood-soaked battles, you finally broke through, entering the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Your formidable reputation resounded across distant shores, and countless wandering cultivators regarded you as a paragon, honoring you as a hero. Yet, as the bamboo stands tall, the wind is bound to strike. Your brilliance inevitably attracted the envy of the malevolent Yuaning elder. In the 57th year, to evade the relentless pursuit of the Yuaning demon, you inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden cave. Upon exploration, you discovered that this place was the legacy of a divine sword cultivator. In the 60th year, you devoted yourself to rigorous trainings, ultimately acquiring the sword cultivator's inheritance of 3 fierce sword energies, along with an unparalleled sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the source. By the 64th year, you traveled the seas, honing your swordsmanship, vanquishing all demons encountered. With the supreme power of 10,000 swords returned to the source, your sword energies surged forth, unstoppable in their might. Even the peak golden core cultivators of the demonic path found it challenging to withstand the force of your dual sword strikes. You have risen to prominence, yet once again have attracted the pursuit of the ancient demon of the nascent soul. You and several esteemed colleagues in the realm of immortality find yourselves ensnared within a formidable array devised by the ancient demon. In this perilous moment, you unite your strengths to establish the Grand Six Talents formation, collectively repelling the fierce onslaught of the demon at the nascent soul stage. With 6 hearts aligned, the formation pulsates with radiant brilliance, spiritual energy surges like a tide, and the momentum is overwhelming, successfully staving off the demon's relentless attacks. In the 69th year, the ancient demon again sets its sights upon you. Facing the brink of death, you unleash the remnants of a sword chi left by the sword cultivator of transformation. In an instant, the sword light soars towards the heavens, illuminating the expanse for 1,000 miles, as torrential rain pours down. Yet, this rain is no ordinary precipitation. It is a tempest of pure sword chi, coalescing into a formidable sword rain. At long last, you have grasped the essence of the convergence of myriad swords. With a symphony of blades unleashed, each droplet of rain transforms into a piercing beam of light, overwhelming and unstoppable. Beneath the deluge of swords, the ancient demon of the nascent soul is rendered helpless, riddled with wounds, unable to turn the tide. After this battle, you officially embark upon the path of sword cultivation, mastering the art of splitting sword light, launching attacks of unparalleled ferocity. In the 71st year, news arrives that the Ziyun sect has met with utter annihilation at the hands of the ghost spirit sect, with not a single member spared, not even the revered ancestors within. By the 80th year, another celestial sect, the Tianxian Dao Palace, falls prey to the clutches of the ghost spirit sect. In the 81st year, your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the core formation stage, tantalizingly close to the nascent soul realm. The Four Seas Immortal Alliance finally sheds its disguise, declaring itself a faction under the ghost spirit sect. Various demonic sects, including the Five Poisons sect, the Hehuan sect, and the Demon Flame Gate, hastily submit to the dominion of the ghost spirit sect, igniting a tempest of malice. The power of the ghost spirit sect soars to unprecedented heights. As countless immortal sects face massacre, forcing survivors to flee overseas in search of refuge. By the 90th year, the Dan Tower is obliterated, and the might of the ghost spirit sect instills dread among cultivators. An increasing number of sects and practitioners seek asylum across the seas. Subsequently, local cultivators unite with the fleeing practitioners to form an alliance, resolutely opposing the expansion of the ghost spirit sect. In the 95th year, as the number of cultivators continues to swell, the resources of this maritime region dwindle alarmingly, raising ecological concerns. Yet, in the 99th year, the relentless advance of the ghost spirit sect is thwarted by a force known as the Celestial Restoration Alliance, altering the course of events dramatically. Reports indicate that during an assault on the Celestial Restoration Alliance, the patriarch of the ghost spirit sect was unexpectedly hindered by a formidable vine, leading to a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, the patriarch was grievously wounded and forced to retreat. After enduring a century of oppression and persecution from the ghost spirit sect, the practitioners of the celestial path finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Lin Yi, the leader of the Celestial Restoration Alliance and a peak nascent soul elder, triumphantly breaks through to the god transformation realm a month later, rallying the forces for a counteroffensive. Under the banner of the Celestial Restoration Alliance, many practitioners, who had previously sought refuge overseas, resolutely choose to return, uniting to combat the brutal reign of the ghost spirit sect. Upon hearing this news, a profound sense of shock intertwined with a feeling of loss enveloped your heart. The bond of brotherhood that once flourished between you ought to have united you against external foes. Yet, the enmity that arose from your mother's severance of the other's spiritual roots forged an insurmountable grudge between you. In the 100th year, Xiao successfully transcended to the transformation stage, consolidating the power of the entire triangle domain. Alongside numerous formidable sect leaders, he launched an assault on the ghost spirit sect. The celestial path sects rose once more, and the ghost spirit sect, which had troubled the cultivation world for a century, finally met its demise. The whereabouts of the sect's ancestor became shrouded in mystery, with rumors swirling. Some claimed he had perished, while others believed he lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, the leadership of the celestial path now firmly rested in the hands of two individuals. The first was Lin Yi, the leader of the Celestial Restoration Alliance, whose formidable influence and prowess as a transcendent being were undisputed, bolstered by the clandestine support of a mysterious power. The second was Xiao, who established the Xiao Alliance, uniting the forces of the Triangle Domain, receiving invaluable assistance from the esteemed alchemist and fire sovereign. Particularly, the overwhelming support from the Pill Valley granted him a prominent position within the cultivation community. In the 120th year, confronted with the dual dominance of Xiao and Lin Yi, you acutely sensed your own inadequacies in strength and resolved to enter seclusion, dedicating yourself to cultivation with the aim of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. By the 165th year, you remained at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Decades of arduous training had yielded no progress, and the opportunity to transcend into the nascent soul eluded you. Frustration welled within you, prompting a decision to leave your cave dwelling and journey the world in search of a breakthrough. In the 230th year, your extensive travels bore no fruit, and you still could not glimpse the path to the nascent soul. Perhaps fate had its own design. Rather than relentlessly pursuing that elusive realm, it would be wiser to establish a sect and pass down your lifelong learnings. By the 380th year, you founded a sect, welcoming numerous disciples and imparting your knowledge generously. Under your guidance, hundreds of students flourished. In the 420th year, at last, one of your disciples broke through to the core formation stage. While you felt joy at this achievement, an unsettling awareness of your own impending mortality crept in. You meticulously arranged the affairs of your sect and began preparations to forcibly condense your nascent soul. In the 430th year, you sat cross-legged, channeling all your spiritual energy to breach the barriers of the nascent soul. Thunder roared as heavenly lightning descended, despite your severely injured body. You ultimately managed to coalesce a fractured nascent soul within your dantian. However, the cost of this forced breakthrough was immense. Your lifespan diminished rather than increased, and the damaged nascent soul drained your vitality. In the 440th year, you quietly passed away in your secluded chamber, marking the end of a legendary era. Simulation concluded. Commencing reward assessment. In this simulation, you elevated your realm to the pinnacle of the core formation stage, forcibly condensing the nascent soul realm. You may obtain one of the following rewards. 1. The pinnacle of the Jiedon realm. 2. A fragmented Yuanying realm. 3. The experience from this simulation. 4. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. 5. 2 sword energies of the transformation god swordsman. 6. The 10,000 sword technique. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. With a long exhale. Lin Yi felt a tumult of complex emotions swirl within his chest. Logically, the elevation of his realm in this simulation should have been a cause for joy. Yet, it left him with a bittersweet taste. He had glimpsed the conclusion that lay ahead, particularly the ascendance of Xiao to the transformation god realm, who unified the triangle domain and gained the support of the Dan Valley. The triangle domain, which he had previously held sway over in the simulation, had now fallen into Xiaohan's grasp. It seemed that the future was not set in stone. Every choice within the simulation could potentially alter the ultimate outcome. However, the crux of the matter was Lin Hao. The background of this cousin was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The ghost spirit sect had nearly obliterated the entire celestial path, yet it ultimately succumbed to Lin Hao's might. What, exactly, was the enigmatic vine that lurked behind him? Centuries of simulated existence had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi sighed deeply. Despite living for such an extensive period, he had still failed to uncover the true nature of Lin Hao's backing. Nearly 5 centuries had passed. The power that lay behind him remained an enigma. To have severely wounded the patriarch of the ghost spirit sect, he was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, Lin Hao had reached the transformation god realm from the chi refining stage in merely a few hundred years, a truly terrifying rate of advancement that was utterly daunting. Alas, it was indeed enviable. Lin Yi murmured to himself, pondering why he did not possess such a formidable ally. His gaze fell upon the 6 options before him, and he found himself at a loss for decision. What, precisely, was the nature of this fractured Yuanying realm? Note: you may choose to inherit this Yuanying realm or opt to forego it. Choosing to inherit this Yuanying realm will result in the destruction of your foundation, rendering further advancement impossible. Choosing to forego it will grant you an opportunity to select once more. How considerate. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Initially, he had no intention of selecting this Yuanying realm. Although choosing it would allow him to immediately attain the Yuanying stage, it was a fragmented one. Opting for it would also deplete the prospects of his future. Progressing further in this lifetime would henceforth be impossible. I shall relinquish the second option, the Yuanying realm. Ding. You have gained a selection opportunity, which may be utilized by spending 10,000 spirit stones for a single choice. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options. First, the pinnacle of the core formation realm. Second, this simulated experience. Third, 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fourth, 2 strands of divine sword energy from a sword immortal. Fifth, the 10,000 swords technique. Lin Yi's gaze lingered upon the 5 choices. Among these options, the most advantageous appeared to be the 2 strands of divine sword energy. Additionally, the pinnacle of the core formation realm was also enticing. However, Lin Yi felt rather embarrassed, for his spirit stones were insufficient. Currently, he possessed barely over 6,000. He would not relinquish the opportunity to attain the pinnacle of the core formation realm, as it was of utmost importance. Alas, he lamented his poverty. If he were to select the 2 strands of divine sword energy, coupled with the pinnacle of the core formation realm, he could confidently stride before the Danzun and, with his newfound strength, effortlessly vanquish Xiao, followed by eliminating the Danzun with the sword energy. Thus, the peril would be entirely resolved. I choose 3, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than a pile of spirit stones materialized before him. Gazing at this bounty, Lin Yi felt an unusual sense of relief. This was the most spirit stones he had acquired thus far. Subsequently, he opted for the pinnacle of the core formation realm. In an instant, a surge of immense energy flooded into his body, elevating his power from mid-core formation to late-core formation, and then to the pinnacle. Experiencing the tumultuous flow of magical energy within him, Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes alight with brilliance. Exhilarating. The sensation of such an elevation in power brought him immense joy. Once he had calmed down, he invested in additional 1,000 spirit stones and initiated the simulation. The simulation commenced. In the first month, you secluded yourself in the room rented in Meteorite Square, solidifying your realm. The abundant aura of heaven and earth enveloped you, nourishing your meridians like a gentle stream, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. You consumed several elixirs acquired from the market, refining them to solidify your foundation. In the second month, you remain in seclusion, diligently fortifying your rapidly ascending cultivation. You endeavored to practice several sword techniques acquired from the marketplace, yet found them unsatisfactory. Although these techniques were exquisite, they did not suit your style. By the third month, you retrieved the alchemical furnace and leisurely made your way to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in the meteorite marketplace. You have located Xiao Daba, the head of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Meteorite Square. You have deliberately suppressed your cultivation to the fourth level of qi refining, resembling an inexperienced novice in the realm of cultivation. Upon seeing the alchemical furnace, Xiao Daba's eyes sparkled with unrestrained greed. He scrutinized you from head to toe and feigned calmness as he inquired about the origins of the furnace. You spoke whimsically, claiming that you had fortuitously acquired it from an ancient relic, embellishing the narrative with tales of the perilous nature of the site and the harrowing ordeal you endured to escape with your life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dabo's countenance shifted dramatically, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He feigned a smile, extolling your extraordinary fortune, and then, with a facade of composure, discreetly crushed a communication talisman. A cold smile curled within you, yet your exterior remained composed and inscrutable. Instead, you engaged Xiao Daba in casual conversation, subtly probing for any connections between the Four Seas Merchant Association and the revered Dan Zun. Moments later, several disciples clad in the attire of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance burst in with an imposing presence, demanding your apprehension without further ado. Feigning ignorance, you raised your voice in query. Why do you intend to apprehend me? What crime have I committed? Xiao Daba laughed coldly, stating, You have pilfered the treasures of our Four Seas Immortal Alliance, and you were caught red-handed. There is nothing more to discuss. Come with us willingly. At this moment, you comprehended that there seemed to be no direct connection between the Four Seas Merchant Association and the alchemist. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. If there was no relation between the alchemist and the Four Seas Immortal Alliance, then why, during a previous simulation, did the members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance abduct Xiao? What could be the underlying connection? Could it merely be a coincidence? With these questions lingering in his mind, Lin Yi continued to observe the unfolding simulation. You no longer conceal your power, instantaneously unleashing the overwhelming might of the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, instilling fear throughout the assembly. Xiao Dabao's and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. With a cold snort, you brandished your flying sword, mercilessly slaying several disciples. You seized Xiao Dabao's firmly, pressing him for information regarding the esteemed Dan Zun and the enigmatic Xiao Han. Terrified, Xiao Dabao's was completely unnerved, hastily pleading for mercy, asserting that he had never heard of these two individuals, and that he had merely been tempted by your apparent lack of prowess in that fleeting moment. He did not speak falsehoods, yet he concluded his life. You left a note in the alchemical furnace and placed it in the consignment shop before departing from Meteorite Square, setting your course towards the territory of the ghostly spirit sect, intent on investigating the reasons behind their sudden rise. In the fourth month, you adopted a false identity, disguising yourself as a demonic cultivator and suppressing your cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage, shrouding your true essence with demonic energy. In the fifth month, you encountered a demonic cultivator named Lin Hao, who extended an invitation for you to join him on an expedition into a secret realm. This name struck you with astonishment, as it bore the same name as your cousin, sharing both name and gender. After a moment of contemplation, you acquiesced to his invitation. In the fifth month, you and Lin Hao delved into the mysterious realm. A dense aura of malevolence pervaded the air, while various bizarre and grotesque creatures lurked in the shadows, emitting spine-chilling howls. You have traversed a treacherous path, engaging in fierce battles against countless demonic entities. Lin Hao's combat style astounds you. Despite his mere foundational cultivation, his physical prowess is unparalleled. Each strike he delivers is imbued with tremendous force, rivaling that of an established core formation practitioner. He grapples with the monsters barehanded, remaining unscathed even in the face of the sharp claws and fangs of high-tier fiends, as if he possesses an indestructible body. Even more astonishing is his peculiar habit of having you roast the slain demons with spiritual fire, only to indulge in their flesh with great relish. During this time, he graciously invites you to partake in the feast alongside him. You feigned gastrointestinal discomfort to politely decline his invitation, yet your heart was beset with confusion and vigilance. In the seventh month, you encountered a formidable tiger-shaped old demon at the peak of its cultivation. This demon possessed immense power, with a malevolent aura that surged like a tempest. Its claws, when wielded, had the capacity to rend the very fabric of space. Just as you braced yourself for a desperate struggle, an unexpected event transpired. The old demon was unexpectedly tripped by a vine that materialized out of thin air, exposing a critical vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi delivered a devastating punch that shattered the demon's skull. You suppressed the terror within your heart, feigning calm as you praised your fortunate luck. Subsequently, Lin Yi once again dismembered the corpse of the old demon, handing it over to you for roasting, while he indulged in it alone. In the 8th month, you encountered yet another formidable old demon. Just as you anticipated a fierce battle, an astonishing scene unfolded. The old demon was unexpectedly tripped by a vine that appeared out of thin air, and Lin Yi seized the opportunity to effortlessly slay it. In the 9th month, you encountered a rare old demon in the nascent soul stage. The fierce demonic aura swept forth, instilling a profound sense of dread. In a moment of self-preservation, you turned to flee. However, just as you were about to escape, that formidable nascent soul stage demon was unexpectedly tripped by a vine. Lin Yi approached and dispatched the ancient demon. Yet, this time he did not allow you to roast it. Instead, he stored it within his spatial pouch. The series of coincidences unveiled a profound truth. Lin Yi harbored immense secrets. The elusive vine further convinced you that he was indeed your cousin. Yet, why had Lin Yi appeared in the territory of the ghost spirit sect? And why did he present himself as a practitioner of demonic arts? All of this resembled an intricate enigma, leaving you utterly perplexed. You privately rejoice in having adopted a pseudonym. Otherwise, you would surely have met your demise by now. Although, with your current peak cultivation at the core formation stage, vanquishing Lin Yi of the foundation establishment stage would be a trivial matter. The enigmatic tendril instills in you a profound sense of trepidation. You understand that the power concealed behind the rattan is far beyond your imagination. Acting rashly is akin to striking a stone with an egg. You have chosen to continue concealing your identity, secretly observing Lin Yi, as he remains oblivious to your true self. In the 12th month, you encounter an ancient demon of the nascent soul stage once more, only to be tripped by a vine and rendered incapable of resistance. Lin Yi effortlessly vanquishes the foe and claims its spoils. You increasingly suspect that he may be collecting the corpses of magical creatures for an unknown purpose. As you delve deeper into the heart of the secret realm, the strength of the monsters you encounter escalates, with the weakest being at the golden core stage. However, that mysterious vine continues to prove its efficacy, consistently aiding you in times of peril. Even more astonishing is the discovery of disciples from the ghost spirit sect within the central area. They coexist peacefully with the magical creatures of the realm, akin to shepherds tending their flocks, each untroubled by the other. These disciples appear to be guarding something and show no mercy towards your intrusion, immediately launching an attack. 1 year and 1 month later, after vanquishing a disciple of the ghost spirit sect at the nascent soul stage, the entire secret realm erupted with a deafening roar, and the ground trembled violently in response. A shiver ran through your heart as you realized that a certain terrifying presence was about to reveal itself. Lin Yi also sensed the impending change and immediately urged you to flee. As you fled desperately for your lives, a fleeting glance over your shoulder revealed an ominous black cloud engulfing the heavens with terrifying swiftness. The suffocating aura of oppression could only belong to a cultivator who had attained the divine transformation realm. Yet this formidable presence emanated not from demonic creatures, but from the ghost spirit sect. A profound sense of terror enveloped your heart. You had not anticipated that the ghost spirit sect would station a formidable being at the divine transformation stage within the secret realm. This revelation only heightened your curiosity and vigilance regarding the secret domain, just as the ancient figure at the divine transformation stage was on the verge of overtaking you. A verdant vine descended from the heavens with the swiftness of lightning, striking the old entity with great force. With a piercing scream, the massive form of the ancient being crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing this rare opportunity, you exerted every ounce of strength to escape the secret realm. Beyond the confines of the secret realm, throngs of disciples from the ghost spirit sect had already assembled, bracing themselves for any eventuality. Through their conversations, you gleaned that the sect had become aware of activities within the secret realm, and to prevent their plans from being thwarted, they had dispatched disciples to guard the area. The ghost spirit sect's intense focus on this secret realm instantly ignited your alarm. Perhaps this very realm harbored the key to the sect's ascendance. Surrounding the secret realm were malevolent entities at the nascent soul stage. While the central area was not only under the vigilant protection of ghost spirit sect disciples, but also presided over by a powerful being at the divine transformation stage. As you emerged from the secret realm, you found yourself faced with the imminent encirclement of ghost spirit sect disciples. With less than half a year remaining before the sect's large-scale incursion into the Immortal Gate, what secrets lie hidden within this mysterious realm? You find yourself in a labyrinth of confusion, yet devoid of any opportunity to explore further. Confronted by the relentless assault of the disciples from the ghostly spirit sect, that terrifying vine once again unveils its formidable prowess, instantly rending the very fabric of space, allowing you and Lin Hao to slip into its depths. Upon re-emerging, you find yourselves in an ancient village. At the entrance, a charred, desiccated tree stands out conspicuously. Sparse tendrils of vine cling to the lifeless wood, adorned with vibrant green shoots, a testament to the vitality of life. In stark contrast, the tree itself appears as if it has been ravaged by fierce flames, utterly devoid of life. Yet, it is from this very desolation that the vines have emerged. Lin Hao approaches the tendrils with utmost reverence, offering a solemn tribute. Before retrieving the corpse of an ancient demon from his storage pouch and placing it at the roots of the vines. Miraculously, several branches of the vine begin to writhe as if animated, swiftly penetrating the demon's lifeless form. Moments later, the body of the ancient demon shrivels, while the verdancy of the vine deepens, growing ever more vibrant. You stand to the side, a silent witness to this bizarre scene, rendered speechless by shock. After paying his respects to the vine, Lin Hao turns to warmly introduce you to it. From his words, you learn that this vine is known as the vine deity, the guardian spirit of Lin Village. To prevent this enigmatic deity from discerning the true nature of your relationship with Lin Hao, you two carefully offer your homage. Once the ritual is complete, you follow Lin Hao into Lin Village. He informs you that this village is the ancestral home of the Lin clan. Existing for an indeterminate number of years, he cannot articulate how long, only that he has lived here for as long as he can remember. However, Lin Hao adds that, according to the village elder, he is not a native of Lin Village, but rather someone who came from afar. It was the vine deity that saved him when he arrived at Lin Village, on the brink of death. You may have observed that when Lin Hao spoke these words, his eyes were filled with animosity. You feigned concern as you inquired about what he had endured, pondering why he was on the brink of death. Lin Hao suddenly smiled, casting a meaningful glance your way, as if to say that you need not pretend any longer. He had already discerned your true identity. A sudden shock gripped your heart, and instinctively, you felt the urge to turn and flee. Lin Hao added that he discerned at first glance that you were not a practitioner of demonic cultivation, but rather a genuine cultivator of the celestial path. You withdrew your concealed aura, revealing your mastery at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao also willingly shed his disguise, allowing the essence of a cultivator to manifest. You marvel inwardly at his exceptional skill in concealment. Were it not for your prior knowledge of his identity, you might still mistakenly regard him as a disciple of the demonic path. Lin Hao candidly admits to being a cultivator himself, assuring you that there is no need for concern. He then gradually recounts his past. He was raised in a nurturing household, blessed with loving parents, doting grandparents, and an extensive family. However, this tranquil existence was abruptly shattered by unforeseen calamity. His aunt, employing cruel methods, seized his heavenly roots and transplanted them to his cousin, who possessed only mediocre talent. Subsequently, his parents sent him to this place for recuperation, where he unexpectedly encountered the goddess of vines. After listening to his tale, you gain a clearer understanding of the unfolding events. Yet your curiosity about the goddess of vines intensifies profoundly. You discreetly inquire about the origins and identity of the vine deity. Lin Hao expresses his own ignorance regarding the deity's background, describing it as an enigma. According to the village elders, the vine deity emerged on a stormy night, and by the following dawn, a charred wooden stump inexplicably appeared at the village entrance. Shortly after Lin Hao's parents entrusted him to this place, the vine deity began to flourish. In Lin Hao's heart, the deity is akin to a reborn parent. In gratitude for the deity's life-saving grace, he hunts diligently, nourishing the deity with the vital blood of his prey to aid in its revival. In the second year, you settle in Lin Village, immersing yourself in its serene and harmonious existence. Through interactions with the villagers and the study of local texts, you confirm that the Lin family indeed originates from this very locale, and Lin Village is the ancestral ground of your entire lineage. By the third year, you are completely embraced by Lin Village, becoming one of them. During the day, you hunt alongside the villagers, offering the blood of your catch in reverence to the vine deity, sustaining the tranquility and prosperity of the village. In the evenings, everyone gathers around the crackling bonfire, feasting on meat and engaging in lively conversation, living life with carefree abandon. You have fostered a harmonious relationship with the villagers, akin to that of a close-knit family, with the singular secret being that you have never revealed your true identity to Lin Hao. Nestled in a remote wilderness, Lin Village is besieged by malevolent beasts. Although the villagers lack the pathways of immortality, they have ingeniously forged a unique path in body refinement. They hunt the ferocious beasts, bathing in their blood, gathering various spiritual herbs to concoct medicinal baths, and, in conjunction with ancient body refinement techniques and breathing methods, endure rigorous trials under waterfalls and in extreme environments, honing their physiques to an indomitable state akin to that of magical artifacts. In the 4th year, Lin Village clashed with a neighboring settlement that boasted several formidable body cultivators whose prowess rivaled that of core formation practitioners. However, with the aid of the enigmatic power of the vine deity, Lin Village ultimately triumphed, safeguarding the tranquility of their homeland. In the 5th year, Lin Hao's celestial root fully restored, and his cultivation ascended to the core formation stage. Throughout these years, you have integrated the bull body refinement technique with the village's body refinement practices, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and thus enhancing this system of body refinement to a more perfected state. You have diligently refined your skills, achieving the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Simultaneously, your prowess at the pinnacle of foundation establishment has reached new heights, elevating your strength further. In the 8th year, under your leadership, Lin Village has risen to prominence, its influence continually expanding. Each morning, as the dawn breaks, the village children, under your guidance, practice their martial arts with unwavering dedication, their youthful faces adorned with seriousness and determination. You generously impart the refined technique of the bull's body refinement, considering Lin Village as your true home. In the 10th year, Lin Hao expresses his desire to depart from the wilderness, seeking to explore broader horizons, and extends an invitation for you to accompany him. After a decade of shared hunting experiences, you have forged an unbreakable bond of brotherhood, nearly forgetting any past grievances between you. Without a moment's hesitation, you accept his invitation. In the 11th year, you bid farewell to the vine god and the land that nurtured your growth, embarking on a new journey. The winds of the plains carry the familiar scent of earth, instilling a profound sense of comfort within you. However, upon returning to the Lin clan, you discover that the family is under siege by the ghost spirit sect, teetering on the brink of peril. The Lin clan, a modest cultivation family, possesses only the strength of the Lin family's patriarch, who is at the foundational stage of cultivation and nearing the end of his lifespan. You continue to conceal your identity, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Hao, rallying your kin to collectively resist external threats. In the 12th year, you gather the scattered members of the Lin clan from across the region, coalescing into a formidable force. Meanwhile, Lin Hao launches a fierce offensive against the demonic factions within the territory, systematically dismantling them one by one. As for you, you fully leverage your expertise in alchemy, concocting an array of elixirs that enhance cultivation, heal wounds, and counteract poisons, providing a continuous supply to your clansmen, thereby rapidly augmenting the overall strength of the Lin clan. You occasionally took matters into your own hands, rescuing your kin besieged by demonic cultivators, thereby further consolidating the power of the Lin clan. By the 13th year, the entire territory of Long had been firmly grasped in your hands. Your physical cultivation has ascended to a higher realm, reaching the late stage of the Golden Court, while your spiritual cultivation has remarkably advanced to the nascent soul stage. Ding, would you like to become a nascent soul cultivator? What is happening? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Achieving the nascent soul stage should have been a certainty, as everything was falling into place. Yet, why was there an option presented? Could it be a matter of synchronizing the physical and spiritual bodies? Or was there some other circumstance at play? In that moment, Lin Yi found himself utterly bewildered. However, he understood that should he decline, another option would likely emerge. Thus, he resolved to await the outcome, and with that thought, he chose to decline. You resolutely refused to settle for merely attaining the ordinary realm of the nascent soul. Following the conclusion of the simulation, a payment of spirit stones will grant you a chance to choose. In the 14th year, as you stand at the critical juncture of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, an inexplicable sensation arises within you, as if you sense that achieving the nascent soul now might cause you to forfeit a tremendous opportunity. You resolutely made the decision to terminate your seclusion and embark on a journey of exploration before pursuing further breakthroughs. You bid farewell to Lin Hao, merely expressing that your cultivation had reached a bottleneck, necessitating your journey to seek opportunities elsewhere. Though Lin Hao felt a sense of reluctance, he comprehended your relentless pursuit of strength and personally escorted you away from the land of Long. In the 15th year, you traveled eastward, soaring over the vast ocean on your sword, arriving at an unfamiliar maritime expanse. After several months of exploration, you discovered a concealed cave. In the 16th year, after a year of profound contemplation, you finally acquired the legacy of sword cultivation, along with 3 exceptionally formidable sword energies and an inscrutable sword technique known as the return of 10,000 swords. Seated in a meditative posture, you commenced your secluded training, preparing to assimilate this formidable legacy. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several years had elapsed. In the 18th year, the spiritual energy within you began to undergo a profound transformation, becoming extraordinarily sharp, akin to countless minute blades coursing through your meridians. By the 20th year, your physical refinement had ascended to a higher realm, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. In the 30th year, you finally comprehended the essence of the sword cultivation of divine transformation, condensing the golden core into a singular, pure sword chi. In the 40th year, a crystalline, translucent sword gradually formed within your dantian. Simultaneously, your demeanor underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. You radiated an aura of brilliance, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword poised to be unsheathed. With a mere thought, you transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, departing from this hidden abode. In the 41st year, the sinister grasp of the ghost spirit sect had extended overseas. Even in your distance from the sect's territorial influence, you remained vulnerable to assaults from their demonic cultivators, who rampantly slaughtered, plundered resources, and inflicted suffering upon sentient beings. You initially set forth in search of Lin Hao, yet were compelled by the plight of the innocently slaughtered cultivators to rise with unwavering resolve, engaging in a desperate struggle against the disciples of the demonic path. In the 45th year, a piercing sword cry reverberated across 100 miles, and with a thunderous strike, you swiftly dispatched an elder demon of the nascent soul stage beneath your blade. Your renown has spread far and wide, earning the admiration of overseas cultivators who regard you as a paragon. In the 48th year, you traversed the lands in pursuit of malevolent beings, claiming countless souls beneath your blade, and thus your title as the Sword Immortal gradually resonated throughout the foreign realms of cultivation. With a flash of your sword, yet another ancient demon of the nascent soul stage met its demise. By the 50th year, your fame had reached unprecedented heights. There was scarcely a soul abroad who was unaware of your name. Young cultivators, upon encountering you, respectfully addressed you as ancestor. In the 53rd year, with a rallying cry, you united the scattered cultivators from across the seas and launched a formidable counteroffensive against the forces of demonic practitioners. Sword energy surged like a tempest. Thunder reverberated through the air, and with a single strike, your blade cast a chill across 19 islands, instilling awe in several ancient nascent soul practitioners who then rallied around you as their leader. By the 60th year, under your overwhelming suppression, the demonic practitioners abroad began to dwindle, gradually fading into obscurity. In the 62nd year, the ghost spirit sect unleashed its malevolence, its power growing ever more formidable, prompting many cultivators to seek refuge across the ocean in a desperate bid for survival. By the 68th year, in order to escape the clutches of the ghost spirit sect, an increasing number of cultivators flocked to your banner, seeking your protection. In a fleeting moment, the 19 islands became overcrowded, leading to an escalation of tensions and conflicts between the native cultivators and the newcomers. You are acutely aware that the calamity of internal strife surpasses that of foreign invasions. Thus, you decisively employed formidable measures to quell the discord and regain control of the situation. Simultaneously, you appealed to reason and stirred emotions, persuading both factions to set aside their prejudices, unite against external threats, and collectively resist the incursion of demonic cultivators. Through your relentless efforts, overseas practitioners and foreign cultivators ultimately joined forces to eradicate those attempting to infiltrate the distant shores. In the 74th year, despite your unparalleled combat prowess, and with no equal to challenge you, tensions between the local practitioners and foreign cultivators erupted over the issue of resource allocation. With formidable foes lurking outside and relentless disputes within, you recognized the gravity of the situation. Acting with resolute determination, you swiftly eliminated several instigators, using their demise as a cautionary tale to deter other troublemakers. Concurrently, You initiated the dispersal and reorganization of the practitioners from the 19 overseas islands and foreign cultivators, forming teams of 11, irrespective of their origins, solely evaluating their strength. They were commanded to slay any demonic entities encountered, thereby dissolving barriers and consolidating their power. By the 80th year, shocking news emerged. The Tianxin Dao Palace, a venerable sect of the Immortal Path, had been annihilated by the Ghost Spirit sect. The Four Seas Immortal Alliance also discarded its facade, openly admitting that it was merely a subordinate force of the Ghost Spirit sect. Various demonic factions, such as the Five Poisons sect, the Harmony sect, and the Demon Flame Gate, chose to submit to the Ghost Spirit sect, following its lead. The influence of the Ghost Spirit sect soared to unprecedented heights, while an increasing number of immortal sects fell victim to its ruthless grip, plunging the realm of cultivation into a bloody turmoil. In the 90th year, the Dan Tower, a sanctum of alchemy, ultimately succumbed as well, falling to the onslaught of the Ghost Spirit sect and facing complete annihilation. Countless sects and cultivators, left with no alternatives, fled to overseas territories in search of their final refuge. You opened your heart wide, embracing all who came, forming an alliance with the overseas monks to collectively resist the expansion of the Ghost Spirit sect, vowing to protect this final sanctuary with your very lives. In the 95th year, as the number of fleeing monks grew incessantly, the resources of the 19 islands overseas finally became unsustainable. The tensions between the local cultivators and the newcomers escalated once more, and conflict was imminent. Once again, you have decisively quelled the conflict between both parties, employing reason and appealing to their emotions, persuading them to set aside their grievances and unite against external foes. Many cultivators from the overseas 19 islands harbored deep dissatisfaction with your indiscriminate approach, yet, intimidated by your formidable strength, they dare not voice their anger. You remain indifferent to this, for you are aware that the demise of the Ghost Spirit sect is imminent. In the 99th year, the expansion of the Ghost Spirit sect was finally thwarted. It is rumored that the ancestral leader of the sect, during an assault on the Sky Repairing Alliance, was ensnared by a mysterious vine, leading to a fierce battle in which he sustained grave injuries. This news illuminated the path to victory for the celestial cultivators who had suffered oppression and persecution at the hands of the Ghost Spirit sect for a century. A month later, Lin Yi, the leader of the Sky Repairing Alliance, transcended to the transformation realm and commenced a counteroffensive against the sect. You led an alliance composed of overseas monks from the 19 islands and foreign cultivators to join the Grand Army against the Ghost Spirit sect. Many cultivators who had previously fled overseas chose to rally to your cause, launching an offensive against the Ghost Spirit sect. In the centennial year, Xiao successfully transcended to the transformation stage, consolidating the powers of the entire triangular domain, and with his followers, he initiated a great battle against the Ghost Spirit sect. In an instant, the Ghost Spirit sect found itself besieged on all sides, its situation perilously precarious. Once an invincible force, the disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect now crumbled under the assault of the three factions, utterly powerless to defend themselves. Ultimately, the ancestral master of the Ghost Spirit sect vanished without a trace under the combined efforts of Lin Yi and Xiao. The Ghost Spirit sect was utterly annihilated, bringing a century-long calamity in the realm of cultivation to a close. The various sects of the celestial path began to rebuild, flourishing in the aftermath. After the war, amidst the throng, you spotted your long-lost cousin Lin Yi. Having not seen each other for nearly 80 to 90 years, he had transformed from a youthful lad into a formidable being of the transformation stage, exuding an air of authority with every gesture. In your heart lies a sense of perplexity, yet you maintain a facade of composure as you approach him to engage in conversation, just as in days of yore. However, the man before you is now a transcendent cultivator, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority in his every gesture, which evokes a twinge of discomfort within you. You strive to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, as if nothing has changed, yet deep within, you are acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that has formed between you. In the 102nd year, Xiao and the Danzun discovered your existence. The Danzun accused you of patricide and theft, claiming that you had once poisoned him with a peculiar toxin. In the 103rd year, Xiao and the Danzun set their sights on the 19 islands overseas. You were astonished to witness the Danzun reforming his body. There was no escape. Only a desperate fight remained. The Danzun gazed at you with disdain and mockery, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that a like you could reach this stage? Kneel and confess your wrongdoings, and perhaps I shall spare your life." You may serve as Xiao minion, a mere watchdog, but at least you would be alive. You let out a cold laugh, and the long sword in your hand rang out with a clear tone as the power of the sword infant surged forth. A formidable sword intent rising to the heavens. Before countless foes, I shall cleave through them all with a single strike. Having uttered these words, you resolutely took action. The sword light shimmering like a rainbow, aiming directly at the alchemist's sovereign. Although the alchemist's sovereign had reformed his body, his cultivation had fallen to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while you, despite being in the initial stage of the sword infant, possessed combat prowess that far surpassed that of your peers. In an instant, the alchemist's sovereign found himself suppressed, relegated to a position of passive defense. Observing this, Xiao attempted to intervene, but was abruptly halted by the arrival of Lin Yi. Lin Yi cast a penetrating glance in your direction. His tone frigid. His life is mine. Xiao retorted with a cold smile. If you wish to kill him, you must first contend with me. The two then erupted into a cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the 104th year, the alchemist's sovereign was severely injured by you. Fleeing in a state of utter disarray, you pursued relentlessly, vowing to vanquish your foe completely, yet you were obstructed by the 10 formidable nascent soul masters of Dan Valley. A fierce battle erupted once more. In the 105th year, Xiao and Lin Yi engaged in a 2-year-long clash, ultimately reaching a stalemate with no clear victor. It appeared that an unspoken agreement had been forged between the two, leading them to cease their hostilities. Gravely wounded, yet you persist in your relentless battle. 3 Yuaning cultivators from the Dan Valley have fallen under your fearless onslaught. Your entire body is drenched in blood, resembling a frenzied specter as the longsword in your grasp lies in tatters, yet it continues to exude a fierce aura of sword intent. At that moment, a formidable being from the Dan Valley, transcending the realm of divinity, finally makes their move, and an overwhelming pressure envelopes you in an instant. You comprehend that today, it seems, you were destined to meet your demise. At the precipice of life and death, a glimmer of resoluteness flickers in your eyes, awakening the essence of 3 formidable sword energies inherited from the divine transformation sword cultivation within your dantian. These energies manifest as 3 resplendent beams of sword light, piercing through the void and instantaneously vanquishing the divine transformation master of the Pill Valley. However, in the moments before the master's demise, his retaliatory strike obliterates your sword embryo. Your dantian lies shattered, your meridians severed, and all your cultivation has been lost, rendering you a mere shell of your former self. The remaining Yuanying stage cultivators of the Dan Valley gaze upon your pitiful state with a mix of astonishment and fear, yet they refrain from delivering the final blow. Perhaps they are wary of any hidden abilities you might still possess, or perhaps they deem you no longer a threat. Xiao cast a lingering glance in your direction before ultimately departing with the others from Dan Valley. Lin Yi regards your woeful condition with a complicated expression, sighs heavily, and turns away, leaving you with only the silhouette of his retreating figure. Having lost your sword infant and facing a drastically reduced lifespan, you, now in your centenary years, have turned gray overnight, appearing exceedingly frail, your steps unsteady as if you were a candle flickering in the wind. Despite your advanced age and frailty, the formidable foundation of your past physical cultivation remains, preventing your immediate demise. You dragged your wearied body away from this land of turmoil, embarking on a meandering journey devoid of purpose. In the 180th year, you traverse the mountains and rivers of the realm of cultivation, witnessing countless customs and traditions, while also coming to terms with the bygone grievances and rivalries. You are no longer the formidable sword cultivator you once were, but rather a frail mortal in the twilight of your years. In your 200th year, you resolve to seek an heir to pass on your profound knowledge, particularly the enhanced technique of the brawny ox body refinement and the legacy of sword cultivation. The latter represents the culmination of your life's work, and you wish for it not to fade into obscurity. In your 230th year, after decades of searching, you discover an 8-year-old beggar girl named Lin Yi. Although she lacks spiritual roots, she possesses an innate sword body. This stark contrast in her constitution astonishes you, for you have always believed that a physical constitution inherently accompanies spiritual roots, as the former transcends the latter. In your 231st year, you take her under your wing, dedicating yourself to imparting the path of the sword. Yet, you are dismayed to find that despite her natural sword body, Lin Yi struggles to channel energy into her being, unable to embark on the journey of cultivation. You have not relinquished your efforts, diligently imparting to her the fundamentals of swordsmanship each day, harboring the hope that she might achieve a breakthrough. In the 238th year, Lin Yi still appeared as an 8-year-old, showing no signs of growth, and her progress in cultivation remained stagnant. You began to doubt whether you had misjudged the situation. Perhaps she was not inherently a sword body, or maybe she lacked some crucial opportunity. You embarked on a quest with Lin Yi to seek renowned physicians, in hopes of discovering a remedy, yet to no avail. In the 280th year, you traversed majestic mountains and rivers, visiting esteemed sages and recluses, but still failed to uncover a means for Lin Yi's cultivation. You no longer fixate on molding her into a sword cultivator. Instead, you guide her in the pursuits of literacy and the arts, encouraging her to relish the life of an ordinary person. Lin Yi is utterly dependent on you, rarely leaving your side, and you cherish her as if she were your own. In the 310th year, Lin Yi has grown into a sensible and talented individual. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet she retains the appearance of an 8-year-old. You realize that Lin Yi is not an ordinary child. Perhaps a unique constitution renders her incapable of cultivation and growth. You embarked on a journey with Lin Yi, traversing distant lands in search of solutions. In the 330th year, you began to gather disciples, imparting your knowledge and establishing a sect known as Everlasting Valley. By the 450th year, Everlasting Valley had blossomed, with a multitude of disciples and an abundance of talent emerging. You ascended to the esteemed position of the venerable ancestor of Everlasting Valley, revered and respected by all. In the 620th year, a remarkable breakthrough occurred within Everlasting Valley as an infant soul stage elder emerged, signifying the continuation of your cherished legacy. You feel a sense of solace and decide to relinquish all burdens, embarking on a journey through the world alongside Lin Yi. You behold a familiar figure standing amidst the flames, resembling a celestial deity descended from the heavens. It is none other than the long-lost acquaintance, Xiao. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the tempestuous skies shift in hue, as the might of thunder transforms into an immense hammer, striking down upon Xiao. Months later, as the thunder subsides and the storm clouds disperse, Xiao's figure fades from sight, leaving behind only an alchemical furnace emanating a radiant glow. At a glance, you recognized it as the alchemical furnace of the esteemed Danzun, though it now possessed a higher grade, clearly having been refined anew by Xiao. A spark ignited within you, compelling you to venture to the site of the incident. In the year 651, after ensuring the safety of Lin Yi, you finally arrived at the fateful location. The once mighty island had been shattered into fragments by a tremendous thunderbolt. Beneath the waves, you discovered the alchemical furnace. Just as you were immersing yourself in the profound mysteries of the furnace and its connection to the thunder, the esteemed alchemist master unexpectedly manifested before you. You have witnessed his remarkable return to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The esteemed alchemist commands you to set aside your alchemical furnace and surrender the ascension elixir contained within it. You paused for a moment, then turned your gaze to the alchemical furnace, only to discover that at its base lay a pill radiating with a golden light. Having acquired this elixir, it rightfully belongs to me. Why should I relinquish it to you? You spoke calmly, unaffected in the slightest by the oppressive aura of the Dan Master. Enraged by your words, the Dan Master shouted fiercely, "You are but a feeble wretch clinging to life. How dare you defy my command? Hand over the alchemical furnace and the elixirs at once, or face utter annihilation." You gaze at the enraged alchemy sovereign and suddenly burst into laughter. Alchemy sovereign, if you wish to fight today, then come at me with all you've got. What does Lin Yi have to fear? The alchemy sovereign, incensed beyond measure, immediately launches his assault upon you. In the twilight of your years, with life nearing its end, how could you possibly stand against the esteemed Danzun? As death looms ever closer, you grit your teeth and swallow the ascension pill. Witnessing this, Danzun erupts in fury, descending into a state of madness. As you gaze upon the frenzied Danzun, a surge of exhilaration wells up within you. The oppression and discontent that have lingered for centuries finding release in this very moment. After consuming the ascension pill, a tempest of lightning envelopes the expanse surrounding you for miles. The Danzun, stricken with fear of the thunder, is compelled to retreat beyond its grasp. Casting upon you a look of seething fury, you gaze upward at the heavens, where dark clouds gather ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. A formidable force seems to pull you upward. You cast one final glance at the esteemed Danzun, your eyes betraying no hint of fear, only an infinite sense of nonchalance and tranquility. Your body gradually ascends, ultimately enveloped by a tempest of thunder. Only the revered Dan Master remains, standing outside the storm, gazing skyward in a futile roar of defiance. In the 652nd year, you find yourself shrouded in the radiant lightning for an entire year. These bolts of thunder do not harm you. Rather, they encase you like a protective net of electricity. Suddenly, a vast rift appears in the sky, from which a spectrum of light emerges, pulling you toward the celestial opening. In a state of bewilderment, you realize that your current cultivation is insufficient to sustain your ascension. You have been torn apart by overwhelming energy, and you have perished. The simulation has concluded. Commencing the assessment of rewards. You have advanced your cultivation to the realm of sword infancy in the simulation. You may acquire 2 rewards from the following options. First, the initial cultivation of the sword infant. Second, an alchemy furnace. Third, the simulated experience. Fourth, an ascension pill. Fifth, the sword energy of 3 sword immortals. Sixth, the 10,000 sword technique. Remaining simulation attempts, none. Lin Yi gazed at the concluded simulation panel, utterly astonished, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. What precisely is this elixir? An ascension pill? Ascension? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. That was indeed an ascension, wasn't it? He was merely at the nascent soul stage. And moreover, this was after his dantian had been rendered ineffective, relying solely on the physical realm to uphold his nascent soul stage. How could he possibly ascend? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. No wonder he was torn apart by the energy of ascension. This simulation was fraught with twists and turns. He was in the midst of condensing his nascent soul when an unexpected notification abruptly interrupted him, leading him to coalesce a sword infant overseas. What exactly is a sword infant? Prior to this, he had never even heard of it. However, judging by its performance in the simulation, it ought to be remarkable. With this thought, Lin Yi slowly uttered, "Please select the first option, the initial cultivation of the sword infant." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful force materialized from nowhere, converging within his dantian. The previously docile spiritual energy suddenly transformed into something domineering and sharp. Gradually, the golden pill within his dantian unfurled, morphing into a dazzling little sword. Indeed, while others at this juncture would condense their nascent souls, he had instead manifested a small sword. Feeling the potent and piercing energy surging within him, Lin Yi felt as though he had become a sharp, resplendent sword, radiating brilliance. Is this what it means to be at the initial stage of the sword infant? Lin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A tremendous force coursed through him, sharp and commanding. Ha ha. He could not restrain his laughter, his voice echoing with sheer exhilaration. He turned to glance at the hourglass beside him, taking a moment to sense the passage of time outside. He realized that 2 days had elapsed since entering the Yunmeng secret realm. This meant that in just 5 days, he had transformed from a mere third-layer chi refining novice into a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, achieving the nascent soul in 5 days. Such speed is truly unprecedented. Ha ha. Lin Yi laughed once more, this time infused with a mix of reflection and exhilaration. What a thrill. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with ambition. This is merely the beginning. The road ahead remains long. Having chosen the initial cultivation of the sword infant, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the remaining options, his brow furrowed in contemplation: the alchemy furnace, the ascension pill, the simulated experience, the sword energy of the sword immortal, and the 10,000 sword technique. Each option presented a formidable dilemma. First, the alchemy furnace. The furnace mentioned in the simulator is evidently distinct from the one held by the Dan Master. It has been modified by Xiao Han and others, elevating its grade. However, the higher the grade, the more arduous the refinement process becomes. Even though he has now reached the nascent soul stage, the refinement still demands a considerable amount of time. Rather than opting for a new furnace, it would be more prudent to thoroughly refine the Dan Master's furnace. With his current prowess, he can entirely erase the pre-existing spiritual imprint within the furnace and claim it as his own. A ascension pill? Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the fourth option, his heart brimming with doubt and curiosity. This ascension pill is undoubtedly extraordinary, as evidenced by the Dan Master's solemn demeanor in the simulation. What piqued his interest further was whether Xiao Han had successfully ascended. If he did, where did he go? If he did not, what became of him? A myriad of questions swirled in Lin Yi's mind. Yet, this time he was coerced by the Dan Master into consuming the ascension pill, forcing him onto a perilous path. He had not thoroughly investigated the situation. Nevertheless, this experience made him acutely aware of the critical role of the ascension pill. It could forcibly elevate a nascent soul stage individual. Although it ultimately failed, it illuminated the possibility of such an endeavor. Yet, it seemingly held little utility for him personally. At least not for someone at the nascent soul stage. With this thought, he gazed at the 3 streams of divine transformation sword chi below, lost in contemplation. Compared to others, this option at least could serve as a means of survival, right? Help me choose 5. The 3 streams of divine transformation, sword immortals, sword chi. Lin Yi decisively made his choice. Rather than selecting the currently useless ascension pill, it was wiser to choose the tangible enhancement of combat power offered by the divine transformation sword chi. 3 resplendent streams of sword chi materialized out of thin air, encircling Lin Yi and emanating a heart-pounding sharpness. They resembled 3 soaring dragons, emitting melodious sword cries, as if jubilantly welcoming their new master. Lin Yi could sense the terrifying power contained within these 3 streams of sword chi. It was the essence of the sword immortal's lifelong cultivation, capable of rending the heavens and shattering the earth. Taking a deep breath, he gradually absorbed the 3 streams of sword chi into his body. As the sword chi entered, Lin Yi was instantly enveloped by a powerful force surging throughout him. His meridians expanded, as if on the verge of bursting from this overwhelming energy. He hastily activated his cultivation technique, guiding this tumultuous power as it coursed through his body. Ultimately, it gradually merged into the dantian, remaining beside the sword infant. Upon sensing the sword energy, the sword infant radiated brilliantly, emitting a series of resonant hums, as if joyously welcoming this formidable power. Feeling the surging force within, Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with excitement. These 3 strands of transformative sword energy not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also deepened his comprehension of the sword path. With these 3 strands, he had acquired a means of safeguarding his life. Even when confronted by formidable beings of the transformation stage, he would not be easily subdued. Lin Yi mused inwardly, experiencing a sensation akin to wielding a nuclear weapon, a profound sense of security blossoming within him. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled the little girl named Yin Yin from the simulation. She appeared to be merely 8 years old despite having lived for centuries. Unable to cultivate yet possessing a sword physique, remaining unchanged by the passage of time. What an anomaly! It seemed imperative to investigate this matter further when time permitted. He shook his head, momentarily casting aside his perplexity regarding Yin Yin. Indeed, an 8-year-old girl with a sword physique who could not cultivate was utterly incomprehensible. However, there were more pressing matters awaiting his attention. The name of the pill master, which had once lodged like a thorn in his throat, no longer loomed as an insurmountable mountain. Xiao, now merely at the foundation establishment stage, had seen his strength diminish considerably. Even if the pill master were to reassemble his physical form, his power would inevitably be greatly reduced. Falling from the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm to the early stages of the nascent soul after reconstituting his body would be a fortunate outcome. Even if he were to merge with Xiao now, their strengths would be roughly equal, if not slightly inferior. Contemplating this, a cold smile involuntarily crept upon Lin Yi's lips. He slowly opened his palm, revealing the ancient alchemical furnace that floated prominently within. This furnace had once symbolized the pill master and had been the source of countless nightmares in Lin Yi's simulations. To evade the pill master's relentless pursuit, he had once scuttled about, living in perpetual fear. But now, everything had changed. The roles of attack and defense had shifted. This alchemical furnace was poised to change hands. Today, refining this furnace shall also settle a lingering concern, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his gaze betraying a hint of resolve. Drawing in a deep breath, the sword essence within his dantian surged forth, transforming into a fierce sword light that shot directly into the furnace's interior. A muffled explosion resounded. The remnants of the pill master's consciousness within the furnace were instantly shattered, dispersing into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. From this moment onward, the exquisite alchemical furnace of supreme quality has officially become Lin Yi's treasured possession. He gently caressed the smooth surface of the furnace, feeling the surging energy contained within. A profound sense of satisfaction swelling within his heart. Thousands of miles away in Wutan town, wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the air, enveloping the area in tranquility and peace. Within a luxurious dwelling, the ethereal figure of the alchemy master hovered mid-air, guiding the alchemical techniques of the attentive Xiao. Xiao listened intently, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Suddenly, the alchemy master's translucent figure flickered, becoming increasingly transparent, nearly dissipating into the ether. Master, what troubles you? Xiao inquired with concern upon sensing the anomaly. The alchemy master slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness lacing his tone. One of my furnaces has inexplicably lost its connection. Xiao was taken aback by this revelation and quickly pressed for more information. If even your furnace can be refined by someone else, who could it be? After a moment of silence, the alchemy master spoke in a somber tone. Did I not once tell you that I had a disciple who brought about my current predicament? He took my legacy and a supreme-grade treasure. I had planned to retrieve it in a few days, but I never anticipated that someone would scatter my divine sense from within. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's heart raced with urgency. To him, he was the rightful heir to the alchemy master's teachings, and everything belonging to the master, including the supreme-grade furnace, should rightfully belong to him. He had listened to the master recount past events and had never regarded the senior disciple who harmed his teacher with any measure of respect. Now, to learn that someone had preemptively seized what was meant to be his, ignited a furious indignation within him. Master, who is it? Who is taking your furnace? Tell me, and I shall slay him and reclaim the furnace. Xiao Han exclaimed, his voice brimming with fervor and his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. The alchemy master regarded Xiao Han with a sense of pride, nodding slowly as he replied, Honor, to obliterate the divine sense I left on the furnace. The assailant must possess at least the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. We know nothing of this person, and acting recklessly may lead to her downfall. Xiao Han gasped in astonishment. How can this be? Master, did you not say he was merely a waste? Why should we fear him? The alchemy master shook his head and explained, Indeed, he is a waste, but what if the furnace was taken from him? Perhaps he sold it to someone else. Or maybe he found a powerful ally. All such possibilities exist. Hence, we must not act impulsively. We must first ascertain the situation. After a pause, the alchemy master continued. I do know of a location where spiritual fire resides. Once your strength has increased further, we shall go and retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was filled with elation. The cultivation technique he practiced, known as the flame spirit art, held the power to harness the essence of heaven and earth, allowing him to transform his innate qualities. However, it is essential to refine the spiritual fire to elevate the rank of one's spiritual root. Previously, the alchemist had bestowed upon him a single blossom of spiritual fire, which enabled him to successfully enhance his spiritual root, thus facilitating a swift foundation establishment. Contemplating this, he restrained his excitement and calmed his mind to continue refining elixirs. At this moment, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the thoughts of the current alchemist. He was, in fact, engaged in refining the alchemical furnace. Having dispelled the adversary's consciousness, he now stood at the Yuan-Ing level, allowing for a notably rapid refinement process. In less than a day, he had refined 1/3 of it. Had he been at the Jedon stage, the process would have required at least a decade. Even with unwavering dedication, it would likely take several years. Yet, having reached the Yuan-Ing stage, this duration would be significantly shortened. Considering the former owner of the furnace was also at the Yuan-Ing level, surely, the time must be near. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi ceased the refinement of the alchemical furnace, as there was another important matter that required his attention. However, before departing, he needed to eliminate one individual. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself after 10 years, whereas a scoundrel seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Although Lin Yi did not regard himself as a gentleman, he believed he was at least a true rogue. He promptly gathered his belongings, but there was not much to collect. As a wandering cultivator, he often carried his possessions with him. The dwelling he occupied required a monthly payment of a single spirit stone. Thus, rather than being a true wanderer, he was more akin to a laborer at the bottom tier of the cultivation world. Before long, Lin Yi stepped out of the house. During this period, he had been engrossed in simulated cultivation, leaving him little time to venture outside. Walking once more on the streets of the meteorite market, he experienced a surreal sensation. It felt remarkably grounded. This feeling was ineffable, akin to someone who once lived in uncertainty suddenly finding themselves worth millions. He slightly concealed his cultivation level, revealing only a faint fluctuation of chi refining stage spiritual energy, and then strode confidently to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The Four Seas Chamber is prevalent across various markets and gathering places for cultivators, serving as a subsidiary of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. This enterprise has successfully expanded its business throughout the cultivation realm, yet it was astonishing to discover that its underlying master belonged to the demonic sect, the Ghost Spirit Sect. Ostensibly, they assigned tasks to wandering cultivators while covertly funneling the acquired resources to the Ghost Spirit Sect. Such a treacherous entity warranted a lesson from Lin Yi, a means of collecting interest, so to speak. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a wandering cultivator at the chi refining stage, dressed rather unremarkably, Xiao Daba, of the Four Seas Chamber, lost interest in extending a greeting and summoned a servant to attend to him. However, Lin Yi had no intention of letting this slip. He approached the main hall and boldly called out, "Who among you is the person in charge here?" To speak candidly, Lin Yi was naturally unaware of who Xiao was. Although he had already come to know of this individual through simulations, the representations were merely textual, devoid of any visual images for him to peruse. Consequently, Lin Yi had no inkling of Xiao's appearance, only that he was the head of the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce in the meteorite market. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's unabashed and boisterous demeanor, Xiao exhibited a flicker of impatience on his countenance, but nonetheless approached with a cordial demeanor. "I am Xiao. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed friend?" Lin Yi regarded him with an air of superiority, commanding, "Present to me the most valuable spiritual artifacts you possess." "Oh?" Xiao expressed intrigue, subtly curling his lips into a smile. "These spiritual artifacts are indeed of considerable worth. I wonder if you possess the means to acquire them?" In response, Lin Yi promptly produced a large bag of spiritual stones, slamming it onto the table. "Open your eyes and behold what lies within," he declared, revealing a glimpse of his storage bag. Xiao peered through the narrow opening and discerned the bag was brimming with spiritual stones, roughly estimating the amount to be around 50,000. His expression shifted, though he maintained a composed demeanor as he appraised Lin Yi once more before whispering to his companions. A nearby attendant hurriedly exited the room. Soon after, Xiao led Lin Yi into another chamber, smiling as he spoke. "While we do not have any artifacts, we do possess spiritual tools. May I inquire what type of spiritual tool you seek?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce's meteorite branch would lack even a single artifact. However, the prospect of acquiring a spiritual tool was still appealing, as he had only a low-grade artifact flying sword and a low-grade alchemical furnace, along with a partially refined furnace for high-tier alchemists. To be candid, just a few days prior, he would have been elated to obtain even a mid-grade artifact. Yet now, he felt at ease even in the face of spiritual tools. "Procure for me a superior flying sword." Xiao nodded with a smile and approached a concealed compartment. Gently pressing a mechanism, the compartment slowly opened, revealing a flying sword emanating a chilling aura. The blade was entirely a deep blue, with ripples akin to water flowing across its surface, and exquisite runes were carved into the hilt, indicating its extraordinary nature. "Esteemed friend, behold this cold water sword, which is of the superior spiritual tool grade," Xiao proclaimed. "This sword is crafted primarily from 10,000-year-old cold iron, complemented by deep-sea mystical crystals, rendering it incredibly sharp and imbued with ice attributes, greatly enhancing the potency of one's sword techniques." Lin Yi gazed upon the cold water sword, feeling its icy presence and perceiving its faint blue luminescence. Although it somewhat conflicted with his fire affinity, it was undeniably a rare and formidable weapon. A smile soon graced his face. "Very well, please package it up." Xiao laughed with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "My friend, do you not wish to inquire about the price of this sword?" Lin Yi feigned ignorance, posing the question. "What? Do you think I cannot afford it?" Xiao chuckled softly. "No, that is not my intention. It is simply that this spiritual flying sword requires 20,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the Four Seas Merchant Association would be so unscrupulous, charging 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for a superior-grade spiritual weapon. However, he had no intention of paying for it in the first place. At that moment, a group of over 10 disciples clad in uniforms embroidered with the insignia of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance surged into the room. Upon entering, they clamored loudly, "Where's the thief?" Xiao, upon hearing this, straightened up, abandoning his earlier demeanor of subservience. A mocking smile adorned his face, as if he were watching a comedic performance. The attendant hastily pointed at Lin Yi, exclaiming, "That is him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the disciples of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance surrounded Lin Yi menacingly, intent on apprehending him. Lin Yi feigned confusion and asked Xiao, "What is the meaning of this, Manager Xiao?" Xiao sneered, "You wretch, hand over the spirit stones you stole from us." Lin Yi surveyed the multitude of disciples encircling him and glanced back at Xiao, retorting, "If your reliance is on them, then you are sorely mistaken." With that, Lin Yi unleashed his sword intent. Though his figure remained still, he emanated an aura of unparalleled sharpness, radiating boundless sword light. The fierce energy instantly enveloped the entire meteorite square. Simultaneously, every flying sword within the square, be it a magical artifact, spiritual tool, low grade, superior grade, or even top tier, began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum as if bowing to an unrivaled sovereign of the sword path. Countless scattered cultivators exchanged astonished glances, murmuring, "What is happening? Heavens! Who has provoked the wrath of a swordmaster?" At that moment, Xiao Daba and the disciples of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance stood as if frozen in place. Their eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The terrifying sword intent emanating from Lin Yi sent shivers through their very souls, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, rendering their breaths labored. Xiao Daba was the first to regain his composure. He fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thump, akin to the sound of a pestle pounding garlic. "Forgive me, esteemed senior. I am but a lowly individual, unaware of your esteemed presence. I was blinded by ignorance and failed to recognize your grandeur. I beseech you to spare my insignificant life." Lin Yi paid no heed to Xiao Daba's pleas for mercy. He strode directly to the Han Shui sword, grasping the hilt with a steady hand before slowly drawing it from its sheath. The ethereal blue blade emanated a chilling aura, the edge shimmering with a wave-like radiance that concealed boundless lethality. "The sword is indeed exquisite, but its sharpness remains to be seen," Lin Yi remarked, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. As soon as the words left his lips, a piercing flash of sword light cut through the air, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Xiao Daba's head was severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the polished floor, creating a mesmerizing crimson blossom. The remaining disciples of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance, witnessing this horror, felt their hearts shatter in fear, hastily attempting to flee this dreadful place. Yet, before they could take a single step, Lin Yi opened his mouth and unleashed a resplendent golden sword. At the moment the small sword appeared, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The air thickened, time ceased to flow. In the next instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, along with its disciples, was instantaneously reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace as if they had never existed. Hiss. Lin Yi involuntarily inhaled sharply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. He had merely intended to test the extent of his attacking power, to gauge the might of the sword infant, yet the result was astonishingly terrifying. With a single strike, he had obliterated the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, within the meteorite square, all swords soared into the sky, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Lin Yi sensed a peculiar connection, feeling as though he could command all the swords. With a mere thought, the ascending weapons abruptly shifted direction, converging into a majestic river of swords that surged toward the distant headquarters of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. In an instant, the entire Four Seas Immortal Alliance within Meteorite Square was laid to waste. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi retracted the sword infant, soaring into the heavens while bursting into hearty laughter. The recent experiment had revealed the sword infant's terrifying prowess, far exceeding his expectations. He believed that even with the use of magical treasures, it would be challenging to unleash such a formidable attack. However, he also recognized the staggering consumption. Just one strike had depleted half of the sword infant's energy. Gazing down at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, utterly disintegrated and vaporized by sword energy, Lin Yi was filled with myriad reflections. This was his first taste of real combat since his arrival in this realm. Although he had simulated countless life and death scenarios, the distinction between simulation and reality was undeniable. This encounter granted him a clearer understanding of his own strength. In an instant, he soared beyond Meteorite Square. Initially intent on seizing the Yellow Springs demon map, he now found himself uncertain of the location of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance's teleportation array to the Cloud Dream secret realm. After all, during the simulations, he had accompanied the members of the Four Seas Immortal Alliance. But now, he was unaware of its precise whereabouts. Very well, Lin Yi pondered to himself. Since that is the case, I shall venture forth to retrieve the spiritual flame from the Valley of Serpents. At the very least, he was aware of the general direction to the valley. After half a day's journey, he finally arrived at the Valley of Serpents. Observing the ground teeming with venomous snakes and the spirit snakes of the Qi refinement stage, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. This place had once been a nightmare for him during simulations, where he had met his demise on several occasions. Yet now, having come in person, he had already ascended to the nascent soul stage. I shall not stand on ceremony for this spiritual flame, Lin Yi murmured. The spiritual treasures of the world are birthed by nature and are exceedingly precious. Setting aside the adversarial relationship with Xiao Han, the intrinsic value of the spiritual flame alone justified his journey. Lin Yi's consciousness enveloped the entire Valley of Serpents, and before long, he located the entrance. Not far away, the guardian spirit snake remained oblivious, coiled atop a boulder basking in the sun, unaware that it had narrowly escaped death moments before. Navigating through the lava caverns, Lin Yi soon encountered a vast expanse of molten rock. Feeling the intense heat within, he could not help but exclaim. No wonder he had been incinerated when he first came here with his chi refinement strength. Had he not been adept in both body and spirit cultivation, he would likely have perished in this very place. The temperature here was such that even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would suffer injuries. In the expansive subterranean chamber, lava converged to form a colossal lake of molten rock. The surface roiled with crimson magma, intermittently erupting into columns of searing flames that scorched the stalactites hanging from the cavern's ceiling, producing a hissing sound. The thunderous roar resonated from the lava lake. At the center of this lake, a pulsating flame radiated a terrifying heat, warping the surrounding air. Yet for Lin Yi, this heat was hardly a concern. Amidst the flames, a nimble fire serpent vigilantly fixed its gaze upon Lin Yi, adopting an aggressive stance while flickering its tongue and emitting a hissing warning. Lin Yi smiled gently and spoke. "Come with me, little one." With that, he extended his palm, enveloping the small serpent in a gentle flow of spiritual energy. With a soft tug, he drew it from the molten lake. The small serpent seemed to sense danger and began to thrash violently. Flames surged, and the temperature escalated, as if attempting to melt Lin Yi's hand. However, at his current stage, he would not tolerate such defiance. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I had hoped to spare your life, seeing you possess some intelligence, and invite you to cultivate alongside me. However, if you choose to be ungrateful, then you shall not be spared." With that, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a sharp blade of sword energy that sliced through the air. Whoosh! The flash of the sword was as fleeting as lightning. The struggling flame serpent instantly fell silent, leaving behind a solitary crimson flame that exuded a searing heat. Lin Yi extended his hand, beckoning the flame into his palm. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he carefully placed the flame into the alchemical furnace of the Dan Master. Such a rare celestial essence could not possibly be left for Xiao. Lin Yi mused to himself, as long as it belongs to the protagonist, seizing it is always the right choice. This was his life motto: walk your own path while stepping into the protagonist's shoes and let them find their way. Having completed this task, Lin Yi's thoughts stirred as he inscribed a few lines on the nearby rock wall. What luck! A fortuitous discovery of spiritual fire within the cavern, bringing him immense joy. After finishing his inscription, Lin Yi clapped his hands, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He envisioned the expressions on the faces of the Dan Master and Xiao upon arriving here, only to find the spiritual fire missing, alongside his witty remark. Their reactions would surely be priceless. Subsequently, Lin Yi's form flickered and vanished into the depths of the lava cave. In Baiyun Square, the atmosphere was alive with the bustling crowd navigating the densely packed shops. The sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filled the air. A dazzling array of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs overwhelmed the senses. Lin Yi strolled through this vibrant scene, savoring the authenticity of the commotion. A stark contrast to the cold, lifeless scenarios of simulations. Although he had visited Baiyun Square many times in his simulations, it was merely a facsimile. In comparison to the meteorite square where he had previously resided, Baiyun Square was grander in scale and richer in variety. It truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned trading hub in the realm of cultivation. With its proximity to the Spirit Snake Valley and falling Sunset Mountain, it attracted a multitude of wandering cultivators, leading to fierce competition. It was precisely this ruthless rivalry that had compelled Lin Yi, a mere chi refining stage 3 cultivator, to opt for the more remote meteorite square. This time, however, Lin Yi's purpose for coming to Baiyun Square was not to acquire treasures or cultivation resources, but rather to seek out an individual who had impacted his Dao heart in the simulations on 2 separate occasions. Xiao possesses a unique constitution that allows her to remain unscathed even when consuming potent poisons, which can even enhance her cultivation. This piqued Lin Yi's immense interest. In order to confront the Dan Master and the formidable influence of the Dan Tower and Dan Valley, he must establish his own faction. A talent like Xiao, with her extraordinary physique, is precisely what he requires. In addition to Xiao, he also plans to recruit other individuals with exceptional skills, such as Peng De, whom he discovered during his simulations. After searching for 2 days in Baiyun Square, Lin Yi had yet to find any trace of Xiao. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily cease his search and instead rented a superior cave dwelling in the market, costing 100 spirit stones per month. In contrast, A medium-grade cave only required 10 spirit stones monthly, while an inferior cave was akin to his previous residence in the meteorite square, merely a simple room containing a mat and a table. The superior cave, however, was vastly different. It boasted ample space, a floor adorned with white jade, and a fresh, elegant decor. More importantly, it was equipped with a spirit-gathering formation, complemented by protective arrays outside that could withstand attacks from Foundation Establishment cultivators and endure 3 assaults from core formation cultivators. This security is one reason many loose cultivators prefer residing in the market. As long as one possesses spirit stones, all necessities can be procured, ensuring a sense of safety. Naturally, all of this requires spirit stones to maintain, including the replenishment of the spirit-gathering formation's resources, which the market does not provide for free. Lin Yi found it amusing to discover his own wanted poster in Baiyun Square. The likeness bore little resemblance to him, likely a result of his actions in Meteorite Square being reported to the 4C's Immortal Alliance, prompting the issuance of the warrant. However, those who had seen him at that time were no longer alive, rendering the information on the poster vague, merely identifying him as a sword cultivator. Lin Yi remained unfazed by this development. In the past, he might have regarded the 4C's Immortal Alliance with some concern, but through his simulations, he had come to realize that they were merely puppets of the Ghost Spirit sect, and thus no longer warranted his attention. Lin Yi activated the protective array and the spirit-gathering formation in his cave. The concentration of spiritual energy in the gathering formation could be adjusted according to the number of spirit stones invested. 1 spirit stone represented a unit of spiritual energy, with a maximum of 10 stones allowed. Without hesitation, Lin Yi placed 10 spirit stones into the formation, maximizing its efficacy. Commence simulation. Ding. A single simulation at the nascent soul stage requires 3,000 inferior spirit stones. 3,000. Lin Yi gasped at this figure. The cost of a single simulation was 3,000 spirit stones. He had previously felt quite pleased with his possession of over 50,000 spirit stones. But now it seemed that amount would only suffice for a mere handful of simulations. System, you are truly outrageous. Despite his verbal complaints, Lin Yi reluctantly paid 3,000 spirit stones to initiate the simulation. During the first month, he secluded himself in a high-grade cave dwelling rented in Baiyunfang City. The cave spirit-gathering array operated at full capacity, enveloping him in a rich aura of spiritual energy, facilitating his rapid absorption and refinement. You are harnessing the myriad sword techniques, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and your cultivation steadily advances. In the second month, you continue your practice within the cave dwelling. As your cultivation improves, your demand for spiritual energy grows increasingly insatiable. The high-quality gathering formation within the cave has begun to falter in meeting your needs. Each time you cultivate, it triggers fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy, resembling a colossal vortex that draws in the energies from all directions. In the third month, a remarkable phenomenon manifests. Centered around your cave, a vast funnel of spiritual energy emerges, visibly drawing in energy from all quarters, flooding into your sanctuary. Such an extraordinary occurrence naturally captures the attention of other cultivators in the market, who speculate about the identity of the powerful being in seclusion, capable of invoking such a celestial anomaly. The market's overseers also take note of this situation, yet they refrain from disturbing you, instead dispatching guardians to protect your cave and ensure your cultivation remains undisturbed. By the fourth month, the funnel of spiritual energy has further expanded, nearly encompassing half of the Baiyun market. The concentration of spiritual energy within the market plummets, adversely affecting the cultivation of other practitioners. Some loose cultivators begin to voice their grievances, yet many choose to silently endure, for the presence capable of invoking such phenomena is undeniably beyond their reckoning. In the fifth month, you remain immersed in your secluded cultivation, oblivious to all that transpires in the outside world. Your mastery of the sword has progressed by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, outside the Baiyunfang market, a multitude of cultivators has gathered, drawn by the extraordinary phenomena occurring here, eager to discern which exalted being is in seclusion. In the sixth month, a colossal sword, stretching hundreds of meters in length, manifested as a spectral image above your cave dwelling, exuding a fierce sword intent that pierced the heavens. This ethereal sword was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of pure sword essence, radiating a disquieting aura of pressure. The emergence of this great sword further convinced the cultivators of Baiyunfang that a peerless swordsman was indeed in deep meditation. By the seventh month, the spectral sword continued to hover above your abode, resonating with bursts of sword cries. Many cultivators, possessing insights into the sword path, flock to the vicinity of your cave, seeking to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship. In the 12th month, a multitude of cultivators, having observed the extraordinary sword phenomenon above your dwelling, experienced profound enlightenment. Their understanding of sword techniques became clearer, and their admiration for you deepened, with some even commencing to kneel outside your cave, regarding you as their life mentor. For reasons unknown, perhaps out of fear of the formidable presence in Baiyunfang, demonic cultivators refrained from launching attacks on the market. Consequently, countless wandering cultivators and small to medium sects surged into the area, creating a scarcity of cave dwellings and fostering a prosperity greater than before. In the first year and 6th month, as demonic cultivators grew increasingly rampant, the celestial sects finally took notice, forming a coalition to resist the invasion. By the 1st year and 8th month, due to your existence, no one dared to stir trouble within Baiyunfang. The cultivators coexisted peacefully and began organizing teams to venture forth and hunt down the demonic practitioners. In the 2nd year, although you remained in seclusion, to the cultivators of Baiyunfang, you were akin to a stabilizing force, their spiritual pillar. By the 3rd year, Baiyunfang had established a faction known as the Immortal Alliance. This alliance comprised 4 elders at the core formation stage, over 70 experts at the foundation establishment stage, and tens of thousands of chi refinement practitioners. The Immortal Alliance had secured vast territories and reinforced the market's protective formations multiple times. Although you still did not emerge, the alliance revered you as their leader, a symbol of faith for all. In the 4th year, the demonic cultivators took notice of the rise of the Immortal Alliance and dispatched 2 infant soul old demons to assault Baiyunfang. The members of the alliance retreated into the market, relying on formations for defense. However, the formations laid down by the 4 core formation elders crumbled effortlessly before the infant soul old demons, being obliterated in an instant. The wandering cultivators turned their gazes toward your cave, yearning for you, the sword cultivator, to turn the tide. Yet, you remained absent. Despair began to spread among the crowd. They finally realized that you had never promised to safeguard them, and the title of Sword Immortal Leader was merely a self-bestowed crown of their own making. You may merely be a passerby engaged in solitary cultivation, entirely unrelated to them. The 2 ancient demons, upon observing the ethereal silhouette of a colossal sword above your dwelling, initially harbored trepidation. However, after a prolonged silence on your part, they presumed you to be paralyzed by fear and boldly launched an assault. One of the demons, with a malevolent grin, sneered, feigning divinity. "What sword cultivator you are? I see nothing but a timid turtle." With that, he summoned a massive black axe, aiming to cleave your abode. Just as the axe was about to strike, a blinding beam of white light erupted from your dwelling, instantly shattering the axe. Following this, a figure clad in white gracefully ascended from the dwelling, suspended in the air. "You have finally made your appearance." You cast a frosty glance at the 2 infantile old demons and spoke with an air of indifference. "You disturb my tranquil cultivation. What punishment do you deserve?" Your voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the entirety of Baiyunfang City, causing even the distant peaks to seemingly tremble ever so slightly. The expressions of the 2 ancient demons shifted dramatically. They sensed a formidable pressure emanating from your being. Could it be that you were indeed a concealed, unparalleled sword cultivator? A flicker of regret ignited within them. Had they known, they would not have dared provoke such a harbinger of doom. One of the elder demons, feigning composure, inquired, "Might I ask who you are and what compels you to intervene in our demonic affairs?" With a cold chuckle, you responded, "I am Lin Yi, and this place is my sanctuary. You dare to trespass upon my domain and even destroy my formations. Do you not deserve death?" Before your words had fully faded, a crystalline long sword materialized in your hand, radiating a dazzling brilliance. "Today, allow me to demonstrate what true sword cultivation truly is." You soar in the air, your garments fluttering gracefully, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens. A formidable sword intent surges forth like a tidal wave, causing the very heavens and earth to change their hues. The 2 ancient demons, upon witnessing this, are filled with trepidation, yet strive to maintain their composure. "You insolent wretch! Cease your arrogance!" One of the demons bellows, brandishing a colossal black axe that cleaves towards you. The other demon conjures a dark banner, from which a chilling wind emanates, accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits as it sweeps menacingly in your direction. You observe the unfolding scene with a detached gaze. And only when their assault was imminent did you slowly speak, "I offer you a chance, flee." The two ancient fiends, taken aback by your words, erupted into hearty laughter. Arrogant youth, even on the brink of death, you dare to speak so boldly. Today, let us demonstrate the extent of our power. They could not fathom that a cultivator who had been in seclusion for several years could possess any formidable strength, dismissing your words as mere bluster. Witnessing this, you refrained from further words, merely extending two fingers and lightly flicking them towards the adversaries. A blinding streak of white light flashed. As if cleaving through the very fabric of time and space, the two formidable nascent soul demonic elders, who had been brimming with ferocity mere moments ago, froze in their tracks. In the next instant, their bodies split asunder from the middle, fountains of crimson erupting forth, staining the heavens. Without even a chance to utter a final scream, the two nascent soul demonic elders perished. Observing your swift and decisive execution of the two great demonic lords, the cultivators of White Cloud Market, who had been plunged into despair, erupted into thunderous cheers. Sword Immortal! Sword Immortal! They chanted your title, their eyes alight with reverence and adoration. You stand poised in midair, gazing down upon the cheering crowd below, yet your heart remains utterly unfazed. You merely sought tranquility for your cultivation, yet you found yourself inadvertently entangled in this conflict. You possess little interest in the so-called Sword Immortal alliance, preferring instead to pursue your cultivation and nurture your own influence. However, upon hearing that you have become their leader, commanding tens of thousands of subordinates, a sudden stir arises within your heart. All along, you have sought the strength to combat your adversaries, yet never anticipated obtaining it in such a manner. Perhaps this is the will of fate. As you gaze into the hopeful eyes below, a sense of resolution gradually takes root in your heart. Since they are in need of a leader, you shall embrace the mantle of leadership. You spoke slowly, your voice soft yet resonant, echoing throughout the entire market. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the Sword Immortal Alliance, Lin Yi. In the 5th year, you officially assumed control of the Bayun market and the Sword Immortal Alliance, merging the two entities and initiating preparations for a counteroffensive against the demonic practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect. You are acutely aware that the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance has eyes and ears throughout the market, relaying every move you make to the demonic sect. To prevent any information from leaking, you decisively uproot the influence of the 4 Seas Immortal Alliance within the Bayun market. The members of the Sword Cultivators Alliance harbor no dissent regarding your iron-fisted approach. Instead, they regard you with a profound sense of reverence and obedience. After purging the internal threats, you seek out Xiao, who has been struggling in the lower echelons. You publicly declare her to be an apprentice of menial tasks, yet secretly devote resources to her cultivation. Xiao holds you in boundless admiration, obeying your every word and executing any command without hesitation. In the 6th year, you come to the realization that the strength of Bayun Square alone is insufficient to contend with the Ghost Spirit sect, prompting you to journey to Ziyun's sect in search of allies. You elaborated to the venerable ancestor of Ziyun concerning the peril posed by the Ghost Spirit sect and their ambitions for expansion, endeavoring to persuade him to ally with your sect in the struggle against the demonic cultivators. However, the esteemed elder remained unconvinced, believing that you had exaggerated the threat of the Ghost Spirit sect, merely regarding them as targets for the trials of novice disciples. With a sigh in your heart, you comprehend the futility of persuading the Purple Cloud sect, and thus prepare to take your leave. Yet, just as you are about to depart, the venerable ancestor of the sect, the Divine Sword Sovereign, unexpectedly materializes before you. He regards you with a look of astonishment, as if beholding a long-lost friend reunited after many years. You were slightly taken aback, bowing in respect, and were about to take your leave. However, the celestial sword deity stopped you and inquired, "Please, dear friend, may I ask which school you are affiliated with? Have you ever heard of the Master of 10,000 Swords?" You are perplexed, unsure why this venerable elder of transformation inquires about your lineage, and even more so, you are unaware of the identity of the Master of 10,000 Swords. After a moment's contemplation, you replied, half-truthfully, "I stumbled upon a legacy in a hidden realm, without any formal teachings." The Divine Sword Sovereign then inquired, "Have you, my friend, mastered the 10,000 sword technique?" A flicker of realization ignited within you. The 10,000 sword technique was indeed the very essence of your current cultivation. You nodded in acknowledgement. The Heavenly Sword Divine Monarch, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Since you have mastered the 10,000 sword technique, you are, by all means, my junior apprentice." Your confusion deepened, leaving you perplexed. The Heavenly Sword Divine Monarch then elucidated, Although I am a member of the Purple Cloud sect, I do not practice its teachings. In my youth, an elderly sage imparted to me the 10 heavenly swords technique, which set me on the path of the sword. It later came to my attention that this 10 heavenly swords technique was created by the master of 10,000 swords. Hence, as you cultivate the methods of the master of 10,000 swords, we naturally stand as brothers in arms. At this moment, you suddenly realize the profound implications of your situation, your heart brimming with emotions. What began as a mere intention to forge an alliance with the Ziyun sect has unexpectedly led to the recognition of a senior brother at the transformation stage, who, remarkably, is also the sole ancestral figure of the Ziyun sect. You originally encountered setbacks with the venerable Purple Cloud ancestor and were contemplating the search for new allies. However, you have now established this connection. In the 7th year, you immersed yourself in rigorous training at the Purple Cloud sect alongside the Divine Sword Sovereign, diligently refining your sword techniques, resulting in significant advancements in both your swordsmanship. During this period, you fortuitously learned of an alchemist named Xiao, who is currently engaged in the art of alchemy in the market beneath Purple Cloud Mountain. You are aware that Xiao harbors ulterior motives regarding the spiritual fire of the Ziyun sect. You have conveyed this matter to the Sword God, cautioning him to remain vigilant. In the 8th year, the Ziyun sect formally allied with the Sword Immortal Alliance to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive against the Ghost Spirit sect. You led the vanguard, commanding the cultivators of the Sword Immortal Alliance to charge into battle, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the demonic practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect. By the 9th year, under your joint resistance with the Violet Cloud sect, an increasing number of immortal cultivators joined your ranks, collectively opposing the invasion of the Ghost Spirit sect. In the 11th year, you once again displayed your formidable prowess, single-handedly slaying 3 nascent soul stage elders of the Ghost Spirit sect, shaking the entire cultivation world with your renown. Your formidable reputation has instilled growing dread among the practitioners of the demonic path. In the 12th year, Xiao and the Alchemy Sovereign finally uncovered traces of your whereabouts. Xiao accused you of patricide and treasure theft, branding you the greatest hypocrite under heaven. Yet, your benevolent deeds had long been etched into the hearts of the people. The members of the Sword Immortal Alliance remained unwaveringly loyal to you, viewing Xiao's accusations as nothing short of an affront to the entire alliance. Outraged, they clamored to defend your honor. Meanwhile, the Violet Cloud sect publicly declared their trust in you, proclaiming your integrity and dismissing the notion that you could ever commit such a heinous act as slaying your master. They denounced Xiao as a spy dispatched by the Ghost Spirit sect, intent on sowing discord among the righteous forces resisting the demonic tide. Swiftly, a bounty was issued for Xiao's capture, turning him into a fugitive scorned by all, forced to flee for his life. By the 13th year, you have become the paragon of resistance against the demonic cultivators, with countless rogue cultivators rallying under your banner. Under your meticulous guidance, in the aid of rare toxins you concocted, Xiao achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In the 14th year, the righteous factions aligned with you grew ever stronger, including renowned sects such as the Zephyr Spirit sect. The Ghost Spirit sect's assaults, too, began to wane, their momentum faltering. Come the 16th year, the Celestial Mystery Dao Palace sought an alliance with you, only to be met with your resolute refusal. Humiliated and enraged, they spread malicious rumors far and wide, slandering you as petty and intolerant. You, in a moment of earnest revelation, recounted before the multitude how, 3 days and nights, you knelt at the gates of the Tianxian Dao Palace, imploring to be accepted as a disciple, only to be met with a callous refusal. The announcement sent shockwaves through the world. Many condemned the Tianxian Dao Palace for their lack of discernment, for rejecting a prodigious talent at their threshold. Upon reviewing their admission records, the palace discovered the truth of your words. Indeed, a youth had once been turned away from their doors. And that youth was none other than you, now renowned across the realm. In the 17th year, the dispute with the Tianxian Dao Palace revealed to countless individuals that your cultivation journey had not been of long duration. At such a tender age, you have attained the nascent soul realm, prompting many cultivators to regard you as the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Rather than refuting this notion, you have tacitly acquiesced to it, while leading the disciples of the Sword Immortal Alliance in their resistance against the Ghost Spirit sect. You simultaneously engage in enlightening exchanges on sword techniques with the Celestial Sword Sovereign. The Celestial Sword Sovereign grows increasingly envious of your ability to condense a sword infant, effortlessly wielding myriad sword techniques. In the 18th year, through mutual validation with the Celestial Sword Sovereign, you achieve the remarkable ability to differentiate sword lights, elevating your prowess to new heights. By the 19th year, you bestow upon the celestial sword sovereign a fragment of sword energy inherited from the master of 10,000 swords, further enhancing his strength and propelling him to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. You long for the celestial sword sovereign to swiftly transcend his limitations and emerge as a formidable ally in your battle against the ghost spirit sect. In the 20th year, a prodigy named Lin Yi emerged, achieving the golden core stage at a tender age, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Yet, in the presence of your ancient sword Immortal reincarnate, any prodigy pales in comparison. While you are somewhat astonished by Lin Yi's innate talent, you are acutely aware of the formidable protectors behind him, prompting you to refrain from taking action prematurely. In the 21st year, the ghost spirit sect, in a fit of madness, perpetrated a massacre of an entire nation of mortals, igniting the fury of all righteous forces within the realm of cultivation. You and the celestial sword deity conferred, resolutely refusing to remain passive. Thus, the two of you began to devise a plan, preparing to take the initiative and launch an assault on the ghost spirit sect. In the 22nd year, under your leadership alongside the celestial sword deity, numerous celestial factions responded, forming a coalition to prepare for a comprehensive counterattack against the ghost spirit sect. In the 23rd year, you and the celestial sword deity secretly infiltrated the secret realm of the ghost spirit sect, only to unexpectedly encounter an ambush laid by four formidable transcendental beings. In the face of life and death, aware that you were no match for your adversaries, you unhesitatingly unleashed a blade of sword energy inherited from the master of 10,000 swords. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, a deluge of swords enveloping the entire secret realm. The ghost spirit sect's transcendental fiend targeting you was instantly annihilated, while the celestial sword deity displayed immense prowess, slaying one of the transcendental beings with a single strike. The remaining two transcendental fiends, recognizing their defeat, fled in panic. Although you have vanquished the malevolent demon of transformation, you have sustained grave injuries. The divine sword sovereign has taken you back to the Sword Immortal Alliance for recuperation. Following this confrontation, the ghost spirit sect has suffered significant losses, compelled to shift from offense to defense. Once you have recovered, seizing the opportunity, you rally the myriad celestial sects to form a coalition, launching a comprehensive counteroffensive against the ghost spirit sect. Countless celestial factions respond, eagerly joining the crusade against the ghost spirit sect. In the 25th year, the ghost spirit sect is relentlessly pushed back, retreating into their main headquarters, desperately sustaining themselves with the protective mountain formation. You and the divine sword sovereign conspired to launch a vigorous assault on the headquarters of the ghost spirit sect, determined to eradicate this malignant force from the realm of cultivation. In the 26th year, the ghost spirit sect finally summoned their hidden power, an ancient demon that had survived for an unfathomable number of years. The emergence of this demon sent shockwaves throughout the world, for it was none other than the Grand Elder of the ghost spirit sect, who should have perished 3 millennia ago. 3,000 years prior, this old demon had aimed to ascend to the heavens, only to fall victim to the tribulations of the heavens. Astonishingly, after such a long passage of time, he reappeared once more. Upon his arrival, the Grand Elder unleashed an overwhelming demonic aura, causing many celestial sects to waver in their resolve. Several hidden masters of the celestial path attempted to besiege the old demon, only to be effortlessly vanquished by him. In the midst of chaos, you unleashed a singular sword chi, a legacy of the master of 10,000 swords, severing a corner of the old demon's sleeve. The old demon gazed at you in astonishment, declaring you to be another sword cultivator who had condensed a sword infant. Aside from the master of 10,000 swords, he remarked that had the master of 10,000 swords appeared in person, he might have retreated at once. However, your power was too feeble. With that, he intended to eradicate you in your nascent stage. At the critical moment, the divine lord of the celestial sword activated the sword chi you had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized between heaven and earth, resembling an instrument of divine retribution, cleaving toward the old demon. Upon witnessing this sword chi, the old demon was compelled to respond with caution. Yet he still suffered injury from its onslaught. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he bellowed about the heaven's injustice, lamenting that he had yet to fully regain his former glory. He claimed that given several decades, he would restore his peak condition. And not only would he withstand this single strike, but even 10 such blows would be within his capacity. As long as the master of 10,000 swords did not personally confront him, he he felt no fear. Ultimately, wounded by the celestial sword Qi summoned by the Divine Lord, the old demon, burdened by resentment, was forced to flee. Seizing the momentum, you led the elite practitioners of the celestial sects to infiltrate the ghost spirit sect, determined to obliterate it entirely. By the 27th year, your reputation soared, establishing you as a legendary figure within the realm of immortality. You realize that although the old demon of the ghost spirit sect has escaped, he will inevitably return one day. In preparation for future challenges, you decide to lead the immortal path in a large-scale counteroffensive, ultimately attacking the ghost spirit sect. Thus, after decades of devastation wrought by the ghost spirit sect, the realm of cultivation is once again under the dominion of the immortal path. Marvelous. In front of the simulator, Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, excitedly raised his fist. Instead of enduring a century of chaos, where the grand elder of the ghost spirit sect would ultimately be defeated by the vine god behind Lin Yi, he unexpectedly joined forces with the sword deity to injure this old demon decades in advance. However, this simulation has profoundly revealed to him the terrifying strength of the old demon. Even without regaining his peak power, he remains capable of slaying several formidable beings of the immortal path. During his pinnacle, he even dared to draw his sword against the heavens, aspiring for ascension. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Had he not bestowed a legacy of sword energy upon the sword deity, it is likely that the ghost spirit sect would have turned the tide once more, ultimately relying on the vine god behind Lin Yi to salvage the situation. Yet, such a scenario would necessitate waiting another 70 years. After 70 years, the old demon would regain his peak strength, only to be defeated again by the vine god behind Lin Yi. What, then, is the true power of the vine god? And what strength does the master of 10,000 swords, to whom he has inherited, possess? Just a single sword energy was sufficient to injure the old demon. As Lin Yi pondered, a spark of insight flashed through his mind. The reason the sword energy in his hands failed to harm the opponent is due to his own inadequacy and strength. The same sword energy, wielded by the sword deity, a peak transformation realm powerhouse, naturally possesses an incomparably greater potency. Gazing at the lines of text displayed on the simulator, Lin Yi exhaled deeply. The persistent threat of the ghost spirit sect that had long plagued him was finally resolved. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the ensuing content. In the 28th year, you received an urgent plea for assistance from the wind spirit sect. The message conveyed that the sect's saintess, Lin Yi, had made a 30-year pact with Xiao, which had now reached its deadline. While Xiao had already achieved the embryo stage, Lin Yi remained trapped in the foundation establishment stage, resulting in a vast disparity in strength. As expected, Lin Yi soon found herself defeated. However, Xiao pressed on aggressively, threatening to raze the wind spirit sect to the ground. The ancestral elder of the wind spirit sect, a practitioner at the embryo stage, attempted to intervene and mediate, only to be met with humiliation from Xiao, who unleashed his formidable prowess at the late embryo stage, forcing the elder into a retreat. With no other option, the wind spirit sect was left to seek your aid. After a moment of contemplation, you realize that since the wind spirit sect has allied itself with the Sword Immortal Alliance you founded, they are now your allies, and it is imperative that you do not remain indifferent to their plight. Consequently, you set forth without delay, making your way to the wind spirit sect. Upon your arrival, you are met with a scene of utter devastation. Flames rage throughout the sect, illuminating the chaos. Xiao stands defiantly in the air, while the sect's elder bears grave injuries, and the disciples stand ready, poised for battle. Even Lin Yi has sustained wounds. As you make your entrance, Xiao slowly turns to face you, a hint of disdain and mockery in his expression, and coldly remarks, "Isn't this my treacherous disciple who betrayed his master? Upon seeing your teacher, shouldn't you hastily kneel?" You did not express anger. Rather, you spoke in a calm tone, "Danzun. The Wind Spirit Sect is an ally of my Sword Immortal Alliance. In consideration of the grace you once bestowed upon me, I shall spare your life. However, Xiao must perish today." Xiao coldly retorted, "If you wish to take my disciple's life, you must first prove your worth." With that, he launched an attack against you. You have now condensed the Sword Infant, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. In your initial encounter, you severely injured the Danzun Master and Xiao, causing them to spit blood. Realizing he was outmatched, the Danzun Master suddenly unleashed a secret technique, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. By the time you regained your composure, the opponent had already fled. You may lament the situation, yet you are acutely aware that if an individual of equal standing is resolutely determined to escape, They can only be retained if one possesses an overwhelming superiority in strength. The esteemed Danzun, having once attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, undoubtedly harbors concealed methods. In the 30th year, you sense that your prowess has reached a stage ripe for breakthrough, prompting you to enter seclusion to pursue the elevation of your realm. By the 45th year, after 15 years of arduous meditation and cultivation, you finally ascend to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Upon your emergence, while solidifying your realm, you also began to enhance the strength of your sect by refining various elixirs and magical artifacts, distributing them among your disciples. In the 46th year, the Ghost Spirit sect, having suffered a devastating defeat, remained silent and concealed, with its ancestors failing to make an appearance, which afforded you a sense of tranquility. Xiao successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage, culminating in the formation of an exceptionally rare Golden Core, significantly augmenting her power and elevating her reputation. In the 48th year, you formally established the 10,000 Swords sect, welcoming a multitude of disciples. Your illustrious reputation has spread far and wide, attracting countless cultivators who seek to join your esteemed sect. The Wanjian sect has thus risen to prominence, establishing itself as a formidable force within the realm of cultivation. In the 55th year, among the newly initiated disciples, you discovered a remarkably gifted young man. Seeing his pure heart and extraordinary talent, you took him as your disciple and devoted yourself to imparting your swordsmanship, hoping he would inherit your legacy. In the 60th year, aside from daily cultivation, you dedicated most of your time to teaching your disciples. Watching them flourish brought you immense joy and filled your life with delight. By the 90th year, your mastery of sword techniques had advanced to a new pinnacle. However, as you practiced the essence of true swordsmanship, your progress remained gradual. Perpetually lingering in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, you have come to realize that new opportunities must be sought to break through the bottleneck and advance further. In the 108th year, Xiao consolidated the forces within the triangular domain, rallying the two great powers of Dan Valley and Dan Tower to launch a full-scale assault on the Sword Immortal alliance. Rumors circulated that Xiao had ascended to the divine transformation stage, his strength unfathomable. As the impending battle loomed, the cultivation world observed the fierce competition between the two factions. In the 109th year, Lin Yi unexpectedly issued a challenge to you, calling for a duel. However, you were acutely aware of the formidable power behind Lin Yi, particularly the presence of the Mantis God. Thus, you felt that you were not yet his match. Consequently, you declined the challenge and opted to continue biding your time in obscurity. By the 110th year, Xiao had broken through to the nascent soul realm, manifesting a rare, colorful nascent soul, and her strength surged dramatically. Her advancement provided significant support to both you and the Sword Immortal Alliance. In the 111th year, the celestial sword lord of the Ziyun sect suddenly addressed the cultivation world, proclaiming that your fortunes would be intertwined. Any individual or force that sought to oppose you would become the enemy of the Ziyun sect. Simultaneously, the Ziyun sect intervened to thwart Xiao triangular domain forces, granting you a precious respite. By the 120th year, despite the assistance from the Ziyun sect, the strength of Lin Yi's Celestial Repair Alliance proved overwhelming. And ultimately, the Sword Immortal Alliance was dispersed. You were compelled to lead the remaining disciples to retreat into the Ziyun sect, with the hope of making a resurgence. In the 125th year, the enigmatic vines behind Lin Yi inflicted severe damage upon the heavenly sword divine monarch of the Ziyun sect. Subsequently, the forces of the triangular domain seized the opportunity to completely annihilate the Ziyun sect. In your heart, a tumult of sorrow and indignation brews, yet you remain helpless, compelled to refine elixirs to aid the divine sword sovereign. In the 126th year, you lead the remnants of the 10,000 Swords sect and the Purple Cloud sect in a retreat to the overseas realms. By the 130th year, you discover a splendid island beyond the seas. Due to its resemblance to a golden turtle, you name it Golden Turtle Island. The island is abundant in spiritual energy and rich in resources, a rare haven for cultivation. You and the remnants of the Ziyun sect reside on the island, nurturing your strength and rebuilding your sect, yearning for the day you can return to the mainland to exact vengeance. In the 160th year, after years of integration, the two sects have long ceased to distinguish between one another. You seamlessly merge the two into one, naming it the Wanjian sect, and are elected as its leader. By the 180th year, your mastery of swordsmanship has achieved a breakthrough during your secluded cultivation, allowing you to manifest sword light as silk and sword energy as thunder, marking a significant enhancement in your power. In the 188th year, Xiao ascends to the transformation stage, instilling in you immense pressure, yet simultaneously filling you with joy for her accomplishment. In the 190th year, Xiao proposes to consolidate the entire overseas forces. You comprehend her ambitious aspirations and tacitly endorse her endeavors. By the 192nd year, a disciple of yours finally reaches the nascent soul stage, bringing you great comfort, knowing that there is a successor. In the 200th year, the overseas situation is tumultuous, with various forces fiercely vying for resources and territory. With her formidable strength and shrewdness, Xiao gradually unifies the surrounding islands, establishing a vast power. By the 260th year, through decades of expansion and conquest, Xiao has occupied hundreds of islands. The Wanxian sect has also absorbed numerous factions, including countless nascent soul cultivators and 7 formidable transformation stage experts, rendering it exceptionally powerful. In the 270th year, Xiao begins leading the Wanxian sect in a counteroffensive against the mainland, a move you oppose, for in your heart, you still lack the confidence to confront the protagonist. You are acutely aware that the protagonist often survives calamities unscathed, encountering fortuitous treasures along their journey, accompanied by a multitude of loyal followers. To launch a reckless assault would yield little hope of success. In the 280th year, Xiao, disregarding your objections, resolutely led the myriad of the Immortal sect back to the Central Plains with great fervor. As you observe the departing flying vessel, a tumult of emotion swells within you, compelling you to intensify your cultivation. You are acutely aware of the formidable nature of Lin Yi and Xiao. A single, decisive strike against them seems implausible, and you are reluctant to become their adversary. However, with Xiao's current prowess surpassing your own, you find it unwise to openly contradict her once she has made a decision, especially considering her stature. Following the emergence of the Wanjin sect, they swept through the borders of Zhongzhou with an unstoppable momentum, dismantling numerous sects with ease. The reputation of the Wanjin sect, bolstered by successive victories, swiftly resonated throughout Zhongzhou. By the 290th year, the Wanjin sect had claimed dominion over 1/3 of Zhongzhou's territory. Upon hearing this news, rather than feeling elated, a deeper sense of foreboding enveloped you. You understood that Lin Yi or Xiao could not remain passive indefinitely. Their absence might suggest they were in seclusion or orchestrating a grander scheme, but eventually, they would emerge, merely a matter of time. By the 300th year, the Wanjin sect's influence had further burgeoned, now occupying half of Zhongzhou. Many sects within Zhongzhou began to capitulate, seeking to evade annihilation. The strength of the Wanjin sect had reached unprecedented heights, as resources from both overseas and Zhongzhou flowed ceaselessly to sustain its disciples, leading to a substantial increase in their numbers. In the 305th year, you finally received encouraging news. Several of your disciples had ascended to the nascent soul realm. This brought you a modicum of comfort, a reminder that the legacy would endure. Yet, simultaneously, an even greater pressure weighed upon you. The path of the sword felt increasingly arduous, and any breakthrough would require an investment of time and perseverance. In the 306th year, Xiao led the Xiao alliance in a counteroffensive against the Wanjin sect's incursion. He and Xiao engaged in a cataclysmic battle in the Tianduan mountain range, resulting in a stalemate. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned by the text displayed on the simulator. How could this be? He murmured to himself, brow furrowed in disbelief. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations, obscuring the future's trajectory. The emergence of Xiao, coupled with his astounding capabilities, epitomized the archetype of a protagonist. Engaging in battles beyond his level and embodying the essence of fortune, these quintessential traits of a hero were vividly manifested in Xiao. In a remarkably brief period, he had cultivated himself to the transformation stage. Such rapid advancement could only be attributed to an extraordinary fate, defying explanation. In stark contrast, Xiao had previously been a mere background figure in earlier simulations, yet now she was able to contend equally with Xiao. This was utterly perplexing to him. Could it be that Xiao was also a child of destiny? Or was there an aspect he had overlooked? Lin Yi pondered, casting another glance toward the simulator. By the 310th year, the Wanjin sect faced an onslaught from the Butian alliance, formed by Lin Yi uniting multiple righteous sects. A collective force not to be underestimated. After months of intense battles, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats, they ultimately retreated to recuperate. In the year 312, Xiao and Lin Yi finally confronted each other directly. Their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce struggle that lasted 3 days and nights, shrouding the heavens and earth in darkness, with neither the sun nor the moon illuminating the sky. In the end, neither emerged victorious. However, at that moment, a mysterious vine unexpectedly appeared and struck Xiao, causing her to spit blood incessantly. To her astonishment, the blood she spilled caused the vine to emit wisps of green smoke, as if it had been poisoned. By the year 320, after years of recuperation, Xiao finally regained her vitality. Unwilling to accept her prior defeat, she launched another assault on the Buitian alliance. This time, however, the Buitian alliance chose to ally with the Xiao alliance to resist her. Faced with the combined might of these two formidable forces, the Wanjin sect gradually succumbed, suffering heavy losses and was compelled to retreat. In the year 390, the three factions established a delicate balance of power, each restraining the others, preventing any from annihilating the rest. The cultivation realm of Zhongzhou entered a relatively peaceful era, yet undercurrents surged and crises loomed. By the year 450, the sword deity, a transcendent being who had devoted himself to the arduous path of sword cultivation in seclusion, sought you out for a heartfelt conversation. He revealed that the pinnacle of power in this realm is the transformation stage. Furthermore, the lifespan of a cultivator at this stage does not exceed 2,000 years. Unless one possesses exceptionally powerful treasures or elixirs to extend their life, they will inevitably perish once their time is up. He also conveyed an even more despairing piece of news. The realm has not witnessed a successful ascension in 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through your heart, prompting a profound re-evaluation of your future path. A vague sense of restriction enveloped the world, seemingly hindering the ascension of cultivators. Before the simulator, Lin Yi gazed at the text in silence. The cold words of the simulator felt like a shackle, imprisoning the hope of future ascension. Reaching the pinnacle of transformation, he realized that no one had ascended in this realm for 100,000 years. A tempest of emotion surged within Lin Yi, transforming past joy into bitter despair. Thus, it could be inferred that the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect must exist at this level as well. Yet, why was there such a vast disparity among those at the same stage of transformation? Furthermore, during the previous simulation, an elder from the Alchemy Tower had lived for 100,000 years. If he truly had reached transformation, such longevity would defy reason. Lin Yi's heart was a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was merely one major realm away from transformation. On the other, joy seemed elusive. This world had not witnessed a successful ascension in 100 millennia. Countless prodigies had perished on the path to ascension. And what right did Lin Yi possess to shatter this confinement? The Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect had fallen 30,000 years ago. Yet he resurfaced with unfathomable might, having claimed the lives of several transformation cultivators. If such a figure could not ascend, how perilous must the path to ascension truly be? A wave of helplessness washed over him, leaving Lin Yi ensnared in unparalleled confusion. However, amidst the despair, a flicker of hope ignited quietly within him. The scene of Xiao Han's ascension resurfaced vividly in Lin Yi's mind. Bathed in thunder, he had left behind the alchemical furnace and the ascension pill. Had Xiao Han truly succeeded in ascending? If he had, could Lin Yi replicate his path through simulation? And what of that ascension pill? Even as a discarded nascent soul, stripped to mere physical strength, he had felt the power of ascension. If he were to obtain the ascension pill once more, could it not compensate for his deficiencies? Perhaps he could break the chains that bound him and surmount the obstacles to ascension. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. No matter the odds, he was resolute in his endeavor. Even if hope was scant, he would not yield. With this thought, he gradually found solace. In the 453rd year, as the deadline approached, the sword god of the heavenly sword expressed his desire to endure the tribulation of lightning and ascend to the higher realms. He invited Lin Yi to observe and learn, hoping it would prove beneficial. You comprehend in your heart that the heavenly sword sovereign's endeavor is fraught with peril. For 100,000 years, none have ascended. This realm resembles an inescapable prison, confining all cultivators within its grasp. With his lifespan nearing its end, rather than await peaceful dissolution, the heavenly sword sovereign chooses to stake everything on one desperate attempt, perhaps seeking a sliver of hope amidst the darkness. In the 454th year, atop the highest peak of Golden Turtle Island, the heavenly sword sovereign purified himself with incense and ablutions, offering prayers to heaven and earth. In his grasp rested a sword of pristine white, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glacial radiance, as though concealing boundless sharpness within. Drawing a deep breath, He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to the undulating spiritual currents of the world. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, erupting with piercing brilliance. With a resounding cry, he raised his sword toward the firmament. A dazzling arc of sword light surged skyward, cleaving through the heavens as if to sunder the very fabric of the world. The radiance pierced the clouds, churning them into dark, thunderous turmoil. Massive bolts of lightning, writhing like silver serpents, descended in a furious onslaught, crashing toward the heavenly sword sovereign. Undaunted, he brandished his blade, shattering each bolt with precise strikes. The clash of sword light and thunder intertwined, unleashing deafening roars that shook Golden Turtle Island to its foundations. Then, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down with devastating force, engulfing the heavenly sword sovereign in its blinding fury. His form dissolved into ashes, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a shattered sword, its fractured edges still crackling with residual thunder. The heavenly sword sovereign had failed. Through his demise, he demonstrated to you, this path leads only to ruin. You quietly picked up the broken sword of the heavenly sword god and buried it on the back mountain of Golden Ao Island. For some time thereafter, you would sit before his grave, drinking wine and reminiscing about this dear friend. In the 630th year, you advance to the late stage of the nascent soul. You have finally grasped the arduous journey of a sword cultivator. Although possessing unparalleled combat prowess, the path to transcendence is fraught with countless challenges, far more daunting than that faced by ordinary individuals. It is no wonder that true sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. In the 640th year, the 10,000 Immortals sect produced a formidable deity of the transformation stage, while those at the nascent soul level emerged in abundance. You understand that the rise of the 10,000 Immortals sect is now unstoppable. In the 650th year, you sit cross-legged upon a solitary island in the Eastern Sea, eyes closed in meditation, diligently practicing a sword technique that has yielded no progress for an extended period. Suddenly, a blazing inferno ignites at the horizon, casting a crimson glow across half the sky, resembling a fiery cloud yet possessing a more formidable presence, instilling a deeper sense of dread. As you open your eyes and gaze towards the horizon, a colossal flame of Brahma materializes from thin air, saturating the entire sky with a crimson hue. A familiar figure stands amidst the flames, resembling a celestial deity descending to earth. Bathed in divine fire, none other than your former adversary, Xiao. Surrounding him are countless bolts of thunder, as lightning crackles and tempestuous clouds swirl. The power of thunder transforming into formidable hammers that strike upon him time and again. From a considerable distance, you gazed in astonishment, your heart filled with trepidation. Could this celestial might signify the tribulation of ascension? Months later, the thunderous roars gradually subsided, the tempestuous clouds began to disperse, and the sky returned to its former tranquility. The figure of Xiao vanished in like manner, as though he had never existed at all. A stirring sensation ignited within you, leading to an immediate decision to venture towards the site of the incident, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Was Xiao successful in his ascension, or did he succumb to the wrath of the thunder tribulation? The answer to this question holds profound significance for you. In the 651st year, you finally arrived at the scene. Once a lush and vibrant island brimming with spiritual energy, it now lay shattered and fragmented, cleaved by the lightning, nearly submerged beneath the ocean's depths. The tumultuous waters surged, their silent waves narrating the terror of that fateful thunderstorm. You searched the depths of the ocean and ultimately stumbled upon an alchemical furnace. However, this furnace was not the one belonging to the alchemy sovereign. Rather, it was of a higher tier, radiating a soft golden glow and adorned with countless intricate runes, unmistakably a supreme artifact of unparalleled quality. At the base of the furnace, you discovered a pill emanating a gentle luminescence and an enchanting fragrance. This pill, crystalline and translucent, resembled a flawless gem, exuding a captivating aroma that stirred your inner essence into a restless fervor, just as you were meticulously contemplating the residual thunderous power within the furnace. Attempting to glean a hint of celestial wisdom, a familiar figure materialized behind you. It was none other than the alchemy sovereign himself. Now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his aura more profound and restrained than ever before, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed intently upon the furnace in your grasp. He commanded you to relinquish the furnace and surrender the ascension pill contained within. You remain indifferent to the words of the esteemed Master Dan, although you find yourself slightly below him in rank as a practitioner of the sword. You ought to forge ahead with unwavering resolve and fearlessness. With a swift movement, you transformed into a streak of light, your sword slicing through the surface of the sea like a shimmering ribbon, aimed directly at the Dan Master. The Dan Master, evidently foreseeing your actions, refrained from underestimating you and promptly summoned his life-bound treasure in an attempt to withstand your assault. However, your sword was too swift for the Dan Master to react in time. In but a single exchange, your blade pierced through his protective aura, leaving a profound scar across his chest. The Dan Master let out a muffled groan, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. You did not pursue the victory, but instead stood resolutely, your gaze fixed upon him. Inquiring coldly, did Xiao Han truly succeed in his ascension? The Dan Zun, clutching his chest, appeared pallid, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. I do not know. I did not witness his ascension with my own eyes. Then what of this ascension pill? You raised the alchemical furnace in your hand, demanding an answer. The Dan Zun sighed in resignation and replied, this pill is an immortal elixir safeguarded by our Dan Tower for generations, existing for 100,000 years. Subsequently, it developed consciousness and became the guardian of our tower, whom we affectionately refer to as Dan Lao Xian. However, in the attempt to aid Xiao Han's ascension, we forcibly scattered the consciousness of Dan Lao Xian to refine this ascension pill. Yet, he ultimately did not consume this elixir, perhaps out of disdain. Or perhaps he had already succeeded in his ascension, I cannot ascertain. You fell into a moment of silence, a myriad of thoughts swirling within your mind. The ascension of Xiao Han and the sacrifice of Elder Dan left you engulfed in profound confusion. In the end, you did not slay the revered Dan Master. In remembrance of the bond you once shared as mentor and disciple, you rendered him incapable of further cultivation and settled him upon Golden Tortoise Island, ensuring that he was well cared for, allowing him to spend his twilight years in peace. In the 660th year, having lost the formidable force of Xiao Han, Xia Xiachan launched another assault on the Celestial Repair Alliance. Both sides experienced victories and defeats. Lin Hao remained impervious to toxins, rendering Xia Xiachan unable to poison him. And thus the conflict descended into a stalemate. By the 760th year, the Celestial Repair Alliance unexpectedly declared its withdrawal from the world, vanishing without a trace. After extensive investigation, you ultimately discern that Lin Hao and the enigmatic vine have vanished without a trace, as if they have evaporated from the realm of immortality. A vague sense of bewilderment lingers in your heart, as if this matter conceals a greater secret. In the year 780, you wander to a small fishing village by the eastern sea, where you unexpectedly encounter a ragged, disheveled little girl. She huddles in the corner of a dilapidated temple, trembling with fear, her large, dark eyes brimming with terror and helplessness. Seeing her in distress, you offered her some food. The little girl devoured it hungrily, as if it had been an eternity since she last enjoyed a full meal. You have learned that her name is Lin Yi. Despite her tender age of merely 8, she possesses a rare innate sword physique, a manifestation of extraordinary talent in the art of swordsmanship. You are filled with reflection upon encountering her once more, resolutely deciding to impart the nuances of swordplay to her yet again. However, no matter your efforts, Lin Yi struggles to harness the vital energy within her. Unable to embark on the path of cultivation, this predicament leads you to reaffirm your suspicion that her constitution harbors peculiarities. In the 800th year, the long-dormant demonic faction, the Ghost Spirit Sect, reignites a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. The Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect, a figure of infamy, has inexplicably employed some arcane method to achieve resurrection, emerging with even greater prowess. He commands legions of dark cultivators, launching fierce assaults against the various sects of the celestial path. In an instant, countless mid-sized and smaller sects of the celestial realm are obliterated, and even the larger sects find themselves in retreat, leaving the celestial path precariously endangered. As you gaze upon this familiar scene, you cannot help but exclaim, the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect truly embodies the resilience of an indomitable pest, repeatedly vanquished, yet perpetually re-emerging. In the year 820, the demonic might of the Ghost Spirit Sect reached its zenith, resulting in the slaughter of countless disciples of the celestial path, their wails echoing across the land. Amidst a sea of corpses, the entire realm of cultivation was shrouded in an ominous veil of terror. By the year 865, the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect finally extended his malevolent grasp towards the 10,000 Celestial Sect. Despite the united efforts of several elders of the Divine Transformation stage, they remained no match for him. The protective formation of the sect trembled on the brink of collapse, poised to be breached. In this critical moment, Xia Xiaochan emerged from her seclusion. With but a single strike of her hand, she reduced the once mighty Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect to mere dust. Following this battle, the morale of the Celestial Cultivator's soared, while that of the demonic faction plummeted. Under Xiao leadership, the 10,000 celestial sect allied with other celestial forces, and after years of fierce combat, they ultimately subdued the demonic powers. Consequently, Xiao was revered as the leader of the celestial path. Nevertheless, she chose to follow you, remaining your steadfast companion, inseparable and devoted. By the year 950, your cultivation stagnated at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, unable to break through. Each day, you meditate atop the mountain, contemplating the profound truths of the universe, yet you remain unable to penetrate that elusive barrier. In your heart, there is an urgency, yet you find yourself powerless. Xiao advises you to abandon the path of sword cultivation and devote yourself to the art of alchemy. Perhaps this way, you might extend your life for another millennium. After a prolonged silence, you ultimately shook your head. The path of the sword is your lifelong pursuit. How could you easily relinquish it? In the 960th year, you were seized by a whim and took on several promising disciples, embarking on a journey with them, hoping to discover an opportunity for breakthrough amidst the mundane world. You have traversed renowned mountains and rivers, encountered a myriad of extraordinary individuals and events, and endured countless adventures and challenges. Under your guidance, your disciples have made remarkable progress, while you remain stagnant. In the year 1008, you return to your former starting point, the meteorite market. Everything here has undergone a tremendous transformation. The once dilapidated marketplace has now blossomed into a bustling celestial city. As you stroll along the broad streets, memories flood back, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Time flows inexorably, and the years weave swiftly by. Your vitality begins to wane, leaving you with a mane of silver hair and a face etched with wrinkles. You feel as though you are a dwindling oil lamp, on the verge of extinguishment at any moment. In the year 1009, you passed away peacefully before Xiao. In your final moments, you beheld Xiao enveloped in radiant hues, as the sky manifested a vibrant, colorful rift. You are aware that it is a portent of ascension. Regrettably, you shall never witness it again. Simulation concluded. Commencing the assessment of rewards. During this simulation, you have elevated your cultivation to the late stage of the sword infant realm. You may receive one of the following rewards. 1. Late stage cultivation of the sword infant. 2. A superb grade alchemical furnace. 3. This simulated experience. 4. A ascension pill. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, Lin Yi remained in a daze for quite some time. He pondered why he was unable to break through. Was it the inherent difficulty of sword cultivation? Or perhaps the rapid pace of his own advancement had resulted in an unstable foundation that hindered his progress. He recalled the moment he attempted to advance to the core formation stage, only to be thwarted by an inadequately developed state of mind, which prevented him from overcoming that phase. It seemed that his current endeavor in swordsmanship mirrored that experience. Despite having lived for a millennium, his existence had been consumed by incessant battles, strife, and deception, leaving little room for the cultivation of his mental state. This neglect had ultimately resulted in him being stuck for centuries, leading to his untimely demise. Nevertheless, the benefits gained this time were substantial. As he had ascended directly from the initial stage of the sword infant to the late stage, a remarkable leap of 2 levels. It is worth noting that this pertains to the Yuanying level, where many individuals remain ensnared in a single realm for a lifetime. Furthermore, the complexities of this world increasingly eluded his understanding. Typically, it is quite rare for a world to possess even a single destined child. Whether it be Lin Hao or Xiao, either of these two embodies the archetype of a protagonist. Lin Yi mused that if he did not possess a simulator, he likely would not even qualify to stand as a rival to them. Xiao, accompanied by his elder, demonstrated exceptional alchemical skills. From the simulations conducted thus far, this point is beyond dispute. Furthermore, the opponent's rapid advancement is remarkable. Having been defeated in their nascent stage, they have returned decades later as a formidable entity. When confronting such a protagonist, commonly referred to as a child of fate, it is imperative to vanquish them decisively at once. Only when one's own strength reaches a certain pinnacle can one afford to crush them without mercy, leaving no room for resurgence. Should the adversary manage to escape, they will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. When they next arrive, their power will be utterly daunting. In this recent simulation, my Sword Immortal Alliance initiated a pursuit of Xiao and the alchemist, yet instead of eliminating them, they ascended to the nascent stage, preparing to fulfill a 30-year pact. Subsequently, I ventured forth personally, only to find that they had escaped, ultimately returning with overwhelming force. However, this is somewhat understandable. A protagonist, after all, cannot perish so easily. Though Lin Yi stands on the side of the antagonist, he never perceives himself as one. If he were to truly embrace the role of a villain, he would likely not survive a single episode. Were he to contemplate matters from a villain's perspective, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Han or Lin Hao. To defeat Xiao Han would almost certainly result in the latter's escape and eventual return, leading to his own demise. Confronting Lin Hao would likely result in immediate death. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Lin Yi would spare his opponents. Through simulation, he is not only enhancing his own cultivation but also seeking the weaknesses of his adversaries. He firmly believes that every individual possesses vulnerabilities. Previously, Lin Yi had been searching for his opponent's weaknesses. However, upon reflection, he recognizes that he has erred. The weaknesses of an individual are notoriously difficult to exploit, as they are acutely aware of their frailties and will take great care to safeguard them. Conversely, the very strengths that one possesses can become their most fatal flaws. In the areas where they are most proud and confident, they may exhibit a sense of arrogance, thus providing an opening for exploitation. The alchemist's allegiance to Xiao Han is undoubtedly purposeful. Xiao Han must have made certain promises to him. Otherwise, the alchemist would never assume the role of a caretaker. As for Lin Hao, his reliance lies solely on the Vine Spirit. Yet why does the Vine Spirit go to such lengths to protect him? Is it merely because Lin Hao is perceived as charming? Apart from a binding contract, some leverage, or mutual interests, the Vine Spirit would have no reason to vigilantly guard Lin Hao. On to the next simulation. Lin Yi resolved to eliminate either Xiao Han or Lin Hao to see if he could successfully execute one of them. Should he manage to achieve this without any unforeseen complications, he would then be able to take decisive action in reality and eradicate these two threats. Lin Yi believed that the reason protagonists are deemed as such is due to their extraordinary fortune. They could stumble upon treasures even while strolling. If he were to possess prior knowledge of the locations of these treasures in the simulation and acquire them in advance, it would effectively undermine his adversaries and obstruct their paths to success. For instance, if he were to secure the spirit fire first, Xiao Han would be deprived of it. Without these pivotal resources, it would become exceedingly challenging for his opponents to rise. In this ebb and flow of power, when the opportune moment arises, he could strike decisively, ensuring a flawless victory. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi turned his attention to the options available in this simulation, the Ascension Pill and the Alchemy Furnace. Each was an invaluable treasure, especially the Ascension Pill, which, upon its emergence into the world, would likely incite a frenzy across the realm. Particularly, the Ghost Spirit sect would be in a state of turmoil if their Grand Elder were to re-emerge and catch wind of such a miraculous elixir. He would surely come forth with reckless abandon to seize it. Although Lin Yi was uncertain whether this pill could indeed facilitate ascension, its worth was undoubtedly enough to incite envy. Lin Yi contemplated the pill for an extended period, ultimately deciding to prioritize the enhancement of his own strength. As there were no additional selection opportunities, he had no choice but to opt for power. He could always pursue the Ascension Pill in the next or subsequent simulations. Relinquishing tangible strength for an uncertain elixir was unwarranted. I choose to ascend to the late stage of Sword Infant. Upon his declaration, a formidable surge of spiritual energy began to flood into his body. The Sword Infant within his dantian, which had previously been no larger than a thumb, now expanded at a visible rate, radiating a brilliant light. Sword Chi surged like a tidal wave, incessantly cleansing his meridians, accompanied by waves of tingling discomfort. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, striving to harness this tumultuous energy and guide it into his being. Sword Infant mid-stage, Sword Infant late stage. As his realm ascended, Lin Yi felt his power multiply several times over. He clenched his fists, reveling in the surging strength within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. Not bad. He then promptly began to recharge his spirit stones, preparing for the next simulation. Ding! The first simulation had exceeded a millennium, which would eliminate the novice protection mechanism. The simulator would require 3 days for an upgrade, after which the simulation content would be refined. 300,000 spirit stones? Good heavens! Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the previously unassuming simulator was concealing such a grand surprise. A sudden influx of 300,000 spiritual stones was astonishing. 100 inferior spiritual stones equated to 1 medium-grade spiritual stone. Likewise, 100 medium-grade spiritual stones corresponded to 1 superior spiritual stone. Additionally, there existed the rare exquisite spiritual stones, though they were seldom encountered. If one were to transact using medium-grade spiritual stones, it would amount to approximately 3,000. As Lin Yi calculated, the furrow in his brow gradually unfurled. Although it posed a challenge, with his identity as an alchemist, Acquiring these 300,000 inferior spiritual stones was certainly within his reach. Thus, he resolved to commence his endeavors, despite having spent countless years refining elixirs within the simulator. His practical experience in concocting potions was relatively limited. He compiled a list of required materials and exited his secluded cave, deliberately bypassing the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at another establishment named Wanbao Pavilion. If the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was ubiquitous throughout the cultivation realm, then Wanbao Pavilion catered to a more upscale clientele. It boasted a greater array of rare treasures and occasionally hosted auctions, making it a prime location for sourcing uncommon medicinal herbs. Upon entering Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Yi was greeted by a gentle waft of sandalwood fragrance. The counter displayed a dazzling array of goods, ranging from spirit artifacts and magical treasures to elixirs and talismans. The aromatic sandalwood intertwined with faint spiritual mist, as exquisite treasures glimmered enticingly within the refined display cases, each one holding considerable value and overwhelming the senses. As Lin Yi stepped further into the pavilion, an observant attendant promptly approached him with a warm smile. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you seek? I can guide you," he offered. Lin Yi handed over his prepared list of materials, adding, "Please prioritize those with higher ages." The attendant respectfully accepted the list, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized that these ingredients were essential for crafting high-tier elixirs, each of significant worth. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly replied, "Please hold on, esteemed sir. I shall consult the manager." With that, he hurried to the back room. Moments later, a slender cultivator with a goatee emerged briskly. He scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze, before bowing respectfully. "Esteemed senior, are you certain these are the materials you require?" He returned Lin Yi's list. Lin Yi glanced over it and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, these are the ones." The goateed cultivator, upon hearing this, clasped his hands again in greeting. "I am Wan Baoxing, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion here in Baiyunfeng. It is an honor to have you visit, and I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. May I ask, esteemed senior, are you perhaps an alchemist?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. If he were at the third level of qi refining, he might have concealed his identity as an alchemist, fearing that others would discover his unique techniques in the vast disparities in the lineage of alchemy. He was particularly apprehensive that those who had harmed his master, the Dan Zun, might come seeking retribution and silence him. However, now that he was aware his interlocutor was a Ling Zun, he felt that if that individual were to approach him, it would be akin to delivering his own head on a platter. Upon Lin Yi's acknowledgement of his status as an alchemist, Wan Baoxing grew increasingly anxious. Narrowing his eyes, he attempted to discern Lin Yi's cultivation level by channeling his spiritual energy, only to find it akin to a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no response. The individual before him was either of a cultivation level far surpassing his own or possessed a treasure that masked his aura. In either case, it warranted his utmost caution. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, which he discreetly wiped away with his sleeve. As a foundational period cultivator, he considered himself quite skilled, yet in Lin Yi's presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if he were gazing into an abyssal pool that filled him with trepidation. The only source of such oppression could be an individual of superior strength, which meant Lin Yi must at least be at the core formation stage. Observing Lin Yi's youthful attire and appearance, a fair complexion and delicate features, he found it hard to reconcile the notion of him being an ancient monster. While cultivators possess techniques to maintain their youthful appearances, one cannot deceive the eyes. Lin Yi's countenance and gaze still bore the freshness of youth, imbued with a vitality characteristic of the young, unlike the ancient beings who, despite looking youthful, could not hide the weariness etched into their eyes, an indelible mark of time that cannot be erased. The presence of such a young core formation elder, especially one who was also an alchemist, compelled him to exercise extreme caution. He hastily arranged for Lin Yi to be seated. "Esteemed senior, your materials will soon be prepared." But Wan Baoxing's expression was fraught with anxiety, his fingers anxiously rubbing the hem of his garment, his gaze flickering uncertainly as if hesitating over something. Lin Yi found this display somewhat amusing. Once upon a time, he had regarded others with such awe and trepidation, a feeling he was all too familiar with. Yet, in just a few days, the tides had turned, and he had become a figure of reverence in the eyes of others. Observing Wan Baoxing's demeanor, it was clear that he had something to request but lacked the courage to voice it. So, he spoke calmly, "Feel free to speak your mind. I am not one to indulge in unnecessary hesitations." Wiping away the sweat from his brow, Wan Baoxing respectfully replied, "Esteemed senior, I am aware of your status as an alchemist, which has left me quite apprehensive. I wonder if you would be willing to sell some of the elixirs you concoct to my one-out pavilion? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi furrowed his brows, feeling perplexed. Logically, a prominent trading establishment like Wanbao Pavilion should procure elixirs directly from Dan Valley or Dan Tower, as those two locations are revered as the sacred grounds of alchemy and house the most concentrated gathering of alchemists. As merely a solitary cultivator, why would they direct their focus towards him? Contemplating this, he inquired, when it comes to alchemy, Dan Valley and Dan Tower are indeed the true sanctuaries for alchemists. Why do you seek to procure elixirs from me? Upon hearing this, Wanbao Xing offered an awkward smile and began to explain. You are correct, esteemed senior. Previously, we indeed procured elixirs from Dan Valley and Dan Tower. However, as you might be aware, elixirs are consumables, although we have profited from a portion of the price difference. The accumulated dissatisfaction has led many factions to bypass us entirely, opting to procure elixirs directly from Dan Valley and Dan Tower to avoid Wanbao Pavilion profiting from the markup. The two esteemed alchemy sanctuaries have tacitly accepted this, as the prices offered directly to those sects and factions are indeed higher than those we receive. Consequently, Wanbao Pavilion has gradually found itself lacking in elixirs, even if some solitary cultivators are willing to purchase at our prices. We are simply unable to provide the elixirs they seek. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood why, during his initial alchemical endeavors beneath the Ziyun sect, he was able to join their ranks. Elixirs are consumables, and their demand is substantial. Even if the Ziyun sect procured elixirs from Dan Tower, over time, the expenses would accumulate to a considerable sum. This necessity likely prompted them to recruit solitary alchemists, thereby reducing their elixir costs. Having grasped these insights, Lin Yi maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, lowering his eyelids to project an air of maturity. Internally, however, he was elated, secretly exclaiming, just as I was feeling drowsy, a pillow has been provided. I was troubled by the market for elixirs, and now Wanbao Pavilion has come to my door. He was in dire need of spirit stones, as the sum of 300,000 spirit stones was no trivial amount. Initially worried about the sale of his elixirs, the proactive interest from Wanbao Pavilion had undoubtedly resolved a significant dilemma for him. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi feigned modesty, slightly pursing his lips and casting a sidelong glance at Wanbao Xing's anxious expression before leisurely stating, "It is not impossible, but the price here," he deliberately paused, delicately sipping the spirit tea prepared by Wanbao Xing, allowing ample space for his imagination to unfold. He understood that both Dan Tower and Dan Valley perceived Wanbao Pavilion's prices as excessively low, which was why they chose to collaborate directly with those sections. Therefore, if Wanbao Pavilion offered an unreasonably low price, he would certainly be disinclined to accept. Having endured exploitation in his previous life was one thing. Being subjected to it in this new existence was altogether intolerable. Upon hearing this, Wanbao Xing sighed in relief, quickly responding with a smile, "Rest assured, esteemed senior. The price will certainly not be too low. We will adhere to the prices that Dan Valley offers to those sects." Upon speaking, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, respectfully presenting it to Lin Yi with both hands. "This is the list of medicinal pills that our Wanbao Pavilion has acquired. You may peruse it at your leisure." Lin Yi accepted the jade slip, his consciousness delving within to scrutinize its contents thoroughly. The list enumerated the names, grades, and corresponding purchasing prices of various medicinal pills. He noted that the prices offered by Wanbao Pavilion were indeed quite reasonable. "Well, the prices seem fair," Lin Yi remarked with a nod of satisfaction, tucking the jade slip away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wanbao Xing's slightly anxious demeanor, which filled him with a sense of secret triumph. He understood that Wanbao Xing's tension stemmed from the fear that Lin Yi might find the prices unsatisfactory and thus refuse to collaborate with Wanbao Pavilion. However, Lin Yi deliberately elongated his tone, pausing for effect as he gazed at Wanbao Xing with feigned perplexity. "If that is the case, wouldn't you be left without any profit margin? After all, in order for the horse to run, one must feed it hay. There are no unearned benefits in this world. If Wanbao Pavilion raises the prices, how then do you profit?" Wanbao Xing chuckled, opting not to conceal the truth, and explained, "Well, it's somewhat intricate. The Dan Valley and Dan Tower inflate the prices of medicinal pills to sell to those sects and powers. When we run out of pills, the loose cultivators find themselves without a source, and these sects exploit their own markets to sell the pills at prices even higher than ours. Over time, this has led to widespread dissatisfaction among the loose cultivators. Thus, we sell our pills at slightly lower prices. ensuring that the loose cultivators are more than willing to accept them. Additionally, we also acquire spiritual herbs when we balance the accounts between the two. We still make a profit, albeit a modest one. Lin Yi's eyes widened in realization. Wanbao Pavilion's strategy was to cultivate a volume-based profit model. By attracting loose cultivators with lower prices for medicinal pills while simultaneously acquiring spiritual herbs, they could capitalize on the price differential. This approach not only fulfilled the needs of the loose cultivators, but also ensured their own profitability, a veritable win-win situation. I have also gathered some spiritual herbs. Do you still accept them? Just then, a melodious female voice chimed in from behind, laced with a hint of joy and anticipation. Lin Yi turned to see a young woman clad in a light green dress standing at the counter, holding a bulging cloth bag. Her features were delicate, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her lips curved into a gentle smile, revealing a pair of charming dimples. Upon hearing her inquiry, a young attendant dressed in Wanbao Pavilion attire promptly stepped forward. Greeting her warmly, "Of course, we accept them. As long as they are spiritual herbs, Wanbao Pavilion welcomes all." "That is splendid news," the young woman exclaimed with delight, adding, "Recently, the prices offered by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce have been dwindling." As she spoke, she gently placed the cloth bag on the counter and carefully opened it, revealing it to be brimming with spiritual herbs. The attendant meticulously examined the contents, beaming as he did so. "The quality of your spiritual herbs is commendable. Our shopkeeper has stated that for every 10 herbs sold to us, an additional spiritual stone will be awarded as a bonus." "I see, young lady, that you have made several sales already. With this transaction, you should be nearing the required 10. Please provide your name, and I shall verify the records." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inwardly marveled at the business acumen of Wanbao Pavilion. This model, reminiscent of a points redemption system from his previous life's bubble tea shops, not only attracts wandering cultivators to sell their herbs, but also fosters customer loyalty, truly a dual benefit. He smiled at Wanbao Xing and remarked, "Your methods are indeed astute, Manager Wan. This approach is bound to entice a considerable number of wandering cultivators to sell their herbs to you." Wanbao Xing responded with a wry smile, saying, "Senior Lin, you flatter me. We are merely adapting to the pressures imposed by the Four Seas Merchant Association. Their wealth and influence are formidable. They issue mandates forcing wandering cultivators to gather herbs for them, demanding exorbitant protection fees in return. We, as small-scale operators, are left with no choice but to find alternative paths for survival." Lin Yi listened to Wanbao Xing's explanation, merely smiling faintly without much concern. He had witnessed far more intricate and sophisticated business tactics in his past life. However, his current focus was solely on the path of cultivation. Unwilling to squander time on such trivial matters, he took a delicate sip of spiritual tea, his gaze casually sweeping across the shop's decor, remaining indifferent to his surroundings. "Xiao, is it? You have sold a total of 13 spiritual herbs with us, all of commendable quality. Thus, you are entitled to an additional spiritual stone. As for the surplus 3 herbs, we shall settle them once you gather another 7, announced the attendant, breaking the shop's tranquility. Upon hearing the name Xiao, Lin Yi's hand, holding the spiritual tea, trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of the hot liquid onto his skin, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Xiao. One of the reasons he had come to Baiyunfang City was to seek this individual. In previous simulations, Xiao had demonstrated astonishing potential. With proper nurturing, she could become a significant ally. However, in the most recent simulation, her strength surged dramatically in the final stages, allowing her to engage in a fierce contest with both Xiaohan and Lin Hao, making Lin Yi realize that she was no ordinary figure. His original plan had been to observe her discreetly and seek opportunities to approach her, but now he found himself hesitating. This hesitation was not born from concerns that Xiao would affect his resolve or entangle him in emotional complexities. After all, the scenarios and simulations were beyond control. In reality, he was wholly devoted to the path of cultivation, showing little interest in romantic entanglements. Moreover, in these uncertain times, with the future hanging in the balance, the affections for one's offspring must be set aside. What truly weighs on his mind is the possibility that Xiao's abilities may ultimately surpass his control. Diverging from his original intentions, Lin Yi placed his teacup upon the table with an impassive demeanor, yet his gaze instinctively drifted towards Xiao at the counter. Although he had become somewhat acquainted with her during the simulations, those encounters were merely textual representations, incapable of conveying her true appearance. It was only a cursory description, lacking in detail. Thus this moment marked his first encounter with the actual Xiao. He was curious to discern what exceptional talents she possessed that could repeatedly undermine his resolve during the simulations. Xiao was clad in a delicate green dress. Her features strikingly refined, with crescent-shaped eyes and a gentle smile that revealed a pair of charming dimples, presenting an aura of innocence and harmlessness. She appeared utterly ordinary, evoking a refreshing and natural impression without any overwhelming allure or an irresistible charm. Who could have anticipated that such an apparently commonplace woman would one day wield immense power? At this juncture, Lin Yi resolved to proceed with caution, opting to refrain from any entanglements with her for the time being, allowing circumstances to dictate his next steps. Opposite him, Wan Baoxing attentively observed the situation. Noticing Lin Yi's sudden distraction, he was momentarily taken aback, then glanced towards Xiao at the counter. Drawing from his years of experience, he surmised that this remarkable figure was indeed familiar with the young woman nearby. Though the reason for his reticence in approaching her remained unclear. Could it be that some misunderstanding lay between them? Wan Baoxing's thoughts raced as he pondered Lin Yi's mindset. He understood well that individuals of Lin Yi's caliber could be capricious. Any rash interference on his part could yield adverse results. After considerable reflection, he resolved to discreetly test the waters. Clearing his throat, he rose and approached the counter. Casually addressing the attendant, "This young lady's medicinal herbs are of superior quality. I suggest you add 10 spirit stones to her purchase as a token of goodwill from our establishment." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Wan Baoxing. The usually frugal shopkeeper seemed unexpectedly generous today. After a brief hesitation, he complied, retrieving 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch and presenting them to Xiao. She, equally bewildered, accepted the spirit stones and timidly inquired, "Shopkeeper, what is this for?" Wan Baoxing chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a small gesture of appreciation for your hard work in gathering herbs. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it." After speaking, he discreetly observed Lin Yi's reaction. Lin Yi remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the situation unfolding around him. Wan Baoxing furrowed his brow, pondering whether he was overthinking the matter. Yet, Lin Yi was acutely aware of Wan Baoxing's intentions. It was a veiled attempt to curry favor. He silently scoffed, thinking that the old man was perhaps indulging in fanciful thoughts. However, he chose not to expose this pretense, instead savoring the spirit tea in silence. Before long, Wan Baoxing bid farewell to Xiao. He rubbed his hands together, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached Lin Yi, presenting a finely crafted storage bag. "Senior, the materials you requested are ready for your inspection." He carefully opened the storage bag and retrieved a wooden box, revealing neatly arranged spiritual herbs that emanated a subtle fragrance. Lin Yi accepted the list and glanced over it, internally nodding in approval. The quality of these herbs was exceptional, and their prices were reasonable. Significantly lower than those at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, it appeared that Wan Baoxing was not attempting to extort him. "Senior, would you like me to send someone to deliver them?" Wan Baoxing inquired cautiously, his gaze betraying a hint of shrewdness. Lin Yi understood his ulterior motive, which was to ascertain his residence. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Very well." Having settled the payment, Lin Yi followed the attendant out of Wanmao Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a familiar figure, Xiao. She stood quietly at a distance, her gaze intermittently drifting towards Lin Yi. He furrowed his brow slightly, passing by her without acknowledging her presence. Xiao watched Lin Yi's receding figure, her delicate brows knitting together as if lost in thought. However, Lin Yi remained unaware of her contemplations. Until the situation was clarified, it was prudent to avoid any engagement with her. Strolling along the bustling street, Lin Yi ambled leisurely, flanked by shops brimming with wares, the sounds of vendors calling out filling the air, which was perfumed with various herbs and elixirs. His eyes scanned the array of magical artifacts and talismans displayed at the stalls. He had long since outgrown any interest in the trinkets offered on the streets. Before long, he arrived at his cave dwelling. The attendant, having followed closely, handed over the storage bag filled with spiritual herbs, respectfully stating, "Senior, everything has been delivered. I shall take my leave now." The young attendant's face instantly lit up with joy as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude and departed. Lin Yi turned and entered the cave dwelling, where a simple barrier was established at the entrance to deter unwelcome visitors. The interior of the cave, though modest in size, was meticulously arranged. A stone bed and a meditation cushion constituted all his possessions. He opened his storage pouch and carefully took out various herbs exuding rich spiritual energy. arranging them methodically in the order required for alchemical refinement. Although there were alchemy rooms available for rent in the market, equipped with external barriers and formations, and connected to geothermal flames for the convenience of alchemists, Lin Yi possessed spiritual fire. Its potency far surpassed that of geothermal flames, significantly reducing the time needed for alchemical processes and enhancing the success rate, thereby yielding higher quality elixirs. Thus, there was no need for him to utilize the market's alchemy facilities. Seated cross-legged, Lin Yi formed hand seals, and a wisp of faint golden flame slowly rose from his fingertips, gradually intensifying until it transformed into a blazing mass of spiritual fire hovering beneath the alchemical furnace. He cautiously added the spiritual herbs into the furnace, where the spiritual fire surged, and the fragrance of the herbs wafted through the cave, enveloping the space in a refreshing aroma. Meanwhile, Xiao gazed at Lin Yi's departing figure, her heart filled with increasing perplexity. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to stop the young attendant who had just sent Lin Yi off. "Excuse me," she inquired, her voice delicate yet tinged with unease. "Could you tell me why your shopkeeper gifted me those spiritual stones?" As a solitary cultivator, Xiao had always been cautious. She frequently gathered spiritual herbs and had a basic understanding of their market value. However, the price offered to her by Wanao Pavilion far exceeded the intrinsic worth of the herbs, leaving her anxious and sensing something amiss. The young attendant, equally puzzled by her question, furrowed his brow and replied after a moment, "How would I know? Our shopkeeper is notoriously stingy, often reluctant to part with even a single spiritual stone." Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded slightly, her long, dark hair swaying gently with the motion. She was well aware of the shopkeeper's frugality. During her last transaction, she had to negotiate tirelessly for a few spiritual stones, yet never experienced such generosity from Wanbao Pavilion. With a thoughtful glint in her eye, she subtly probed further, "Who was the person you sent off just now? Your shopkeeper seemed very respectful towards them." The young attendant, startled by her question, turned pale and glanced around apprehensively. Once assured that no one was paying attention, he cautiously leaned closer to Xiao and whispered, "That person just now is quite significant. Our shopkeeper mentioned that their strength is at least at the core formation stage." "Ah!" Xiao covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise upon realizing that the individual before her was actually a foundation establishment cultivator. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a chi refinement practitioner of comparable cultivation level, given his youthful appearance. The servant, with an air of pride, raised his chin and mysteriously remarked, "But that is not all. He just acquired a substantial quantity of high-grade spiritual herbs." According to the shopkeeper, he also seems to be an alchemist. At this revelation, Xiao was utterly taken aback. The appearance of a foundation establishment cultivator in Baiyunfang City was indeed astonishing. However, given that the city is already home to an elder of the same level, it was not entirely extraordinary. Yet, when combined with the identity of an alchemist, one capable of concocting high-grade spiritual herbs, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. After conversing with the servant, Xiao remained preoccupied with her thoughts. She simply could not comprehend why Wanao Pavilion had suddenly bestowed upon her a surplus of spirit stones. It was akin to an ordinary person walking down the street and having someone approach them, without a word, and thrust money into their hands. Even if the gesture was casual, the peculiarity of the situation compelled her to ponder deeply. Could it be because? Meanwhile, Lin Yi had spent 2 days preparing all the necessary materials. As he slowly lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted throughout the cave, filling the air with its enticing aroma. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi felt invigorated, his entire being at ease. This was one of the advantages of using spiritual fire for alchemy. Not only was the success rate high, but the quality of the elixirs was also exceptional. Furthermore, during the refining process, he could absorb a portion of the medicinal energy to nourish himself, all thanks to the spiritual fire, which significantly enhanced both the success rate and efficiency of the alchemical process. If he had utilized earthly fire, the typical duration for refining elixirs would span 21 days. And for higher-grade elixirs, it could extend to 49 days. Not only was the temperature of earthly fire difficult to control, but it also burned at a much lower intensity. A momentary lapse in attention could lead to an explosion, rendering all efforts futile. In contrast, spiritual fire was entirely different. Once refined, it became as easy to manipulate as one's own limbs, serving as an extension of his body or thought. With just a thought, he could deftly control the intensity, allowing him to refine elixirs with remarkable speed. gazing at the crystalline elixirs in his hand, which emitted a captivating glow. Lin Yi was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Each elixir, meticulously crafted by him, contained immense medicinal potency. He carefully placed them into a jade vial, sealing it with a specially crafted spiritual seal to prevent any loss of efficacy. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yi rose and exited the cave, making his way once more to Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, Wanbao Pavilion was bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of numerous patrons. Upon noticing Lin Yi's arrival, the servant promptly summoned Wan Baoxing. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Wan Baoxing immediately approached with a beaming smile, enthusiastically inquiring, "Esteemed elder, do you require any additional spiritual herbs?" Lin Yi shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Not this time. I am here to sell elixirs." The moment Wan Baoxing heard this, he stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. Just 2 days prior, he had sold a spiritual herb to Lin Yi. And by common logic, an alchemist would need at least a month to concoct elixirs. More advanced elixirs typically demanded a minimum of 2 months. Yet, how could Lin Yi possibly have completed this in merely 2 days? Suddenly, a startling possibility dawned upon him, one so shocking it left him breathless. Wan Baoga had previously engaged in the acquisition of elixirs at the Dan Valley, so he possessed some understanding of the art. The speed at which Lin Yi crafted elixirs suggested an extraordinary capability, unless he had mastered spiritual fire. The mere thought sent Wan Baoxing's heart racing. Spiritual fire was exceedingly rare. To harness it required immense fortune or substantial financial resources. The former necessitated a personal quest, while the latter demanded exorbitant amounts of spiritual stones for purchase. Even with spiritual stones, spiritual fire was often available only in large auction houses. Wan Baoxing vividly remembered an auction that took place during his qi refining stage, where his establishment had auctioned spiritual fire. That event had stirred countless alchemists, ultimately culminating in a bidding war, with an ancient Yuan cultivator named Xiao acquiring it for an astronomical price. That had occurred a century ago, and in the intervening years, no news of spiritual fire had surfaced. Could it be that this young prodigy had indeed mastered spiritual fire? Wan Baoxing's gaze toward Lin Yi brimmed with awe and disbelief. A mere youth, yet wielding such power, this was nothing short of miraculous. He silently thanked his stars for not dismissing Lin Yi previously. The repercussions would have been dire. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. An alchemist who commanded spiritual fire was invariably a Yuan cultivator, who, apart from a Yuan master, would dare to harbor such volatile power within their dantian? It was akin to a mortal willingly ingesting arsenic. While arsenic is deemed lethal to mortals, spiritual fire poses an equal threat to cultivators. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Yuaning stage. His gaze toward Lin Yi transformed, filled with profound reverence, and his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Trembling, he accepted the storage bag Lin Yi offered, carefully unfastening it. Upon discovering it brimming with elixir vials, his astonishment deepened. He extracted a jade vial, uncorked it, and inspected the elixir within. It was crystal clear, exuding a rich fragrance, epitomizing the highest quality and refinement. Moreover, this particular elixir was the Ji Yuan Dan, consumable only by those of the Yuaning stage. Hiss! Wan Baoxing inhaled sharply, realizing that the alchemical concoction before him was of nascent soul caliber, revealing the esteemed identity of the elder before him. His gaze towards Lin Yi transcended mere reverence, morphing into a fervent admiration. Little did he know, Lin Yi had been capable of refining superior essence pills even during his core formation stage, and now, at the nascent soul level, he found the process even more effortless. The quality of this elixir surpassed those from the Alchemist Valley and the Pill Tower. He couldn't help but wonder from which sect this venerable elder hailed. Setting aside the pill in his hand, a look of astonishment adorned Wan Baoxing's face. He then posed a question that caused Lin Yi's brows to furrow slightly. The warm demeanor Lin Yi had displayed moments ago transformed into a chilling countenance. In that instant, Wan Baoxing realized his blunder, cold sweat trickling down his back, his complexion paling. Hastily, he diverted the conversation, adopting a tone bordering on obsequiousness. "I beg your pardon. Esteemed elder, please do not take offense." He then meticulously counted the pills, one by one. "Esteemed elder, there are a total of 260 superior essence pills, valued at 260,000 spirit stones. What are your thoughts?" Lin Yi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and he felt that he had been overly sensitive. Most alchemists were indeed connected to the two great alchemical sanctuaries. Even without revealing his background, His efficiency and the quality of his concoctions would allow others to make educated guesses. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, he was no longer apprehensive about such matters. Not only did he not fear exposure, but he also anticipated seeking out connections when the timing was right. 260,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi was quite pleased with this sum. Truly, being an alchemist was a commendable profession, intricately linked to his mastery of spiritual fire. Had he relied on ordinary earthly flames for his craft, accumulating such wealth would have taken an extensive period. Remarkably, this was achieved in just 2 days. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, darkening his mood. He was not the sole individual capable of such alchemical efficiency, with a pill sovereign nearby to offer guidance. It was likely that Xiao Han's refining prowess surpassed his own. Of course, given the current disparity in their strengths, Xiao Han could not match Lin Yi. In a scenario where both were of equal rank, the presence of a pill sovereign would certainly give Xiao Han an edge, albeit a limited one. Lin Yi was confident that as he continued to refine pills and carve his own path, the gap between them would gradually diminish. Alas, while 260,000 spirit stones was a substantial sum, he still needed an additional 40,000 to upgrade his simulator. Lin Yi sighed, contemplating how to swiftly gather the remaining spirit stones. His gaze settled on Wan Baoxing. Let us proceed this way, Lin Yi mused after a moment of contemplation. First, provide me with 300,000 spirit stones and prepare the alchemical materials. 2 days from now, send someone to collect them. Wan Baoxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that this esteemed elder was in dire need of spirit stones. His greatest fear was losing the opportunity to retain such a formidable figure before him. The elder's request for an advance payment indicated a genuine shortage. However, what Wanao Pavilion truly lacked was not spirit stones, but rather elixirs. He felt no trepidation regarding Lin Yi absconding with the several tens of thousands of spirit stones. After all, not only was Lin Yi exceptionally powerful, but his identity as an alchemist precluded any such dishonorable act. Overjoyed, Wan Baoxing eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "No problem. Rest assured. I shall prepare the spirit stones and materials immediately." His hands trembled slightly with excitement. The prospect of collaborating with such a skilled alchemist was an unparalleled boon for Wanbao Pavilion. With this thought in mind, he called out, "Xiao, quickly prepare 300,000 spirit stones and gather all materials necessary for the production of elixirs. Take as much as we have." Wan Baoxing's voice quivered with exhilaration as he issued instructions, while surreptitiously gauging Lin Yi's reaction. Before long, a young attendant hurried over, bowing respectfully to both Wan Baoxing and Lin Yi. With utmost caution, he inquired, "Shopkeeper, how may I assist you?" "Go to the storeroom and fetch 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with all materials necessary for crafting the Ji Yuan Dan. Bring everything immediately," Wan Baoxing commanded, his tone urgent and authoritative. Although the attendant, Xiao He, found the shopkeeper's urgency perplexing, he dared not delay, promptly responding, "Yes," before dashing off to the storeroom. Lin Yi observed Wan Baoxing's fervent demeanor, inwardly amused yet maintaining a composed exterior, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his actions. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Xiao He returned, cradling a heavy storage bag, which he respectfully presented to Wan Baoxing. With both hands, Wan Baoxing accepted the storage bag, meticulously inspecting its contents. Once satisfied, he reverently offered it to Lin Yi, saying, "Esteemed elder, within this bag are 50,000 spirit stones and the materials for crafting the elixirs. Please verify." Lin Yi accepted the storage bag, allowing his consciousness to probe inside. After a cursory examination, he nodded and replied, "No need to count. I trust you, shopkeeper Wan." With that, he stored the bag and stood up, preparing to take his leave. Seeing this, Wan Baoxing promptly rose to escort him, accompanying Lin Yi to the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, where he bid a reluctant farewell with a respectful bow. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Yi eagerly extracted the spirit stones from the storage bag. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones stacked like a small mountain, radiating a luminous glow. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, he placed all the spirit stones into the simulator and clicked the upgrade button. Ding! The simulator is upgrading. This upgrade will take 3 days. 3 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Yi was not idle. He diligently utilized the materials provided by Wan Baoxing to continue refining elixirs of various grades. Not only did he repay the advance of 200,000 spirit stones, but he also produced an additional batch of elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. After 3 days, the simulator was finally upgraded. Lin Yi eagerly activated the simulator. and was greeted by a refreshed interface and enhanced user-friendliness. However, the functionalities still awaited exploration. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he promptly recharged 3,000 spirit stones and initiated the simulation. Thankfully, the number of spirit stones remained unchanged. Soon, lines of text appeared on the virtual panel before him. The simulation commenced. In the first month, you devoted yourself to seclusion and rigorous trainings. Surrounded by dense spiritual energy that enveloped your cave dwelling in a thin mist. Occasionally, others could catch a whiff of the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafting from within. In the second month, you delivered the newly refined elixirs to Wanbao Pavilion. Within the shop, you unexpectedly caught sight of Xiao, clad in simple servant attire. She busily organized the elixirs on the shelves, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon seeing you, she momentarily froze. Before her face lit up with a delighted smile as she enthusiastically approached you. You responded to her with a subtle indifference, engaging in minimal conversation. Merely handing over the elixir to Wan Baoxing before turning to depart. In the third month, rumors began to circulate in Baiyunfang City, proclaiming you as a master alchemist. Whispers suggested that your alchemical skills were so extraordinary they rivaled those of the three elders of the Dan Tower. Others claimed you possessed long-lost formulas capable of concocting miraculous elixirs that could bring the dead back to life. As the tales grew increasingly fantastical, had it not been for the intervention of the higher-ups in the marketplace to quell the rumors, your abode would have surely been besieged by seekers of elixirs. In the fourth month, Xiao visited your dwelling, delivering alchemical materials procured by Wan Baoga and taking with her the elixirs you had prepared. She seemed to have become the exclusive liaison between Wan Baoga and yourself, her demeanor now imbued with a newfound confidence and composure. In the fifth month, after much contemplation, you resolved to journey to Ziyun's sect in search of the sword deity. By the sixth month, you stood before the gates of Ziyun's sect, announcing your name. You claimed to be an old acquaintance seeking an audience with the sword deity. The sect was taken aback, for the sword deity had long been in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. After some deliberation, you finally met with the sword deity. Upon recognition, you revealed your identity as a disciple of the master of 10,000 swords, demonstrating your status with a manifestation of sword energy. The sword deity was immensely excited and promptly appointed you as the second elder of Ziyun's sect, placing you on par with him. In the seventh month, you and the sword deity engaged in spirited exchanges atop Ziyun Peak, sharing insights into swordsmanship and cultivation. He expressed profound envy at your ability to condense a sword infant, lamenting his own lack of such fortune. In the eighth month, you bid farewell to the sword deity and set forth for Wutan Town, intent on eliminating Xiao Han and the Dan Sovereign. However, upon your arrival in Wutan Town, you discovered that the two had already departed, leaving no trace behind. In the ninth month, you stepped into the Spirit Serpent Valley. Once teeming with serpents, the valley now harbored only a scant few, the hissing of the snakes reduced to a sparse and feeble echo. You secretly speculate that the drastic decline in the number of spirit serpents may be linked to your earlier acquisition of the Lava True Fire. The Lava True Fire serves as the vital core of the Spirit Serpent Valley, nourishing all living beings within this land. With the spirit fire seized, the spiritual essence of the valley has similarly diminished, prompting the spirit serpents to begin their migration. In the 10th month, you return to the Purple Cloud sect, bringing back several meticulously crafted formation plates. You position these formation discs at the entrance, depths, and surroundings of the lava cave, thereby creating a comprehensive labyrinthine system. Once activated, the discs wove together streams of luminous energy, enveloping the entire lava cave within a vast net of power. In the first year and 5 months, through the sensing array left in the Spirit Serpent Valley, you discerned the presence of the revered Dan Master and his disciple. They appeared to be advancing deeper into the valley, prompting a shiver of urgency within you as you immediately set forth, preparing to ensnare them within the valley. However, just as the Dan Master and his disciple were about to enter, Xiao Han abruptly halted, his brow furrowed, seemingly sensing an anomaly. In the first year and 6 months, Xiao Han lingered restlessly outside the Spirit Serpent Valley, resolutely refusing to step within. He alternately gazed into the valley and contemplated deeply, his expression grave. You concealed yourself in the shadows, filled with profound bewilderment. It is speculated that Xiao Han's unusual behavior may be related to the sharp decline in the number of spirit serpents. Initially, your removal of the magma true fire led to a depletion of spiritual energy in the Spirit Serpent Valley, resulting in a drastic reduction in the serpent population. This may have alerted Xiao Han, making him aware of a potential danger lurking within the valley. 7 years and 7 months have passed, and the revered alchemist and his disciple have begun to withdraw from the valley, seeking to depart quietly. Throughout this past half-year, they have lingered outside the valley, hesitant to delve deeper. Their current decision to leave clearly indicates that they have sensed something amiss. You could not possibly let them escape. With a swift movement, you darted out of the valley like a wraith, blocking their path. Lin Yi, the Danzun master, upon seeing you, could hardly conceal the astonishment etched across his face. He scrutinized you from head to toe, his gaze filled with disbelief. How could it be that you had already attained the yuaning stage of cultivation? You disregarded his astonishment and coldly retorted, "Why do you not enter the valley?" The Danzun's expression grew grave as he spoke in a low voice. "I have visited Spirit Snake Valley once before. In this time, I have observed a significant reduction in the number of spirit snakes, as well as a decline in spiritual energy, which has raised my alarm. Moreover," he paused, casting a glance at Xiao Han. "The most pressing concern is that Han has sensed a profound intent to kill, enveloping the entire valley." Xiao Han's complexion also appeared somewhat pale. Gazing at him, a glimmer of coldness flickered in your eyes. "Xiao Han, today you must perish." The Danzun positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Han, pleading, "Please spare us. Lin, you have now attained the yuaning stage of cultivation. We, as master and disciple, pose no threat to you. I implore you to show mercy and grant us a path to survival. You are acutely aware of the peril inherent in releasing a tiger back into the mountain should you allow them to escape today. The consequences in the future would undoubtedly be dire. Thus, without hesitation, you declined the request of the Danzun, observing your resolute determination to eliminate them. A flicker of resolve crossed the Danzun's eyes, and he promptly possessed Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han's form expanded, emanating an overwhelming aura as the Danzun unleashed his escape technique. However, you had anticipated this move and were prepared. Just as Xiao Han was about to flee, you executed a precise incantation, summoning a brilliant sword light that soared into the heavens, transforming into a colossal sword of 100 meters in length. With a cataclysmic force, it cleaved through the sky, descending upon Xiao Han. As the giant sword struck, Xiao Han's body was instantaneously severed in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The Danzun's primordial spirit was likewise shattered, dissipating into the ether. In his final moments, Xiao Han, despite being cleaved in half, managed to lift his head in a desperate struggle, tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he gazed skyward, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. So it was. So it was. He seemed to grasp something profound, yet before he could articulate his realization, life slipped away from him entirely. You were taken aback. Unable to fathom how effortlessly the master and disciple met their demise, a weight finally lifted from your heart. Yet, you were left in profound bewilderment by Xiao Han's utterance. Observing him gaze skyward, and you instinctively follow his lead. What unfolds next is a scene that leaves you utterly astonished. The heavens darken ominously, as streaks of golden lightning swirl through the sky, resembling monstrous serpents, accompanied by a deafening roar. An overwhelming celestial authority descends, rendering you breathless. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, plummets from above, aiming directly at you. A surge of terror courses through you, and as you attempt to resist, you realize you are immobilized. Ensnared by an invisible force, the lightning crashes down, and in an instant, you are consumed, reduced to ashes. The simulation concludes. Due to the recent upgrade of the simulator, the novice protection mechanism has been removed. Therefore, the spirit stones generated during each simulation can no longer be accounted for. Commencing the settlement of this round's rewards, your cultivation remains stagnant at its previous state in the simulation. You may expend spirit stones to obtain one of the following rewards. 1. Cultivation at the late stage of Sword Infant Realm 2. The experience from this simulation remaining simulation attempts. 0 simulation concluded. Lin Yi stared at the simulation panel, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. That sudden bolt of lightning, what was its purpose? Could there exist some peculiar symbiotic connection between him and Xiao Han? His thoughts drifted to a tale from his past life, the legend of Li Yuanba and Yuanqing. After Li Yuanba's Li Yuanqing, thunder roared in warning. When Li raised his hammer to curse the heavens, he was struck down by lightning. If he and Xiao Han shared such an intertwined fate, where one's survival ensured the other's, and one's demise sealed both their ends, then this would explain much. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. In previous simulations, Xiao Han had slain him multiple times. Yet no celestial phenomena had accompanied his deaths. Xiao Han's final words, "So that's how it is," resonated more like a sudden epiphany, as though he had glimpsed some profound truth in his last moments. What exactly had he realized? Lin Yi clawed at his hair in frustration. His thoughts tangled like knotted threads, impossible to unravel. He felt as though he wandered through an endless labyrinth with no exit in sight, no glimmer of hope. Where is my path to survival? He murmured, his voice thick with despair, lifting his gaze to the brooding sky beyond his cave abode. A crushing sense of powerlessness settled over him. Heavens! He nearly unleashed a torrent of curses, but bit back the words. This was a world of immortal cultivation, where the heavenly Tao is stern and unyielding. The slightest misstep could invite divine retribution. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the fury simmering within and exhaled heavily. Alas, there seemed no way out. Xiao Han's dying gaze and those cryptic words, "So that's how it is," haunted his mind relentlessly. In this moment, even he could see no hope. What did he see? Lin Yi growled through clenched teeth, slamming his fist onto the table. Splinters of wood scattered. He felt like a marionette, his strings pulled by the whims of fate. If he did not kill Xiao Han, he would be slain by him. Yet if he struck Xiao Han down, lightning would claim him instead. Is he my father? My ancestor? That he may kill me, but I cannot touch him? Lin Yi seethed, his heart brimming with resentment and defiance. Slumping onto his meditation mat, he muttered bitterly, "Is this the destined fate of a villain? To wait passively until the protagonist grows strong enough to claim my head? No." His back straightened abruptly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If I cannot kill Xiao Han, then I shall slay the alchemy sovereign. If not him, then those around him. A bold thought emerged in his mind. If he were to eliminate the master of pills, it would be tantamount to severing one of Xiao Han's arms. Without the guidance of the master of pills, Xiao Han would certainly not progress as swiftly. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as if grasping a lifeline. Should he succeed in slaying the master of pills and seize all of Xiao Han's resources and advantages, he could then utilize his own influence to continuously suppress Xiao Han. By the time Xiao Han reached the stage of forming his primordial infant, he would have already ascended to the celestial realm, rendering Xiao Han no more significant than an ant in his eyes. The chosen one, if he grew sufficiently powerful, even the heavenly laws would be compelled to bow before him. With this thought, Lin Yi was flooded with confidence. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze brimming with determination and self-assurance. The more formidable you are, the more ruthless you become, the more intrigued I am by you. Just wait, Xiao Han. Master of pills, I shall become the figure you aspire to behold. Faced with two straightforward options, Lin Yi experienced no hesitation. He deemed it unnecessary to select cultivation. After all, this time there was no increase in power. After some contemplation, he directly opted for a simulated experience. A torrent of information surged into his mind. And compared to mere textual descriptions, the memories now felt far more vivid and brutally real. Previously, in the simulation, the thunder was merely a cold string of words. Now, he genuinely felt the cataclysmic force. The bone-deep terror and the despair that accompanied the arrival of death were palpable. Humph! Lin Yi let out a muffled grunt, his body trembling uncontrollably. The excruciating pain from the memory of lightning piercing through him felt as if it were occurring in reality, compelling him to curl up and huddle on the ground. Cold sweat soaked his garments, his complexion turned ghastly pale, and his lips lost all color. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, rolled down his forehead and splashed onto the frigid ground. He gritted his teeth tightly, striving to suppress any cries of anguish. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yi slowly lifted his head, gasping for breath. His eyes brimmed with terror and dread, as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. Trembling, he raised his hand, gazing at his enscathed body, filled with relief. Though merely a simulated EXP, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with resignation and bitterness. Staggering to his feet, he trudged out of the cave, dwelling step by step. This was not the opportune moment for simulation. Having endured the memory of lightning strikes, his spiritual soul remained unsteady. He needed to calm himself before attempting another simulation. Aimlessly, Lin Yi wandered through the bustling marketplace, hoping the clamor of the crowd and the dazzling array of goods might dilute the lingering terror left by the heavenly tribulation. The market was alive with noise, vendors hawking their wares, haggling voices rising and falling in discordant waves. His gaze fell upon a ragged old rogue cultivator, trembling as he clutched a withered spirit herb, offering it to passers-by with a hoarse, feeble voice that still carried a stubborn refusal to yield. Nearby, a burly man with a brutish face berated a young rogue cultivator, who stood pale-faced, head bowed, gripping a spirit stone tightly as if torn between reluctance and necessity. The brute's spittle sprayed across his face, yet the young man dared not wipe it away, enduring the humiliation in silence. Further ahead, a lavishly dressed young female cultivator strode past, surrounded by attendants, her chin lifted in haughty disdain. Wherever her gaze swept, the crowd parted, fearful of offending her. Her expression bore an air of contempt, as though the world itself should kneel before her. Lin Yi's eyes lingered over these disparate rogue cultivators, some pitiable, some detestable, some meek, some domineering, yet all bound by the same desperate yearning for immortality. Each struggled for survival, chasing the elusive dream of eternal life. Kid, would someone like me, a mighty foundation establishment expert, ever stoop to swindling a measly chi condensation cultivator out of a spirit stone? The burly man boomed. A voice jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. Following the sound, he discovered a plump Taoist priest, fervently extolling the virtues of his talismans to a hesitant young cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement. The young man's face was a portrait of indecision, seemingly weighing his options. Talismans, Lin Yi mused, a flicker of interest igniting within him. He was well aware of the significance of talismans, most of which were meticulously crafted by ancestors at the core formation stage. These adept cultivators could encapsulate a portion of their magical artifact's power within talismans, bestowing them upon their descendants or disciples. In the heat of battle, activating such a talisman would unleash a fraction of the artifact's might, thus serving as a life-saving asset for those in the chi refinement or foundation establishment stages. In his own days at the 3rd level of chi refinement, Lin Yi had fantasized about the day fortune would smile upon him, granting him a talisman that would render him invincible. Regrettably, such treasures were not easily acquired. You wouldn't believe me, but I, Fat Da, have never spoken falsehoods. This talisman has been passed down through generations. If it weren't for my lack of spirit stones, why would I sell it? Fat Da? Lin Yi exclaimed, taken aback by the name that resonated vividly in his memory. He instinctively stepped back into a narrow alley, where he could keenly sense every movement of the unfolding scene. Indeed, in Fat Da's grasp lay a talisman, its paper yellowed, adorned with intricate patterns, faintly pulsating with spiritual energy. Yet, to Lin Yi's discerning eye, it was evident that this was not a genuine talisman but merely an ordinary spirit storage talisman. While it appeared to contain substantial energy, it lacked any offensive capabilities, rendering it ineffective for inflicting harm. At that moment, the 8th level chi refinement cultivator was clearly intrigued, gazing longingly at the talisman in the plump Taoist's hand, poised to extract spirit stones to purchase this seemingly impressive yet ultimately useless talisman. Suddenly, Lin Yi emerged from the alley. Selling a spirit storage talisman as a genuine treasure? You truly are a remarkable talent, Lin Yi remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm as he fixed his gaze upon the Taoist. Fat Da's anger flared instantly, his flesh quivering with indignation. Who dares to question my talisman? Upon spotting Lin Yi, he furiously pointed at him and shouted, "You insolent brat." As the saying goes, obstructing someone's path to wealth is akin to cutting off their livelihood. Today, I shall not let this matter rest. Lin Yi chuckled to himself. This rotund Taoist had no sense of shame. How could a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement easily earn spirit stones? To return home with a counterfeit talisman would be laughable. Imagine the embarrassment if you were to brandish it in a duel, shouting, "Behold my talisman." The outcome merely stored a mass of accumulated spiritual energy, rendering the opponent a figure of mockery. Yet, mockery was the least of concerns. In a life-or-death crisis, one could easily lose their life. Contemplating this, Lin Yi's fury intensified. You unscrupulous glutton, it was one thing to disturb ancestral graves, but now you resort to such vile deeds. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Pang Da's corpulent face turned a shade of crimson, as if someone had stepped on his tail, his beard bristling with indignation. Anyone can boast, but today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, he forcefully struck the storage bag at his waist, and a sword gleaming with a cold light shot forth with a whoosh, its blade humming ominously, aimed directly at Lin Yi. This sword was pure white throughout, its edge exceptionally sharp, emanating a chilling aura. It was undoubtedly a superior spiritual artifact. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this rotund fellow to possess such courage, not only refusing to retreat, but also daring to initiate an attack. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Pang Da's feigned ferocity and chuckled inwardly. The discerning gaze of a Yuanying stage cultivator could easily penetrate Pang Da's facade. Pang Da maintained his aggressive stance, seemingly prepared to fight to the bitter end, the sword in his hand flickering with cold light, poised to deliver a lethal strike. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, this was merely a ruse. The figure before him was akin to a wooden puppet, standing still, while he himself stealthily fled towards the alley's exit, his speed astonishing. Lin Yi scoffed, "Do you think you can escape right under my nose? You underestimate me far too much." No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a bewildered loose cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement, standing there in utter confusion. Meanwhile, As Pang Du emerged from the alley, he immediately retrieved a tattered spiritual talisman, trembling fingers activating it in an instant. This talisman was his ultimate treasure, known as the Earth Escape Talisman, capable of allowing him to burrow underground and escape dozens of miles in critical moments. Yet, before he could crush the talisman, darkness suddenly enveloped him, as a figure materialized like a specter, blocking his path. Pang Du barely comprehended how the figure had appeared. He felt an invisible pressure binding him, rendering him utterly immobile. Terror widened his eyes, his plump face quivering like a sieve. "Spare me, Senior. Please spare me." Pang Du lamented, his face contorted in despair, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. He was merely a pitiful loose cultivator, struggling to make a living, truly not a wicked person. Lin Yi smiled subtly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "Keep weaving your tales. You've frequently disturbed ancestral graves, haven't you? Just moments ago, you presented yourself with righteous indignation, yet now you plead for mercy?" As Fat Da's expression shifted dramatically, he hastily exclaimed, "I, a mere mortal, dare not contend with an esteemed predecessor. Please, show mercy and let me go." Lin Yi shook his head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I apologize, but I have not indulged in food for many years. I have no gas to expel." With that, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted Fat Da as one would a chick and turned toward his dwelling. This corpulent man had once deceived him during a simulation. Although Lin Yi was not one to harbor grudges, he recognized the potential utility of Fat Da in the future. If wielded correctly, he could become a formidable asset. Upon arriving at the dwelling, Fat Da continued to struggle vehemently. Lin Yi, growing impatient, firmly pressed his foot against Fat Da's back, pinning him to the ground. "Settle down," he huffed, extending his hand to conjure a pill that glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding a chilling aura. Fat Da's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the pill. "What is this? What do you intend to do?" Lin Yi disregarded his inquiries, seizing Fat Da's chin and forcing the pill into his mouth. With no time to react, the pill dissolved upon contact, and a frigid liquid coursed down his throat, sending shivers throughout his body. "Fat Da? This pill is known as the Three-Corpse Brain God Pill." Lin Yi's voice echoed like a whisper from the depths of hell. "Should you heed my words, all shall be well. Should you defy me, a mere thought from me could render you in a state of perpetual torment." Upon hearing this, Fat Da crumpled to the ground, his rotund face marred by despair and terror. Curling into a ball, he clasped his head with trembling hands, resembling a frightened, plump rodent. Through tears, he lamented, "I have devoted myself to the path and have wronged no one. Why must you treat me thus?" The mingling of tears and sweat on his plump visage appeared rather absurd. Lin Yi gazed down at him, a glint of derision in his eyes. "Fat Da, spare me the charade. I am fully aware of who you are." Fat Da's body stiffened abruptly, his cries ceasing as he raised his head, his gaze shifting nervously. Unable to meet Lin Yi's eyes. "Predecessor, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Though I bear the name Fat Da, I am truly not the person you seek." He persisted in his defiance, attempting to evade the situation. Lin Yi scoffed, a cold laugh escaping him. "You dared to disturb the ancestral grave of the ghostly spirit sect. Yet now you hesitate to acknowledge your identity?" At this, Fat Da's defenses crumbled. He wept like a child, snot and tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Predecessor, who are you? I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child waiting for me to provide for them." Lin Yi chuckled softly, bemused by the mention of his elderly mother and young child. Affecting an air of profundity, he declared, "From this moment forth, I shall be your master. Should you perform well, perhaps your 80-year-old mother shall live without worry. Should you fail to impress, not only will she suffer, but you shall meet your demise as well." Suddenly, he subtly revealed a fraction of his formidable aura. A sharp and dominating presence surged forth, sweeping through the cavern like a tempest, rendering the portly breathless. Overcome with fear, his legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. He could sense that beneath this overwhelming power, he was utterly powerless, as insignificant as an ant. Observing this, Lin Yi chose to disregard him for the moment, allowing Da a brief respite to process the encounter. He had not anticipated that a mere stroll would lead him to this character, initially believing that their paths would not cross for at least another year. Yet, by sheer coincidence, fate had conspired to bring them together. This was also attributed to the openness of Baiyunfang City, where most wandering cultivators were familiar with the locale. What Lin Yi provided to Do was not the so-called Three-Corpse Brain God Pill, but a simple chi-replenishing pill. To ensure Da did not recognize it, he merely altered its color and aura with his spiritual energy. It mattered little whether Da could utilize it. The key was that Lin Yi had discreetly inscribed a tracking force upon him. Regardless of how far Da might flee, Lin Yi would be able to sense his whereabouts. To rid himself of this tracking presence, only someone of equal caliber to Lin Yi could accomplish it. Meanwhile, expelled from the cavern, stood alone gazing at the sky in a daze. He had merely intended to acquire some spirit stones in Baiyunfang City, never anticipating an encounter with such a formidable entity. His eyes darted nervously, occasionally glancing toward Lin Yi's cavern, his heart racing with anxiety. He adhered to a principle: upon encountering someone whose cultivation he could not fathom, he would immediately flee. This rule had saved him from the jaws of death on multiple occasions. Initially, when Lin Yi approached him, Do assumed that his numerous misdeeds had attracted the ire of an enemy seeking vengeance. Thus, without a second thought, he left a false decoy in his place and executed the escape technique known as Earth Escape. Upon activation, he would instantly vanish beneath the ground, as nimble as an eel. Yet despite employing the talisman, he was still caught red-handed. Recalling that moment, De felt a lingering dread. Lin Yi's massive hand had gripped the back of his neck with the strength of a vice, immobilizing all his spiritual energy. A primordial infant elder. Alas, this time, I have met my match. Fat De wore a mournful expression, his plump face etched with despair. He struck his thigh with force, producing a sharp sound that made him grimace in pain. Glancing towards the distant cave of Lin Yi, he promptly sought out the management within the market and secured a cave not far from Lin Yi's. He harbored uncertainty regarding whether the elixir provided by Lin Yi was poisonous. The pill dissolved instantly upon ingestion, transforming into a chilling liquid that coursed through his abdomen, leaving him with an enduring sense of cold. Fat De dared not take a gamble, for he believed he possessed but one life. A lost wager could mean the end for him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, sensing that Fat De had rented a residence nearby, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. It seemed this rotund fellow had some sense of propriety. Following the recent incident, Lin Yi's spirit, once shaken by the thunderous fright, had solidified considerably. What had previously felt tenuous now appeared much more stable. With this in mind, he decided to commence the next simulation. Sitting cross-legged, he silently chanted in his heart. Afterward, he infused 3,000 spirit stones and chose to begin. Before him, a luminous screen materialized, displaying the interface of the simulator. Simulation commences in the first month. You secluded yourself to stabilize your shaken spirit. Although you felt no lasting harm, you deemed it prudent to take additional time for recuperation. Each day, you sat cross-legged within the cave, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing your spirit. A faint aroma of calming incense lingered in the cave, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace. At times, you peruse various texts on the art of cultivation, yet more often, you quietly attune yourself to the transformations within, ensuring the steadfastness of your spirit. By the second month, you sense a profound restoration, and thus begin the alchemical process of pill-making. Within the cauldron, the essence of spiritual herbs gracefully melds under your deft control, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance that soothe the senses. The array of elixirs you concoct is vast, ranging from ordinary vitality tonics to rare and precious healing remedies, encompassing all that one could desire. You are immersed in the delightful art of alchemy, experiencing the flow of ethereal energy and the formation of elixirs, your heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Pang De has realized that you are indeed an alchemist. And from the words of the representatives of the Wanbao Pavilion who came to deliver spiritual herbs, he has learned that you are an alchemist comparable to the three elders of the Dan Tower. Previously harboring doubts regarding the San Si Nao Shin Dan you provided him, his skepticism has now been entirely dispelled. He frequently saunters outside your dwelling, bowing and flattering in hopes of obtaining an antidote from you. In the third month, Pang De once again approached you to inquire about the antidote. Annoyed by his persistence, you impatiently retorted, "As long as you do not betray me, there shall be no adverse effects." Upon hearing this, he immediately thumped his chest in assurance, vowing to comply with your every word, resembling a loyal dog wagging its tail in supplication. By the fourth month, rumors began to circulate within Baiyun Square that you were a master alchemist. Some claimed you rivaled the three elders of the Dan Tower, and the gossip grew fervently. Had it not been for the intervention of the higher-ups in the square, your abode would likely have been besieged by those seeking your elixirs. You remained non-committal on the matter, steadfastly focusing on alchemy, occasionally offering guidance to Pang De, allowing him to run errands and handle trivial tasks. In the fourth month, Xia Xiaochan delivered the alchemical materials and collected the elixirs you had refined. She has now become the liaison between the Wanbao Pavilion and yourself, and with each encounter, she expresses her admiration for you. In the fifth month, after much contemplation, you resolve to return to the Ziyun sect, believing that this innate ally is indispensable for altering your fate. By the sixth month, you arrived at the Ziyun sect, proclaiming yourself as an old acquaintance seeking an audience with the Divine Sword Lord. The sect was taken aback, promptly rousing the Divine Sword Lord from his meditative retreat. Upon your recognition, you proclaimed yourself as the disciple of the Master of 10,000 Swords. The Divine Sword Sovereign was filled with excitement and promptly appointed you as the second elder of the Ziyun sect, bestowing upon you an equal status. In the 7th month, you engaged in a duel with the Master of 10,000 Swords atop Ziyun Peak. The Divine Sword Sovereign imparted his lifelong teachings to you, particularly the Heavenly Sword technique, from which you derived immense benefits. Through your sparring, the Master of 10,000 Swords became aware of your achievement in condensing a sword embryo. Gazing at your sword embryo, his eyes sparkled with envy as he ceaselessly praised your innate talent for swordsmanship. In the 8th month, you gifted a golden sword chi, imbued with pure sword intent, to the Master of 10,000 Swords. This sword chi, a legacy passed down by the Master of 10,000 Swords, danced like a flying dragon in the air, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. The Master of 10,000 Swords received it with both hands, overwhelmed by the magnificent sword intent it contained, and tears of joy streamed down his face. He integrated this sword chi into his innate flying sword, causing its brilliance to soar and the sound of its sword cry to resonate through the heavens. Subsequently, you and the Master of 10,000 Swords continued to delve into the path of swordsmanship within the Ziyun sect, validating each other's progress and advancing together. In the 9th month, you discreetly summoned Fatda, instructing him to establish a covert intelligence network for your command. You provided him with a substantial amount of spirit stones as initial funding. Fatda, ever resourceful, quickly recruited a talented group of individuals, laying the groundwork for an intelligence network in the shadows. In the 10th month, you specifically advised Fatda to prioritize the search for the alchemist and his disciple. Upon discovering their whereabouts, he was to report to you immediately. In the 1st year and 3rd month, Fatda conveyed news of the discovery of the alchemist and his disciple in the treacherous Xiao mountain range, notorious for its perilous terrain and rampant demonic beasts. In the 1st year and 4th month, to ensure absolute certainty, you personally invited the Master of 10,000 Swords to accompany you to the Xiao mountain range. The Master of 10,000 Swords readily consented, agreeing to fight alongside you. Together, you swiftly located the hiding place of the alchemist and Xiao Han within a concealed cave. Upon seeing you, the alchemist displayed an expression of astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that you had found this place. You compelled the Lord of 10,000 Swords to unleash his formidable powers, enveloping the surrounding realm and severing the escape route for the esteemed Dan Master and his disciple. Approaching the Dan Master with unwavering resolve, you stated, "Come with me. From this moment forth, you shall sever all ties with Xiao Han." The Dan Master appeared conflicted, reluctant to part ways with Xiao Han. Yet, under the weight of your pressure and the intimidation from the Lord of 10,000 Swords, he ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. You departed from the falling Sunset Mountain range with the esteemed Dan Master, leaving Xiao Han shivering alone in the cold wind, his eyes brimming with despair and resentment. He silently vowed that one day he would sever your head from your shoulders. In the 1st year and 5 months, you returned to the Baiyunfang city with the Dan Master and crafted a ring, within which you forged a space to accommodate him, subsequently stringing it around your neck. From that moment forth, you possessed a grandfather to accompany you wherever you went. Simultaneously, the demonic forces of the Ghost Spirit sect launched a large-scale invasion of the cultivation realm, assaulting various immortal sects and small to medium-sized sections. However, due to your presence as a master alchemist, comparable to the 3 venerables of the Dan Tower, the onslaught of the Ghost Spirit sect was temporarily thwarted, sparing Baiyunfang City from calamity. In a brief span, countless wandering cultivators and disciples from smaller sects flocked to Baiyunfang City seeking refuge, leading to a shortage of cave dwellings and a surge in prices. By the 6th month of the 1st year, the demonic cultivators grew increasingly rampant, committing arson, murder, and all manner of atrocities. The immortal sects finally responded, organizing their disciples to resist the invasion. Countless cultivators donned in various sect robes gathered together, forming a grand procession to the battlefield. In the 8th month of the 1st year, Baiyunfang City, under your protection, stood firm like a stabilizing pillar of the sea, with no demonic cultivators daring to cause unrest. The cultivators within the city lived in peace and prosperity, their businesses thriving amidst a scene of flourishing vitality. Although you remained reclusive, your name became a legend whispered throughout the market, nearly symbolizing a guardian spirit. The cultivators coexisted peacefully and began to form teams to hunt down demonic practitioners. They banded together in groups, offering mutual support, traversing the mountains and forests in search of the demon's traces. Each successful hunt yielded spoils, exchanged in the market for spirit stones or other cultivation resources. In the second year, although you never took action, to the cultivators of Bayun Market, you were their anchor of hope. Your mere existence was enough to intimidate the forces of darkness, causing many demonic cultivators to think twice before acting recklessly. The cultivators within the market were filled with reverence and gratitude towards you, for they understood that it was due to your presence that they could enjoy a secure haven. By the third year, Bayun Market had established an organization known as the Bayun Alliance. This alliance boasted 4 Golden Core elders, over 70 foundation establishment experts, and tens of thousands of chi refining practitioners. They united in purpose to repel external threats and eradicate evil. The Bayun Alliance had claimed a vast territory and reinforced the market's defensive formation several times, rendering its defenses nearly impregnable. You remained low-key yet were respectfully referred to as the Alliance leader. With your presence, they no longer feared, charging forward to protect Bayun Market. In the 4th year, you showcased your 4 types of spiritual fire to the esteemed alchemist. The alchemist was taken aback, never anticipating that you had acquired such formidable flames: magma, true fire; oceanic flame, heart; purple cloud, divine fire; and nirvana fire. Over the years, the alchemist had gradually set aside past grievances, beginning to accept you anew. In the 4th year and 5th month, you openly confessed that your initial poisoning of the alchemist stemmed from greed. You expressed sympathy for his plight and hoped for reconciliation. The alchemist revealed that he had been gravely injured at that time. Even without your poison, he would not have lived much longer. He was deeply moved by your rapid progress in cultivation, acknowledging that he had once underestimated your potential, seeing you as a waste without value for cultivation. Now, he finally recognized you as the true genius. By the 6th year, demonic practitioners took notice of Bayun Market's rise. The Ghost Spirit Sect dispatched their subordinates, Blood Demon Sect and Nether Valley, sending 3 nascent soul elder demons to attack Bayun Market. Faced with this formidable assault, everyone in the Bayun Alliance, including the 4 Golden Core elders and over 70 foundation establishment experts, proved no match. They led tens of thousands of chi refining practitioners back to Bayun Market, making the market's formations their last line of defense. However, the formation jointly laid out by the 4 Golden Core elders crumbled under the assault of the 3 nascent soul elders, collapsing as if made of paper. In that instant, despair spread across the faces of countless scattered cultivators and lower-tier practitioners, as they realized they had little hope of survival against the assault of the nascent soul demons. In their moment of peril, numerous scattered cultivators turned to you for salvation. In their eyes, you are the final beacon of hope, a savior capable of turning the tide. However, for the 3 ancient demons of the nascent soul stage, you are merely the objective of their journey. The scattered cultivators are but a trivial matter for them to dispatch. The 3 ancient demons of the nascent soul stage sneered as they prepared to commence the massacre of the scattered cultivators within the market. At that moment, you made your move. You soared into the air, akin to a sword unsheathed, piercing the heavens. You hover in the air, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of sword intent, as if you were poised to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. Your robes billow and flutter. Your long hair dances in the wind like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. You extended 2 fingers and pointed towards the 3 ancient demons of the nascent soul. And in an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, trembling with a profound force. A colossal sword, 100 feet in length, materialized from thin air, suspended in the sky. Its blade flickered with lightning, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. With the might of a tempest, the giant sword descended with unparalleled speed upon the 3 ancient demons. Despite summoning all their life force, they found themselves utterly powerless against this cataclysmic strike. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the realms, the 3 ancient demons were reduced to ashes beneath the blade, their nascent souls unable to escape the onslaught. Following this battle, your name resonated throughout the cultivation world. Everyone recognized you not only as a master alchemist but also as a swordsman of unfathomable strength. Thus, the title of Sword Immortal began to reverberate across the land, becoming the object of admiration and reverence for countless cultivators. In the 7th year, news of the formal alliance between the White Cloud Alliance and the Purple Cloud Sect spread across the cultivation realm. In an instant, numerous celestial factions rallied in support. Joining this burgeoning coalition, the White Cloud market thrived with activity as cultivators from various sects convened to strategize against the demonic forces. At this pivotal moment, Envoys from the Tianqian Dao Palace arrived at the White Cloud Market, seeking an alliance with you. However, to the astonishment of all, you declined their proposal. This decision sent shockwaves through the world, as many cultivators speculated and questioned your motives for rejecting an alliance with the formidable Tianqian Dao Palace at such a crucial juncture. In the face of their scrutiny, you stood resolute. Before the gathered cultivators, you unveiled a long-buried past, revealing secrets that had remained hidden for far too long. You recounted the experience of your youth, when you, a humble and obscure boy, knelt before the gates of the Tianqian Dao Palace for 3 days and nights, pleading earnestly to be accepted as their disciple, only to be ultimately turned away. Your words resonated powerfully, stirring a tempest among the crowd. The cultivation world was thrown into turmoil, with numerous voices condemning the Tianqian Dao Palace for their lack of discernment in dismissing a top-tier cultivation prodigy. The emissaries of the Tianqian Dao Palace wore expressions of deep chagrin, unable to refute the claims made against them. Through inquiries into the assessment quotas, they confirmed your assertions. Indeed, you had once sought to join the Tianqian Dao Palace, only to be turned away. In that moment, the Tianqian Dao Palace found themselves shamed and stripped of dignity. They were equally astonished by the swiftness of your cultivation progress. Calculations by astute observers revealed that you had achieved the nascent soul stage in a mere 40 years of cultivation, a talent unparalleled in history. Whispers circulated that you were the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal. In the 8th year, under your leadership, the righteous path mounted a tenacious resistance, momentarily establishing a balance with the demonic forces. Yet, you were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. In the 9th year, you learned through Fatta that Xiao had joined the Tianqian Dao Palace. This news struck a chord within you, for you understood that the Tianqian Dao Palace possessed a rare spirit fire. By the 10th year, the news of Xiaohan's induction into the Tianqian Dao Palace lodged itself in your throat like a thorn. You discreetly reached out to the elders of the Tianqian Dao Palace, promising them benefits in hopes of persuading them to expel Xiao. But your overtures were met with refusal. You instigated Pang to disseminate rumors, claiming that the Tianqian Taoist Palace had illicit connections with the demonic path. Within days, whispers began to circulate throughout the realm of cultivation, alleging collusion between the Tianqian Taoist Palace and the forces of darkness. Initially, these were mere fabrications, but soon purported evidence emerged in quick succession, including clandestine meetings between disciples of the Tianqian Taoist Palace and practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect. In an instant, the Tianqian Taoist Palace found itself defenseless, its reputation plummeting. You observed the unfolding events with a dispassionate gaze, biding your time. By the 11th year, the situation for the Tianqian Taoist Palace became increasingly dire. The ancestral tomb was desecrated, and relics were stolen, which only served to exacerbate their plight. Xiao was also ensnared in this turmoil, suspected of being involved in the grave robbing, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the Tianqian Taoist Palace. You discreetly instructed Pang to cease the dissemination of rumors and secretly return the relics of the ancestor. You understood that excessive pressure on the Tianqian Dao Palace could prove counterproductive. In the 12th year, you returned to the Dan Tower accompanied by the Dan Sovereign. The Dan Sovereign revealed that the Spirit Sovereign was the one who had taken his life years ago. Consequently, the Dan Tower and Dan Valley joined forces to pursue the Spirit Sovereign relentlessly. Meanwhile, leveraging your position as a disciple of the Dan Sovereign, you adeptly ascended to the rank of Master Brother within the Dan Tower, elevating your status further. In the 13th year, the Dan Tower and Dan Valley hosted an alchemy competition, gathering disciples from both esteemed alchemical sanctuaries, along with skilled alchemists from other sects drawn by their renown. The scene was grand and magnificent. At the center of the arena, a colossal alchemical furnace exuded an ancient aura, while the air was suffused with the intoxicating fragrance of various spiritual herbs. You were intensely focused, skillfully manipulating the alchemical flames, exuding an air of mastery with every gesture. Plump and resplendent elixirs soar from your cauldron, eliciting waves of admiration. Ultimately, you claim victory with undeniable superiority, igniting a fervor that reverberates throughout the venue. The cheers ringing in deafening applause. The title of Alchemist Emperor resounds through the heavens, and for the first time, a glimmer of satisfaction appears in the eyes of the alchemist sage. In the 14th year, you are empowered to participate in all significant decisions of the Alchemy Tower. Within the conference hall, you articulate the pressing reality of the ongoing conflict between celestial and demonic forces, noting that the Alchemy Tower, as a sanctum of elixir crafting, has been branded with the mark of the celestial path. There is no escape from the relentless pursuit of the Ghost Spirit sect and the forces of darkness. Rather than remaining in a defensive stance, it is more prudent to take the initiative. Though the Alchemy Tower is not primarily a combat organization, it must contribute to the celestial cause. Your proposal receives unanimous approval from the elders, who nod in admiration of your foresight and wisdom. In the 15th year, the Alchemy Tower officially announces a reduction in elixir prices, charging only for the cost of production, dedicating itself wholly to the crafting of elixirs for the celestial sections. The news immediately causes a sensation in the realm of cultivation, with various celestial factions expressing their gratitude. For the first time, the reputation of the Alchemy Tower eclipses that of the Elixir Valley, establishing it as the unequivocal holy land of alchemy in the cultivation world. In the 16th year, you finally encounter the legendary alchemist elder. Though he has lived for 100,000 years, he retains the appearance of a 10-year-old child, with a youthful visage and silver hair, embodying an ethereal grace. In the name of comprehending the ethereal fire, you have seized the ghostly flame from his grasp. This verdant blaze, though lacking in intense heat, resembles a malignant growth that scorches the soul and marrow, instilling a sense of dread. In the 18th year, after 2 years of dedicated cultivation, you successfully refined the ghostly flame, elevating your spiritual root to the celestial level. At this moment, 5 flames of spirit surrounded you, and your spiritual foundation reached its pinnacle, enhancing your prowess significantly. You sensed a surge of spiritual energy within, filling you with confidence, as if you held the entire world in your hands. By the 20th year, you rescued the sect master of the Wind Spirit sect, Cold Moon, on Shui Ping Mountain. With your assistance, she not only escaped peril but also, through serendipity, broke through her bottleneck, advancing her cultivation. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, Cold Moon pledged to lead the entire Wind Spirit sect in your following, thus augmenting your formidable forces. In the same year, news spread throughout the cultivation world of a prodigy named Lin Yi, whose astonishing cultivation speed allowed him to reach the core formation stage in a remarkably short time, garnering the attention of numerous sections. However, compared to you, Lin Yi's brilliance paled. Your achievements stood like a towering mountain, far beyond his reach. In 20 years and 9 months, feeling a surge of spiritual energy within, you declared your retreat to prepare for a breakthrough to a higher realm. Time passed swiftly, and 6 years flew by. By the 26th year, you emerged from seclusion, successfully transcending to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, ranking second in the Dan Tower, second only to the venerable Dan Lao Xian. Across the realm, save for those of the divine transformation stage, you felt no fear. In the 27th year, Xiao arrived with a group of cultivation friends he had met in the triangular domain, fulfilling a 30-year promise. He triumphed over Lin Yi, avenging past grievances, yet incurred the wrath of the Wind Spirit sect and faced relentless pursuit. At this juncture, although Xiao possessed extraordinary talent, his cultivation was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, rendering him unable to withstand the fury of the Wind Spirit sect. In the 28th year, you were unanimously chosen as the new Tower Master of the Dan Tower. The Dan Valley expressed their recognition by sending precious congratulatory gifts. Various sects responded in kind, and the prestige of the Dan Tower reached unprecedented heights. By the 30th year, the Ghost Spirit sect unveiled their trump card, an ancient demon who had survived for an unfathomable number of years. This demon was none other than the former Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect, who had perished a millennium ago while attempting to ascend, obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Now, he had miraculously returned from the dead, reappearing before the world. Upon his emergence, the demonic aura was overwhelming, causing countless celestial sects to tremble in fear, contemplating retreat. Several hidden masters of the divine transformation stage banded together to confront the demon, only to be effortlessly slain, instilling terror in all. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. In the 31st year, the demonic flames raged, and the wails of the tormented echoed through the skies. Once prosperous celestial sects had now been reduced to desolate wastelands, with crumbling walls and exposed bones laid bare to the elements, a sight both harrowing and poignant. The sinister grasp of the ghostly spirit sect extended towards numerous other sects, leaving devastation in its wake, where the cries of the suffering echoed far and wide. In the 32nd year, although the celestial forces organized multiple large-scale counterattacks, they found it exceedingly difficult to achieve a decisive victory against the ghostly spirit sect's relentless and bizarre tactics, coupled with their fearless onslaught. Each assault resembled a moth drawn to the flame, culminating in catastrophic failures that sapped the morale of the celestial practitioners, leaving them in a state of disarray and trepidation. By the 35th year, after years of investigation, the ghostly spirit sect finally uncovered the identity of the celestial force's most significant supporter, the Pill Tower. It became evident that the celestial sects had been able to contend with the demonic forces largely due to the continuous supply of medicinal pills from the Pill Tower. In a bid to completely dismantle the resistance of the celestial forces, the ghostly spirit sect turned its sights upon the Pill Tower. The ominous clouds loomed over the city, and the demonic cultivators besieged the Pill Tower, their battle cries reverberating through the air. The protective formation of the Pill Tower flickered ominously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. In the 36th year, the Grand Elder of the ghostly spirit sect, the resurrected old demon, personally led an army to breach the Pill Tower's protective formation. The venerable Dan Laoxian, the only master of the Pill Tower, stepped forth to engage in a cataclysmic duel with the Grand Elder. He summoned the treasured 8-serpent divine light shield of the Pill Tower, as fierce flames transformed into 8 serpentine fire entities, roaring towards the Grand Elder. Unperturbed, the old demon waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of black mist that swiftly consumed the 8 fiery serpents. With a slight smile, the Grand Elder disdainfully remarked, "A mere trifling skill. And you dare to show off before me?" At that moment, you discreetly made your move, channeling your own legacy. The sword aura of the sword master of 10,000 blades, which surged forth like a brilliant galaxy, cleaving through the skies towards the Grand Elder. The sword aura soared with an undeniable brilliance, severing a strand of the Grand Elder's hair, which drifted down gracefully. "Oh?" The Grand Elder gazed at you, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. Aside from the sword master of 10,000 blades, it was astonishing that another could condense a sword infant. He paused momentarily before continuing. "If the sword master were to come personally, perhaps I would regard him with some caution, but you still fall short." With that, he prepared to strike you down with lethal intent. In a moment of peril, several powerful beings from the Dan Valley arrived just in time, joining forces with Dan Laoxian to confront the Grand Elder of the ghostly spirit sect. A fierce battle ensued, altering the very fabric of heaven and earth, casting the sun and moon into darkness. The Grand Elder, a formidable being of the highest order, faced 5 opponents without losing ground. In the blink of an eye, you took a deep breath and unleashed the final semblance of the Swordmaster's sword aura, your true essence surging forth like a torrent, coalescing at your fingertips. A resplendent silver sword aura cascaded forth, reminiscent of the Milky Way, slicing through the heavens, aimed directly at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted in shock, evidently unprepared for your formidable display of sword aura once more. He dared not be negligent and promptly summoned a black flag to shield himself from the impending strike. The clash between the sword's aura and the flag produced a deafening roar, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a deep sword mark appeared on the black flag, and the expression on the face of the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect revealed astonishment. What a remarkable young man! He possesses such a hidden card. A flicker of apprehension flashed in his eyes as he regarded you intently. Then with a wave of his hand, he swiftly led the disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect to retreat. In the 40th year, the Dan Tower experienced a rare period of peace, having repelled the Ghost Spirit sect, which illuminated a glimmer of victory for the Immortal cultivators. Consequently, the Dan Tower garnered immense admiration from countless cultivators. By the 42nd year, tranquility was once again shattered. The Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect, under the cover of night, launched a surprise attack on the Dan Tower, with the esteemed Dan Elder mysteriously vanishing, leaving his fate uncertain. The Fire Master perished, and thousands of disciples from the Dan Tower suffered heavy casualties. In a heartbeat, chaos ensued within the Dan Tower, and fear gripped the hearts of the people. The Dan Master sought you out, his countenance grave, imploring you to bring back the esteemed Dan Elder, whose fate was tied to a long-standing ascension plan of the Dan Tower. In the 45th year, you once again summoned the Sword God and allied with the Dan Valley and several other factions, forming a formidable army of cultivators that surged towards the Ghost Spirit sect. By the 48th year, after several years of fierce battles against the demonic forces, the Immortal cultivators finally achieved parity with them. Just as the Immortal cultivators advanced into the territory of the Ghost Spirit sect, the Grand Elder made a dramatic reappearance, facing numerous foes and engaging in a cataclysmic showdown with several god transformation experts from the Dan Valley. Despite their combined efforts, they were steadily pushed back. In a critical moment, the Sword God joined the fray, barely stabilizing the situation. By the 49th year, the conflict reached a fever pitch. The Sword God suddenly unleashed a dazzling silver sword aura, which was the very essence of the myriad swords bestowed upon you years ago. This sword energy, imbued with the lifetime mastery of the myriad swords, was wielded by the sword god, a formidable god transformation expert, and its power was boundless, instantly inflicting severe injury upon the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect. Thus, a legendary demon was vanquished. In his final moments, he let out a defiant roar, proclaiming that he would return. By the 50th year, you led the cultivators to breach the stronghold of the Ghost Spirit sect, and after a thorough search, you finally located the esteemed Dan Elder. However, at this juncture, the Dan Elder had lost all cultivation, resembling a withered husk, barely able to maintain his human form. In the 62nd year, the fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, refreshing the senses. On this day, auspicious clouds circled above the Dan Tower, with purple mist rising in the east and ethereal celestial music faintly resonating in the background. Seated atop the highest level of the Dan Tower, the Dan Elder appeared serene, his countenance majestic, reminiscent of an ancient Buddha. He slowly opened his eyes, casting a gentle gaze over each individual present, filled with warmth and reluctance. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon you, and with a slight smile, he nodded. In the next moment, his body began to emanate a brilliant radiance, which gradually coalesced into a crystal-clear elixir, exuding a rich fragrance of Dan. The elixir hovered in the air, slowly rotating like a rising sun, illuminating the entire Dan Tower. The esteemed Dan Master, with a grave expression, took the elixir and sighed. Esteemed Dan Elder, this is an elixir that has endured for 100,000 years. Now that the path to ascension is blocked, we must refine it into an ascension pill to shatter the shackles of ascension and seek a way for us practitioners to ascend. He paused, his gaze turning towards you, and solemnly declared, originally, he intended for Xiao Han to undertake this task, but Xiao Han's current instability renders him unfit. This matter is of great significance, and it can only be entrusted to you. In the 65th year, deep within the Dan Tower, in a concealed alchemical chamber, the alchemical fire blazed fiercely, casting light upon your and the Dan Master's focused faces. After 3 years of meticulous preparation, the Dan Master, with your assistance, finally coalesced a new body. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His new body was brimming with vitality, signifying a rebirth. In the 68th year, in order to refine the ascension pill, you and the Dan Master commenced the grand endeavor of crafting a new alchemical furnace. This was a monumental project, requiring countless rare materials and intricate alchemical techniques. You dispatched disciples to traverse the renowned mountains and rivers, in pursuit of celestial materials and earthly treasures, tirelessly honing their skills day and night, meticulously crafting and refining, pouring their lifelong learning into this sacred alchemical furnace. In the 72nd year, you received word from Pengde that Xiao Han had discovered a spiritual flame known as Azure Sea's fiery heart in the depths of the ocean. And with the power of this flame, he achieved a breakthrough to the core formation stage. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to unify the forces across the entire triangular domain. You are acutely aware that allowing Xiao Han to develop freely is not an option. Consequently, you command Pengde to dispatch spies, employing elixirs to garner support from various factions within the triangular domain, establishing a confrontational stance against Xiao Han. In the 75th year, after 3 years of diligent effort, Pengde successfully established a formidable force in the triangular domain, standing in opposition to Xiao Han. By the 80th year, Lin Hao ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, proclaiming to the world that your mother had resorted to despicable means to extract his spiritual root, and that he had endured countless hardships to once again condense his spiritual root. This declaration sent shockwaves through the entire realm of cultivation, with countless cultivators casting dubious glances in your direction. The Tianxin Dao Palace openly denounced you, and in an instant, you became the target of collective ire. In the 81st year, both the Pill Tower and Pill Valley simultaneously sought to vindicate you. An elder from Pill Valley vouched for your spiritual root's integrity, asserting its disconnection from Lin Hao, backed by the credibility of the Pill Tower. The Pill Sovereign expressed his outrage, declaring that Lin Hao's actions were nothing more than a baseless smear campaign against your character. From the Pill Sovereign's perspective, you were merely a lowly cultivator with inferior spiritual roots who had reached this stage through the cultivation of the Flame Spirit technique. Concurrently, the leaders of the Fengling sect, Cold Moon, the Purple Cloud sect's Patriarch, and the White Cloud Alliance's Master Bayun, all stepped forward to testify on your behalf, recounting your integrity, kindness, and willingness to assist others, thus dismantling Lin Hao's slander. Public opinion began to shift. In the 82nd year, Lin Hao issued a challenge to you. After assessing the combat prowess of both parties, you resolutely accepted the challenge without hesitation. In May of the 82nd year, in the wild lands, multitudes of cultivators gathered, awaiting this unprecedented battle. On one side stands you, the reincarnation of the renowned ancient sword Immortal. On the other, Lin Hao, the illustrious leader of the Celestial Restoration Alliance. By July, the battle reached a fever pitch. Lin Hao unleashed his supreme battle body, radiating golden light, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. You condensed the sword infant, transforming it into a resplendent beam of sword light, colliding with the adversary. The sword energy surged in all directions, radiating golden brilliance, causing the untamed land to tremble. The fierce battle raged for several months, with neither side emerging victorious. Ultimately, you harnessed 5 types of spiritual fire, morphing them into a colossal and magnificent 5-colored fire lotus. As the fire lotus unfurled, it transformed into an endless sea of flames, devouring everything within a 1,000-mile radius. At the moment of the explosion of the 5-colored fire lotus, Lin Hao's figure was engulfed by the inferno. When the flames subsided, a charred silhouette was revealed. It was Lin Hao. He knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment, clearly gravely injured. Yet, there was no hint of surrender in his eyes. Instead, they blazed with fierce indignation. You did not pursue the victory with fervor. Instead, you descended slowly, gazing at Lin Hao with a complex expression. With a sigh, you spoke. Lin Hao, we are of the same origin. Why must we hasten to harm one another? I was unaware of the events of those years. Since my youth, I have been burdened with inferior mixed spiritual roots. And it is solely through my own efforts that I have reached this point. Between brothers such as us, how could it come to this? You paused, your tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Must it truly come to a fight to the death before we can find peace? Your voice reverberates across the vast desolation, reaching the ears of every observing cultivator. The crowd is profoundly moved by your words, igniting a flurry of discourse among them. Some place their faith in your sincerity, deeming you a paragon of virtue, noble and upright, believing that even if you were to triumph over Lin Hao, you would still choose to spare him. In that moment, all eyes turned to condemn Lin Hao, branding him as petty and small-minded, a true scoundrel. You are well aware that your words are not intended for Lin Hao, but rather for the entity behind him, the Vine's God, who instills genuine apprehension within you. As long as the Vine's God remains passive, you harbor no fears. Lin Hao has chosen not to engage you in another battle, opting instead to retreat to the wild forest village. In the year 85, time has swiftly passed, and 3 years have elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 3 years, you have devoted all your energy to the crafting of the alchemical furnace. Mobilizing the entire strength of the alchemy tower and expending countless rare materials, you have successfully elevated the furnace of the alchemist to the level of a supreme treasure. In the year 86, the air is filled with the fragrance of elixirs, and the violet mist rises in the east. You and the alchemist sit face to face in the alchemical chamber atop the tower, with the newly refined furnace, the result of 3 years of meticulous effort, placed before you. The surface of the furnace is engraved with intricate runes that shimmer with a soft golden light, as if it harbors boundless mysteries. You both held your breath, each channeling pure spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace. Rare herbs were meticulously added to the cauldron, gradually melting amidst the roaring flames, exuding an extraordinary fragrance. The process of concocting the ascension pill was protracted and arduous, where even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. Neither of you dared to exhibit any negligence, fully focused on regulating the heat and the amalgamation of the ingredients. In the 120th year, Fatda's clandestine network had spread like a web throughout the immortal cultivation realm, infiltrating every corner, from bustling cities to secluded wilderness. They disguised themselves under various identities, gathering an array of intelligence, continuously relaying information to you. However, the Sky Repair Alliance remained impervious, akin to an iron fortress, consistently unassailable. Each attempt to infiltrate was swiftly detected and eradicated, as if an unseen pair of eyes were vigilantly observing everything in the shadows. You surmise that the Celestial Repair Alliance must possess some extraordinary artifact capable of deducing or detecting intruders, which presents a considerable challenge for you. In the year 160, the corpulent finally caught a faint glimmer of a clue. He discovered that the Alliance was clandestinely constructing a colossal altar in the wilderness, grand in scale and imposing in presence. The altar was heavily guarded, with any who dared to approach swiftly met with merciless annihilation. These covert agents could not draw near, compelled instead to observe from a distance. Swiftly relaying this intelligence to you, an unsettling sensation stirred within you, leaving you perplexed as to the true purpose behind the altar's construction. In the year 220, during one of your travels, you fortuitously encountered a divine transformation practitioner named Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi, adept in the art of alchemy, found an immediate rapport with you. You and your companion often engage in profound discussions regarding the art of alchemy, sharing insights that lead to an unbreakable bond of friendship. From him, you have acquired numerous ancient alchemical formulas previously unknown to you, enhancing your skills in the craft. By the 3rd century, your camaraderie with Dan Yangzi has deepened significantly. During a heartfelt conversation, he unveils a staggering secret. The reason this world cannot ascend is that the passage to the higher realms has been obstructed by the celestial domain. This revelation strikes you like a bolt from the blue, leaving you utterly astonished. In the 372nd year, you learn that Xiao Han has achieved the nascent soul stage, stirring a tumult of emotions within you. Over the years, you have covertly obstructed and undermined him, making his path of cultivation arduous. By the 375th year, Xiao Han's rapid advancement begins to threaten you, fearing he may soon catch up. You make a pivotal decision to abandon sword cultivation and devote yourself entirely to alchemical practices, striving for a swift breakthrough in your current realm. In the 380th year, you transform your sword into an essence and embark anew on the path of alchemy, pouring all your energy into rigorous training and self-improvement. By the 430th year, you finally break through to the spirit transformation stage. However, it is merely an ordinary transformation, devoid of the former sword essence. In the 560th year, Xiao Han also reaches the spirit transformation realm, placing you on equal footing. Upon hearing this news, a wave of unease washes over you. Despite your remarkable progress in alchemy over the years, Xiao Han's innate talent and strength continue to instill a sense of trepidation within you. He looms over you like an inescapable shadow, a constant reminder of your rivalry. In the 571st year, Xiao Han boldly challenges you. This battle unfolds above the Eastern Sea in a spectacle that shakes the heavens and the earth. Sword energies clash and alchemical flames rage, the entire ocean tumultuously disturbed by the aftermath of your confrontation. Ultimately, drawing upon your extensive combat experience and exceptional prowess, you emerge slightly victorious, inflicting injury upon Xiao Han. In the 580th year, Xiao Han seeks retribution. This time, he evidently learns from his previous defeat, significantly augmenting his strength. And the two of you engage in a fierce struggle that lasts 3 days and nights, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. In the 590th year, Xiao Han returns once more. This battle is the most ferocious yet. You exert every ounce of your strength and cunning, barely managing to maintain your ground against him. His sword intent is fierce and menacing, as if it seeks to engulf you entirely. You realize that if this continues, defeat is inevitable. By the 600th year, you acknowledge the urgency of your situation. Xiao Han's rapid progress is alarming. You must ascend swiftly to break free from his relentless pursuit. Resolutely, you decide to take the risk of venturing above the Eastern Sea to undergo the tribulation for ascension. In the 601st year, you arrive at a cave on a solitary island in the Eastern Sea, preparing to consume the ascension pill and descend in one decisive moment. Seated in a meditative posture, you silently cultivate your inner power, striving to elevate your state to its pinnacle. Just as you prepare to ingest the ascension pill, a chilling surge of demonic energy suddenly sweeps in from the southwest. The Grand Elder of the ghostly spirit sect, after centuries of obscurity, reemerges, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, leaving the myriad celestial sects in a state of trepidation. He leads the elite disciples of the ghostly spirit sect in a surprise assault on several key strongholds of the Righteous Alliance, resulting in catastrophic casualties. In this tumultuous moment, the celestial path retreats, while the demonic path runs rampant. You find it perplexing that, merely 500 or 600 years apart, the ancestral figure of the ghost spirit sect has resurfaced, seemingly concealing a riddle that eludes your understanding. In the year 602, you postponed your ascension plans, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. While ascension is undoubtedly significant, it is imperative to seize the opportune moment. Acting precipitously could lead to a calamitous failure. By the year 610, after a decade of fierce warfare, the demonic forces had seized vast territories within the realm of cultivation, while the various sects of the celestial path were relegated to the shadows, struggling to endure. The Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect remained as formidable as ever, possessing unfathomable strength and a cunning intellect that rendered him nearly impossible to anticipate. You clandestinely monitored these developments, your unease growing ever more profound. In the year 650, just as the demonic path seemed poised to dominate the entire cultivation realm, Xiao Han emerged with unparalleled vigor. He shone like a radiant beacon, piercing through the pervasive darkness that engulfed the world of cultivation. With an overwhelming force, Xiao Han triumphed over several formidable masters of the Ghost Spirit sect, culminating in a cataclysmic confrontation with the Grand Elder. That battle was one for the ages, as light was eclipsed, and the very fabric of reality trembled. Ultimately, with his extraordinary talent, Xiao Han defeated the Grand Elder, slaying him in the process. Thus, after decades of dominion by the demonic forces, the realm of cultivation was once more reclaimed by the celestial path. Consequently, Xiao Han was heralded as a savior, earning the adoration and reverence of countless souls. Meanwhile, you remained in seclusion within a cave on a remote island, silently observing the unfolding saga. A tumult of emotions swirled within you, yet you chose to remain hidden, curious to see how events would ultimately unfold. By the year 660, you had lost all contact with Pangda and the shadowy scouts. You were unaware of their fates, nor could you ascertain how many souls might survive in this chaotic era. A profound sense of solitude and confusion enveloped you. In the year 670, your dear friend Dan Yangzi returned grievously wounded. Upon seeing you, his gaze was laden with complexity, a mixture of solace and sorrow. He conveyed to you the grim reality. He saw no hope for ascension, nor did the people of this world harbor any such aspirations. You laughed heartily, urging him not to rush, for soon there would be ascendance. Dan Yangzi, with a wry smile, remarked that those capable of ascendance were not of this world. His words left you bewildered, yet he offered no further elucidation, merely expressing his inability to see hope, a sentiment echoed by all practitioners in this realm. He departed, leaving you to grapple with confusion and uncertainty in solitude. In the 7th century, you wandered the wilds in search of several years, traversing perilous peaks and shadowy ravines. Yet you found no trace of Lin Yi or the Divine Vine. They seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no remnant behind. A flicker of doubt crept into your heart. Had they truly departed from this world? By the 740th year, Xiao Han, with his formidable prowess and exceptional leadership, unified the entire celestial faction, ascending as the leader of the cultivation world. He instituted a series of new edicts, restoring the order ravaged by the demonic path, and ardently supported the younger generation of practitioners, fostering a flourishing atmosphere within the realm of cultivation. In the 780th year, over the eastern sea, tumultuous winds and thunderclaps heralded a transformation. A colossal pillar of fire surged skyward, illuminating the night with its brilliance. Amidst the flames stood a familiar figure, exuding an air of divine descent. Xiao Han, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a divine sword, he radiated an overwhelming luminosity. The thunder roared across the heavens, its might manifesting as a colossal hammer that struck fiercely upon him. Yet, Xiao Han stood resolute, impervious to the tempest, his gaze unwavering, as if prepared to confront the heavens themselves. This cataclysmic spectacle endured for several months, captivating the attention of the entire cultivation world as they beheld this trial of ascendance. After months of tumult, the thunder subsided, the tempest calmed, and with it, Xiao Han's figure vanished from sight. You hastily made your way to the place where Xiao Han underwent his tribulation, only to discover it was utterly desolate. There were no remnants left behind, nor any signs to indicate whether Xiao Han had succeeded in his ascension. You couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Had Xiao Han truly failed? In the 8th century, your cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, and no matter how hard you endeavored, you could not progress further. Doubts began to cloud your mind regarding your choices. Perhaps Ding Yangzi was correct, and this world had irrevocably lost its hope of ascension. By the 9th century, you finally came to the realization that allowing your sword to transform into an infant was the gravest error on your path of cultivation. The way of the sword lies in unwavering determination and radiant brilliance. Yet, in pursuit of a swift breakthrough in alchemy, you forsook the sharpness of the sword path, ultimately leading to a damaged foundation and a stunted cultivation. In the 1000th year, you remained at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Understanding that continuing to wait would yield no change, you resolved to take a bold leap and consume the ascension elixir to transcend to the higher realms. On the 1001st year, You arrived at a solitary island overseas, settled into a meditative posture, and retrieved the long-preserved ascension elixir. Taking a deep breath, you swallow the ascension pill. Instantly, within a radius of 10,000 miles, the sky erupts with flashes of lightning, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. You suddenly lift your head, only to behold ominous clouds swirling above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. A tremendous force begins to draw you upward, your garments billowing in the wind. You realize that the moment of ascension has finally arrived. You cast a final glance at this familiar realm, devoid of any trepidation towards the unknown, instead imbued with a profound sense of nonchalance and liberation, as if the burdens of millennia had been relinquished. At that moment, you vaguely perceived a distant figure, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to someone you knew, gazing at you in astonishment. It was Dan Yangzi. Yet today, he was clad in a dark robe, his visage imbued with an unfamiliar ferocity, starkly contrasting with the ethereal presence that lingered in your memories. Without time to ponder further, your form ascended higher and higher, ultimately vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky, leaving only Dan Yangzi behind, standing beyond the thunder. His expression a tapestry of emotions as he gazed in the direction of your disappearance, his lips moving as if uttering words, but they were lost to your ears. The lightning did not harm you. Rather, it enveloped you like a protective cocoon, and you sensed an extraordinary transformation occurring within your being. A year later, the heavens suddenly tore open a colossal chasm, from which cascaded a resplendent spectrum of light, gently lifting you towards the breach. In a state of bewilderment, you found yourself transported to an unfamiliar realm. However, with your cultivation at the nascent stage of divine transformation, you lacked the strength to endure the formidable pressure of ascension. In that moment, you felt akin to an ordinary mortal, frail and powerless. You yearned to meditate and restore your spiritual energy, only to be horrified by the realization that not a trace of spiritual essence exists in this place. Fortunately, your physical training has endowed you with a corporeal strength far surpassing that of other cultivators, allowing you to escape immediate demise. In the 1003rd year, you finally managed to rise unsteadily to your feet, taking your first careful survey of this unfamiliar realm. What meets your gaze is sheer desolation. Not a hint of spiritual energy can be found, as if you have been cast into a lifeless void devoid of all essence. Beneath your feet lies a colossal altar, constructed from enigmatic black stones, its surface intricately adorned with ancient and mysterious runes. At the heart of the altar resides an unfathomable abyss, where darkness appears poised to engulf all, evoking a profound sense of dread. If I am not mistaken, you must have ascended from this abyss. But why have you arrived in such a desolate place devoid of spiritual essence? A tide of confusion and fear washes over my heart. You drag your feeble body, struggling to explore the surroundings of the altar. Beyond the altar lay a desolate mountain range, barren and devoid of any signs of life. The peaks rose steeply, as if hewn by the edge of a knife, their jagged forms appearing even more menacing in the dim light. The wind howled fiercely, stirring up clouds of dust that emitted sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails, creating a scene of profound desolation. After wandering for over half a year, you stumbled upon a desiccated skeleton amidst a pile of rubble. The remains were so weathered that discerning its identity and era proved nearly impossible. However, the density of the bones and the lingering arcane energy suggested that the being had once been a practitioner of profound cultivation, at least above the nascent soul stage. This revelation deepened the weight in your heart. Was this intersection truly a path for ascendance? In the year 1004, while traversing a desolate mountain, you encountered a colossal stone tablet. Towering to the heavens, its surface bore a few haunting words. Alas, alas, this road is blocked. Signed, Kenjiang Xiao of Tianxian Dao Palace. These words seemed imbued with an endless despair and sorrow, piercing your heart with their poignant resonance. As you meticulously searched the vicinity of the tablet, you uncovered a storage ring, though it had long since deteriorated, its contents reduced to mere ashes. Nevertheless, you managed to retrieve a shimmering flying sword. Despite its fall from a superior magical artifact to an inferior one, it remained a rare treasure in your eyes. In the year 1005, you discovered another skeleton, seated in a meditative posture. Its garments and magical items had succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving only stark white bones to silently narrate tales of past glory and ultimate desolation. By the year 1006, a chilling realization gripped you. The vitality within you had dwindled alarmingly over the years. It felt as though the life force was being slowly devoured by this silent world. Without a source of spiritual energy to replenish yourself, your body grew increasingly frail, and the once proud strength of your physical form began to diminish. In the year 1008, despair washed over you as you recognized the grim truth. In this realm devoid of spiritual energy, cultivation was impossible, and replenishing your dwindling life force was beyond reach. The shadow of death loomed ever closer, and you were left uncertain of how much longer you could endure. By the year 1010, your essence faded, and you met your demise. Simulation concluded. Commencing reward assessment. During the simulation, you have advanced to the initial stage of transformation, granting you a reward. Note, you have pioneered a path, ascending to another world, thus earning 2 additional rewards. You may obtain 3 rewards from the following. First, the pinnacle cultivation of the sword infant. Second, a top-tier alchemical furnace. Third, this simulated experience. Fourth, a low-grade magical weapon, the Fire Phoenix sword. Fifth, ordinary initial cultivation of the transformation stage. Remaining simulation attempts, 0, as the simulation concluded. Lin Yi gazed at the panel in silence for an extended period. This time, he had ascended. Although he found himself in a desolate world devoid of spiritual energy, he ultimately could not escape death. His mood was not one of elation, for he saw no path forward in that realm. After a considerable while, he slowly rose and exited the cave dwelling. Warm sunlight bathed him, and fresh air enveloped him as he descended the mountain. Where the bustling market was alive with the voices of wandering cultivators, their cries of sales and haggling echoing around him. This stood in stark contrast to the cold text of the simulation. They were fortunate, knowing little and thus worrying even less. Senior. Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge suddenly from his seclusion, the rotunda hurried over, his corpulent body wobbling with each step, and an even more pronounced obsequiousness gracing his face. Though over 1,000 years had passed in the simulation, only a single day had elapsed in reality. In this brief time, Da had not fully accepted Lin Yi's identity as his master. His fear of Lin Yi stemmed primarily from the control exerted by the 3 corpses brain god pill. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze settling on Da, involuntarily recalling the contents of the simulator. In that simulation, Da had been a significant companion on his path to immortality, providing him with considerable assistance. Ultimately, however, they lost contact, likely due to the machinations of the character Xiao Han within the simulation. Lin Yi began, his tone laced with a hint of imperceptible concern. You have been performing well lately, and I am prepared to assign you a task. Noticing the look of confusion on his face, Lin Yi smiled, feeling it necessary to offer reassurance. After all, this timid fellow was easily frightened. Without sufficient motivation, it would be challenging for him to accomplish the task. Do not worry, nor entertain excessive thoughts. I am an alchemist, though I have control over you. As long as you do not act in a manner that endangers me, this poison will never manifest, so you may rest easy. Upon hearing this, Da's plump face broke into a strained smile, though a flicker of barely perceptible fear danced in his eyes. He nodded vigorously, saying, I dare not hesitate. Whatever senior commands, I shall obey. It is my honor, and how could I possibly worry? Although he spoke otherwise, Pang De was deeply troubled. To this day, he had yet to unravel the origins and preferences of Lin Yi. The very individual who had ensnared him in such a bewildering manner and poisoned him instilled profound fear within his heart. Despite Lin Yi's reassurances, worry still clouded Pang De's mind as beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his plump hands fidgeted involuntarily. Observing Pang De's expression, Lin Yi understood that the other harbored lingering doubts regarding his trustworthiness. This reaction was entirely reasonable. Had someone else seized him without explanation, he too would have been apprehensive. Such feelings of resentment and mistrust are but natural human responses. Then, Lin Yi produced a storage ring, presenting it to Pang De. Contained within are 200,000 spirit stones. Use these as initial capital to establish a clandestine force. Tasked primarily with gathering intelligence on various rumors and news regarding spiritual fires within the cultivation world. Trembling, Pang De accepted the storage ring. Feeling the vibrant spiritual energy it held, a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed as he patted his chest. Vowing to fulfill his responsibilities diligently, Lin Yi nodded, affirming, I trust you. After dismissing Pang De, Lin Yi returned to his cave dwelling, settling into a meditative posture, contemplating the current simulation. Yet, he had refrained from claiming the rewards, burdened by uncertainty. Seated on the mat within the cave, his thoughts were tumultuous. The allure of receiving the reward for achieving the transformation into the divine connection stage was undeniable, promising a swift ascent to the pinnacle of this world. However, this ambition resembled a treacherous mountain peak. Once attained, one might find themselves in a void of despair, devoid of further paths to traverse. How would his journey of cultivation continue thereafter? This notion gnawed at him like a relentless parasite. What confounded him further was the ascension within this simulation. What was that peculiar space, entirely devoid of spiritual energy? Where had Xiao ascended to? Had he also entered that realm? If so, was he similarly trapped, unable to progress an inch? As these thoughts consumed him, a weight settled upon Lin Yi's heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of unease. The words of Dan Yangzi echoed in his mind. Those who can ascend are not from this world. This statement reverberated incessantly in his thoughts. Xiao, undeniably a native of Wutan town, entangled in their shared grievances. How could he not be of this world? Could it be that Xiao, like himself, was a traveler from another realm? This notion struck Lin Yi like a bolt of lightning, abruptly reminding him of a wildly popular cultivation novel from his past life. Was not the protagonist of that story also a traveler? Could this be what Dan Yangzi was alluding to? But how could he have known that Xiao was a traveler? With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his back. An overwhelming torrent of questions swirled within him, rendering his mind a chaotic muddle. He pressed his fingers against his temples, striving to untangle the disarray of thoughts. It was confounding, utterly confounding. Lin Yi murmured to himself, his agitation manifesting as he tugged at his hair. Perhaps only the clandestine forces established by Fat Day could gradually unravel these enigmas. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his composure. The most pressing matter was to enhance his strength. Only with formidable power could he navigate this perilous world and ultimately uncover the answers to all his queries. Glancing at the current simulation options, Lin Yi sighed internally. How he wished he could bring back that ascension pill. Alas, it had already been consumed in the simulation, making it impossible to return to reality. However, it was fortuitous that this time there were 3 rewards. Originally, there should have been only one, but after the ascension, 2 additional rewards were granted, plus a guaranteed reward, resulting in a total of 3 options. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the choices displayed on the simulation panel. 1. Peak Sword Infant Cultivation. 2. A Supreme Alchemy Furnace. 3. Experience from this simulation. 4. A low-grade magical weapon, the Fire Phoenix Sword. 5. Early stage transformation of the divine cultivation. He deliberated between the first and 5th options. No one could resist the allure of a breakthrough in cultivation, yet this very advancement caused him some hesitation. In the simulation, even after hundreds of years in the transformation of the divine stage, he remained stagnant at the initial level, eventually being overtaken by Xiao. Moreover, in reality, he had practiced for less than 10 days, leaving ample time ahead. With this thought, Lin Yi reached a resolution. He decided to temporarily forego the enticing early-stage transformation of the divine cultivation, opting instead to solidify his foundation and continue along the path of swordsmanship. After all, he possessed more time than others. In reality, it might only be a day or 2, but within the simulation, it could equate to thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Thus, choosing the right path was of paramount importance. His attention settled on the first option, Peak Sword Infant Cultivation. Inwardly, he resolved, this is it. He extended his finger and gently touched the first option on the simulation panel. Buzz! A surge of pure energy surged into his body, saturating his limbs and meridians. Lin Yi experienced a wave of exhilaration, as if immersed in a hot spring, each pore greedily absorbing this influx of energy. The essence within him flowed like a torrential river, crashing against his limitations. Boom! A muffled sound resonated as Lin Yi felt something within him shatter, a powerful force erupting from his being and filling the entire cavern. At that moment, his cultivation broke through to the peak of Sword Infant. In the simulation, both the Sword God and the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect expressed their astonishment at the Sword Infant he had condensed, believing its potential to be extraordinary and far beyond the present. This fueled Lin Yi's resolve on the path of sword cultivation. He was convinced that, with this formidable sword infant, he could overcome any challenges and, as a swordsman, transcend to the stage of divine transformation, achieving unparalleled combat prowess. This time, Lin Yi's cultivation elevated from the late stage of sword infant to its pinnacle, feeling the surging true essence within him. He seemed to have brushed against the threshold of divine transformation. A profound sense of confidence surged within him. He believed that even if he were to confront an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of divine transformation, he would possess the strength to contend. This confidence stemmed not only from his enhancement in power, but also from the indomitable spirit of a swordsman, resolutely forging ahead. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the sword infant stage, Lin Yi still had two choices left. He first eliminated the option of acquiring a top-grade alchemical furnace. While a good furnace is coveted by all, the high-quality treasure-grade furnace he already possessed sufficed for his needs, rendering the pursuit of perfection unnecessary at this moment. After all, he was not immediately preparing to refine the Ascension Pill, and that old alchemist was still thriving. Therefore, the Millennium Simulation Experience became Lin Yi's inevitable choice. I choose the Simulation Experience. The system prompt sounded, ding. Choosing this option requires the payment of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Lin Yi frowned slightly. It seemed that with the simulator's upgrade, the restrictions had increased. He promptly set off towards the Wombat Pavilion, selling off the elixirs he had on hand in exchange for a sum of mid-grade spirit stones. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart. After the simulator's upgrade, the cost of accessing the Millennium Simulation Experience was indeed steep at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, for the sake of accelerating his cultivation, this sum was insignificant to him. Without hesitation, he paid the spirit stones and selected the Simulation Experience. I choose the Simulation Experience. As the words fell, a vast torrent of information surged into Lin Yi's mind, countless fragments of memory shimmering like stars, weaving together a grand tapestry of experiences. Throughout the simulated millennium, he had traversed the world with sword in hand, his blade glinting coldly across 19 continents. He had led the White Cloud Alliance against the invasion of the Ghost Spirit sect, carving a bloody path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, ultimately slaying countless ancient demons beneath his sword. He had secluded himself in the deep mountains, diligently honing his swordsmanship and grasping the profound truths of the blade. Countless life and death battles had deepened his understanding of the sword way, sharpening his sword intent to a razor's edge. He had engaged in friendly duels with various masters, refining his sword heart and enhancing his skills through each clash. He had also transformed into an alchemical master, concocting various miraculous elixirs within the alchemy tower, healing the sick and saving lives. He had once formulated the legendary Celestial Restoration Pill, which attracted the covetous eyes of countless factions. Yet he chose to bestow it upon an ordinary mortal. He had ventured into perilous lands in search of rare herbs and treasures, forging divine weapons and artifacts. He had delved deep into the alchemy tower to gather the ethereal ghostly flames, enhancing his spiritual root to the level of a heavenly root. The experiences of the Millennium Simulation unfolded in his mind like an epic saga, allowing him to live myriad lives, embody various identities, and encounter diverse destinies. As Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, wisdom sparkled within them. The memories of the 1,000-year simulation surged forth like a tidal wave, each detail strikingly vivid, as if he had truly lived them. He felt as though his soul had drifted through the river of time for a millennium, witnessing the profound changes of the world. Even with his eyes closed, he could still vividly recall the moments spent in jovial discourse with Dan Yangzi. The image of the elderly man, his kind visage, and their discussions on alchemy echoed in his ears with crystal clarity. He remembered the exchanges with the heavenly sword deity, the fierce sword aura, and the profound sword intent that still sent shivers down his spine. The fierce duel with Lin Yi was etched in his memory, the terrifying battle body, the enigmatic techniques, and the cataclysmic clash between them were as fresh as ever. Furthermore, the life and death battle with Xiao, the swirling sword light, the thunderous roars, and the intense killing intent shared between them still haunted him. Even the myriad experiences following his ascension remained vividly etched in his mind. The surrounding silence was profound, devoid of any vitality, and the deeply buried bones in the desert remained a haunting reminder. It felt as if he had truly lived for a millennium, enduring countless tribulations and challenges, ultimately ascending, only to meet his demise there. When Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, they brimmed with the weight of experience and wisdom. He sensed that he was no longer the person he once was. Instead, he had undergone a metamorphosis through the baptism of 1,000 years, emerging renewed and transformed. He extended his hand, gazing at his palm, feeling both foreign and familiar. He understood that he now possessed the insights and experiences of a millennium of cultivation, which would serve as his greatest support on the path of immortality. Rising to his feet, he approached the alchemical furnace, recalling the ancient alchemical formula gifted by Dan Yangzi. which had once seemed a mere figment of memory. Now, in his eyes, it had transformed into clear and comprehensible knowledge, each formula imbued with profound alchemical wisdom. He could even sense Dan Yangzi's state of mind while crafting these elixirs, as if the master had stood beside him, imparting the secrets of alchemy directly into his memory. Lin Yi took a deep breath and commenced the alchemical process. His movements flowed with an effortless grace, as if he had performed this ritual countless times before. The flames within the cauldron blazed fiercely, and the aroma of the herbs permeated the entire cave. In that moment, Lin Yi felt an unwavering determination. He had transformed into a master alchemist with millennia of experience. He believed that his understanding now rivaled that of the esteemed Dan Venerators, perhaps even surpassing it. Delightful. Upon encountering the final option, he realized there was no need for further contemplation. That sword was a necessity, though it was merely a low-grade magical artifact at present. It still held significance, especially considering it had once been a supreme weapon. With meticulous refinement, it might even regain its former glory. As an ancient figure at the nascent soul stage, it was quite absurd that he was still wielding a spirit-level flying sword, particularly one that had been acquired through less than honorable means. With these thoughts, he resolutely chose the low-grade magical artifact, the Fire Phoenix sword. After exchanging 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he found himself in possession of a vibrant crimson flying sword. The blade was a deep red, its edge sharp, with faint fiery patterns emerging on its surface, reminiscent of a phoenix poised for flight. Grasping it, he could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from the blade, as if he held a flickering flame. To his satisfaction, the sword bore the fire attribute, perfectly aligning with his own elemental affinity. Lin Yi gazed at the Fire Phoenix sword with a sense of inner contentment, murmuring Tianxin Daogong, a flicker of depth flashing in his eyes. He held the sword, its hilt smooth and delicately textured. Inscribed upon the hilt were two ancient characters, Fire Phoenix, etched with a vigorous calligraphy that subtly conveyed a fierce sword intent, as if it sought to break free. As Lin Yi gently caressed the sword, he pondered its extraordinary origins. The blade was a vivid crimson, adorned with fiery patterns, reminiscent of a phoenix ready to soar. He gradually infused a trace of sword essence into the Fire Phoenix sword, which responded with a clear, melodious hum. Vibrating slightly as if acknowledging his call, a warm energy flowed from the hilt into his palm, enveloping him in a comforting sensation. With the continuous infusion of sword essence, the humming grew increasingly resonant, the blade vibrating with intensity. A powerful sword intent emanated from the weapon, filling the cave and causing Lin Yi's heart to race. Ultimately, it transformed into a crimson streak of light, swirling around him in a graceful dance. It would occasionally emit a triumphant cry, then softly hum, as if expressing its joy. Lin Yi understood that the Fire Phoenix sword was communicating with him in its own way, acknowledging him as its new master. He had not anticipated such a swift bond. Lin Yi felt an unexpected thrill within. He had initially presumed that considerable effort would be required to establish ownership of this artifact-level sword. To his astonishment, merely infusing a trace of sword essence was sufficient for the Fire Phoenix sword to willingly acknowledge him as its master. It appeared that this sword was indeed destined to be his. He sensed that part of the reason lay in his formation of a sword infant, which allowed him to refine any sword with remarkable speed and ease of acceptance. Furthermore, he had now attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, making the refinement of an inferior-grade artifact a trivial matter. The more significant reason, however, was that this sword had been generated through a simulator. To this day, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the exact caliber of the simulator, yet it was undoubtedly formidable. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The typical price for an inferior-grade artifact ranged between 300,000 and 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Considering that the Fire Phoenix sword had once been a top-tier artifact, even with its diminished grade, the materials remained invaluable, leading Lin Yi to believe that this transaction was far from a loss. He recalled that in the simulation, the Huangquan demon map had been sold for 80,000 spirit stones in Sanxian City, and he had felt it was a fair deal. This was because the production cost of demonic artifacts is typically lower than that of celestial artifacts, making their lower price entirely reasonable. For instance, demonic artifacts like the 10,000 Souls banner only require the crafting of a pole and the slaughter of mortals for their creation, whereas celestial artifacts demanded significantly more time and effort. With a thought, Lin Yi summoned the Fire Phoenix sword, which responded with a melodious cry, transforming into a crimson streak of light that swiftly merged with his being. Upon exiting the cave, he lifted his gaze toward the north, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. This journey would be one of great significance. Suddenly, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The wind swept through, leaving behind only a few fallen leaves that silently twirled in the air. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the place of his predecessor's past humiliation, the Tianxian Dao Palace. Hovering above the palace, Lin Yi's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Years ago, his predecessor had knelt here for 3 days, enduring profound humiliation. However, due to possessing inferior spiritual roots, he was turned away from the gates of the Tianxian Dao Palace, facing ridicule and scorn. Although he was merely the previous incarnation, having inherited the body, Lin Yi felt compelled to fulfill some of the original's lingering wishes, as doing so would undoubtedly enrich his own understanding. This matter had left a deep imprint in the memories of his predecessor, which Lin Yi inherited upon his arrival in this world. The vivid recollections of kneeling at the mountain gate, suffering relentless humiliation, felt as recent as yesterday. The taste of mockery remained fresh in his memory. Initially, Lin Yi had no intention of intervening. The predecessor's disgrace felt irrelevant to him. Yet, the repeated manifestations of his connection to the Tianxian Dao Palace during his simulations compelled him to address it. For cultivation is fundamentally tied to the clarity of one's thoughts. If such feelings festered within him over time, they would inevitably give rise to inner demons, posing significant obstacles to his future practice. Now, armed with the Fire Phoenix sword of the Tianxian Dao Palace, his strength had transformed remarkably. Returning to a place that had once brought his predecessor endless disgrace stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. The sword in his grasp ignited a sudden thought. He wished to seize this opportunity to unearth the secrets of the Tianxian Dao Palace, perhaps uncovering hidden truths regarding ascension. The palace's enduring existence, although now waning, might still harbor valuable insights. In addition to his urgent quest for knowledge about ascension, Lin Yi was equally eager to discover the whereabouts of another individual, the enigmatic Dan Yangzi, who had appeared in his simulations. Despite having dispatched Fat Da to establish a covert force, that endeavor would require time. The Tianxian Dao Palace, once a pinnacle of power, undoubtedly held extensive knowledge. Without a hint of concealment, Lin Yi soared directly to the heights above the Tianxian Dao Palace, peering down at the sprawling complex of palatial structures. A smirk of disdain crept across his lips. He was fully aware that his actions were far from amicable. Typically, cultivators would avoid flying directly over the premises of others. A respectful visitor would descend beforehand and approach the mountain gate on foot. Such aerial surveillance above the domain of another was undeniably an unfriendly gesture, save for those who harbored malicious intent. The Tianxian Dao Palace responded swiftly. Soon, 2 elders in the core formation stage ascended into the sky, clad in Taoist robes. Their expressions were grave, their gazes piercing and vigilant as they scrutinized Lin Yi. Meanwhile, numerous disciples below gazed up in confusion, speculating about the identity and purpose of this unexpected guest. One disciple, puzzled, inquired, why are the elders flying up there? A voice from beside exclaimed, are you blind? Can't you see there's another person in the sky? The utterance startled countless individuals, as such an occurrence was indeed rare. However, it was swiftly followed by an outpouring of fury and indignation. A stout disciple, with an exaggeratedly designed flying sword hanging from his waist, bellowed in outrage, humph. Truly unaware of your own mortality. Our Tianxian Dao Palace is under the protection of a nascent soul elder. Who dares to act with such impunity here? The disciples were filled with rage, perceiving it as a direct affront. Yet, a greater number gazed curiously at the figure high above, eager to discern its identity. Come down. A voice pierced through the crowd, brimming with ire. In the face of the Tianxian Dao Palace disciples, who appeared as insignificant as ants from his vantage point, Lin Yi remained indifferent. He surveyed the 2 elders of the Tianxian Dao Palace hovering nearby. One was at the mid-stage of the core formation realm, while the other was at the late stage. In times past, facing either of them would have felt akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Yet now, they seemed inconsequential in his eyes. The 2 elders, furious as they ascended, halted their wrath upon seeing Lin Yi. They realized that they could not gauge the capabilities of the individual before them. This situation could arise either from the person being an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation or spiritual energy fluctuations, or from them being of a higher realm. Given that the individual could fly above their sect, it was assured that he was not merely an ordinary person, but rather the latter, a being of superior strength. Exchanging solemn glances, the mid-stage elder stepped forward and saluted Lin Yi, inquiring, esteemed friend, May I ask what brings you to our Tianxin Dao Palace? His tone, though polite, was laced with underlying vigilance, prepared for any eventuality. Lin Yi, unfazed, replied, "Summon your 3 nascent soul ancestors. You are unworthy to converse with me." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, one elder, known for his fiery temperament, erupted in anger, rebuking arrogance. How could our Tianxin Dao Palace ancestors be summoned at your whim? At this proclamation, Lin Yi frowned, irked, and retorted, "How tiresome." With a casual flick of his sleeve, a blade of energy shot forth. The elder who had just reprimanded him plummeted from the sky in an instant. A resounding thud echoed as the elder crashed heavily onto the plaza of the Tianxin Dao Palace. This strike sent shockwaves throughout the entire palace. "Elder Xiao," a disciple cried out in despair, triggering a wave of astonishment and terror among all disciples present. The law elder held immense prestige within the Tianxin Dao Palace, overseeing the sect's regulations, and was known for his fiery temperament. Yet his profound cultivation was an existence that many disciples revered and feared. However, now, he had been struck down from the heavens by an outsider, his fate uncertain. An enemy assault? The disciples were thrown into disarray, and amidst their frantic cries, elders and disciples rushed in from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a kaleidoscope of escape lights intertwined in the sky, creating a scene of utter chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures ascended into the air, their expressions grave, exuding powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. One elder after another brandished their swords, their eyes glinting with malice. Fixating firmly on Lin Yi. "How audacious to intrude upon our Tianxin Dao Palace," an elder remarked coldly, his gaze like lightning piercing through Lin Yi, instantly intensifying the atmosphere to an extreme tension. Lin Yi stood calmly in the air, his demeanor icy, faced with the encirclement of numerous elders and disciples. He displayed no fear, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of intimidation. In that moment, he resembled a monarch surveying all before him. A barrage of spiritual artifacts surged toward Lin Yi, filling the sky with a dazzling array of colors. The brilliance of the treasures illuminated the entire Tianxin Dao Palace in a spectrum of hues. Lin Yi smiled faintly, regarding the more than 10 core formation cultivators before him with utter disdain. "Come forth," he murmured softly as his flying sword transformed like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly multiplying from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. Before long, a multitude of sword shadows surrounded him, akin to silver serpents dancing wildly, slicing the air into countless silvery trails. This was his ultimate skill, the sword light division, derived from the 10,000 sword technique. The 10,000 sword technique comprises several stages. The first stage is the division of sword light, capable of transforming a single sword into 2, 4, 10, or even more. The second stage is the transformation of sword energy into threads, manipulating the sword energy like fine silk. The third stage, which Lin Yi had yet to achieve, is the transformation of sword energy into rain, raining down sword light for 1,000 miles, unmatched by any. Currently, Lin Yi had not yet attained the ability to rain sword energy, but his mastery of the sword light division was already exquisite. He mused that the ancestral master of the 10,000 swords should be able to perform the rain of sword light. The more than 10 core formation elders before him, witnessing Lin Yi's instantaneous execution of sword light division, were filled with dread, their souls fleeing as they cried out in terror. "A sword cultivator. Retreat. This is bad." Everyone possessed keen insight, unwilling to engage in a duel with a sword cultivator of uncertain power, for sword cultivators were inherently lethal, seldom finding rivals of the same realm. The elders of the Tianxin Dao Palace quickly realized the precariousness of their situation. Yet, due to the disparity in cultivation, they had nowhere to flee. Lin Yi's sword shadows descended like a tempest, toppling the elders one after another. A series of dull thuds echoed from above as the elders plummeted from the sky, some crashing heavily onto the plaza, while others even pierced through rooftops. The disciples, witnessing this scene, were stricken with terror. "Quick, raise the defensive array," an elder exclaimed urgently. The Tianxin Dao Palace, not daring to delay, instantly activated its protective formation, a transparent light curtain enveloping the entire palace. Yet, in the face of Lin Yi's immense pressure, the disciples remained filled with panic and despair. Lin Yi hovered in midair, his expression austere, his gaze like lightning, surveying the entire Tianxin Dao Palace as if he held the power to determine their fates. Soon after, the Tianxin Dao Palace hastily summoned 3 venerable elders of the nascent soul stage. As these 3 ancient figures emerged, a fervent cheer erupted within the palace. For they were their steadfast anchors. With unparalleled prowess, these three nascent soul elders strode toward the heavens, traversing the clouds as if walking upon solid ground. In no time, they stood before Lin Yi. Esteemed friend, I am Xianming Zhenren, and these two beside me are Xianyun Zhenren and Xianyin Zhenren. Xianming Zhenren said with a graceful smile, his voice laced with an imperceptible pressure. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile, remaining composed and unperturbed. A dear old acquaintance entrusted me with a task. If the Tianxian Dao Palace still holds merit, I should offer my assistance. Should it stray from its original purpose, however, it would no longer warrant existence, and I shall personally dissolve this faction. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, yet every soul present heard his words distinctly. A profound silence fell over the assembly, all eyes fixated on the enigmatic Lin Yi. Xianming Zhenren narrowed his eyes slightly, although he wore a smile. His gaze was acutely sharp. Esteemed friend, may I inquire what deep enmity you harbor against the Tianxian Dao Palace to utter such audacious words? Lin Yi pondered briefly before responding. Years ago, upon hearing of the Tianxian Dao Palace's decline, I felt compelled to investigate incognito. To my dismay, the palace members, high and mighty, rebuffed my presence with scornful words. Thus, I have come today to fulfill my promise and eradicate this arrogance-laden faction. Upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, the three venerable elders of Tianxian Dao Palace, Xianming, Xianyin, and Xianyin, furrowed their brows. Xianyin Zhenren scoffed, impudent lunatic. Do you truly believe you alone can shake the foundations of the Tianxian Dao Palace? Xianyin Zhenren's countenance darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since you are so intent on courting death, we shall escort you on your journey. Their auras surged violently, causing the very heavens to tremble with their wrath. The oppressive energy of the nascent soul stage overwhelming the scene. Lin Yi, undeterred, was encircled by shimmering sword lights, exuding a commanding presence. With a slight smirk, he proclaimed, "Very well, let me witness the true capabilities of my old friend's sect." Upon uttering these words, the fire phoenix sword in his hand emitted a crisp cry like that of a phoenix, soaring into the sky. After circling once in the air, it transformed into a colossal flaming phoenix, descending with an overwhelming aura capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. As the flaming phoenix flapped its magnificent wings, it stirred waves of scorching heat, seemingly intent on reducing the entire Tianxian Dao Palace to ashes. Very well, let my fellow disciples and I experience your formidable skills, spoke the Xianming true man in a grave tone. Each of the three invoked their respective treasures. Xianming wielded a jade rui, Xianyun brandished a dust whisk, and Xianyin held an ancient copper mirror. Their seamless coordination of offense and defense resulted in a remarkably intricate combination attack. The jade rui served as the primary assault tool. Its strikes fierce and unpredictable. The dust whisk provided robust defense, conjuring impenetrable barriers with each sweep. The copper mirror unleashed a barrage of lightning and fire spells, relentlessly entangling Lin Yi like a relentless pestilence. This combined assault embodied both attack and defense, with every move calculated. It was sufficient to overwhelm even those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, not to mention ordinary transformation realm cultivators. Yet Lin Yi, as a swordsman, possessed an offensive prowess that far exceeded their expectations. In the simulations, he had already triumphed over the three nascent soul demons dispatched by the Ghost Spirit sect, all while he was still at the late stage of Sword Infant. Now, having reached the pinnacle of Sword Infant, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. With the Fire Phoenix sword radiating brilliance, a massive beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens, akin to the Milky Way cascading downwards, instantly shattering the trio's formation. Wherever the sword light passed, the fabric of space appeared to be torn asunder. The three emitted muffled groans, staggering back several paces, their faces turning pale as blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment and dread. The Lin Yi before them instilled a profound sense of helplessness. Despite their years of harmonious collaboration, having faced no adversaries in centuries, today they had united their strengths, employing all their skills, yet had failed to ascertain even the specifics of their opponent's capabilities before being vanquished in a single blow. In an instant, all three arrived at a unanimous decision to flee, relying on the protective array within their sect that could withstand transformation realm cultivators. They might still have a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed into the Tianxian Dao Palace and simultaneously commanded their sect to reinforce the array. As the three nascent soul elders returned, bloodied and defeated, chaos erupted among the disciples of the Tianxian Dao Palace. They scattered in panic, akin to a disturbed ant nest. Cries and curses echoing all around. For countless years, they had relied on the past glory of the Tianxian Dao Palace. Even though they have now fallen to a state where only 3 nascent soul ancestors uphold their faade, they still regard themselves with lofty arrogance. Striding as if their noses were pointed skyward, as if they were still the exalted disciples of a supreme sect at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Today, however, Lin Yi, wielding 3 swords alone, utterly shattered their pride and confidence. Watching the 3 nascent soul elders flee in panic back to the Tianxian Dao Palace, Lin Yi noticed the protective array's brilliance intensifying, enveloping the entire sect like a colossal turtle shell. He understood all too well that they intended to retreat into their shell, obstinately resisting. Gazing at the radiant protective barrier beneath his feet, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "I had thought the Tianxian Dao Palace possessed some valiance. Who would have imagined it has now become a timid turtle? Do you truly believe that this mere formation can thwart me? How utterly ridiculous!" Hidden within the formation, the Xianyin real person was immediately incensed. His hair standing on end, his ancient teeth chattering in fury as he retorted loudly, "Arrogant fool! Do you not realize where you are? This is the protective array crafted by our esteemed ancestor, Xiao, 100,000 years ago. Even an immortal transformation cultivator would find it difficult to breach. What makes you think you can break through? You are but a dreamer." Xiao? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi felt a stirring within, as it struck a familiar chord. Instinctively, he caressed the fire phoenix sword in his hand, feeling its gentle warmth. Suddenly, he recalled that the original owner of this divine sword was indeed named Xiao. He couldn't help but ponder, what connection could there be between Xiao and that ancestor Xiao? According to what Xianyin stated, the venerable ancestor of Xiao existed merely 100,000 years ago, while the Tianxian Dao Palace has been in existence for over 1,000,000 years. The precise era of Xiao remains uncertain. However, judging by the weathering of the storage rings and other artifacts discovered at the site of the Fire Phoenix sword, it is evident that Xiao predates the Xiao ancestor by a significant margin. Lin Yi, unable to fathom these enigmas, chose not to dwell on them. He resolved to confront them directly, capturing each individual to extract the answers he sought. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi deemed it essential to impart a profound lesson to the Tianxian Dao Palace. To subdue them, he must instill a fear so profound that they would dare not resist. Subsequently, he focused his mind and summoned a strand of inherited sword energy. It was not that he lacked appreciation for it. Rather, since acquiring these 3 strands of sword energy, he had not comprehended them directly in reality. Although he had utilized them in simulations, those were mere imitations. Now, even after employing 1, 2 remained. Furthermore, if his conjecture was correct, there might well be 3 additional strands of sword energy awaiting his discovery in the real world. As he drew forth a strand of sword energy, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened, heavy clouds rolling ominously, as if ink were spilled across the heavens, obscuring light. Above the Tianxian Dao Palace, fierce winds howled, and dust and stones were swept away, with the spiritual energy of the world becoming tumultuous. All disciples of the Tianxian Dao Palace felt an inexplicable dread, a primal fear causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Overhead, amidst the dark clouds, a colossal sword measuring 10,000 meters in length gradually coalesced. The sword radiated a blinding white light, its blade adorned with intricate and arcane runes. An aura of devastation pervaded the air, as though it threatened to rend the very fabric of the universe. There was no doubt regarding the power of this sword. Their current concern was whether the protective barrier above could withstand its might. Within the protective array, the 3 Yuanying elders, including Xianming, also sensed the terrifying force of this sword. Their expressions turned grave, their eyes filled with horror and despair. They understood that this sword possessed the capacity to annihilate everything. Xianming, in a state of defeat, feebly waved his hand, as if drained of all vitality, collapsing into his chair and murmuring to himself, "Alas! It seems the heavens intend to doom our Tianxian Dao Palace. Such power, not to mention Yuanying, even among the pinnacle of transformation, is beyond our ability to withstand." His once rosy complexion had now turned ashen, and the sparkle in his eyes faded, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The other 2 ancient ancestors also appeared as if they had been drained of life, with Xianming slumping despondently to the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering repeatedly, "It's over. All is lost." On the square, the Golden Core elders, already grievously wounded from the prior battle, now lay on the ground like deflated balloons, their eyes glazed over, devoid of the courage to resist. merely awaiting the judgment of fate. Silence and despair pervaded every corner of the square. After a prolonged silence, Xian seemed to have finally made up his mind, summoning every ounce of strength to tremulously utter, "Open the formation, we cannot withstand this sword." His voice resonated through the grand hall, imbued with a sense of sorrow and helplessness, announcing the ultimate fate of the Tianxin Dao Palace. At his command, the protective formation enveloping the Tianxin Dao Palace gradually unfurled, resembling a colossal cage that willingly delivered its imprisoned prey into the hunter's grasp. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, immersed in the power of the sword aura, was momentarily bewildered by the sudden opening of the protective barrier below. He had initially intended to wield the might of this sword to intimidate, to instill a sense of dread in the Tianxin Dao Palace, while simultaneously testing the prowess of the inherited sword aura in his grasp. What is happening? Why has it opened so suddenly? Are they afraid? Lin Yi pondered. Yet his actions did not waver in the slightest. He could feel the overwhelming strength coursing through him, so potent that it gave him the illusion that he could cleave the very heavens with a single stroke. So this is the power of a sword cultivator? Lin Yi was astounded, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as if he could slice through all that lay before him. This sensation of absolute control, of unparalleled supremacy, entranced him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its allure. Lin Yi had gained significantly. Should he experience such sensations a few more times, he would surely break through to the transformation stage, and as a sword cultivator at that time, he too would wield such power. Observing the vast array now open beneath him, Lin Yi's brows furrowed in confusion. This sudden action left him perplexed. He had initially planned to wield the power of this sword to intimidate the Tianxin Dao Palace, not to annihilate them entirely. Now, with the formation wide open, it seemed as though they had willingly surrendered, raising their hands in capitulation, forcing him to reconsider his plans of mild retribution. Yet now that the sword's momentum had been established, it was akin to an arrow released. How could it be recalled? The sword energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, once unleashed, resembles a wild stallion that cannot be reined in. To forcibly retract it would likely result in self-harm, a futile endeavor. Thus, let today be an unforgettable memory for the Tianxin Dao Palace, ensuring they dare not harbor any treachery henceforth. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He lifted his head towards the heavens, inhaled deeply, and the fire phoenix sword emitted a clear, resonant chime, as if an affirmation of its master's determination. In an instant, a colossal phantom of the fire phoenix surged skyward from the blade, its wings unfurling to shroud the sky and sun, ablaze with fierce flames that distorted the very air around it. This fire phoenix was not a corporeal entity, but rather a manifestation of pure sword energy, embodying Lin Yi's cultivation and willpower. Whoosh! The fire phoenix released a piercing cry, akin to a crimson lightning bolt slicing through the void, soaring towards the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the fire phoenix collided with the firmament, unleashing a brilliance reminiscent of the blazing sun, illuminating the entire world. The previously somber sky was rent asunder, revealing a chaotic void beyond. In that moment, the heavens roared with fury, resembling a cascading galaxy, pouring down as if the apocalypse had descended. Below, the individuals of the Tianxin Dao Palace beheld this spectacle, their souls momentarily fleeing in terror. The might of this sword was far more terrifying than before, more fearsome. The three Yuanying elder masters of the Xianming sect stood aghast, their mouths agape. They had initially anticipated a direct assault on their mountain-protecting formation, but were taken aback by the decision to direct this sword's power towards the sky instead. In that instant, realization dawned upon them. It was evident that the one in the heavens sought to minimize bloodshed. Hence, this sword was unleashed to part the heavens. Firstly, it served as a stark reminder to them that the protective shield upon which their survival depended was but a mockery, as fragile as paper, easily shattered. Secondly, it was a display of power, a testament that their might was no mere bluster, compelling the Tianxin Dao Palace to submit utterly. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. As Lin Yi beheld the might of that sword, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. Despite having witnessed this cataclysmic strike within the simulator, witnessing it in person still sent tremors through his spirit. No wonder I was able to repel the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect with a single sword strike in the simulation, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with a complex radiance. Although he could wield this power within the simulator, there always remained a thin veil separating him from truly comprehending its profundity. Now, immersed in the reality of the moment, he genuinely felt the terrifying potency of this inherited sword energy. At that moment, the heavens above transformed. Clouds swirling ominously and thunder rumbling. Bolts of lightning, thick as silver serpents, danced wildly, tearing the already somber sky into countless fragments. This was no ordinary storm. It was a warning from the heavens, resonating with the essence of this realm. Lin Yi understood that the power of this sword had reached the limits of what this world could bear. The thunderclap from the heavens served as both a warning and a means of maintaining balance. Fortunately, he was merely at the nascent soul stage. Were he at the god transformation stage, such a sword strike would be capable of cleaving the very heavens, opening a path to ascension. At that juncture, he would face a far more terrifying tribulation. The crossing of tribulations and ascension, or death and annihilation, hung by a delicate thread. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the layers of thunder, alighting upon the Tianxin Dao Palace. What once was an imposing square now lay in ruins, the protective mountain array dissipated, revealing a trembling multitude within. The three ancient nascent soul experts wore ashen faces, never having fathomed the existence of such terrifying power. The disciples, utterly petrified, lay sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. This sword strike was merely intended to intimidate the Tianxin Dao Palace, not to annihilate them entirely. The disciples of the Tianxin Dao Palace stood mute before the overwhelming celestial might, some collapsing to the ground, succumbing to fear and losing control of their bowels. A foul stench pervading the air. The Xianin real person gazed at the fire phoenix sword, darting about amidst the thunder, his expression filled with perplexity. Two senior brothers. Why does this sword seem so familiar? Upon hearing this, the Xianming real person and the Xianyun real person turned their attention to the fire phoenix sword. They squinted, scrutinizing the sword's intermittently visible blade amidst the lightning, the intricate patterns upon it, and the distinctive phoenix-shaped hilt. After a moment, Xianyun real person's expression suddenly shifted. Senior brothers, if my memory serves me right, this appears to be the fire phoenix sword of ancestor Xiao. His tone carried an incredulous tremor. Xianming real person furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the sword for an extended period, his expression gradually growing grave, before he spoke. It is not merely a resemblance. It is indeed that sword. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, we would once again behold our sect's sacred artifact? His tone was imbued with a hint of excitement, a touch of sentiment, and a profound sense of fear. The three of them gazed at the fire phoenix sword soaring through the air, akin to pilgrims in awe and reverence. It was as though they could envision the scene from millennia ago, when the ancestor of Xiao wielded the fire phoenix sword, commanding the winds and slaying demons. After a moment of playful flight, the sword returned to Lin Yi's side, emitting a joyful hum, reminiscent of a child returning to its mother-s embrace. The surrounding thunder dissipated in its wake. Lin Yi sensed that after unleashing the sword's power, the fire phoenix sword had encountered a baptism of thunder, elevating it to the mid-grade magical artifact level. A surge of formidable energy emanated from the sword, igniting within him an exhilarating thrill. At that moment, Lin Yi understood that the sword's decline in grade was due to the rampant consumption of spiritual energy in that realm. Now, having re-emerged into the world and absorbed the spiritual essence while basking in the thunder, it naturally regained its former stature. What splendid fortune! Lin Yi rejoiced inwardly. Contemplating the restoration he had initially thought would be complex, it now appeared straightforward. Should there be a few more thunderous baptisms, would it not be marvelous? Lin Yi once again stowed the fire phoenix sword within his dantian, a soothing warmth instantly coursing through his entire being, akin to the long-awaited rain after a drought. Bringing an indescribable sense of relief, he slowly descended upon the plaza of the Tianxin Dao Palace, his garments billowing gracefully, resembling an ethereal being. As his gaze swept across the assembly, countless disciples bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes, even refraining from taking a breath. The blue stone tiles of the plaza, under the immense pressure of that earlier sword strike, were now marred with cracks, resembling a spider's web, further enhancing the atmosphere of menace. The three elders, Xianming, Xianyun, and Xianin, stepped forward and deeply bowed to Lin Yi, their demeanor radiating utmost respect. We, your humble disciples, failed to extend a warm welcome upon your arrival, and instead met you with swords drawn. Such behavior is inexcusable. We implore your forgiveness. Their voices trembled faintly, laced with barely concealed trepidation. The once familiar address of fellow cultivator had swiftly transformed into the reverential venerable senior, the abrupt shift in demeanor striking awe into onlookers. Lin Yi observed the three bowing figures with an inscrutable smile playing upon his lips, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings once more. As his eyes traversed the assembly, every disciple of the celestial mystery sect lowered their heads in profound deference, their frames quivering like lambs awaiting slaughter. The plaza lay in sepulchral silence, punctuated only by occasional muffled whimpers echoing through the air. Such was the reverence commanded by absolute power, the immutable law of the cultivation world where the strong preyed upon the weak. The celestial mystery sect had long held itself aloft with celestial arrogance, its disciples garbed in pristine white, their peerless elegance commanding universal respect. Like prestigious academies of a bygone era, they inspired boundless yearning. Lin Yi himself had once aspired to join their ranks, only to be turned away for lacking innate talent, a lingering regret that had festered into an obsession. Now he returned as a sovereign force, his mere sword stroke sending tremors through the entire sect. The once unattainable celestial sanctuary now groveled at his feet. This sensation kindled an indescribable euphoria within him, dissolving decades of unresolved longing. Regarding the three nascent soul elders before him with amused detachment, Lin Yi finally broke the silence. By rights, I should dismantle your sect entirely. Your hubris and oppression merit annihilation. Yet heaven favors mercy, and I've no wish for excessive bloodshed. His piercing gaze swept over them like scorching embers. Should you truly repent and reform, redemption remains possible. The trio Xianming, Xianyun, and Xianyin reacted as pardoned convicts, hastily voicing assent while cold sweat drenched their brows, their former arrogance utterly evaporated. They dared not even breathe heavily, lest they provoke this unfathomable powerhouse. Tentatively, Xianming ventured, might this unworthy one inquire? That earth-shaking sword technique earlier, could it be the legendary Phoenix Flame Divine Sword? His voice quivered with a mixture of awe, hope, and irrepressible reverence. Lin Yi's heart quickened. He hadn't anticipated the sect still remembering this blade. His visit served dual purposes, to resolve his youthful rejection and to uncover traces of Tsang Yunxiao's history. Determining which era that figure belonged to and his ascension timeline held paramount importance. To successfully transcend this realm, Lin Yi needed to comprehend that higher plane, for this world would inevitably reach its limits, leaving ascension as the sole alternative to stagnation. And to ascend, the predicament of the spiritless land must be resolved, lest he follow Tsang Yunxiao's doomed path of cultivation collapse. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Yi mused, how remarkable that after all these centuries, you still recall this divine weapon. His tone bore a hint of wistfulness and nostalgia, vividly portraying the image of a reclusive master. The esteemed Xianming Zhenren promptly replied with utmost reverence, predecessor, you jest. How could our revered artifact return to the world without our recognition at Tianshan Dao Palace? However, I am curious about the connection between you and the esteemed ancestor Xiao. He carefully chose his words, fearful of inciting Lin Yi's ire. Lin Yi was stirred. He was uncertain about this ancestor Xiao, but suspected it might refer to Tsang Xiao. To avoid exposure, he had to maintain his facade. He feigned profundity, pausing for a moment, his gaze drifting as if lost in distant memories, before slowly speaking, you refer to Tsang Xiao, do you not? Xianming, Xianyun, and Xianyin immediately bowed, responding in unison, indeed, it is the ancestor Xiao. They were astounded to discover that this elder before them knew the true name of the legendary ancestor. This figure was from 100,000 years ago. Could it be that the person standing before them was an ancient being who had lived for a century millennia? Yet, how could that be possible? Even the most formidable of transformation masters could barely reach a lifespan of 4,000 to 5,000 years, which paled in comparison to 100,000 years. The three harbored diverse thoughts, discreetly scrutinizing Lin Yi in hopes of gleaning some insight. Lin Yi, clad in a simple azure robe, appeared youthful and ethereal, showing not a trace of age. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a calm demeanor, as if nothing in the universe could disturb his tranquility. Noticing the trio's gazes, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight, meaningful smile. He extended his right hand, and the fire phoenix sword reappeared in his grasp. Gently caressing the blade, he spoke in a detached tone. Tsang Yunxiao's ascension has failed. He has perished. What? How could this be? It cannot be. The three Xianming, Xianyun, and Xianyin were struck as if by lightning, their expressions shifting dramatically. They could scarcely believe their ears. Ancestor Xiao was a legendary figure of Tianshan Dao Palace, renowned for his extraordinary talents, unrivaled across the ages. How could he have failed in his ascension? This was sheer nonsense. Xianming Zhenren shook his head, speaking earnestly. According to our historical records, ancestor Xiao successfully ascended 100,000 years ago. He stroked his grizzled beard, his eyes gleaming with undeniable conviction. Beside him, Xian concurred. Indeed, there are no records of his failure. Moreover, the annals describe a scene of radiant light and auspicious omens at the time, all signs indicating the ancestor's successful ascension. Xian added. He ascended in full view of the entire Tianjin Dao Palace. How could there be any doubt? His brow furrowed, seemingly perplexed by Lin Yi's assertion. 100,000 years. You say? Lin Yi murmured softly to himself, having grasped a crucial piece of information. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Song Yunxiao's ascension had occurred approximately 100,000 years ago. However, based on the degree of deterioration of the storage ring at that time, it seemed to have been nearly 1,000,000 years. What could be the cause of such a discrepancy? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lin Yi, and a bold conjecture emerged in his mind. Indeed, Song Yunxiao ascended 100 millennia ago, but perhaps he had miscalculated the decay period of the storage ring. That realm was a place devoid of spiritual essence, where all items would be stripped of their energy. Without the sustenance of spiritual power, the rate of decay would accelerate significantly. Thus, in a mere 100,000 years, it would be sufficient for a storage ring to become utterly corrupted. With this thought, Lin Yi sighed in feigned sorrow, saying, Alas, Song Yunxiao did indeed ascend, yet ultimately, he still met with failure. His tone was tinged with a hint of regret and melancholy, as if he had witnessed Song Yunxiao's fall with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Xian and Xian were left even more perplexed. Why state that one had succeeded while simultaneously suggesting failure? What hidden truths lay beneath this? The three exchanged glances, and Xian took a step forward, respectfully inquiring, Might you elucidate this matter for us, esteemed senior? His voice carried a note of urgency and anticipation. Eager to unravel the mystery, Lin Yi gazed skyward and replied languidly, Your powers are insufficient. It would be of no benefit to you to hear this. This sword serves as proof. Had he truly ascended, how could his treasured sword have ended up in my possession? His gaze swept over the trio as he slowly asked, What do you know about ascension? The three looked at each other, shaking their heads in unison. After a brief hesitation, Xian spoke. According to the records of our sect, in these past 100 millennia, apart from the ancestor Xiao, no one from Tianjin Dao Palace has achieved ascension. Lin Yi sighed softly. It matters not whether one ascends. To have ascended may bring even greater despair. The three, upon hearing this, felt even more bewildered, sensing that Lin Yi was profoundly inscrutable. As if he held knowledge of many secrets yet remained reticent. Xian ventured cautiously, Might you consider residing temporarily in our Tianjin Dao Palace, esteemed senior? It would allow us to express our admiration in some small measure. The other two looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Lin Yi's strength surpassed their imaginations. While Tianjin Dao Palace had not seen a transformation in spirit for thousands of years, it still bore the reputation of a top-tier sect, yet lacked the substantial foundation to intimidate the nefarious. This concern had long weighed heavily on the minds of Xian and Xian. Now, with Lin Yi's sudden arrival bearing the Fire Phoenix sword, the treasured weapon of the ancestor Xiao from 10,000 years past, Tianjin Dao Palace perceived that Lin Yi must possess a profound connection to their sect. The Fire Phoenix sword, being the personal weapon of ancestor Xiao, was never far from his side. Now it appears in the hands of Lin Yi. The implications are self-evident. The hearts of the three were tumultuous, filled with myriad thoughts. Yet they dared not easily voice their inquiries. Thus, if they could retain Lin Yi, the Tianjin Dao Palace would undoubtedly gain an extraordinary force. Although they sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power surrounding Lin Yi, which seemed to indicate he was merely at the nascent soul stage. The sword he wielded moments ago was capable of splitting the heavens, a feat only a formidable being of the transformation stage could perform. The blazing light of that sword still lingered deeply in their minds, impossible to erase. Exchanging glances, the three discerned the same hope reflected in one another's eyes. Contemplating this, Xian and Xian hastily added, Indeed, esteemed senior, you must stay with us, allowing us to express our filial piety. Their tone was earnest, their demeanor respectful. Fearing that Lin Yi might decline. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but smile inwardly, thinking it amusing that these three, younger than him, were eager to show him respect. Yet, this did not seem entirely unwelcome. Feigning a sigh, Lin Yi spoke softly, Alas, my old friend is no longer with us. Witnessing the decline of the Tianjin Dao Palace fills me with sorrow. His voice bore a hint of melancholy, a touch of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about a departed companion. Xian immediately thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, With you here, esteemed senior, How could the Tianxin Dao Palace possibly falter? Within 3 to 5 years, we shall surely rise again. His tone was resolute, brimming with confidence, as if he could already envision a brilliant future for the palace. Lin Yi shook his head, responding, "Your words are pleasing to the ear, yet the disciples of the Tianxin Dao Palace now possess an arrogance unmatched, long having lost their original fervor and intent. I recall when I disguised myself to seek a mentor, only to be turned away at the door and subjected to various humiliations. At this revelation, the 3 elders, Xianming, Xianyin, and Xianyun, immediately directed their piercing gazes towards the quivering disciples behind them. Among the crowd, an elderly man with white hair and a slightly hunched back suddenly trembled, his face paling in an instant. This man was the chief elder responsible for upholding the palace's laws, usually overseeing rules and punishments, yet at this moment, he stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, having recently recovered a semblance of energy after sustaining injuries. The chief elder disregarded his pain and abruptly turned to the group of foundation-building stewards and external elders behind him, bellowing, "Who is it? Who dared to refuse our esteemed senior entry? Speak the truth at once." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of those present. The stewards and external elders, chastised, dared not raise their heads, rendered mute with fear. They exchanged glances filled with terror and confusion, none understanding the true identity of this suddenly appearing senior who commanded such respect from the 3 ancestors and evoked their wrath. The chief elder pointed at them, sternly declaring, "You all shall await the consequences. Once I uncover the truth, I shall ensure severe punishment in accordance with the palace's regulations." His tone was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. Xianming, Xiancloud, and Xianyin dared not show any negligence, promptly inviting Lin Yi into the sacred realm of the Tianxin Dao Palace. This abode, replete with rich spiritual energy and picturesque scenery, resembled a celestial paradise and was regarded as the most hallowed ground within the Tianxin Dao Palace, accessible only to the sect master and a select few elders. Moreover, the trio revered Lin Yi as an ancestral figure, bestowing upon him a status that transcended all within the Tianxin Dao Palace. The disciples and elders alike treated Lin Yi with utmost respect, refraining from the slightest hint of derision. In that moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming torrent of emotions. In his previous life, he had yearned to join the Tianxin Dao Palace, only to be met with rejection and humiliation. Yet now, he had joined the palace in this manner, attaining the esteemed position of an ancestor. The twists of fate and destiny were indeed unfathomable. However, he pondered whether becoming the ancestor of the Tianxin Dao Palace would ultimately bring fortune or misfortune. This aspect had not been simulated previously, leaving Lin Yi with a sense of unease. Resolute, he decided to conduct a simulation first. With this thought, Lin Yi retrieved 3,000 high-grade spirit stones and activated the simulator. The simulation commenced. In the first month, you immersed yourself in the chronicles of the Tianxin Dao Palace, gaining clarity on matters previously obscure. In the second month, as you continued your study of the history, the Tianxin Dao Palace proclaimed widely that you, as the esteemed ancestor, were at its helm. This revelation sent ripples through the entire realm of cultivation, prompting countless sects and noble families to visit, presenting precious gifts as tokens of congratulations. The prestige and standing of the Tianxin Dao Palace soared in tandem, basking in unprecedented glory. Meanwhile, you chose to remain reclusive, eschewing worldly affairs to cultivate an air of inscrutable profundity. By the third month, in order to eliminate potential threats, you resolved to personally journey to Wutan Town to confront the alchemist. Accompanied by Xianming, Xiancloud, and Xianyin, you embarked on the flying artifact of the Tianxin Dao Palace, making a grand approach to Wutan Town. Upon arriving at the Xiao family estate, your formidable spiritual awareness enveloped the entire household, leaving the alchemist in a state of alarm. When the alchemist beheld you, he feigned composure. With a piercing gaze, you fixed your stare upon the Danzun, your tone frigid. "I have come to escort you back to the Tianxin Dao Palace." The expression on Danzun's face shifts dramatically, a flicker of defiance igniting within. Yet he is swiftly subdued by the formidable trio of Xianming, rendered utterly immobile. The Xianming master sternly warns Danzun, "Accompany us, or the entirety of the Xiao family shall be obliterated." Left with no alternative, Danzun reluctantly concedes to your demands. As you prepare to depart, a desire for finality compels you to eradicate Xiao Han's Dantian, ensuring no future repercussions. However, just as you are about to strike, An overwhelming sense of foreboding surges within you, an instinctual warning that if you proceed, death may be your inevitable fate. Startled, you abandoned the thought and instead took Xiao with you, making your way to the Tianxian Dao Palace. In the 4th month, you placed the Dan Zun in the small world, establishing restrictions that prevented him from daring to step outside without your command. Every day, you carve out time to personally cultivate a rapport with the esteemed Dan Zun, endeavoring to alter his perception of you in order to turn him to your advantage. Meanwhile, Xiao has been relegated to the menial role of a servant at the Tianxian Dao Palace, tasked with menial chores such as cleaning the courtyard and gathering firewood and water. In the 5th month, you instructed Peng De to recruit certain individuals within the Tianxian Dao Palace to provide special care for Xiao. As a result of this special care, Xiao found himself inundated with endless tasks, leaving him no opportunity to engage in cultivation. You observed his every action in secret, relishing the sense of control you felt over the situation. By the 6th month, while Xiao was shoveling dung on the back mountain, he inadvertently stumbled over a protruding rock, causing his bucket to topple and splatter him with filth. As he clumsily rose, he fortuitously discovered a small storage pouch beneath his feet. Elated, he hastily picked it up, only to find it contained 2,000 spirit stones. Just as his joy reached its peak, a few disciples from the Tianxian Dao Palace, whom you had orchestrated, appeared without warning, seized the pouch, and mercilessly assaulted him. Bruised and battered, Xiao returned to the woodshed, shedding tears for the first time, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice and despair. In the 7th month, while tending to the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden, Xiao unexpectedly garnered the affection of a monkey-like spirit beast. Though it appeared ordinary, this creature bore a trace of the ancient divine beast Zhu Yan's bloodline and had inherited fragments of the 8-9 heavenly art, possessing some shape-shifting abilities. Still in its juvenile phase, it concealed its true power, masquerading as a typical spirit beast, despite possessing the strength of the core formation stage. In the 8th month, Xiao confided in this descendant of Zhu Yan, lamenting the grievances and injustices he had endured. The spirit beast, filled with righteous indignation upon hearing Xiao woes, transformed into a disciple of the Tianxian Dao Palace and exacted a swift retribution upon the outer disciples who had tormented Xiao, leaving them in tears. Throughout this, your ever-watchful consciousness observed the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to them, you discreetly captured the Zhu Yan descendant into a small world, keeping it close at hand. In the 9th month, bereft of the Zhu Yan descendant's protection, Xiao approached his daily dung shoveling with despondency and gloom, as if hope had abandoned him. By the 10th month, while bathing in the cold pool on the back mountain to cleanse himself of dirt and fatigue, he inadvertently discovered an ancient ring at the bottom of the pool. Upon retrieving it and adorning his finger, he realized it was the legacy of the 46th master of the Tianxian Dao Palace. Upon learning of this matter, you hastily claimed that the inheritance could only be cultivated by the sect leader, thereby procuring the legacy ring from Xiao. In a grandiloquent manner, you bestowed upon him a medal recognizing him as a commendable miscellaneous disciple of the Tianxian sect, as a token of appreciation. By the 11th month, you felt that Xiao was entirely under your control, prompting you to begin preparations for the impending crisis. In the 1st year, your reputation soared, establishing you as a burgeoning luminary within the realm of cultivation. The Tianxian Dao Palace, leveraging your renown, welcomed numerous disciples, its influence steadily expanding, subtly rekindling a semblance of ancient glory. Your daily endeavors consisted of guiding the esteemed alchemist in potion crafting and diligently practicing the sword techniques left behind by the master of 10,000 swords. Your cultivation progressing remarkably. By the 12th month of your 1st year, in the capacity of the ancestral figure of the Tianxian Dao Palace, you journeyed to the Ziyun sect. The mountain guardians of the Ziyun sect, perceiving your formidable presence, did not dare to be negligent and promptly notified the sect elders. You strode directly to the grand hall of the Ziyun sect, proclaiming to all present that you were the disciple of the master of 10,000 swords. The sect leader promptly instructed his disciples to report this matter to the Divine Sword Lord. After 1 year and 3 months, the Divine Sword Lord arrived. Weary from his travels, scrutinizing you with eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue, you presented the token and sword techniques left by the master of 10,000 swords to the celestial sword sovereign, recounting your cultivation of the master's legacy. Upon hearing your tale, the celestial sword sovereign was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. He grasped your hand tightly, referring to you as his junior brother, astonished that his master, the master of 10,000 swords, had left behind such a disciple. His heart brimmed with joy. In the first year and 4 months, Yu and the celestial sword sovereign began a profound discourse in the bamboo groves of the back mountain of Xian sect. Engaging in months of swordplay and exchanging insights on cultivation, both of your swordsmanship flourished immensely, and you sensed that you were but a step away from the divine transformation stage, with subtle indications of breaking through your bottleneck. In the 5th month of the first year, the Ghost Spirit sect suddenly launched an offensive, aggressively invading the celestial factions, devouring markets, and slaughtering smaller sections. The entire realm of cultivation was engulfed in a shroud of terror. By the 6th month of the first year, Yu and the celestial sword sovereign convened and resolved to jointly eradicate the Ghost Spirit sect. According to intelligence, the core strength of the sect was concealed within an isolated small world. To locate this realm, Yu and the celestial sword sovereign embarked on a lengthy journey. In the 2nd year, after more than a year of searching, Yu and the celestial sword sovereign finally discovered the entrance to the Ghost Spirit sect's small world. Without hesitation, you both plunged into this realm, igniting a fierce battle. Upon entering the small world, you were immediately beset by 3 ancient beings at the divine transformation stage. The celestial sword sovereign bravely faced 2 mid-stage ancient beings in a fierce struggle, while you engaged in a ferocious clash with a low-stage ancient being. You unleashed the 10,000 swords technique, sending forth countless sword energies that transformed into a torrential rain of swords, covering hundreds of miles. The lower-tier disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect fell one after another beneath this deluge of blades. The low-stage ancient being was forced to retreat repeatedly in the face of your sword ring. Witnessing your formidable prowess, the celestial sword sovereign was filled with astonishment and pride, never imagining that your mastery of swordsmanship had ascended to such a terrifying level. Although you possessed the ability to engage in battles beyond your level, you ultimately remained no match for the cultivators in the transformation stage. In the protracted struggle, you gradually found yourself at a disadvantage. At last, with every ounce of your strength, you unleashed the inherited sword energy bestowed by the master of 10,000 swords, vanquishing the early-stage transformation elder. Shortly thereafter, the sword god successfully eliminated 2 mid-stage transformation elders from the Ghost Spirit sect. In the 4th year, you ventured deep into the central region of the Ghost Spirit sect's miniature world. By the 5th year, you faced an onslaught from 5 transformation stage elder demons of the Ghost Spirit sect. The sword god summoned his life-bound flying sword, transforming it into dazzling beams of sword light, entangling in combat with the 5 elder demons. You unleashed the 10,000 sword technique, causing an overwhelming torrent of sword energies to surge forth like a tempest, countering the onslaught of the ancient demons. The battle rages with unparalleled intensity, as the heavens and earth shift in hue, and the sun and moon lose their radiance. You exerted every ounce of your strength, yet still succumbed to the combined assault of the 5 ancient demons, ultimately escaping the small world in a disheveled manner under the protection of the sword god. In the 6th year, you allied with numerous celestial factions and commenced a counteroffensive against the Spirit Ghost sect. In a brief span, the banners of the Righteous Alliance unfurled across every corner of the cultivation realm. Countless sects and noble families heeded your call, forming an imposing army that advanced towards the stronghold of the Spirit Ghost sect. By the 7th year, you had mounted an assault on the Spirit Ghost sect. The protective array surrounding the sect had long been breached, plunging the interior into chaos. The 5 demon lords fought valiantly, yet ultimately fell to overwhelming numbers, meeting their demise in a brutal siege. Just as the assembled forces prepared to deliver a decisive blow to eradicate the Spirit Ghost sect once and for all, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the depths of the sect, soaring into the heavens. In that moment, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Ghost sect awakened prematurely. Despite being newly revived, the Grand Elder displayed astonishing power, exuding a formidable presence capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth with mere gestures. As you are about to charge forward to launch an assault, you suddenly recognize the familiar visage before you. That unmistakable smile belongs to none other than your dear friend, Dan Yangzi, with whom you once shared laughter and camaraderie during simulations. In an instant, you find yourself frozen in place, your heart brimming with astonishment and perplexity. The Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect has triumphed over the crowd, including the revered sword deity. You could have transmitted the sword energy to the heavenly sword sovereign, granting him the opportunity to slay the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect. Yet, memories of your moments with Dan Yangzi clouded your judgment, leaving you in a state of indecision. How could it be him? How could he have become the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect? Was this all part of an elaborate conspiracy? Outside the simulator, Lin Yi was equally astounded by the unfolding situation. In his mind, the familiar visage of Dan Yangzi flickered in and out, juxtaposed with the menacing image of the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect. These two individuals, one, a dear friend with whom he shared laughter and camaraderie, and the other, a formidable figure of demonic cultivation that instilled dread in the realm of immortals. How could they possibly be the same person? He rubbed his temples vigorously, striving to untangle his chaotic thoughts. In previous simulations, he had never discerned the true appearance of the Grand Elder, for he had not yet inherited the experiences of those encounters. The simulator had always presented itself in textual form. It was only during the last simulation, after inheriting the experiences, that he retained the likenesses of the characters. Yet now, the simulator revealed that the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect was indeed Dan Yangzi. Lin Yi abruptly straightened, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. He recalled the profound words Dan Yangzi had spoken during their last simulation, and connecting them to his current identity, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt as though he were ensnared in a vast quagmire, the truth obscured by layers of mist. The Grand Elder's repeated resurfacings and relentless assaults on the immortal path. What was the purpose behind them? Was it merely a quest for ascension once more, or was he in search of something else? If he truly was Dan Yangzi, then surely he possessed knowledge of secrets yet unknown. Lin Yi's breath quickened, his urgency to uncover the truth intensifying. Yearning to pierce through the dense fog and unveil the hidden reality, regardless of whether Dan Yangzi was friend or foe. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen, awaiting the new simulation content. You gaze upon the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect, a tumult of emotion swirling within you. Should you address him as Dan Yangzi or as the Grand Elder of the Ghost Spirit sect? You hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned the courage to inquire, is it Dan Yangzi or the Grand Elder of the Ghostly Spirit sect? Upon hearing the name Dan Yangzi, he visibly paused, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. It has been a long time since I have invoked the name Dan Yangzi. With that, he waved his wand, and a veil of black light enveloped both you and him, isolating you from the outside world. You immediately unleash your sword energy, preparing for a battle to the death. However, just as you are about to release the energy, he suddenly speaks. You should have been dead. His voice, eerily calm, raises the unsettling question of why he is still alive. You were taken aback, astonished that he possessed such proficiency in fortune-telling. In order to validate his claims, you requested him to recount your past. He began to narrate slowly. You were born into the esteemed Lin family of Longdi, your father being Lin Jinan and your mother, Xiao Yueyu. The more you listen, the more alarmed you become. He seems to possess an uncanny knowledge of your background. He continues, many years ago, your parents were abruptly taken away. You originally had a low-grade spiritual root, yet for reasons unknown, it has transformed into a celestial root. I surmise that you must have practiced some method to enhance your spiritual roots. You have keenly discerned a crucial clue. Someone has been taken captive. It appears your parents did not simply disappear, but were forcibly abducted. You hurriedly inquire about the whereabouts of your parents. Yet he informs you that those who took them away do not reside in this realm. Your heart is filled with astonishment and bewilderment. How could your ordinary parents, mere wanderers of the realm, possibly have attracted the attention of beings from another dimension? Once again, you inquire, where exactly have my parents been taken? They are merely ordinary cultivators. How could they have provoked individuals from another realm? Dan Yangzi gazes at you with a complex expression, and after a prolonged silence, he finally responds, they have not provoked individuals from another realm. Rather, they have been chosen. Chosen. Your confusion deepens as you ponder your purpose. Dan Yangzi did not respond directly to your inquiry. Instead, he gazed upward at the sky obscured by a dark veil, his tone imbued with an ineffable sorrow. I cannot perceive the hope of ascension, nor can the people of this world foresee it. If ascension remains elusive, then where have those who abducted my parents gone? How did they achieve their own ascension? You astutely discern the contradictions within the words of Dan Yangzi. With a wry smile, Dan Yangzi shook his head and remarked, those who captured your parents are not beings of this realm, nor are those who can ascend. You are profoundly astonished, sensing that Dan Yangzi is lying, perhaps with the intention of deceiving you, and you immediately confront him with a sharp inquiry. Who are you? How do you know these things? What is your true purpose? Dan Yangzi falls silent for a moment, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes, before he slowly replies, because I am the chosen one of this realm. Upon hearing this declaration, you cannot help but laugh aloud. The chosen one? What a jest! Xiao, Lin Yi, Xiao, even that one named Yi, they all seem more plausible. Yet Dan Yangzi, in no way, appears to fit that description. He gazes at you, seemingly unfazed by your reaction. He offers no further explanation, merely withdrawing the dark curtain of light and allowing you to depart. Before you leave, he casts a meaningful glance your way and reiterates that he sees no hope, that the cultivators of this world see no hope. In the 8th year, you return to the Tianxin Dao Palace, burdened with thoughts. Within the sutra repository, you sift through innumerable yellowed tomes, striving to unearth a thread of truth amidst the vast expanse of history. You have discovered that, 1,000,000 years ago, this world was resplendent in its glory, where formidable beings transcending the realm of divinity emerged in abundance, and the ascent to immortality was not merely a distant legend. However, at an unknown point in time, everything transformed. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth gradually dwindled, and the path to ascension became exceedingly arduous. A cataclysmic event transpired 100,000 years ago, utterly extinguishing the hopes of the cultivators in this realm striving for ascension. Presently, those who have achieved the transformation stage find themselves at an impasse, with further advancement into ascension rendered impossible. In the 9th year, you continue to diligently oversee Xiao, constantly instructing Fat Dead to keep a watchful eye, yet Xiao cultivation remained stagnant. One morning in the 10th year, you noticed Xiao behavior had become furtive, as if he were deliberately concealing something. Upon discreetly investigating, you discovered that he had secretly taken in a pure white creature, which he had fortuitously found after it had been injured not long ago. You meticulously observed the creature, yet found no signs of anomaly. Nevertheless, the doubts in your heart lingered incessantly. To err on the side of caution, you instructed your disciples to covertly monitor every move of both Xiao and the creature. In the 11th year, you secluded yourself for 6 months, immersing in profound cultivation, ultimately unraveling the tangled thoughts within your mind. It was the monumental event that transpired 100,000 years ago that constituted the true reason this realm remains incapable of ascension. Presently, the aspiration for a normal ascension appears to be an almost insurmountable endeavor. If you aspire to ascend, it can only be achieved through the power of the Ascension Elixir. The sole Ascension Elixir in this world resides within the Alchemy Tower. In the 12th year, you deliberately sought the company of the Alchemy Master, frequently inquiring about his well-being and engaging him in discussions on the art of alchemy. You confided in him that you have long harbored a profound sense of remorse for the incident that harmed him in the past, and not a single day has passed in which you did not regret your actions over the years. Your voice trembles with emotion, as if you genuinely regret your past actions. The alchemist, however, reveals to you that he suffered grave injuries years ago. Even had you not poisoned him, his time would have been short, burdened by the weight of his unresolved feelings. In the 13th year, you visited him daily, vigilantly guarding his side through the night, engaging in profound discussions on the art of alchemy. Although the alchemist remained stern in countenance, the hostility in his gaze towards you had diminished somewhat. In the 14th year, before the alchemist, you showcased 5 types of spiritual flames. The sudden appearance of these flames left him momentarily stunned, particularly the ghostly flame you wielded, which astonished him greatly. Its origin from the Alchemy Tower seemed to prompt him to inquire further, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. You, however, nonchalantly explained that it was a serendipitous acquisition during your travels. By the 15th year, the alchemist extended an invitation for you to return to the Alchemy Tower with him. Upon your arrival, he identified the Spirit Master as the one who had once plotted against him. Before the Spirit Master could offer any defense, you unsheathed your sword, unleashing a sharp gust of sword energy that swiftly pierced his chest. Your strength and decisiveness have left the elders and disciples of the Dan Tower in awe, earning you the respect of the esteemed Dan Master. In the 16th year, the Fire Master and the Dan Master united to nominate you as the new leader of the Dan Tower. From that moment on, the entire Dan Tower, including both the Fire Master and the Dan Master, followed your lead with unwavering loyalty. In the 18th year, you proposed a grand alchemy competition between the Dan Tower and the Dan Valley, with no restrictions on the participants' cultivation levels, to determine the true sacred ground of alchemy. Upon receiving the news, the Valley Master of Dan Valley was incensed, denouncing you as arrogant, yet accepted the challenge. Both sides commenced preparations for this momentous event with fervor, igniting excitement throughout the entire cultivation world. By the 20th year, you ventured once more to Tseping Mountain in search of Lin Yi, only to find her absence. The catastrophic battle of years past had left both the celestial and demonic factions in a state of recovery. That same year, you learned of your cousin Lin Hao's rise to prominence, achieving the Golden Core stage at a tender age, celebrated as a rare genius of the century. However, this paled in comparison to your own accomplishments, akin to the flicker of a firefly next to the brilliance of the full moon, hardly worthy of mention. In the 22nd year, the much-anticipated alchemy competition finally commenced at the Dan Tower Square, attracting participants from all corners of the realm, including solitary cultivators, sect disciples, master alchemists from various families, and skilled alchemists from the Dan Valley. Each contender was eager to showcase their prowess, while the disciples of the Dan Tower, under your guidance, exuded confidence and composure. By the 23rd year, the appearance of 5 alchemists at the God Transformation stage from the Dan Valley caused a sensation among the crowd. Their every movement radiated an overwhelming aura. As they simultaneously summoned their respective innate alchemical flames, a breathtaking spectacle of 5 colored flames illuminated the arena, leaving the audience breathless in awe of these legendary figures in the realm of alchemy. In the 24th year, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, you ascended the alchemy platform with grace. Utilizing the formula for the longevity pill gifted by Dan Yangzi, you ultimately presented a cauldron of resplendent longevity pills to the audience. As the pills emerged, radiant beams of light and an enchanting fragrance enveloped the venue, exuding a powerful life force that invigorated countless onlookers, lifting their spirits. The longevity pill, as its name suggests, grants a lifespan extension of 1,000 years, a coveted treasure for those aged cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans. In that moment, many were moved to tears, kneeling before you in fervent supplication for a single longevity pill. You achieved instant fame, and the name of the alchemy sage resounded throughout the realm of cultivation, causing the alchemy tower to gain unprecedented renown, surpassing even the venerable alchemy valley for the first time. In the 25th year, you officially assumed control of the alchemy tower. Your inaugural decree was to propose the transformation of the alchemical furnace in your possession into a supreme magical artifact. In the 26th year, the entire alchemy tower united in purpose, embarking on a quest to gather the rare materials necessary for crafting the furnace. To forge this unparalleled treasure, you devoted all resources of the alchemy tower, even drawing upon its profound heritage, solely to create a singular alchemical masterpiece. In the 27th year, the leader of the Wind Spirit sect, Cold Moon, led a multitude of disciples to the gates of the Tianxin Dao Palace. 30 years prior, Xiao had boldly proclaimed the passage of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Now, the long-awaited day of the fated duel had finally arrived. You hurried back to the Tianxin Dao Palace, eager to witness this extraordinary declaration of war. Under your guidance, Xiao stood resolutely, pondering how he might challenge Lin Yi. Over the years, Lin Yi had diligently honed her skills, now reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. As the duel commenced, Lin Yi unleashed a series of formidable spells, yet Xiao effortlessly countered them all. With a mere flick of his finger, an invisible sword chi struck Lin Yi squarely in the chest, sending her sprawling and causing her to spew blood. Struggling to rise, Lin Yi found herself utterly drained. Collapsing to her knees, her eyes wide with disbelief, the Wind Spirit sect promptly dispatched a seasoned ancestor of the core formation stage. However, even this venerable figure proved no match for Xiao, who defeated him with a single move. Your gaze was fixated on Xiao, your heart brimming with astonishment and perplexity. Despite Xiao's cultivation being merely at the foundation establishment stage, he effortlessly triumphed over a cultivator at the core formation stage. You suddenly realize that Xiao's spiritual awareness is extraordinarily potent, leading you to speculate that he has cultivated a formidable technique for enhancing his spiritual perception. You summoned Pangde and berated him fiercely. However, Pangde wore a look of grievance and defended himself, stating that Xiao was perpetually occupied and had no time to devote to cultivation. It is only now that you realize that even confining Xiao cannot thwart his rise. A profound sense of helplessness wells up within you. You began to discreetly assign Xianming, Xianyun, and Xianyin to observe Xiao, seeking to uncover the nature of his associations and the cultivation methods he practiced. In the 28th year, the Tianxin Dao Palace remained tranquil. Reports from Xianming and the others indicated that Xiao had no interactions with anyone each day. Apart from tending to the spiritual beast garden, he merely stared into space. You furrowed your brow, increasingly perplexed. How had Xiao acquired such formidable strength in such a brief span of time? In the 30th year, Xiao continued his daily toil in the spirit beast garden, his demeanor serene and his movements deft. By the 33rd year, Master Xianming reported that Xiao Han often conversed with himself, as if addressing an unseen entity. You instructed him to investigate thoroughly, ensuring that no tool associated with Xiao Han escaped scrutiny. Every detail must be reported. In the 34th year, Master Xianming finally uncovered that the being with whom Xiao Han engaged in dialogue was, astonishingly, a creature. In the 35th year, a thought stirred within you, prompting you to command Master Xianming to remove the creature from Xiao Han's side. You were determined to discern what peculiar qualities it possessed. Master Xianming complied and approached Xiao Han's residence, intent on forcibly seizing the creature. However, Xiao Han's gaze hardened, and with a flash of his sword, Master Xianming met a grim fate. Witnessing this, Xian Yun and Xian Yin, filled with sorrow and rage, rushed to avenge their senior brother. Yet they too fell victim to Xiao Han's prowess, sustaining injuries in their attempt. Upon receiving the news, you were filled with fury and rushed to the scene, intent on personally punishing Xiao Han. However, a graceful maiden with exquisite beauty stood protectively before him, exuding a formidable aura of demonic energy. She was, without a doubt, a demon cultivator at the transformation stage. After a brief confrontation, you realized that you were no match for her, leaving you utterly astonished. It was no wonder Xiao Han dared to act so recklessly, having befriended such a powerful demon cultivator. Following Xiao Han's slaying of the Yuan-Ing ancestor of the Tianxin sect, he became a wanted figure throughout the entire Tianxin Dao Palace. Yet, with the assistance of the maiden, he had already escaped to the triangular domain. In the 36th year, after this incident, you finally comprehended that keeping Xiao Han by your side was unfeasible. This child was destined for greatness, yet his fortune was profound and difficult to control. In the 40th year, you returned to the Dan Tower, dedicating yourself once more to alchemy, pouring all your energy into your craft. By the 50-year mark, after countless attempts and improvements, your alchemical furnace had finally ascended to the rank of a supreme magical artifact. In the 58th year, news from Fatta suggested that Manshin was cultivating a certain secret technique. By the 60th year, Fatta conveyed once more that Manshin was certainly not of this realm and likely hailed from another world. He also discovered that Lin Hao and Manshin appeared to be conspiring towards a grander scheme. You informed the heavenly sword deity of this matter, and upon hearing your words, he assumed a grave expression and promptly joined you in a covert investigation. In the 65th year, Lin Hao boldly proclaimed to the entire cultivation world that your mother had, through despicable means, extracted his celestial root. He recounted his arduous journey through suffering, ultimately reforming his celestial root. This declaration sent shockwaves through the cultivation community, igniting a flurry of rumors and causing many uninformed cultivators to question your character and the reputation of the Dan Tower. Concurrently, Xiao Han emerged from the triangular domain to accuse you, embellishing tales of your oppression against him within the Tianxin Dao Palace. He rose with the chickens and retired with the dogs, attempting to incite further opposition against you. In the 66th year, the Dan Tower and Dan Valley simultaneously issued statements asserting that your celestial root did not originate from Lin Hao, publicly presenting a series of evidence. Simultaneously, numerous allied forces, including the Ziyun sect and Tianxin Dao Palace, stepped forward to testify on your behalf, striving to vindicate your name. By the 74th year, Xiao Han had advanced to the late Yuaning stage and openly challenged you, vowing to seek justice for the injustice he suffered in the Tianxin Dao Palace years prior. You accepted his challenge and defeated him in a single strike, leaving him gravely injured. You held back your strength to avoid harming Xiao Han's foundation, lest it provoke divine retribution. In the 80th year, Lin Hao, having attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, similarly issued a challenge to you. Without hesitation, you accepted his call. By the 82nd year, your fierce battle with Lin Hao unfolded in the desolate wilderness. News of the clash spread, drawing countless cultivators who encircled the once desolate land to the point of saturation. On one side stood the illustrious master of the Pill Tower, the venerable ancestor of the Tianxin Dao Palace, a prodigious alchemist of unfathomable power. On the other, the rapidly rising leader of the Celestial Restoration Alliance, bolstered by enigmatic forces, seemingly positioned to contest your authority. This battle was not merely a personal vendetta between you and Lin Hao. It threatened to reshape the entire landscape of the cultivation world. Observing cultivators engaged in lively discussions, some wagered on your effortless victory, while others speculated that Lin Hao's formidable backing might enable him to achieve the miraculous. By the 83rd year, Lin Hao made the first move, letting out a mighty roar that echoed through the heavens. His body shimmered with golden light as a colossal golden battle form materialized behind him, revealing the legendary supreme battle body. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This long-lost formidable physique had resurfaced in the world, showcasing the depths of Lin Hao's hidden capabilities. In the face of Lin Hao's aggressive assault, a crystalline flying sword coalesced above your head, radiating a chilling brilliance, its intent soaring towards the heavens. A fierce sword aura surged forth, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. You have actually condensed a sword infant. This is the realm that sword cultivators yearn for. Although Lin Hao's supreme battle body is formidable, it pales in comparison after your condensation of the sword infant. One arises from the awakening of bloodlines, while the other is achieved through cultivation. In a flash, your form transforms into a beam of sword light, appearing instantaneously before Lin Hao. With the first strike, you extend your fingers like a sword, effortlessly drawing a line through the air. A fierce sword chi cleaves through the heavens, tearing apart Lin Hao's protective golden aura and leaving a deep wound, exposing bone at his chest. In the second strike, the brilliance of your flying sword intensifies, morphing into a resplendent sword rainbow that shatters the illusion of Lin Hao's supreme battle body. Lin Hao lets out a muffled groan, staggering backward. For the third strike, you point into the sky, unleashing a sword chi that detonates like thunder. Lin Hao can no longer withstand it. He coughs up blood and is sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. You advance step by step towards the gravely injured Lin Hao, wielding a flying sword, intent on incapacitating his Dantian to gauge the reaction of the vine's god lurking behind him. Suddenly, a verdant vine descends from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction, sweeping towards you with ferocity. This vine, imbued with terrifying vitality yet tinged with a chilling essence of death, unmistakably signals the intervention of the vine's god. Not far away, the vigilant sword god of heaven makes his timely appearance, brandishing his life-s sword, transforming it into a radiant beam of light that meets the oncoming vine. The resounding clash reverberates through the skies. Despite the sword god's utmost effort, he finds himself outmatched by the vine's god, forced to retreat several paces with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Aware of the sword god's inadequacy against the vine's god, a sense of urgency grips your heart. In a moment of impending crisis, you unhesitatingly unleash the sword chi inherited from the master of 10,000 swords. This sword chi, a culmination of the master's lifelong cultivation, possesses boundless power. The resplendent sword light cleaves through the heavens, enveloping the entire wilderness in its brilliance. As an aura of annihilation permeates the air, suffocating all in its wake. This astonishing sword energy seems poised to cleave the very world in twain. With your eyes gently closed, you immerse yourself in this singular sword strike, savoring the quintessence of the master's lifetime of mastery. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth surges wildly into your being, as if striving to burst forth from within. Intricate sword patterns emerge upon your skin, shimmering with a dazzling radiance. Suddenly, centered around you, within 1,000 miles of the wilderness, the flying swords of all cultivators begin to tremble uncontrollably, resonating with a deep hum. Before long, these swords break free from their master's control, transforming into streaks of light, flocking towards you like birds drawn to a phoenix. At this moment, whether it be the rudimentary talisman swords of chi refinement stage cultivators, the treasured spirit swords of foundation establishment stage practitioners, or the long-cultivated magical swords of core formation and nascent soul stage masters, none can resist this formidable allure. They encircle you, akin to subjects paying homage to a sovereign, hovering gracefully with their tips pointing downward, emitting a subdued hum, as if surrendering to your will. The sword god gazes at you in astonishment, disbelief etched upon his features. Surrounded by countless flying swords, your aura surges exponentially, shattering the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage and ascending into the realm of divine transformation. With the embodiment of a sword cultivator, you have finally ascended to the realm of transformation. The world around you is enveloped in a magnificent sword aura, your figure surrounded by countless flying swords, resembling a colossal divine sword standing tall in the wilderness, exuding an overwhelming pressure that is almost suffocating. Just as you are about to unleash the might of myriad swords to vanquish Lin Hao and conclusively resolve this enmity, a noble lady clad in green suddenly appears before you. Her beauty is unparalleled, her demeanor regal, yet she carries a hint of icy murderous intent. Through the essence of her presence, you ascertain that she is indeed the deity known as Man Shun, who has long been safeguarding Lin Hao. Although the sword energy inherited from the master of 10,000 swords did not severely injure her, it nonetheless inflicted a certain degree of harm. A slender crack appeared on her sleeve, from which oozed a trace of green liquid, exuding a potent aura of life, yet tinged with a faint scent of decay. The Divine Goddess gazed at you coldly, her voice as unfeeling as ancient ice. Your life was originally meant for Lin Yi. But now that you have slipped from my grasp, I must personally bring your end. In the face of the Divine Goddess, the Sword God stood resolutely by your side. Wielding his divine sword, his gaze unwavering, today, I shall join my junior brother in experiencing the might of the Divine Goddess. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of warmth in his chest, and his eyes grew misty. Although he had never met the Sword God in reality, their countless battles side by side within the simulator had fostered a deep admiration and gratitude within him. From the early days of apprenticeship to their subsequent collaborations in battle, he recalled how, no matter how formidable the foes they faced, the Sword God had always stood steadfastly by his side. That sword, glimmering with frosty light, was his most solid support. Even when besieged by the two fated children, Xiao and Lin Yi, the Sword God remained unwaveringly at his side. This scene was deeply etched in Lin Yi's mind, leaving an indelible impression. The Sword God's assistance might be a way to repay the master of 10,000 swords for his teachings. Or perhaps it stemmed from the intrinsic nature of a sword cultivator, unyielding in the face of their convictions. A sword cultivator must forge ahead without hesitation. Lin Yi understood that the Divine Goddess's power far exceeded that of the two of them. Even united, there would be no match for her. The previous ability to wound her had relied entirely on the sword energy bestowed by the master of 10,000 swords, which had now been exhausted in the simulation. The prospect of turning the tide seemed almost impossible. With this thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Achieving a breakthrough to the divine transformation stage in this simulation was already an unexpected delight. He knew the outcome of this simulation was predetermined. Taking a deep breath, he once again fixed his gaze upon the simulation panel, awaiting the final judgment. The Divine Goddess gracefully lifted her delicate hand, and countless emerald tendrils surged forth like a raging python, carrying with them an oppressive aura of death. You and the celestial sword deity interlocked your hands in a solemn gesture, and the combined sword formation, the yin-yang duality sword array, emerged with formidable clarity. A manifestation of your insights gained from previous discourses. The energies of yin and yang flowed in harmony, rendering you both as one. The intertwining sword lights formed an impenetrable web of blades, staunchly resisting the onslaught of the Divine's God. In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with sword chi, and tendrils danced around, causing the entire wilderness to tremble under the weight of such immense power. Yet, the Divine's God, being a being of the upper realm, possessed unfathomable strength. Despite your utmost efforts, the yin-yang duality sword array began to falter. The vines, akin to relentless parasites, incessantly gnawed at the defenses of your formation, as threads of deathly aura seeped in, corroding your flesh and spirit. On the 84th year, the Divine's God's tendrils breached the array's defenses, transforming into a colossal green serpent that viciously coiled around the celestial sword deity. He emitted a muffled cry of anguish as blood surged from the corners of his mouth. In a selfless act to shield you, he resolutely ignited his own soul. Transformed into a radiant burst of light, he shattered the vines entwining him. Brother Tianjian, you are engulfed in profound sorrow, your eyes ablaze with anguish. Yet, you comprehend that this is not the time for lamentation. You must persevere. For the sake of the celestial sword sovereign and for your own existence. With great fortitude, you suppress the torment within, transforming it into a radiant beam of sword light that carries you away from the desolate wilderness. In the 85th year, you lost all contact with Pangda. In your relentless quest for information, you ultimately discovered that Pangda's influence had been utterly eradicated by the Celestial Restoration Alliance. He himself had vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. By the 86th year, Xiao had unified the forces of the entire triangular domain and made a formidable return. Bolstered by the support of the two great factions, the Pill Tower and the Pill Valley, commanding an unstoppable momentum. In the 88th year, the Ziyun sect fell to the siege of the Xiao Alliance, its members annihilated. By the 90th year, the Tianxin Dao Palace met a similar fate, thoroughly destroyed by the Celestial Restoration Alliance. Thus, all remnants of your former power had been completely uprooted, leaving no trace behind. In the 95th year, you encountered Dan Yangzi once more. Accompanying him were several terrifying old demons at the transformation stage, exuding an ominous aura. Dan Yangzi extended an olive branch, inviting you to join the Ghost Spirit sect. You did not decline. In the 100th year, the entire realm of cultivation had fallen entirely under the dominion of the Xiao Alliance and the Celestial Restoration Alliance. The two formidable factions maintained a precarious balance, yet friction was ever present, casting the realm of cultivation into a palpable atmosphere of tension. By the 108th year, the ghost spirit sect rose once again in a tempest of demonic flames. A vast army of demon cultivators surged forth like an unstoppable tide towards the territories of the Celestial Restoration Alliance and the Xiao Alliance, heralding an imminent war that threatened to engulf the entire cultivation realm. In the face of the ghost spirit sect's incursion, the coalition formed by the Xiao Alliance and the Celestial Restoration Alliance suffered relentless defeats. In the 112th year, you stood alone against two formidable beings from the Celestial Restoration Alliance. Defying the odds, you triumphed against them, executing a single strike of transforming one's body into a sword that cleaved the two powerful beings asunder, their blood staining the earth and solidifying your standing within the ghost spirit sect. In the 123rd year, the esteemed masters of the Pill Tower confronted you, questioning your decision to assist in the tyranny that harmed countless lives. Faced with the inquiries of these venerable alchemists, you merely smiled faintly and confidently replied, "Be it celestial or demonic, each has its own path. What delineates good from evil, beauty from ugliness, virtue from vice, truth from falsehood, or right from wrong? Who can truly discern these distinctions? I simply wish to survive, regardless of whether it be through demonic or celestial means." In the 130th year, the Pill Tower was obliterated by the ghost spirit sect. Flames raged as the once glorious sanctuary of alchemy was reduced to ruins. Although Xiao Han was immensely powerful, his strength was still nascent, having only recently ascended to the transformation stage, and ultimately, he was vanquished by you. He led the remnants of his forces in a hasty retreat from the triangular domain. Dan Yangzi captured the Elder Alchemist and revealed a secret to you. The Elder Alchemist was not human, but rather a living elixir that had existed for 100,000 years. Moreover, he possessed the ability to forge others into ascension pills. He disclosed that had one consumed such a pill 100,000 years prior, they could have ascended to the spiritual realm. However, now, the passage to the spiritual realm had been sealed by the absolute spirit formation, rendering any ascent a perilous endeavor leading only to death. For the first time, you have come to realize that the realm to which one ascends is the spirit world. Master Danong has informed you that ascension is now an impossibility, unless one can seize sufficient primordial essence to strengthen the source of this realm, thereby enabling the possibility of ascension once more. In ancient times, the source of this realm was robust, and spiritual energy was abundant, giving rise to countless cultivators beyond the transformation stage. Ascension to immortality was not merely a legend, but a true golden age. However, subsequently, a cataclysmic war for primordial essence erupted across the heavens, leading to the plundering of this realm's essence and the depletion of spiritual energy. The transformation stage became the pinnacle for cultivators, forcing them to ascend to the spirit world in search of higher realms. Yet, 100,000 years ago, another calamity struck, resulting in the further plundering of the realm's essence and the complete sealing of the ascension pathway, thus closing the gates to the spirit world. Ascension has become an elusive dream, forever out of reach. Hearing this long-buried secret from Dan Yangzi for the first time, your heart feels as if it has been stirred by tumultuous waves. It turns out that this world once experienced a glorious era. Ascension is not merely a legend, but a reality that once was. Yet now, this path has become utterly impassable. You are engulfed by an unprecedented sense of confusion. If what Dan Yangzi speaks is indeed true, then has the road to ascension been irrevocably severed? Unable to restrain your curiosity, you inquired, how could one ascend without the aid of the ascension pill? Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi's eyes glimmered with a trace of astonishment. And then he spoke with unwavering conviction. It is utterly impossible for anyone in this realm to achieve ascension. Even with the consumption of the ascension pill, one would still be subjected to the confines of the absolute spirit land, ultimately reduced to ashes. The only beings capable of ascending without external assistance are the fated children of the spirit realm. They possess the ability to commune with the primal forces of heaven and earth, thereby transcending the restrictions imposed by the absolute spirit array. It is only now that you comprehend the truth. The spirit realm is not entirely isolated. There are indeed fated individuals who can descend into this world. The spirit realm, once the ascension destination for practitioners of this realm, has now become an exalted entity. 100,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, the spirit realm began to refuse ascensions from this realm and employed the formidable spirit-restraining grand formation to seal off the ascension grounds, resulting in the demise of all those who attempted to ascend. their spiritual energy utterly depleted. In the 150th year, you followed Dan Yangzi into battle. Where the demonic flames surged fiercely, the influence of the ghost spirit sect had grown to a point where it could stand toe-to-toe with the entire cultivation world. By the 160th year, you triumphed once more over the arriving ally, Xiao, allowing Dan Yangzi to pursue the victory and obliterate Dan Valley in one fell swoop. In the 170th year, the ghost spirit sect experienced more victories than defeats, with the majority of the cultivation world falling under its demonic grasp. By the 180th year, Dan Yangzi had regained his peak power, wielding the capacity for cataclysmic destruction with every gesture. Even when confronted by over a dozen celestial beings in the transformation stage, he single-handedly decimated their ranks, staining the heavens with blood. Dan Yangzi's name once again became a nightmare within the cultivation realm, and none dared to challenge his might. In the 190th year, you and Lin Yi engaged in a cataclysmic battle, yet neither emerged victorious, both retreating with injuries. Observing this, Manshin sought to intervene, but was halted by Dan Yangzi. In the 200th year, you sought out Dan Yangzi once more, inquiring whether there existed a means to transplant one's spiritual root to another. Dan Yangzi emphatically informed you that such a feat was utterly impossible. The spiritual root is intricately linked to one's life. Forcibly extracting it is akin to seizing the soul, a path that leads inevitably to death. You immediately raised a question, inquiring about how your mother had once transplanted the heavenly root of your cousin Lin Yi to you. Dan Yangzi cast a meaningful glance in your direction and slowly replied, "Thus, both your parents and you are chosen ones." You inquire of Dan Yangzi regarding the identity of the chosen one. Dan Yangzi, his expression grave, informs you that this matter is extensive and intricate, and he possesses only a cursory understanding of it. Your cousin Lin Yi is highly likely to be a being from the upper realm of the spirit world, cast into this realm during his childhood. You, along with your parents, have been orchestrated as a trial to temper Lin Yi. He must grow amidst adversity and ultimately triumph over the tribulations you present in order to truly awaken his own power. You are merely a stepping stone on his path to growth. Upon first encountering such an outcome, it is difficult to accept. You find yourself dejectedly collapsing to the ground, unable to reconcile with this fate. Have all your efforts and struggles merely served to elevate the brilliance of others? Yet, upon deeper reflection, many aspects remain inexplicable. Why? Despite possessing inferior and mixed spiritual roots, are you relentlessly pursued in simulations as though you were a prime target for soul seizing? And how is it that your cousin, after having his spiritual roots removed, manages to survive and even regenerate new ones? At this moment, a sudden clarity washes over you, illuminating your thoughts. Perhaps the truth lies in the fact that your cousin's spiritual roots were never truly extracted, they were merely concealed. The ultimate purpose of this ruse is to cultivate your cousin, Lin Yi, enabling him to rise against the tide of betrayal and adversity, ultimately achieving great success. You clenched your fists tightly, your nails digging deeply into your flesh, as blood trickled slowly through your fingers. Your eyes burned with a crimson hue, filled with resentment and fury. In the 210th year, though the hope of ascension remained elusive, you and Dan Yangzi